50 years ago, extraordinary power suddenly descended on planet Aquamarine, and an unprecedented world change began. Countries were teleported to a mysterious world called Mythology Continent, starting a 20-year development competition. Over the past 10 years, under the guidance of Mythology National War, different civilizations have developed their own unique extraordinary systems. The Eagle Sauce focuses on genetic modification and high-tech weapons. The Western Alliance specializes in magic and witchcraft systems. Sakura embarked on the path of becoming an onmyoji and practicing with monsters. Mao Xiong chose the violent style of berserker and clergy. The Dragon Kingdom, inheriting a millennium of civilization, has embarked on the path of cultivating both immortality and martial arts under the planning of the Mythology National War system. However, this is a system that is biased towards the middle and late stages and requires accumulation and precipitation. What's worse, there have been many internal traitors in the Dragon Kingdom, and information has been leaked frequently, resulting in the cultivation system being surrounded by wolves before it matures. In the first Mythology National War, the Dragon Kingdom was besieged by several powerful countries, and its national fortune continued to decline. Even the status that originally symbolized the country's status became an unbearable burden, and eventually backfired and fell into decline. In this storm, the Sakura country was the most excited. It gained huge benefits by joining forces with the Eagle Sauce, and in turn united with the Peninsula, the Flying Pancake country, and the Southeast Asian countries to form the so-called Greater East Asia Alliance, with ulterior motives, and wanted to seize the status of the Dragon country and completely replace it. Now, there is only a short time left before the second Myth National War preliminaries begin. If the Dragon Kingdom fails to advance, its national fortune will fall below 100,000, and by then it will not even be able to maintain its remaining status, and will have to become a vassal state of the Greater East Asia Alliance. My name is Shinwei, and I was originally an administrator at a university library on Earth. One day, when I was sorting through the collection, I suddenly noticed an ancient book with a shining black light curtain. When I took it off, the black light suddenly expanded and turned into a black hole that swallowed me. When I opened my eyes again, I had arrived at the Myth Continent and was selected to participate in the upcoming Myth National War qualifying round. Should you choose to live in disgrace and sell out your country for personal gain? Or shoulder the hope of reviving the Dragon Kingdom? Before I made a decision, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! The host has been detected to have entered the Mythology National War and activated the exclusive talent, the Super God level growth system, Hive will. Killing is evolution. Devour and grow. The Dragon Corpse plus the Genestealer equals the demonic Flame Dragon Barotos. A nuclear fusion reactor plus a legendary Stinger equals a Psychic Star Destroyer. The status of Sakura country plus the Psychic Brain Worm is equal to the Psychic Tyrant. Many years later, I commanded trillions of insect swarms to sweep across the world and crush all enemies. The enemies were gradually torn into pieces, swallowed into the sea of insects, and became nutrients for my evolution. I used the insect tide to rebuild the glory of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, in a warm bedroom. Talent? How come there is such a thing as super god level talent? Why have I never heard of it? When I saw the panel suddenly pop up in front of me, my mind was full of question marks. According to the information I have, no one has ever mentioned the talent system among the players selected to participate in the Myth National War. But the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded again. Identity level panel has been opened. I know this. All contestants selected for the Mythology National War will receive their own identity level panel, which will be used for team formation, exploration, communication, and coordination of power resources. I immediately took advantage of the short preparation time to open the panel and check my status. Character, Shinwei. Country, Dragon Country. Race, Human. Powers possessed, to be determined. Level, LV1. Attributes, Strength 75, Agility 70, Constitution 80, Mental Strength 90. The data is pretty good, and it is considered high-end among newcomers, but why can't I find the mythical talent that popped up just now on the identity panel? Just when I was wondering if there was a system error, a new interface quietly emerged. Hive will, mythical level. Current status, waiting for activation. Activation method, get Zerg power. My heart was shocked. This is not an illusion. This, Hive will, does exist, and it does not belong to the conventional system at all. In other words, it is my unique hidden ability, an unknown force independent of the National War system. Golden Finger? Am I cheating? Before I could continue to think about it, the countdown to 0 sounded, and my body was instantly wrapped in countless white fluorescent lights. When my vision returned, I found myself teleported to a huge, majestic, mysterious, and solemn altar in the universe. Looking around, I saw that there were more than just mine. There were altars of different sizes, densely packed like stars, dozens of them. Just then, a bright ball of light slowly rose in front of me. Then, a soft and solemn female voice sounded. National War Qualifiers Asian Division is about to start. Next, we will conduct the pre-guidance of this qualifier. You can ask questions based on your current authority and the national fortune of your country, or choose to deploy the landing area in advance. Please make your choice. What a stupid decision! This kind of devastating start can't be saved by operations. Go in and struggle, and then wait to die. Isn't this self-destruction? Now that things have come to this, let's focus on the present. I couldn't help but complain a few words in my heart, but in the end I just accepted my fate. Looking at the floating ball of light in front of me, I took a deep breath and said, "Why me?" The players of Mythical National War are randomly selected by the system. Please make a choice, continue to ask questions, or arrange the landing site in advance. Can I decide the conditions of the landing site? This is crucial. If I land in a nest of monsters, I will die before others can take action. With the current national fortune value of your faction, you are temporarily unable to select a point for deployment. You need to reach a national fortune value of over 1 million to unlock the relevant permissions. Well, let's turn on the pre-guidance. I nodded and said resignedly. At the same time, in the sky of the real world, the live broadcast of Mythical National War began to be projected. As long as someone wanted to watch the live broadcast, the picture would automatically be projected into their mind. As a representative of the Dragon Country region, as soon as I appeared on the stage, I immediately sparked heated discussions, and the attention of the whole of Asia and even the world was focused on me. Ha ha ha, you're only starting to teach me now, you must be a newbie, right? You'll be lucky if you can hold on for a month or two. I bet he won't live more than half a month. I bet he'll die the instant he hits the ground. The last Dragon Countryman was tied to a windmill by our Sakura and spun to death. This one we have to treat him well. Yes, once this term is over, Dragon Country will probably become a vassal state of the Greater East Asia Alliance. This time, the status belongs to us, Sakura. Fuck you, you bastard! Didn't the Eagle Sauce and the Rooster team up to target us last time? Otherwise, you would have killed us all long ago. Haha, that only works if you Dragon Country pigs can dream. We will definitely be the winners in the end. I hope this contestant doesn't die too soon, otherwise I'll have to go through the immigration procedures all over again. Netizens from all over the world have turned into keyboard warriors, and the global social platforms are full of constant wars of words and tensions. Meanwhile, in a mysterious military base in the Gobi Desert somewhere in Dragon Country, all the top brass were also paying attention to the performance of this young contestant of mine, and their faces were more serious than each other. I hope this kid can draw a good card. Otherwise, if our national fortune value drops below 100,000, then our Dragon Country's status won't be preserved. A white-haired old man held my personal information, his fingers trembling slightly, and made a wish in a low voice. Alas, 100,000 national fortunes are already the limit of support. The whole country is suffering from natural disasters. If we lose this battle again, I'm afraid famine will really break out. A marshal next to him frowned and nodded solemnly. I hope we can make it to the finals, but with the current national fortune, it is almost impossible to turn the tables. They all knew in their hearts that the chances of winning this battle were slim. What's more, I'm only in my early 20s and this is my first time participating in a war. It's really difficult to make people feel at ease. Enter the next stage, pre-guidance. This qualifier will be conducted in the chicken game mode, with global divisions competing. Dragon Country, Sakura, Peninsula, Southeast Asia, and Flying Cake belong to the Asian region. The current stage is the faction drawing. Each player will randomly draw a faction from 20 cards. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The card levels from low to high are Ordinary, Elite, Commander, Leader, Legendary, Epic, Legendary. Draw. I took a deep breath and made a decisive choice. Drawing in progress, drawing completed. I looked at the altar in front of me. Several other contestants had already finished drawing. It seemed that there were quite a few veterans in this session. The ball of light emitted a dazzling light, and eventually 20 cards of various colors appeared and floated in front of me. Ordinary, Elite, Commander, Leader. He quickly scanned the cards one by one. Suddenly, the picture froze. A legendary card appeared. All the audiences around the world were stunned, and the scene was instantly in an uproar. What? Legendary? No way! Oh my god! It's actually a legendary card. This is too lucky. The Dragon Nation survived last time by relying on legendary cards, and they got one again this time? Stop making noise! If our Sakura Empire hadn't finally gotten rid of that legendary card, the Dragon Kingdom would have been finished long ago. It's us, the South Korean Universal Republic, who are the last ones to fight, okay? You Sakura are just standing by and picking up the dead, do you understand? So cool. Legendary level. This time Dragon Nation finally has a chance. Hold on, brother. As long as you don't waste time, this card will get us through the qualifiers. A legendary force has appeared. This is already a miracle. God has finally not given up on our Dragon Kingdom. For a moment, the people of Dragon Kingdom were excited. So what if it's a legendary faction card? Our Greater East Asia Alliance contestants have drawn 5 epic faction cards. Attack, support, reconnaissance, defense, training, all-round crushing. That's right. As soon as he enters the Myth Continent Asia division, our alliance will join forces to encircle and suppress him. No matter what choice he makes, he will die. Our players can also use the luck of our country to directly land next to your Dragon Country players, without even giving them time to react. No matter what faction card you Dragon Nation draws this time, it's a dead end. Just hand over your status, and become our vassal state. Sakura is the strongest in the world. The Dragon Kingdom is beyond salvation. Surrender now! In sharp contrast to the excitement of Dragon Country netizens from the East Asian Alliance had already begun to make sarcastic remarks, with even some insiders mixed in. It seemed like I was going to be torn to pieces on the spot by players from various countries in the next second. Although the netizens of Longwa fought back and the comments section was full of flames, in fact, no one was sure. After all, Longwa's national fortune is now so low that it can help me, but may even hinder me. In addition, the East Asian Alliance is well equipped, so it is not a problem to encircle and suppress one person. Even if I draw a legendary faction card, it is only a glimmer of hope. If I draw a low-level card, it will be a game over. At this moment, I am at the altar of Mythical National War, with the outside world making endless noise, and I am looking at the legendary force card shining with golden light in front of me, with a flash of surprise in my eyes. I didn't expect that I would have such luck. I whispered to myself, raised my hand and clicked the card. The moment my fingertips fell, thousands of golden lights gathered into an illusory fairy mountain and pavilion. The mountains are stacked up and shrouded in clouds and mist, and the jade-like towers on the top are vaguely visible, just like the residence of immortals, filled with spiritual energy. Then, the card information appeared in front of him. Foundation Building Immortal Cultivation Family, Tianu Wong Family. Affiliation, Dragon Country. Initial Forces, 1 Foundation Establishment Realm Spiritual Mountain, influenced by the National Destiny, originally 3, 4 Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivators, originally 7, 247 Chi Training Realm Cultivators, originally 789. Special Items, 1. Flying in the air can engage in air combat 2. 5 Elements Killing Power. The more enemies you kill, the stronger your spiritual power will be, but it is easy to have inner demons 3. Tianshui Killing Formation can suppress the size of the enemy 4. Tianshui Spiritual Root 100 years of nurturing a genius with a natural spiritual root 5. The Supreme Kindness is like water. When there is a huge gap in combat power, the power of spiritual arts is increased by 50%. Abnormal Entry. Innate demon species. Low loyalty will lead to rebellion, and Sakura, can control a monk. Sakura casts a spell with 5,000 national fortunes and 14,000 sacrifices. As soon as the abnormal entry came out, it instantly set off the entire network. Damn it! Sakura is so cruel! How dare she use 6,000 of our compatriots as sacrifices? Blood debt must be paid with blood. Who will join me in killing Sakura dog offline? I swear to never become a slave of a conquered nation. Netizens shouted angrily, and for a time, Yasukuni's shrine toilet burned it 100 times. Directly rushed to the hot search. The game had already had a difficult start due to the weakening of national fortune, and now it has been added with a weird debuff of an internal traitor, which is simply a disaster. On the one hand, we have to fight against the foreign enemy coalition forces, and on the other hand, we have to beware of the inside ghosts, who is being manipulated in the team? Even the strongest Marshal Yang Weigua of Longwa would find it difficult to survive in such a situation, let alone a novice like me. Looking at the card, I was silent for a long time. Sakura is determined to kill me this time. The legend card is completely useless now. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. I don't have the confidence to play a real-life werewolf game. The risk is too great to face a multinational coalition with a mole inside. So, I just gave up. I flipped through the cards in front of me one by one, from common to legendary. Although common faction cards had fewer troops and simple attributes, at least they didn't have passive minds. Just then, an ordinary card caught my attention. A third-rate martial arts family, the Lee family. Power, Dragon Country. Military strength, 1 box of 5 poisonous insects, 1 acquired third-rate warrior, and 5 second-rate warriors. Special item, 5 poisons can drive poisonous insects, but low-level warriors may be attacked. Rubbish! At this level, I'll definitely die if I choose this. However, I suddenly remembered that I still have an unactivated talent, Hive Will, and the activation condition is to obtain Zerg power. Is insect repellent also considered a Zerg? Let's go for it. Instead of playing the game of Insider, it's better to go all out. I gritted my teeth and directly selected this ordinary card that was regarded as low quality by everyone. Successful selection, the third-rate martial arts family, the Lee family. Satisfying the Zerg conditions, talent activation in progress, activation completed. Force transformation in progress, transformation completed, promoted to a mythical force card, the Tyranids. In an instant, I watched that ordinary card undergo a transformation in my mind, changing from gray-brown to dazzling rainbow colors, and I was ecstatic. It's secured. This is a mythical card, 1 level higher than legendary. On the other hand, the outside world was in an uproar. Is he crazy? He doesn't want a legendary card, but a normal card? Will he die as soon as he lands? Crazy. You are definitely defecting to the enemy. Do bugs think you are worthy of practicing immortal cultivation? The enemies also started to make a noise. Ha! The surrendering dog has finally come. The hope of your dragon country? I think it's more like a joke. Check his identity quickly. What does this guy want to do? At this moment, the top leaders of the Dragon Country Command far away in the Gobi Desert were also stunned. He gave up 3 top-level faction cards, and chose an ordinary one. This is simply a naked betrayal. Faction selected, Tyranids. Please choose the landing location. I didn't rush to choose a landing location, but first clicked on the Tyranid Force panel. The Great Devourer, Tyranids. Faction, Dragon Nation. Initial forces, 4 Zerg Saints, 30.7 meters tall, 287 tons, 230 Genestealers, 7,000 Zerg Fungal Blanket, 79 Hydralisks. Special item, Absolute Loyalty Will, Swarm Consciousness is unified, loyalty is 100%, and rebellion is unacceptable. Adaptive Evolution, automatically evolve resistance and skills based on enemies. Biomass Conversion, captured organisms and converted into swarm resources. Death Feast, absorb the genes and memories of the enemy after killing them. Endless Insect Tide, superfast reproduction, Legion-level unit generation. Mind Control, high-level Zerg can manipulate enemy creatures. Zerg Network, establishing a transportation/troop deployment system. Current level, LV1, One entry is added every 10 levels, no upper limit. After reading this entire page, I couldn't breathe properly. Not to mention the four-headed worm saint, these entries alone are like a mythical plug-in. The most perverted thing is that it can be upgraded. Every 10 levels can unlock new abilities, and it grows infinitely. I clenched my fists with excitement, and my eyes lit up. Tip: please choose your landing location as soon as possible. I shouted without hesitation. Deliver it directly to the most dangerous place. With the support of the four-headed insect saint, what is there to be afraid of? My goal is the area with the highest difficulty for survival in the entire mythical continent. At this time, I also noticed that those contestants who had chosen their forces early and had cold eyes were staring at me. Location locked, poisonous swamp. Survival difficulty LV10, extremely dangerous. The dazzling light enveloped my whole body. At the last moment, I turned around and raised my middle finger to the contestant from Sakura country. Come after me, little devil! Shwa! I disappeared from the altar. The rest of the people took out various exploration tools and confirmed my landing point. Poisonous swamp, survival difficulty LV10, extremely dangerous. Is he crazy? Damn it! How dare he choose this place? He is really asking for his life. The Sakura player was stunned for a few seconds, but he was so angry at my finger that he gritted his teeth and said, "Follow him!" At the same time, the 4 players from Epic Forces who formed a team with him also followed. Mythical Continent, poisonous swamp. As soon as I arrived, I released all my initial troops. The moment the four-headed insect saint descended, the air shook, and a predator lurking in the poisonous swamp was torn apart on the spot by the insect saint and turned into biomass before it could react. These insect saints are covered in thick chitinous carapaces, with poisonous spores constantly spewing out from the seams of their shells. Their bodies are covered with sharp thorns and symbiotic weapons, and the 2 biological cannons on the sides of their heads are quietly charging and ready to fire. And I was sitting at the core of the body of one of the largest and strongest shelled insect saints, protected by layers of protection. With the insect saint as the center, the fungal blanket quickly spreads in all directions, transforming the miasma and swamps into terrain that is conducive to the combat of the insect swarm. At this moment, the audience outside was shocked. Didn't they say he was a small force playing Zerg? Where did this giant monster come from? Bug? Have you ever seen a bug that's over 30 meters long? TSK, our Sakura Shikigami isn't bad either. Amid the noise from outside, the South Korean and Mingu players were quietly observing the swarm of insects in the dark. His trump card is too strong to be confronted head-on. I'll do the scouting and you assist. Let those guys in Southeast Asia who want to join the alliance give it a try. Soon, several Southeast Asian contestants were pushed out. You guys, go ahead. Test the strength of those bugs. We? Nonsense, you still want me to treat you to a meal? The shadow behind the South Korean player moved, and the black shadow squirmed and rolled. Several Southeast Asian players immediately became scared and rushed into the poisonous swamp with their respective forces. Swish! A team of several hundred people appeared, including robed wizards, shirtless totem warriors, and knights riding beasts. But just as they stepped into the poisonous swamp, a terrifying roar tore through the sky. A giant black and gold crocodile more than 10 meters long suddenly broke out of the water. Roar! The next second, the giant crocodile opened its bloody mouth and swallowed most of the team in one gulp. Several Southeast Asian players screamed in fear and released their skills crazily. Fireball! Totem earth-shattering fist! War trampling! However, the black old giant crocodile showed no fear and charged forward despite the attack. It killed dozens of people in a few seconds. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. What's even more terrifying is that the system prompt sounded, Lao country player Gong Bidhong, LV2, was killed by the black gold giant crocodile, national fortune -3,400, national life expectancy -1 year, flood is coming. The player from the country who doesn't need a cushion, Jin Wenshuan, LV2, was eaten, the national fortune -3,400, the life expectancy of the people -2 years. Faizuhama player 1, LV3, was devoured, national fortune -6,000, citizen lifespan half a year. Instantly, everyone was stunned. The South Korean and Mingu contestants' faces suddenly changed, and they immediately turned around and ran, heading straight for the Sakura country camp. Crunch! Crunch! Ah! The slaughter continued. The LV-10 Black Gold Giant Crocodile devoured the entire LV-1 to LV-3 Southeast Asian team with just a few strikes, destroying their forces as well. Its cold, bloodthirsty eyes briefly glanced in my direction, as if it was afraid of something. But the next second, it turned around and pounced on the fleeing South Korean and Mingu players. At this moment, in the global simultaneous broadcast of Mythical Battlefield, the audience witnessed the destructive power of the Black Gold Crocodile, which instantly sparked heated discussions across the entire network. Oh my God! Is this the strength of the LV-10? A team of several hundred people was swallowed up in 3 mouthfuls? Shit! Are you Southeast Asian monkeys crazy? That's a high-risk area. How dare you send out all your main forces right away? Baga! You Southeast Asian idiots, never even think about joining our great Greater East Asia Alliance. Go and become 4th-class slaves for the Dragon Nation. Netizens from South Korea and the country of cherry blossoms were the most angry, especially the South Korean contestants who were fleeing in a hurry to the cherry blossom camp. If they encountered an accident on the way, their entire country would be seriously damaged, and there was even a possibility of being annexed by North Korea. The Sakura side was under even greater pressure. They had invested a huge amount in this battle. If their players died, not only would the country's fortune be damaged, but it might also give the Dragon country a chance to counterattack. At the same time, the people of Long Country were extremely excited and cheered for me. Sir, you are righteous. You will live forever. You stood up in a desperate situation and sacrificed your life for the country. You are truly a hero of all ages. I have prepared a longevity tablet for you. If Longhua survives this time, the first incense stick in the ancestral worship must be dedicated to him. Suddenly, someone pointed out sharply. Did you notice? The way the Black Gold Giant Crocodile looked at him just now seemed a little afraid of him? Could it be? As soon as this speculation came out, it was refuted by the audience from other countries. Baga! You are dreaming again. No matter how big the bug is, it is just a bug. Don't dream about it, he is dead. The same goes for you, Dragon Country. Haha! That was just a hallucination before death. Your players are too weak, the giant crocodile doesn't even bother to pay attention to them. At this time, in a Gobi desert somewhere in Dragon Country, the top brass were watching the battlefield closely. When they saw the giant black gold crocodile sweeping through the army, and recalled how I resolutely released the insect saint to stop the giant beast, they could not help but stand in awe. Salute to the heroes! Ha! All the senior executives stood up in unison and saluted solemnly. After a full half-minute, the leader finally spoke. Have you found out the identity of this hero? Report! We found out! His name is Shinwei, he lives in Taiping Community, and his ancestors for 3 generations are all pure dragon people. Good! Spread his deeds immediately. A hero who died for his country must not let the people down. From now on, his heroic story must be told on every national day. Does he have any family? No, this hero is an orphan. Hey, let's go down. However, while I was operating in the mythical battlefield, I didn't know that I had been regarded as a hero who died for the country. At this moment, I am opening the system panel and checking the core combat power in my hands. Unit, Insect Saint. Level, LV1. Forces, the Great Devourer Tyrannid Shinwei. Health, 63565/63565. Strength, 93 Legendary. Stamina, 94 Legendary. Agility, 76 Epic. Psionic Power, 32 Average. Loyalty, 100 Unshakable. Skills, Overlord Authority, plus 100% HP, plus 30 Strength, plus 40 Stamina. Kaiden Heavy Armor, plus 60 Defense, can release poisonous spores. Symbiote Biocannon Acid, releases corrosive maggots to attack. Symbiote Whip, tentacles attack at high speed in all directions. Rapid Evolution, can consume biomass to improve attributes or gain new skills. Each generation requires 80,000 biomass. Strong. Ridiculously strong. You know, Attributes below 50 are ordinary, 50 to 70 are elite, 70 to 80 are epic, 80 to 90 are legendary, and above 90 are legendary. The Insect Saint has legendary attributes right from the start, and it's only LV1. I can upgrade 9 more times. At level 10, I will be a true mythical unit. I never thought that an M legendary X level force would be this strong. Generally, a LV1 force is considered top-notch if it has an epic item. I sighed, turning my gaze to the new unit that I had just unlocked. Unit Gargoyle. Level LV1. HP 400/400. Psionic Power 1200/1200. Strength 47 normal. Agility 89 legendary. Psionic Power 71 epic. Skills: Bioplasma, spits corrosive blood. Super adaptability, climbing, passing through walls. Aerial vision, aerial reconnaissance, and returning vision. Each generation only requires 400 units of biomass air units, just what I want. The black gold giant crocodile made such a big noise before, but I selectively ignored it because I was building a hive. Now that I have a gargoyle, it's time to find out where that guy went. Current biomass 70,512, continuously growing. Minus 56,000 biomass. The next moment, 140 gargoyles shot out from the fungal carpet like arrows, quickly adapted to the environment, and flew straight in the direction the giant crocodile left. The gargoyle was extremely fast. It took only a few minutes to follow the traces of the black and gold giant crocodiles and accurately find Sakura and other contestants who were fighting with more than a dozen black and gold giant crocodiles. Forbidden spell Yang Yan! Boom! Damn it! It doesn't work at all! The defense of these monsters is simply abnormal. Please retreat to a safe area first. Swish, swish, swish! At this moment, the participants from the Greater East Asia Alliance and several small Southeast Asian countries have occupied a high ground and are mobilizing their forces to fight the crocodiles with all their strength. Looking around, the number of participants in the battle has reached thousands. Surprisingly, the Sakura camp actually has a barracks-like building, and armored soldiers are constantly emerging. Although their overall strength was still far inferior to that of the black gold crocodiles, they relied on the human wave tactics and cooperation from multiple parties and were able to firmly restrain dozens of black gold crocodiles for a while. This scene was transmitted back to the outside world through live broadcast, and immediately caused a sensation. Oh! This is the strength of my great Sakura Empire! Even if we are suppressed in level, we can still fight with momentum! Shit! We are the ones who have done the most work, the god of war Semida. You Sakura are trying to steal the credit. Baga! What did you say? Look, look! That fellow from Dragon Country who chose the bugs actually only dared to send some small bugs to circle around the periphery. Are they planning to let them go back and use sign language? Ha! Without cameras and relying entirely on insects for reconnaissance, you dare to come and fight a national war? If it weren't for these crocodiles blocking the way, Dragon Country would have been captured by our alliance long ago. The atmosphere in the Dragon Kingdom's highest command post was extremely solemn. Sakura is so well prepared that she can even withstand a LV-10 black gold crocodile. This is not surprising. They fully sided with the Eagle Sauce during the First National War, so it is normal for them to get some special resources from the Eagle Sauce. But don't worry too much. There are many monsters in the poisonous miasma swamp that are more terrifying than the black gold giant crocodile. If they get involved with this thing at the beginning, Sakura and his gang will be finished sooner or later. The key depends on whether Mr. Shin can hold on to the end. As long as he can survive, the fortune of our dragon nation will be able to rise back to over 500,000, and revenge will not be a problem then. Wait. Look, Mr. Shin's reconnaissance team seems to have made a new discovery. At this moment, deep in the poisonous miasma, I am overlooking the headquarters of the Greater East Asia Alliance through the swarm vision. Ninja, Samurai, Rune Warrior, Circle Warlock, Enchanter. Wow, the configuration is quite complete. It has everything from reconnaissance, defense, and support. If I had really chosen the Tianu Wong family, I would have been surrounded and killed by now. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of unusual movement in the distance. The lair of the giant black gold crocodile. Huh! Only 4 giant crocodiles are left? The giant crocodile, which is as big as 2 insect saints combined, is leading the team to support the front line. For any contestant, these 4 giant crocodiles are invincible. Even the Greater East Asia Alliance will take a long time to eliminate them. But for me, with the 7-headed insect saint in my hand, I am not defenseless. Launching a general offensive in a short period of time may be successful, but the cost, is it worth it? I thought for a moment, a cold light flashing in my eyes. The fungal blanket has been laid for a long time, but the biomass is far from enough. If we want to increase our troops, it seems that we can only extract resources from these behemoths. Having made up my mind, I immediately gave the order. The stinging insect troops must activate the emergency reproduction mechanism and speed up the hatching process even at the cost of their lives. A few minutes later, giant eggs as tall as a person hatched out on the fungal blanket. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets 10,000. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of giant eggs surrounded me and the 7-headed worm saint, popping up like mushrooms after rain. Then, a series of crackling sounds were heard, and one after another hydralisks covered with bone plates and dense muscles broke out of their shells, ready to receive orders. Attack! I instantly sank into the fungal blanket. The 7-headed insect saint charged forward, and tens of thousands of hydralisks rushed out like a torrent, killing towards the lair of the black gold giant crocodile. This scene was broadcast live to the world, shocking the entire stadium. Damn it! It's not even the first day yet! Where did the Dragon Nation player get his troops from? He must be cheating. Baga! How can an ordinary force have such a large-scale explosion of troops? This is definitely a shady deal. Test completed. Dragon Country players did not violate any rules. The competition continues. Sakura Country is suspected of malicious reporting. Deduct 2,000 points from the country's fortune. The Dragon Country command was briefly shocked and ecstatic. This explosive force capability is too outrageous. Could it be that ordinary forces have hidden mechanisms? Don't worry about that for now. Look! Mr. Shin's swarm of insects has already reached the lair of the black gold giant crocodile. Roar! A roar shook the sky, and the black and gold giant crocodile raised its arms to meet the enemy. But the insect saint was not afraid at all. His sharp claws were like spears, instantly piercing through the giant crocodile's scales, thus kicking off the decisive battle. The Hydralisk troops followed closely behind, with thousands of muscles in their bodies tensed at the same time, and their bone plates as hard as steel. The most deadly thing was the extremely dense bone spur on their forehead that fired at 2,000 kilometers per hour. This is a single-use weapon. Once fired, life ends. But the Hydralisk did not hesitate. Puff, puff, puff! The bone spurs were fired one after another, and the giant crocodile screamed continuously. After a brief battle, the first black gold giant crocodile had its head torn off alive by the insect saint. The Dragon Country player completed the first kill of the black gold crocodile and received a reward. What? Inside the Greater East Asia Alliance headquarters, all the contestants looked at the panel in unison. They were originally besieging a severely injured black gold giant crocodile, intending to grab the first kill reward and national fortune points, but their defense was instantly broken. Shit! How could that guy from Dragon Country be faster than us? Absolutely impossible! South Korean player Park Ioryung's face was distorted. He used half of his initial troops to get the first kill, but in the end, he failed. For a moment, even the siege command was in chaos. The trapped black and gold giant crocodile took the opportunity to swing its tail to escape, and fled to the back of the giant crocodile leader to recuperate. The leader of the giant black and gold crocodile seemed to realize that his lair had been destroyed. His expression changed and he roared angrily, charging straight towards the players from the Sakura Country. It knew that I was the source of the threat, and this time it went out with nearly half of its tribe's assets, just to prevent me from stealing its home. Now that I succeeded in stealing its home, it finally got serious. Congratulations on completing the first kill and receiving the reward, Epic Soldier Shadow Soul Devourer Spider. Outside the battlefield, I sat in the safest command area, looking at the rapidly growing biomass and rewards on the panel, smiling from ear to ear. Haha! Just one giant black gold crocodile can actually produce 70,000 biomass. If we kill all 4, we can hatch a 3-headed insect saint. What a huge profit! But now the individual combat power is enough, what we lack is the Zerg swarm. Those hydralisks were hastily produced, not only are they expensive, but their combat power is also discounted. The right thing to do is to build a breeding nest. I turned my eyes and landed on the new soldier, name, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider. Level LV1. Psychic Power, 2000/2000. Agility / Psychic Power, Epic. Features: Soul Devouring Spider Silk, Cooperative Combat, Void Spirit, High Burst, Strong Coordination, Avoiding Damage. Each one consumes 500 biomass. Soul Erosion is exactly what I need. And the coordination mechanism is a perfect match for the swarm of insects tactics. Thousands of them releasing spider silk together, that scene, wow. Although he is a typical fragile mage, his third skill, Void Spirit, just makes up for his shortcomings. Current biomass, 130,240 points. Killed 3 black gold giant crocodiles. Current biomass, 287,240 points. The panel prompts continuous brushing, and my biomass suddenly surges. The insect sage sends a request. Do you want to occupy the nest? Occupy! The army of the 7-headed hydralisks of the Holy Leader rushed into the nest and began searching. Taking this opportunity, I immediately spent 120,000 points to build a Shadow Soul Devouring Spider nest and 90,000 points to build a hydralisk nest. In the blink of an eye, 2.5-meter tall hydralisk eggs and 3.2-meter tall soul-eating spider eggs emerged from the fungal blanket like mushrooms after rain. But soon, the panel also sent a restriction reminder. Zerg manufacturing has entered a cooldown period of 20 days, and an additional 10 biomass will be required for the next time. Sure enough, although panel manufacturing is stable, it is not as cost-effective as hatching nests. I looked at the remaining 70,000 points of biomass, which I kept as combat reserve resources. Just after giving the order, another announcement popped up on the panel. The Dragon Country player was the first to occupy the black gold giant crocodile's lair, and was rewarded with 70,000 more Dragon Country luck. Current luck value, 205,347. In line with the current status, the severity of the natural disaster has been reduced to mild food production reduction. The next moment, the blood cloud above Dragon Kingdom disappeared. The rainstorm stopped, the mountain torrents receded, the drought rained down, and the whole country was jubilant. People took to the streets and cheered in unison. The natural disaster is gone! Long live Mr. Shin! The Dragon Nation's highest command center was also instantly excited. Too fierce! They have just captured the LV-10 black gold giant crocodile's lair at the beginning of the game. Mr. Shin is simply a god! Our national fortunes are on the rise. Now we can finally free up our hands to deal with Sakura and the Peninsula Gang. Yes, these tiny countries should have been made to face reality long ago. But the other person frowned and said, Don't be careless. The Eagle Sauce and the Bear are the biggest threats. The top 2 in the Mythology National War are not vegetarians. That's right. But Sakura can't hold on any longer, haha. She's being chased like a dog by the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid the Crocodile King knows his lair has been stolen and is taking it out on them. Sakura Camp. Lord Fukuzaki Kanzuya. All the kamikaze hundreds have been wiped out. The southeast base has been lost, please retreat immediately. Damn it! That guy from Longwa actually stole our house successfully? Do you have any more cards up your sleeve? We, the Inni Nation, can't hold on any longer. If you don't take action, we will withdraw from the alliance. The members of the Greater East Asia Alliance have retreated to the core area. The current besiegers are a group of black gold crocodiles, whose level is as high as LV-10. Even though they have epic power, they are under tremendous pressure. Fukusaki Kanzuya was silent for a few seconds, and finally gave an order in a cold voice. I wanted to keep them to deal with the Dragon Kingdom, so in this case, show up in advance. Corporation, Suiguan Society, Shadow Ninja Alliance. The next moment, hundreds of black shadows appeared, all kneeling on one knee, full of murderous intent. Everyone, prepare the formation. Sacrifice, invite the divine corpse. As Fukusaki Kanzuya finished speaking, the figures who were originally kneeling on one knee suddenly dispersed and quickly formed a strange and complicated formation around him. Everyone stood still and took their positions. The next second, in full view of everyone, they either raised their knives to cut their throats, or used magic to detonate themselves, or even slashed at each other, launching self-destruction without reservation. A total of 134 people all committed suicide. After leaving the body, the blood did not fall to the ground, but instead hovered in the air, quickly gathering towards Fukuzaki Kanzuya's head, forming a rolling ball of blood. Gurgle gurgle. He whispered an unknown spell. As he chanted, the blood ball began to deform, gradually turning shiny black, and finally condensed into an ominous egg-shaped object. In the distance, the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile who was charging noticed the change and suddenly stopped his attack. His muscles tensed, and he stared at the black egg vigilantly. I was watching the battlefield through the gargle, frowning slightly. What is that? Oh! At the moment when the divine corpse emerged, Fukuzaki Kanzuya's whole body cracked, and he coughed up blood. Cough! Cough, 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 cough. Kill! Cough, cough. He forced himself to stand up and gave orders while coughing up blood. But before the divine corpse could react, its right arm was suddenly grabbed and torn apart. Ah! With the sound of tearing, Shihai swallowed the broken arm in 3 bites without hesitation, as cold-blooded as if he was devouring an enemy. The scene was so bizarre that I thought the divine corpse was out of control. But the next second, it suddenly turned into a shadow and appeared above the head of the black and gold giant crocodile leader in an instant. Pucci! The long spear condensed by black air stabbed straight down like a hot knife cutting into butter, piercing through the giant crocodile's thick skull and reaching the vital point. Roar! In severe pain, the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile roared to the sky and ordered his tribe to retreat, while he himself rushed towards the divine skeleton, ferocious and brutal, forcibly suppressing the surrounding space. The divine corpse did not dodge, but pulled out a hook blade covered with barbs from his body and crushed it. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, and it was evenly matched with the giant crocodile leader. The next moment the black and gold giant crocodile fell to the ground with a bang and died on the spot. At the same time, the panel prompt popped up: Sakura Force God Corpse, Izanami, killed LV8 black gold giant crocodile, triggering the effect, Annihilation, National Fortune Value -2000. What? Everyone in the mythology battlefield was stunned, and the outside world of the live broadcast was also in an uproar. No way! Killing someone will also deduct the country's fortune? Ha ha! Sakura has done so many evil things that even mythology can't stand it. This is a conspiracy. How could our Izanami-sama? It's so funny, I'm afraid that the divine corpse will turn against its master. Don't be so arrogant. No matter how many troops your Chunwei has, he can't defeat the might of the gods. The online war of words was fierce, and the Dragon Kingdom's highest command post fell into silence. All the senior executives stared at the face of the divine corpse in the replay. Wait, this face looks a bit like Zhao Xingyan? Yang Weigua, the top expert of Dragon Country, hesitated to speak, while another person whispered. At that time, we put all our national strength into searching for their team, but they just disappeared. The only ones who were capable of taking action were Ying Jiang and Ying Hua. Moreover, the divine corpse is full of hostility towards Fukuzaki, and even tore his arm in public. There is only one explanation: it is the residual soul of Zhao Xingyan. Bang! A middle-aged officer slammed the table down, anger burning in his eyes. On the battlefield, Shanhai and the leader of the black gold giant crocodile are in a stalemate. On the surface, they seem to be enemies, but in fact, Shanhai is deliberately consuming Fukuzaki's vitality. I noticed something was going on and sneered. Aren't you in the same group? That's perfect, it's my turn to take action. -70,000 units of biomass. I directly used all my reserves to produce Shadow Soul Devouring Spiders and Elite Hydralisks. Shadow Soul Eating Spider, 70,000 heads, lifespan is 1 day, combat power remains unchanged. Elite Hydralisk, 5,000 heads, specializing in heavy armor, targeting the black gold crocodile. Combined with the remaining insect swarms and the four-headed insect saint, I am full of confidence. This time, the Black Gold clan must pay for their blood debt with blood. At the same time, at the Greater East Asia Alliance headquarters. Shit! Fukuzaki, why the hell are you still standing there in a daze when you're almost dying? The South Korean player shouted anxiously, but at this moment Fukuzaki was already extremely weak, with white hair growing wildly, and he fell to his knees on the ground. He opened his mouth with difficulty. Ahem. Zhao Xing. Yen. Boom! Shinhai went completely berserk the moment he heard these 3 words. Not only did he take away Fukuzaki's vision and sense of taste, but he also slaughtered more than half of his troops. With murderous intent surging, he locked onto the leader of the Black Gold Crocodile and charged straight for the kill. At this moment, the whole situation changed drastically and the storm started again. When the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom who were far away in the outside world heard the name Zhao Xingyan, their faces changed drastically. Chapter 9, Powerful Kill. The Zerg show their power. Damn you, young lady! Damn you devils! Zhao Xingyan? Could it be that the second best person in our dragon country has become the god of the Sakura country? This! Ha! Soon all the masters in your entire dragon country will become vessels of our Sakura god. Zhao Xingyan is just the first one. Ha! It is your greatest honor to be the vessel of our Sakura god. Just cheer. You damned little devils! Why are you so arrogant? All your contestants are already disabled. Even your subordinates were killed by our dragon country's heroes. I wonder where you can run to. Just wait to be eaten alive by Mr. Shin's insect swarm. That's right. Now all of your Sakura contestants have become useless wastes. There will be spontaneous internal strife within your alliance. You Sakura are courting your own destruction. Dragon Country senior officials. I didn't expect it was really Zhao Xingyan. Alas, his current appearance clearly shows that he has been through inhuman torture, but we are powerless. We are so ashamed of him. Stop sighing. What's the current situation of Sakura? The announcement just now reduced their national fortune by 2,000 points. I'm sure there has been some natural disaster in their territory. It has appeared. It happens to be located in an area close to our South China Sea. Do you want to deploy troops and prepare for a surprise attack? The Dragon Army Marshal, Yang Weigui, asked. Well, let's send troops to prepare first. Now the Eagle Sauce is officially facing off against the reunited Russian Bear. The hatred between us and Sakura has now been exposed. We naturally cannot be cowards. We must make Sakura pay the price in blood. The top leader of the Dragon Kingdom, Tao Hujing, looked at Fukuzaki Kanzuya, who was on the verge of death, and said in a cold voice, How dare they treat Sakura like this? They are the heroes of Dragon Country who fought to the end. This time, they will make Sakura pay the price. Yes. Next, it's up to Mr. Shin. I hope his insect swarm can save Zhao Xingyan. At least I hope to end Zhao Xingyan's suffering. Roar! Bang! Puff! Zhao Xingyan, who lost control, was so terrifying. The tremendous force of a single move could stir up thousands of tons of mud. Not to mention the black weapon in his hand that seemed to be composed of extreme poison and hatred. Its sharpness was enough to split the shell of the black gold giant crocodile leader, which was 10 times harder than alloy, into cracks in just a few rounds. During the fight, the leader of the black gold giant crocodile was not paying attention, and a non-fatal flaw was caught by Zhao Xingyan. The spear in Zhao Xingyan's hand suddenly penetrated the left forelimb of the black gold giant crocodile leader. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. The black air surrounding him continued to corrode his wounds, making it difficult for them to heal. It was heart-wrenching. Seeing this, the leader of the black and gold crocodile knew that he was no match for his opponent, so he immediately exerted force with his giant tail behind him and slammed the ground. The originally muddy swamp suddenly seemed to be detonated by a bomb of hundreds of thousands of tons, rolling up huge waves of tens of thousands of tons. The leader of the black gold crocodile also took advantage of this huge reaction force, and his body weighing thousands of tons suddenly flew hundreds of meters into the sky. Break free from Zhao Xingyan's entanglement in one fell swoop. However, the tail that launched this move has now become a bloody mess. The originally nearly 10-meter-long tail now only has a short section hanging at the back. At this time, Zhao Xingyan's condition was not much better. The black air that originally completely covered his face became sparse, revealing Zhao Xingyan's face, which was distorted due to extreme pain. Bang, 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 bang! Just when Zhao Xingyan was about to launch another attack, Shenwei's Zerg army finally arrived. The vast swarm of insects stunned everyone present. Fukusaki Kanzuya and others were stunned where they stood. He stared blankly at the 4 insect saints, whose sizes were no less than that of the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile, and the overwhelming swarm of insects behind them. What happened? Why are there so many auras coming out all of a sudden? Fukusaki Kanzuya asked anxiously, and the ninja guarding the side began to explain. Report to the Lord, a few kilometers away from us, a large group of unknown Zerg are heading towards us. The 4 leaders in the lead are no less big than the leader of the black gold giant crocodile. Should we retreat? Hiss. Quick! Use the self-sacrifice reincarnation technique on me. Quick! Yes! Fukusaki Kanzuya shouted hurriedly when he heard this. The ninja next to him was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then quickly formed seals with his hands. At the same time, Fukusaki Kanzuya's broken limbs and injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The breath of the ninja who cast the spell quickly became weak, and his body gradually became hunched, and finally he fell to the ground and lost his breath. Fukusaki Kanzuya recovered from all his injuries at once, and was now looking in disbelief at the swarm of insects coming towards him in the distance like a flood and a beast. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Get out of here! After just a brief observation, Fukusaki Kanzuya decided to give up this excellent location. From the time they landed until now, the 5 epic forces, including himself, have never developed properly. If they try to fight this insect swarm, which can be described as a miniature natural disaster head-on, they will only die without a burial place. Shit, retreat! Use most of the troops to cover our retreat. Leave only a small number of elite troops. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape. Fukusaki Kanzuya roared, and then summoned one of his trump cards, Crow Tengu. Crow Tengu was extremely fast and would definitely be able to escape this insect tide. Shit! The South Korean contestant cursed, then summoned out most of his initial forces, choosing only to bring a small number of elite troops to protect himself. The other 3 contestants with epic forces did the same. Roar! To everyone's surprise, the latest action was taken by the leader of the black and gold crocodile. The leader of the giant black and gold crocodile rushed straight towards the insect tide. The leader of the black gold crocodile was trapped between the insect tide and Zhao Xingyan at this time, and was in a dilemma. In the end, the leader of the black gold crocodile chose to face the insect tide head-on to seek a chance of survival. After all, he had just experienced Zhao Xingyan's strength. Fighting hard again will only make you die faster. It would be better to rush into the insect swarm and rely on the thick shell to seek a chance of survival. Oh! They rushed towards us head-on. Instead of running away, they chose to fight the insect swarm head-on. Through the vision of the gargoyles in the air, Shenwei was able to see the entire picture of the battlefield. When he saw that the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile chose to actively attack his insect swarm army, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. He immediately gave the order. Soul-eating spider silk, symbiote biocannon acid, attack! Roar! Swish! Following Shenwei's order, tens of thousands of phantom soul-eating spiders suddenly spewed soul-eating spider silk that corroded the soul towards the leader of the black gold giant crocodile. Spider silk suddenly appeared all over the sky, like a pair of invisible giant hands that reached the sky, completely wrapping up the black and gold giant crocodile leader who was still running from top to bottom. At the same time, the shadow soul-eating spiders, special ability 2, coordinated combat, began to take effect. The toughness of the soul-eating spider silk has been strengthened to hundreds of times that of steel cables. Even if the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile wanted to break free, it would take some time. Even if he broke one spider silk, hundreds or thousands of spider silks would surge up the next moment. In an instant, the leader of the black and gold giant crocodile was wrapped up alive like a dumpling in front of everyone's eyes. Immediately afterwards, the spider silk's ability to corrode the soul continued to exert its power, and the leader of the black gold crocodile instantly felt an intense burning sensation sweeping through his body. He couldn't help but let out a shrill wail. Roar! Hiss! Upon seeing this, the onlookers immediately ran away, using all sorts of means to escape in a panic. The leader of the black gold giant crocodile was killed in one encounter. This insect swarm is really terrifying. This poisonous miasma is really terrifying. The Dragon Country player was the first to complete the first kill of Black Gold Crocodile Leader, and received a reward. Chapter 10. Find another way out. Enemies everywhere. What? As soon as the announcement popped up, Fukusaki Kanzuya, who had already climbed onto Crow Tengu and was planning to lead the team to escape, staggered and nearly fell from a high altitude. After stabilizing himself, Fukusaki Kanzuya and other contestants looked at the swarm of insects that were hunting the black and gold giant crocodiles in front of them with shock and fear. Isn't this insect swarm the natives of the poisonous miasma swamp? How could it be the power of the Dragon Country contestants? The game has just started. The South Korean contestant immediately pointed at the insect saint in the distance with a trembling finger, and said in a trembling voice, I remember now. This is the initial force of the Dragon Nation contestant who chose the ordinary force. Damn it! This is what an ordinary force should look like. This is even more exaggerated than a legendary force. Nanny! Why didn't you say so earlier? Fukusaki Kanzuya shouted at South Korean contestant Park Junhee, who responded with a retort. It's all because of these damned beasts. How can I have the chance to report on the situation of the Dragon Country contestants? Stop arguing! Let's go! It will be troublesome if the insects come swarming over us. Just as they were about to leave together, Shinwei, whose consciousness was possessed by the gargoyle, immediately ordered the gargoyle to intercept them. At the same time, he controlled the four-headed insect saint to turn the muzzle of the symbiote biological cannon and aim it at Fukusaki Kanzuya and others who were trying to escape. Bang! Rip! Damn it! He found us! Run apart! Fukusaki Kanzuya was so frightened by seeing this that he quickly ordered the Crow Tengu under him to fly away from there with all his might. You want to escape? Brush! The next moment, Shinwei ordered the group of shadow soul-eating spiders to release a larger spider web to capture Fukusaki Kanzuya and others. In the end, although Fukusaki Kanzuya and his companions each used their trump cards to barely escape, their initial forces were mostly destroyed, and for a while they even lost the ability to launch a small-scale war. This is tantamount to seeking death for the poisonous miasma swamp with a danger index as high as LV10. Fukusaki Kanzuya finally looked at Zhao Xingyan, who was rushing through the insect swarm with some reluctance, and then ran away without looking back. At the same time, he looked at Zhao Xingyan's attributes and comforted himself. It's okay. It's just a swarm of tiny insects. It's easy to deal with giant beasts, but it's extremely difficult to deal with the Izanami Divine Corpse, which has extremely strong mobility and lethality. It's just right to use the Divine Corpse to consume the strength of the Dragon Country contestant. Name, Zhao Xingyan/Izanami Corpse. Level, LV8, Divine Corpse Amplification LV11. Faction, Dragon Country/Sakura. Health, 1841350/1987400, 92.65%. Death Power, 98756/1100000, 89.78%. Strength, 96, Myth, Pseudo Tianyuan. Stamina, 95, Legendary. Intelligence, 92, Legendary. Agility, 93, Legendary. Death Power, 100, Mythical. Loyalty, -100, Dead Enemy, /100, Highest. Special Ability 1, Disaster Death Chi, consumes 2,000 points of death power to condense disaster death chi that can corrode the enemy's body. The disaster death chi can be condensed into a weapon to attack at any time. Special Ability 2, Nether Touch, consumes 10% of the current death power to summon nether tentacles to attack the enemy. Due to the resistance of the will of the god skeleton carrier, this ability is sealed. Special Ability 3, Death Field, consumes 20% of the current vitality, and releases a direct death ray. After the ray hits the enemy, the soul strength of both parties will be determined. If the soul strength of the god corpse is stronger than the enemy's health will be reduced by 100% and 60% of the vitality will be taken away by the god corpse. Due to the resistance of the god corpse carrier's will, this ability is sealed. Special Ability 4, Soul Absorption, can extract the enemy's soul and vitality and restore its own state. Due to the resistance of the will of the carrier of the divine skeleton, this ability is sealed. Special Ability 5, Death Godhead, cannot be shaped if conditions are insufficient. When Shinwei saw Fukuzaki Kanzuya and his companions fleeing in a panic, and then looked at the group of black gold giant crocodiles struggling hard in the insect swarm, he immediately chose to give up sending troops to pursue them. Once I transform these black gold crocodiles into biomass, the Greater East Asia Alliance will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. But who is this guy? Just when he was planning to strangle all of these black gold crocodiles, Zhao Xingyan in the insect swarm attracted Shinwei's attention. Bang! SS. The out-of-control Zhao Xingyan waved the weapon made of disaster death energy in his hand wantonly in the insect swarm, but he was facing the shadow soul-eating spider that could escape into the void to avoid harm. No matter how powerful the disaster death energy was, it was useless. The damage caused to the Shinwei insect swarm was pitifully small. It seems that this guy is not under Sakura's control. He can fight on equal terms with the LV-10 black gold giant crocodile leader. It seems that we need to study him. Tied him up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Spider webs fell from the sky again, but compared with the huge and inconvenient black gold crocodile leader, Zhao Xingyan's maneuverability was much stronger, and the weapon of disaster and death in his hand was also extremely sharp. He found a breakthrough in a few moves, broke free from the spider web and rushed towards the insect saint. Bang, bang, bang! Shinwei knew he was no match for Zhao Xingyan, so he immediately controlled the insect saint closest to Zhao Xingyan to self-destruct. The insect saint's self-destruction produced a large amount of highly toxic spore cloud, which instantly filled the entire Greater East Asia Alliance station area. The remaining three-headed insect saints were also moving towards the group of shadow soul-eating spiders under Shinwei's control. Large combat units had no advantage at all against such high attack, high sensitivity, and small enemies. Coupled with the huge level gap, Shinwei didn't want to waste all the insect saints he had cultivated with great difficulty here. Ugh! Zhao Xingyan, who was maintaining the advance, was caught off guard and was covered in the face by the poisonous spores. The disaster and death energy on his body instantly reacted like metallic sodium falling into water, making the already thin disaster and death energy even thinner. In addition, without any replenishment, the domineering Zhao Xingyan was instantly bound by the overwhelming spider webs. The corrosion of his soul made Zhao Xingyan wail inhumanly. Huh! Someone's yelling? Could this thing be a person? Increase the force! When Shinwei heard the roar similar to that of a human, he was stunned for a moment, and at the same time ordered the shadow soul-eating spiders to increase the force of spitting out soul-eating spider silk. Anyway, the lifespan of these shadow soul-eating spiders was only 1 day, so Shinwei simply ordered them to overdraw their abilities. I have to say that the effect of Kryptonian is very strong. Zhao Xingyan, who was originally trying to break free from his restraints, suddenly became motionless and was trapped inside the giant cocoon by spider silk. The only visible thing was the outermost spider silk that gradually turned black. Looking back at the group of black gold giant crocodiles, when the last black gold giant crocodile was wrapped in spider silk into a giant cocoon and was killed by the poisonous spores of the insect saint, an announcement came from the panel again. The Dragon Country player was the first to wipe out the LV-10 black gold giant crocodile group, and received a reward in the status, Public Enemy of the Poisonous Swamp. Huh! Is this a red name? Just as Shinwei ordered the giant cocoon wrapped in Zhao Xingyan to be transported back to the base, he saw the red to black status prompt on his panel. Public Enemy of the Poisonous Swamp, because you overstepped your level to wipe out the black gold giant crocodile group, the leader of the black gold giant crocodile curse you. The initial reputation of the forces in the poisonous swamp has been reduced to negative 1,000, hostility. Because your epic unit, Shadow Soul-Eating Spider, has devoured a large amount of LV-10 ability, Disaster Death Chi, a mutation has occurred. Estimated time of mutation, mutated troops. Chapter 11 Overdraft explodes. Escape in a panic. Huh! Mutated soldiers? Outside world. When the announcement of Shinwei taking the lead in wiping out the LV-10 black gold giant crocodile group appeared, everyone in the world knew that Dragon Country had produced a contestant who could wipe out a LV-10 level group in the early stage of Advent. It caused a global sensation, and people from all over the world were discussing Shinwei's affairs. Oh my god! What on earth is going on? Didn't the contestant from Dragon Country just kill tens of thousands of Zerg troops? Why are there hundreds of thousands more? That's right. Let's just let this guy win. Mythical National War! How can a common force like him have such a terrifying ability to explode troops? He must have found some kind of loophole. We must investigate it thoroughly. Investigate your mother. What's wrong with our Dragon Country contestants being stronger? You eagles are allowed to have biochemical madmen, 9 dragons merge into one, and Sakura do impure world reincarnation, but we Dragon Country is not allowed to have a large number of troops. Have you got any shame? So what? Our Sakura bloodline is nobler than your Dragon Country's. What's wrong with some impure world reincarnation? You're right, but Mythical National War is a... In our place, only pets talk about bloodline. Ha! Now these devils and foreign devils can only talk nonsense. Didn't you see that all the contestants from their countries were killed by Mr. Shin and left with nothing? Ha! I guess when Mr. Shin is free, these guys will be dead. But Gaia dear! Humph! Even if we Sakura lose this time, we still have another chance next time. See you in the official competition if you have the guts. By then, will your Shinwei be able to withstand the siege of the top Eagle Sauce team? Eagle Sauce, Grey Palace, Conference Room. A group of Eagle Sauce executives looked at the announcement in front of them and discussed with each other. What should we do with this Dragon Country contestant? Judging from the situation, if he knows the characteristics of the preliminaries, he will probably replace Yang Weigua and become the strongest fighter in Dragon Country. Explosion of troops. How is Bernard Kennedy doing? His genetic technology is most suitable for dealing with this kind of swarm tactics. If used properly, it may even be possible to turn this Zerg and Shui into a rebellion and use it for one's own benefit. The chief senator of the Senate asked the American president. Everything is going smoothly. Bernard Kennedy's current level of development is no less than that of Shinwei, and even better. Don't forget, Bernard Kennedy is a veteran who participated in the first Mythology National War, and the power level of his subordinates is even legendary. This is just the preliminaries. When the official competition begins and the upper level is unlocked, Shinwei's advantage will be gone. By then, it will become our wedding dress. Ha ha! Ha! That couldn't be better. Dragon Kingdom, the highest command post. Great! I didn't expect Mr. Shin to be so awesome. This time we're sure to win. Yes. I never thought that our Dragon Country could dominate the entire Asian division. Now, even in the official competition, we can open up a gap with countries like Sakura. There was a lot of cheering in the command post. Everyone was celebrating Shinwei's crushing of Sakura and other members of the Greater East Asia Alliance, and rubbing the face of the Greater East Asia Alliance under their feet. Yang Weigua, on the other hand, had a solemn expression on his face. He looked at Zhao Xingyan, who was bound into a cocoon by the soul-eating spider silk, and spoke with a worried tone. Does Mr. Shin know about Zhao Xingyan's deeds? Or does he know that the Sakura Kingdom god's skeleton in front of him is the controlled Zhao Xingyan? This. Name, Shadow Soul-Eating Spider, Mutation. Level, LV4. Faction, The Great Devourer Tyrannid Shinwei. Health, 400/400, 100%. Psionic Power, 2000/2000. Strength, 62 Elite. Stamina, 56 Elite. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 86 Legendary. Psionic Power, 84 Legendary. Loyalty, 100 Maximum. Special Ability 1, Soul-Eating Spider Silk, consumes 100 points of spiritual energy, spews out spider silk that is extremely tough and can cause soul erosion to living things, mutating. Effect unknown. Special Ability 2, Collaborative Combat, when the number of surrounding shadow soul-devouring spiders reaches 200, the toughness and erosion ability of spider silk will increase, mutating. Effect unknown. Special Ability 3, Void Spirit, consumes 1000 points of spiritual energy, allowing oneself to escape into an illusory void, avoiding physical and magical damage, mutating, effect unknown. Looking at the panel attributes of the Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, mutation, Shinwei put some biomass into the Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, mutation, in front of him to speed up its mutation. Judging from the current mutation rate, the fastest mutation would take about 2 hours. Shinwei checked the gains from this annihilation of the Black Gold Giant Crocodile group. Compared with destroying the Black Gold Giant Crocodile's lair, the gains this time were much greater. One reason is that the leader of the Black Gold Crocodile migrated with his entire clan, taking away everything they could, including various natural treasures accumulated by the Black Gold Crocodile, and its eggs. Second, there is the big boss, the Black and Gold Giant Crocodile leader. It alone provided Shinwei with a full 760,000 points of biomass. It is enough to hatch 9 full-blooded insect saints. There is a surplus. The most important thing is that the LV-10 Black Gold Giant Crocodile leader actually dropped a treasure chest. It turns out that after reaching LV-10, you can get a treasure chest when you kill a monster. I don't know what good treasures you can get. Let's put it aside and take a look at the first kill reward this time. Shinwei put the huge copper treasure chest in front of him aside, and then checked the rewards given by the panel. There are 2 rewards in total. One is the first kill reward for the leader of the Black Gold Giant Crocodile, and the other is the reward for wiping out the Black Gold Giant Crocodile group. Shinwei was the first to check the first kill reward. Congratulations on completing the first kill and receiving the reward, Legendary Soldier, Bloodwing Cicada Swarm. Legendary troops? This Shinwei must be seen. After all, the power of the epic Shadow Soul-Eating Spider is obvious to all, and it can be said to be an essential weapon against large creatures. Name, Bloodwing Cicada Group. Level, LV1. Faction, The Great Devourer Tyranids Shinwei. Health, 20/20, 100%. Psionic Power, 30/30. Strength 5, normal. Physical Strength 8, normal. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 9, average. Psionic Power 4, normal. Loyalty, 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Group Resonance. Every 100 Bloodwing Zens are a unit. When the number of units reaches 5, 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000, the health value increases by 50%, 100%, 250%, 750%, and 1500% respectively. The strength increases by 10%, 50%, 100%, 200%, and 300% respectively. And the agility increases by 10%, 50%, 100%, 200%, and 300% respectively. Special Ability 2, Adaptive Evolution, can quickly adapt and evolve according to the combat environment. Whenever a unit of Bloodwing Zen dies, there is a certain probability that its own attack power or defense power will be increased, and a body structure that adapts to the combat environment will evolve until the end of the battle. Special Ability 3, Reproduction Wave, can reproduce rapidly. After each battle, new Bloodwing cicadas will split to increase the number of the group. It has a very strong reproductive ability. Under the condition of sufficient biomass, a unit of Bloodwing cicadas can reproduce at a rate of 1,000 per hour. 5 biomass points per head. Hiss! As expected of a legendary unit. Chapter 12 Overlord Creatures. Hope for a Sakura comeback. Shinwei looked at the attribute panel of the Bloodwing cicada group in front of him, and his heart became more and more excited. Although the attributes of a Bloodwing cicada are shockingly low, its 4-dimensional attributes never exceed double digits. But in the face of its extremely powerful special abilities, the disadvantage of low 4-dimensional attributes disappears completely. What? Low attributes? But when the number of Bloodwinged cicadas rises to 10,000 or even hundreds of thousands, the attribute will increase by 250%. And this is not just a one-sided improvement, but all Bloodwinged cicadas can be upgraded. And the most powerful one is not the Bloodwinged cicada's special ability 1, but special ability 3, Breeding Wave. Shinwei was certain that the reason why the Bloodwinged cicada swarm was able to surpass the Shadow Soul Devouring Spider and rank as a legend was that special ability 3 definitely played a crucial role. With this ability, we only need 500,000 biomass points to raise a swarm of Bloodwinged cicadas up to 1,000,000 in 1 hour. and we can continue to produce. But if that's the case, I can't control such a large swarm of insects with my current abilities. If I rashly spread this group of hungry insects, I can't guarantee that it won't attract siege from some powerful force. I already have a debuff, and now I'm making enemies everywhere. I'm afraid I can't escape death. Let's set the number of blood-winged cicadas at 1,000,000. With these 1,000,000 blood-winged cicadas, we can accelerate reproduction and reach the level of tens of millions. We can also slowly invade the surroundings and lay fungal mats. With fungal mats, we won't be afraid even if we are besieged. Swamp of the Dead. Fukusaki Kanzuya and his group fled in panic, and their fear of the Chumwei insect swarm reached its limit, so much so that they didn't even notice that they were getting closer and closer to the Soul Swamp, which was more dangerous than the evil Miasma Swamp. Ho-ho, ho-ho! Don't run! Ho-ho, those bugs didn't follow us! Ho-ho! Take a break! Where is this place? Why is it so gloomy? It doesn't look like a poisonous swamp at all. South Korean contestant Park Ioryang crawled out from a shadow, panting heavily, sweating profusely and obviously exhausted. Contestants from several other legendary forces also appeared one after another. I'm afraid we have entered another high-risk area. My treasure-hunting mouse told me that the negative energy here is unusually active. It seems to be a place full of supernatural forces. Speaking of supernatural forces, Mr. Fukusaki Kanzuya should be able to verify it. After all, you Sakura are good at this. Mingyu contestant Bajong, surrounded by a group of fat, sharp-toothed rodent creatures, emerged from the soil with his upper body. He looked around with some fear in his eyes, then looked at Fukusaki Kanzuya and spoke. This place is too gloomy. The training capacity of my Solar Legion will be greatly reduced. If you want to maintain the loyalty of your forces, you must find a way to leave here. Kim Won-young, a North Korean contestant with a faint light on his body, walked out from the corner, surrounded by a group of fans with their hands raised and fanatical expressions. He seemed to be a little depressed due to the surrounding environment. Besides, the environment here is not suitable for my dwarves to set traps. Even if we use local materials, such as wood that has been corroded by the Yin Qi for many years, to make traps, they will not last long. We need to invest a lot of manpower and material resources for daily maintenance, which is not worth the effort. Manhee, a contestant from Yuanan, was wearing green clothes that blended in with the surrounding environment, with only his dark eyes showing. He poked his head out from a low bush and spoke. As the person in charge of defense in the Greater East Asia Alliance, he suffered the least loss of power this time. In that case, let's find another place to station. Seeing that members Kanemoto Masaru, who was in charge of training, and Manha, who was in charge of defense, were opposed to stationing here, Fukusaki Kanzuya could not object. He could only nod and then summoned a large number of Shikigami ghosts, and carefully and cautiously explored the surrounding environment. In the core area of the Swamp of the Dead, a translucent tiger with a tangible black aura lingering around it, and ghosts wailing faintly on its broad back, a shadow-tomb tiger that was sucking the souls from its sharp claws suddenly raised its head. The cold beast's eyes were like a sharp arrow, piercing through the undead miasma that had shrouded the Swamp of the Dead all year round, and shooting directly at Fukusaki Kanzuya and others. The next moment, the figure of the shadow-tomb tiger disappeared. The outskirts of the dead swamp. Hiss, weird, why do I have a bad feeling? I feel like we are being watched by countless eyes. Call! A gust of cold wind blew by, and Park Il-young, who was originally a little shivering, found that the allies around him were looking at his back nervously. Park Il-young's hair immediately stood on end, his limbs stiffened, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. You are from the outside world? Shocked. What shocked Fukusaki Kanzuya and the others was that the shadow tiger behind Park Il-young could actually speak. In this world, it is not surprising that extraordinary creatures can speak, but the lowest level of those who can speak autonomously is LV-15. Higher than the level of Sakura's Izanami corpse. Yes. Yes. Sir, we were forced here by the enemies in the poisonous miasma swamp. If you are willing, we are willing to serve you and die for you. Fukusaki Kanzuya's thoughts raced. Since the Shadow Tomb Tiger did not kill them immediately, he must have other intentions. In this case, he might as well go with the flow and let the tiger devour the wolf. Well, although you are a little weak, you have come from the poisonous miasma swamp. I can use you. How about this? I will give you a week. You can develop freely in my territory, but after a week, I want you to bring out at least 1 million troops. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know the capabilities of you adventures. This is the Soul Pearl. With it, you can mobilize the resources of the Soul Swamp at will. Just as Fukusaki Kanzuya expected, the Shadow Tiger could indeed use them. Not only that, he also took out the Soul Beads that could mobilize the resources of the Soul Swamp at will. For a moment, Fukusaki Kanzuya's heartbeat accelerated sharply. As someone who was good at driving ghosts, he was naturally very suitable for the resources of the Soul Swamp. With this thing, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Fukusaki Kanzuya held up the huge ink bead in front of him with trembling hands, his voice trembling. Yes, yes! I will fight to the bitter end for you, sir! I will fight to the death! Brush! Seeing this, Shadow Tomb Tiger raised his hand and injected several marks into the bodies of Fukusaki Kanzuya and others, and spoke. This mark has already signed a contract with your current soul. Stop imagining things and do your best. I will reward you. Yes. Call. The Shadow Tomb Tiger turned into a residual shadow and disappeared, leaving behind only a group of people including Fukusaki Kanzuya who were full of fighting spirit. Great! I didn't expect the Overlord of the Dead Soul Swamp to come to us on his own initiative. With the resources of the Dead Soul Swamp, even if the contestants from Dragon Country have a lot of troops, they can't defeat us. Haha! There is always a way out. The experiences of Fukusaki Kanzuya and others were all broadcast to the outside world, and the people of the Greater East Asia Alliance member countries, who have always admired the strong, suddenly started to celebrate. The situation that was originally pessimistic on the internet was immediately reversed. Chapter 13. 2 Legendary Arms. The Jade Blood Cicada King. Haha! I didn't expect that the Overlord of the Dead Soul Swamp would show up. This time there is really a way out. Our Greater East Asia Alliance will rise in the end. You Dragon Nation should just wait for death this time. That's right. He's a LV-15 Overlord at least. And the resources of the Dead Soul Swamp are extremely suitable for our Sakura's rare genius in a century. Previously, it was only because of that group of black gold giant crocodiles that disrupted Lord Fukusaki Kanzuya's arrangement. This time, Lord Fukusaki Kanzuya has decided to wipe out those damn bugs of your dragon country. Fuck you! You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Our Dragon Nation's heroes can defeat you once. We can defeat you twice. Countless times. You will always be the loser. So what about the Dead Soul Swamp? Now Mr. Shin's Zerg has spread all over the poisonous miasma swamp. Now the entire poisonous miasma has become Mr. Shin's backyard. This time we will definitely defeat that Overlord together. Haha, you guys are just being stubborn. You know the Overlord's power. Even if he is suppressed because of the preliminaries, he can't be consumed to death by the swarm of insects tactics. By then, even if your Shinwei explodes with tens or hundreds of millions of troops, it's no use. Ha! We, the Greater East Asia Alliance, are definitely going to win this preliminaries. On the internet, although the Dragon Nation's people fought back loudly, the power of the Overlord was also obvious to all in the official competition of the last Myth National War. Even at the LV 30 to 40 level, the Overlord level creatures are extremely powerful. Although it is unlikely that the Overlord in the Swamp of the Dead is at level 20, it is still possible to have level 15 or 16. Once the level exceeds LV 10, the gap between each level is huge. Just like the LV 11 Sakura God Skeleton can kill the LV 10 Black Gold Giant Crocodile Leader at a very small cost. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's highest command post. Damn it, I never thought that Fukusaki Kanzuya would be so lucky. He was able to meet the Shadow Tomb Tiger who just happened to need him. This is going to be troublesome. Will Mr. Shin's swarm of insects still work in the face of such a huge level gap? And the Shadow Tomb Tiger is a special undead creature. There is no guarantee that it will not have some strange means such as curses and tracking. If we use the decapitation plan. Damn it! Why do I always feel like this mythical country war is targeting our dragon country? Maybe. Well, I hope Mr. Shin can survive this qualifying round. The most powerful fighter in Dragon Country looked at the Shadow Tomb Tiger in front of him with a worried look and spoke. The poisonous swamp is the core base of Shinwei. The power of the bloodwing cicada swarm is truly terrifying. Its efficiency in hunting biomass is even stronger than that of the shadow soul-devouring spider. It seems that we need to increase the upper limit of the bloodwing cicada swarm. Shinwei possessed a gargoyle, looking down at the entire poisonous miasma swamp from a high altitude. He saw a blood-colored dark cloud, composed of 150,000 blood-winged cicadas with full health, like a sharp steel knife, passing over a LV5 mud lizard habitat. After just a moment of contact, the swamp lizard was as if it was being tortured. Its skin and flesh fell apart, and even its hardest bones were eaten away by the blood-winged cicada's jaws with amazing bite force. Biomass plus 2,564 points. Biomass plus 1,255 points. Biomass add. And Shinwei has 8 such efficient biomass collection troops. The legendary soldiers are genuine. Next, let's take a look at the first kill reward for annihilating the group of black gold giant crocodiles. Shinwei looked at the biomass acquisition prompts that kept popping up on the panel, nodded with satisfaction, and then checked the rewards for wiping out the black gold giant crocodile group. The level of the black gold giant crocodile group is as high as LV10. Even if placed in the poisonous miasma swamp, it can be regarded as a small boss of moderate size. The rewards are naturally extremely generous. Congratulations on being the first to wipe out the LV10 black gold giant crocodile group and receive rewards. Legendary Soldier, Blue Blood Cicada King, Legendary Soldier, Shadow Scorpion Guard. They actually directly rewarded 2 legendary troops? Shinwei was a little surprised to see the reward. He originally thought it was some kind of material reward or some functional reward, but he was really surprised that it could be a direct reward of 2 legendary arms. Then Shinwei called up the attribute panel of Jun Bishue-chan to check the fields he could adapt to. Currently, the offensive forces in large-scale battles include Insect Saints, the Insect Z tactics include Bloodwing Cicada Swarm, the battle long-range attack includes Hydralisk, the behind-enemy lines infiltration includes Gene Stealer, and the flying reconnaissance unit includes Gargoyle. Although there sound like many types of soldiers and the coverage is very comprehensive, Shinwei still has many shortcomings, such as suicide type and auxiliary type. Among them, the most important, and what Shinwei urgently needs now is the command type of soldiers. As the blood-winged cicada swarms easily number in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions of combat units, Shinwei increasingly feels unable to control them. If it were a crushing defeat, it would be fine, with the sea of insects simply pushing forward, but when faced with multiple enemies besieging Shinwei from multiple angles, the battlefield environment that Shinwei has to consider is much more complicated. After all, if he is careless, part of Shinwei's Zerg army may be separated and annihilated by the enemy, even if Shinwei wins the war in the end with superior skills. It will also generate a lot of unnecessary losses. Name: Jade Blood Chan Jun. Level: LV1. Faction: The Great Devourer Tyranids Shinwei. Health: 1000/1000, 100%. Spiritual Energy: 20,000/20,000. Strength: 60 Elite. Stamina: 58 Elite. Intelligence: Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility: 92 Legendary. Psionic Power: 94 Legendary. Loyalty: 100 Maximum. Special Ability 1, Jade Bloodline Control, can command large-scale blood-winged cicada groups to conduct refined combat by consuming spiritual energy. The amount of spiritual energy consumed determines the strength of the green blood cicada emperor's ability to process information. Special Ability 2, Emerald Thin Wings, when the number of blood-winged cicadas under control reaches 50, 100, 150, 200 units, the speed increases by 20%, 75%, 150%, 275%. Each one head/100, 000 biomass points. Hiss! It seems that the problem of too many blood-winged cicadas has been solved. However, the blood volume and cost are really high. It seems that we need to arrange enough guards to protect the safety of the blue-blooded cicada. Seeing the powerful abilities and extreme panel attributes of the green blood cicada lord, Shinwei sighed and then opened the attribute panel of the Shadow Scorpion Guard. With the word guard in its name, it seems that it should be a type of soldier with the ability to protect the leader. Name: Shadow Scorpion Guard. Level: LV1. Faction: The Great Devourer Tyrannid Shinwei. Health: 200,000/200,000, 100%. Psionic Power: 1000/1000. Strength: 90, Legendary. Stamina: 94, Legendary. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility: 90, Legendary. Psychic Power: 43, Normal. Loyalty: 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Blood Connection. The Shadow Scorpion Guard can have a blood connection with a Zerg in its lifetime. When the contracted Zerg is damaged, 25% of the damage will be transferred to the Shadow Scorpion Guard. Note: the contracted Zerg can have a blood connection with multiple Shadow Scorpion Guards, and the effects can be superimposed. The transfer limit is 99%. Special Ability 2, Super Speed Regeneration. Shadow Scorpion Guard can consume its own health to restore the contracted Zerg state, and the excess treatment will be converted into Spirit Scorpion Carapace to provide physical protection. Special Ability 3, Netherworld, can carry contracted Zerg, at the cost of one's own life, to allow the contracted Zerg to enter the Netherworld to avoid damage. The duration is determined by the sacrificed vitality. Each one head/150,000 biomass points. Legendary Bodyguard. These 150,000 biomass flowers are worth it. Seeing the attribute panel of Shadow Guard Scorpion, Shinwei was very satisfied. Such a powerful bodyguard must have an absolutely terrifying ability to protect people. Each green blood cicada king must be equipped with 2. A week later, the poisonous swamp that was originally filled with poisonous miasma had undergone a drastic change. The poisonous swamp that originally concealed endless murderous intent was replaced by Shinwei's insect-tied fungal blanket. One after another, the insect saints rose from the ground, like unshakable towers ready to go. The sky was covered by a swarm of blood-winged cicadas that blocked out the sun. With the green blood cicada king, Shinwei was no longer troubled by numbers. The number of blood-winged cicadas soared to more than 89 million. Except for the core area, the entire poisonous swamp has been occupied by Shinwei. And Shinwei's big movement naturally attracted the attention of the Overlord of the Soul Swamp, the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Chapter 14. Refined in an instant. Genius is just the threshold to meet me. On the outskirts of the Soul Swamp, after a week of development and management, the 5 members of the Greater East Asia Alliance reorganized their old subordinates and took the forces of Fukusaki Kanzuya, who had the best compatibility with the resources of the Soul Swamp, as the core of development. It allowed it to overexert the strength of an epic force. It even built a ghost fortress that could hold millions of ghosts. At this moment, it is time to deliver the troops. Even though they have such a powerful army, Fukusaki Kanzuya and others do not have the slightest intention of overthrowing the powerful Shadow Tomb Tiger. It was because when he was collecting resources, he gradually found out the current situation of the Swamp of the Dead, and why such a powerful Overlord-level creature as the Shadow Tomb Tiger appeared. It turns out that all the original undead creatures in the entire Swamp of the Dead, regardless of their strength, were killed and devoured by the Shadow Tiger to strengthen itself. However, this also led to the fact that although the Shadow Tomb Tiger was very powerful, it was in an awkward situation where no one was available. It is also because of this that talents like Fukusaki Kanzuya are the only ones who are reused. In a meeting room located at the highest position in the Soul Fortress, Fukusaki Kanzuya and others sat upright, waiting for the arrival of the Shadow Tomb Tiger with anxiety in their hearts. Call! Suddenly a cold wind blew by, and Fukusaki Kanzuya and the others were startled. They realized that it was the Shadow Tomb Tiger who came, and they quickly stood up from their seats and knelt on one knee. Welcome, sir! Get up. I want to ask you, what is the origin of the force outside the evil miasma swamp? It seems that it has only risen recently. Could it be that it is also an adventure like you? Sitting in the main seat, Shadow Tomb Tiger raised his hand to project the current situation outside the poisonous miasma swamp into an impact to show Fukusaki Kanzuya and others, and then asked. This? Yes, these bugs are indeed from the same adventures as us. To be honest, it was because of him that we fled to the Swamp of the Dead. But don't worry, sir. With your resource support, we are now strong and powerful. The number of various forces is no less than 1 million. We are also familiar with the characteristics of these insects. They are extremely aggressive towards organic matter. They can transform organic matter into a substance that helps them reproduce faster. This is also the reason why these bugs were able to defeat several leader forces in succession in such a short period of time, and dominate the evil miasma swamp. Upon seeing this, Fukusaki Kanzuya spoke quickly, and explained that the Greater East Asia Alliance had collected intelligence about the characteristics of the Shumway Zerg through various information channels. When Shadow Tomb Tiger heard the explanation, his sharp tiger claws rubbed his jaw in a humane manner, with a thoughtful expression. If that's the case, then doesn't that mean our army of souls without bodies are the natural enemies of these insects? Hearing the question from the Shadow Tsukuhu, Fukusaki Kanzuya became excited and spoke quickly. Yes. My lord is both wise and brave. Just as you expected. Our army of dead souls has no physical body at all. Even if the group of insects kill our soldiers, they can't use them effectively. Therefore, the seemingly endless insect tide advantage will be gone. Please give the order, sir. I will lead the army of dead souls. We will capture the entire periphery of the poisonous miasma swamp and present it to you, sir. Well, in that case, I'll give you these minions. If you find the enemy leader, you can decapitate him. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Tomb Tiger nodded, and then more than a dozen black shadows jumped out from the broad tiger back and went straight into Fukusaki Kanzuya's body. Fukusaki Kanzuya hurriedly thanked him and checked the attributes of the minions through the panel. Name, Shadow Ghost. Level, LV12. Faction, Overlord of the Netherworld Shadow Tiger. Health, 2447350/2447350, 100%. Soul Power, 156453/156453, 100%. Strength, 93, Legend, Tianyuan. Stamina, 92, Legend, Tianyuan. Intelligence, 90, Legend, Tianyuan. Agility, 87, Epic, Tianyuan. Wraith Power, 94, Legendary. Loyalty, 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Netherworld consumes the power of the Netherworld, sneaks into the shallow layer of the Netherworld to move, hide, lurk, and assassinate. Special Ability 2, Ghost Body. The Shadow Tiger can consume high-purity ghost soul power to revive at any time, with no cooldown time. Special Ability 3, Wailing Wind, consumes the power of the ghost soul, emits a shrill wail, forms a mental attack, and causes soul damage to surrounding enemies. Special Ability 4, Resentment Explosion, consumes all of its own health and soul power to self-destruct, causing a dead silence invasion to the surrounding environment that lasts for at least 2 hours after the self-destruction. Yes. Thank you, sir. I will definitely take off the head of that adventure and present it to you, sir. In the outside world, after the Greater East Asia Alliance saw the million-strong army of ghosts and the fortress of ghosts led by Fukusaki Kanzuya and others, they began to clamor to the Dragon Kingdom on the internet. Ha! He is worthy of being our Sakura's rare genius in a century. As long as we give our genius time to develop, wouldn't it be easy to capture an army of millions of dead souls? Ha! You, the Dragon Nation, are doomed this time. Tengu, Yukiana, Prajna, Nura, Aoandin, Hayakamoni. Ha! This is the night parade of 100 demons that belongs to our Sakura. You Dragon Nation is doomed this time. Even if there are more bugs, it will be useless. Bullshit. It's just a side trick. Mr. Shin's insect swarm will definitely blow you away. You will die without a burial place. The Insect Saint's biological cannon will surely be able to blast away those ridiculous ghosts of yours. At the junction of the two swamps, at this moment, more than 70 green-blooded cicada emperors who are in charge of a group of 130 million blood-winged cicadas, as well as 6 million gargoyles, are stationed in various war zones, ready for battle. 13 million mutated shadow soul-eating spiders are also lurking in the virtual realm, waiting for their prey to appear. Tens of thousands of full-blooded insect saints stand at the forefront like biological titans. Such a terrifying army is just waiting for Shumway's order. It will tear apart anything that stands in its way. Attack! Shinwei, who was in the base, was the first to discover the trace of the shadow tiger through the gargle. Sitting and waiting for death has never been Shinwei's style, so he directly ordered the entire army to attack. Boom boom! The scale is as high as hundreds of millions. Once the insect swarm army starts moving, it will be like the great flood in mythology that cleanses everything, and it will attack the swamp of souls with the force of swallowing mountains and rivers. Kill towards the fortress of the dead. Whoa! At the same time, the Greater East Asia Alliance's army of undead souls also took action, but compared with Shinwei's insect swarm of up to hundreds of millions, the army of millions of undead souls seemed insignificant. Tengu's hurricane that tore through the mountains. A snow girl who can create a blizzard. Prajna that can transfer damage to the enemy. The nurse who claims to evolve infinitely to avoid harm and death. Even facing the swarm of billions of insects led by Shinwei, it seemed vulnerable. It's like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to create any waves. Even if tens of thousands of blood-winged cicadas were killed in an instant, there would be tens of thousands the next moment. Hundreds of thousands of blood-winged cicadas swarmed in soon after. Tireless. Not afraid of death. Don't be tempted. In an instant, the horde of insects has already reached the ghost bunker. Inside the bunker, Fukusaki Kanzuya and others muttered to themselves as they saw this scene, which was like a natural disaster. This is impossible! How could this be possible? Seeing that the situation was not good, Shadow Tomb Tiger immediately took Fukusaki Kanzuya and others into the underworld, turned into a residual shadow, and disappeared without a trace. Bang! Snap! The next moment, the entire undead fortress was destroyed by the horde of insects like dry wood and rotten wood, leaving not a single tile left. As for the million-strong army of dead souls, they had already fallen into the web of the mutated shadow soul-eating spider. Become Shinwei's powerful resource. Chapter 15. Confront the Overlord. The world is shocked. At this moment, Fukusaki Kanzuya and others were not the only ones shocked. The outside world had already caused even more intense heated discussions, and the level of discussion even exceeded any incident involving previous contestants. Even Tracy Irving, the top player in the United States who dominated the entire qualifying round and swept the entire qualifying venue in the first Mythology National War, was not as good as him. A swarm of insects like a scarlet storm. A spider web that devours everything. The insect saint who walks on the earth like a titan. At this time, everything about Shinwei has become a hot topic. Oh my god! How could this contestant from Dragon Country control such a terrifying force? That's an army of millions of dead souls. And they were refined in an instant. This is simply a miracle. It's not that exaggerated. Don't forget that our Eagle Sauce's Tracy Irwin also dominated the entire preliminaries in the last budget competition. But even so, this Dragon Country contestant is also very outstanding. He is second only to Tracy Irwin. Well, after this qualifying round is over, we can definitely consider letting this Shinwei get our Eagle Sauce's green card. Our Eagle Sauce is a very tolerant and great country. I believe he will make the right choice. Bakayalo. How is this possible? That's our Sakura's night parade of 100 demons. How could they be killed the first time they saw each other? Shit! They lost again. Did the Dragon Kingdom really come back? Ha! Have you seen the strength of our Dragon Nation heroes? Just wait for your death. It's time for us to settle old scores. Ha! Look! The preliminaries aren't over yet. Fukusaki Kanzuya and the others are still alive. They were rescued by that Overlord creature. The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. Although Shinwei's insect swarm army captured the outskirts of the Dead Soul Swamp, they were limited by the level gap. After careful calculation by the Green Blood Cicada Emperor, even if Shinwei used all of his insect swarm troops, he would still have to pay a heavy price to capture it. Just like the previous delay in capturing the core area of the poisonous Miasma Swamp, unless Shinwei can unlock the secret of breaking through LV-10. Bang! The defeated, Minjing Zuha threw Fukusaki Kanzuya and others to the ground without any mercy. Fukusaki Kanzuya and others couldn't help but cover their heads and scream in pain. Seeing this, Minjing Zuha said coldly, What's going on? I used the resources of my soul swamp, and now I got these good-for-nothings? They couldn't even stand up to the enemy. They are just a bunch of trash. Upon hearing this, Fukusaki Kanzuya's face turned pale, and then he remembered something. He exchanged glances with the members of the Greater East Asia Alliance beside him. After getting a definite answer, he seemed to regain some confidence and spoke. Please be patient, sir. We have one last trump card. But the cost of using it is too great. We will not use it unless it is absolutely necessary. But now that we have come to this point, we will not hide it anymore. If you only give us another week, we can deal with the swarm of insects from the advent. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Shadow Tomb Tiger stopped raising its tiger paw and asked in confusion. What trump card? That's a swarm of insects numbering in the billions. Not to mention you guys who haven't even broken through to the Tianyuan level. Even for me, it would take some effort to annihilate them all. Your Excellency's strength is truly unfathomable. For us, it would have cost us a heavy price to obtain this result, but for you, it only took some effort. Stop talking nonsense. What's your trump card? Upon seeing this, Fukusaki Kanzuya took out a bead that was red to black from the panel. The moment the bead appeared, the Shadow Tiger immediately showed a look of fear as if facing an enemy of the same level, and spoke at the same time. Divine power? Did you create a divine corpse? Even if so, do you have any means to combine this divine pearl with the divine corpse? Your Excellency is truly knowledgeable. That's right, this is indeed a divine pearl, and we did have a divine skeleton once, but that skeleton has now been seized by the enemy. I beg you to take it back so that we can use forbidden techniques and sacrifice the abilities of the 5 of us who can develop our power to merge it with the divine skeleton. By then, the power of the divine skeleton will definitely be able to face the insect swarm head-on. Humph! That's easy to say, but now you don't even know where the leader of the other side is, and you still want me to take the god's corpse? Hearing this, the Shadow Tiger snorted coldly. The area filled with death energy seemed to be about to engulf Fukusaki Kanzuya and others. Seeing this, Fukusaki Kanzuya hurriedly explained. Don't worry, sir! We have a mark on the divine skeleton. We can track it at any time. Please take a look. Fukusaki Kanzuya handed the mark over with both hands with a flattering look on his face. After looking through it, Shadow Tomb Tiger found that the divine corpse was indeed at the outskirts of the poisonous swamp. He nodded, put away the mark, and spoke. In this case, I will trust you once again. Call! Then the Shadow Tiger escaped into the void and headed towards Shinwei's base. Upon seeing this, member states of the Greater East Asia Alliance cheered. Ha! That Overlord creature has now been convinced by our Sakura genius. Your Shinwei is doomed. At worst, we can take back the divine body now. Your Shinwei, who hasn't even broken through to the Tianyuan level, can't possibly fight this Overlord creature head-on. The Dragon Nation should just surrender. To the dominant creatures, the insect swarm is nothing more than a larger ant. Get lost. You are just the Overlord creature. You can't do anything to Mr. Shin. Oh. Then let's wait and see, ha ha ha. On the outskirts of the poisonous miasma swamp, Shuwei base. Huh. How did this thing come to my house? Could it be him? The Zerg fungal blanket stretches for thousands of miles, and even the Shadow Tomb Tiger cannot hide the general traces of its movements from Shinwei. When he found that the dark Shadow Tomb Tiger was rushing towards him with great purpose, Shinwei looked at Zhao Xingyan, who was wrapped in a cocoon beside him, with a thoughtful expression, and then controlled the group of blood-winged cicadas to build his own image outside the base to communicate with the dark Shadow Tomb Tiger. Whoa! Show yourself, I found you! Seeing this, the dark Shadow Tomb Tiger was somewhat surprised that he was exposed, and as he revealed his figure, he spoke in a haughty tone. Now that you have seen me, I will give you a chance. Surrender to me and I will spare your life. The tone of the Shadow Tomb Tiger was extremely arrogant, as if granting Shinwei the opportunity to surrender was a great gift. If you want me to surrender, hand those 5 guys over to me. Shinwei was naturally aware of the cost of confronting a dominant creature head-on, but if he could hand over the 5 guys from the Greater East Asia Alliance to him, a temporary surrender was not impossible. As long as I can find a way to break through Tianyuan, the Shadow Tomb Tiger will be nothing more than a piece of biomass. No! I have other uses for them. Don't be so wishful. Hand over the divine corpse obediently. Let me put a mark on it, and maybe I can spare your life. Outside world. Ha! You still want to negotiate terms? You've hit a wall now. Just surrender. They are dominant creatures. A mere swarm of insects can destroy them. Damn it. The outskirts of the poisonous miasma swamp. Then there's nothing to talk about. If that's the case, let's just go for it. All-out attack. Naturally, Chen Wei could not stand such humiliation, and immediately controlled the transfer of the divine skeleton. At the same time, a tide of insects rushed towards the stunned dark shadow tomb tiger. What caught everyone off guard was that they originally thought Shun Wei would give in, but unexpectedly Shun Wei turned the table over. Chapter 16. The Terrifying Mythical Force. The Power of the Insect Tide. Outside world. How dare this Shun Wei? That's a dominant creature. How dare he flip the table? Ha ha! God help our Greater East Asia Alliance! This idiot must not know the power of the Overlord creature. Just wait. He will soon be torn into pieces by the Shadow Grave Tiger and its minions. What a mess! Mr. Shin! How could you really overturn the table? Overlord creatures cannot be dealt with by a simple swarm of insects. What should we do? Has Shin Wei found a way to wake Zhao Xingyan up? No, it shouldn't be. Don't forget, the Zhao Xingyan we just saw was still bound by spider silk. And even if Zhao Xingyan regains consciousness, the gap between LV11 and at least LV15 is still too big. Simply, there is absolutely no chance of winning. Damn it! How could Sakura be so lucky to have encountered such a dominant creature? At the highest command post of the Dragon Kingdom, the senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom looked at the furious shadow tiger in front of them and the ghosts that were looming behind it, and seemed to want to devour everything, and they couldn't help but express their concerns. Yan Weigui encouraged them upon seeing this. Everyone, don't worry too much. Don't forget that the Soul Swamp has its overlord, and the Poisonous Swamp also has its overlord. The Shadow Tomb Tiger is now in the Poisonous Swamp. The overlord of the Poisonous Swamp can't just sit there and watch. Shin Wei is not without a way out. And he still has hundreds of millions of insect swarms. Yes. Mr. Shin still has the insect swarm. Even if we can't defeat them, we can still save our lives. It's a pity for Zhao Xingyan. He just escaped from the clutches of the devil, and now he has to go back again. These devils really deserve to be cut into pieces. Look! The shadow tiger is attacking! Outside the poisonous miasma swamp, looking at the raging tide of insects in front of him, the dark shadow tomb tiger smiled contemptuously, looked at the Shin Wei formed by the group of blood-winged cicadas in the distance, and shouted angrily. Weak ants! Do you think a bunch of bugs that are not even at level 10 can fight me? Wishful thinking. Roar! Bang! Buzz buzz buzz! The dark shadow tomb tiger suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and the next moment, a purple light column composed entirely of energy suddenly slammed towards the swarm of insects in front of the dark shadow tomb tiger. The moment the beam of light came into contact with the swarm of insects, it was like a raging fire melting ice and snow. In an instant, millions of blood-winged cicadas were devoured without leaving even a trace. The power of the Overlord is obvious. Is this a Overlord-level existence? It's really terrifying. But this alone can't scare anyone. Lord Jade Blood Cicada! Attack! Although he was surprised that the Shadow Tomb Tiger had such power with just one attack, Shin Wei was not afraid because in addition to a large amount of casualties information, there was also an announcement about the battle between Shin Wei's insect swarm and the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Detected that you are fighting a higher level, the enemy's current level is LV15, your current level is LV10. Experience compensation has been enabled. Tianyuan trial has been opened. Currently participating troops. Blood-winged cicada swarm, 19.24/100, Green Blood Cicada King, 24.1/100, Insect Saint, 8.7/100, Gargoyle, 0.7/100, Hydralisk, 11.6/100, Mutated Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, 38.7/100, Shadow Scorpion Guard, 1.1/100. When the experience value behind the participating troops reaches 100 points, the troops will obtain Gen Tapa, and the level can be increased to the highest LV20. At this point, since the Tianyuan trial has begun, the opportunity to break through LV10 is right in front of us. Naturally, Shinwei couldn't let it go. Fight to the end. Tens of millions of biomass in the base are available at any time. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Following Shinwei's order, the group of blood-winged cicadas that had been dispersed by the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger quickly regrouped and rushed towards the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger flying in the air from all directions. Bang, bang, bang! At the same time, the Hydralisk and Zerg Saint troops on the ground also launched attacks on the Shadow Tigers one after another. The symbiote biological cannon that can easily corrode steel. The penetrating power of the Hydralisk spur is more than 10 times that of an anti-tank sniper rifle bullet. They all rushed towards the Shadow Tomb Tiger from bottom to top. After the mutation, the spider silk of the Shadow Soul-Eating Spider, which already has a corrosive effect on the soul, has become even more powerful. After the mutation, the mutated Shadow Soul-Eating Spider not only gained stronger spider silk, but also gained an even more powerful ability. Flight. Hulu! Just as the Shadow Tomb Tiger was about to fly high into the sky to avoid the attack of the Shinwei insect swarm, dozens of spider webs suddenly appeared above its head. Up and down, front and back, left and right. All of them are filled with the insect swarm of Shinwei. If it were any other contestant, he would probably end up with his soul torn to pieces. The end of dying without a complete body. But the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger just smiled contemptuously, and its body suddenly disappeared into the void, and Shinwei's attack on the insect swarm suddenly came to nothing. Huh! Where are they? The Shadow Soul Devouring Spider! The Shadow Scorpion Guard! Let's see if they are in the virtual world or the underworld. Seeing the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger disappear, Shinwei's heart tightened involuntarily, and he quickly possessed his consciousness into the Shadow Soul Devouring Spider and the Shadow Scorpion Guard, while consuming his spiritual energy to check the virtual world and the underworld where the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger might have hidden. Interesting. I never thought that a tiny insect could actually comprehend the secrets of the netherworld and enter the inner netherworld that even my minions cannot enter. Interesting. I will give you one more chance. Surrender or not. Let me mark you. I can spare your life. Inside the netherworld, the Shadow Tomb Tiger was playing with a struggling mutant Shadow Soul-Eating Spider in its huge tiger claws. It looked at Shinwei with interest and spoke. Pa! With a single force of the tiger claws, the mutated Shadow Soul-Eating Spider instantly turned into a pile of rotten meat. So you're here! Surrender? Surrender to your mother! You're courting death! SS. When Shinwei saw the Nether Shadow Tomb Tiger, he was overjoyed. In the netherworld, Shinwei had developed a vast area relying on a large number of mutated Nether Shadow Soul-Eating Spiders. Moreover, the mutated Shadow Soul-Eating Spider is like a fish in water in the underworld. In an instant, the soul-eating spider web, which was as black as ink and 1,000 times harder than alloy, pounced towards the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Seeing this, Mingying Zonghenghu was shocked and exclaimed, "What? All of these spiders can actually enter the netherworld!" Puff! Roar! Number of Shadow Soul-Eating Spiders killed, 435,459. Number of Shadow Soul-Eating Spiders killed, 1,796,459. Number of Shadow Soul-Eating Spiders killed, 17,435,459. Mutated Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, 100/100. Completed the trial. Gurn Lagan Tapa. This soldier can now break through the LV10 limit. In a corner of the underworld, there are broken spider silk, flying spider debris, and a frenzied atmosphere. And the blood of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Outside world. What's going on? That Shadow Tomb Tiger has disappeared for more than 10 hours. Why hasn't it appeared yet? Yeah, even that Shinwei disappeared. Could it be that Shinwei has been killed by the Shadow Tomb Tiger? It shouldn't be. If he really died, there should be an announcement, right? Hey! Look! There's movement in the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Chapter 17 Tianyuan Breakthrough. The national fortune increases by 120,000. Roar! Damn ant! I will tear you into pieces! Bang! Its body expanded to several dozen meters in size, and it was surrounded by breathtaking netherworld flames. The nether shadow tiger had obviously been angered by Shinwei. Every move he made could cause huge damage to Shinwei's insect army. Casualties. Continuous casualties. The swarms of blood-winged cicadas in the sky were torn into pieces by the strong wind stirred up by the shadow tomb tiger, and the scattered limbs fell like blood rain. In just a few minutes, Shinwei's group of blood-winged cicadas suffered no less than 100 million casualties. If the Tyranids didn't have the ability to quickly spawn troops by consuming biomass, Shinwei really wouldn't be able to defeat the shadow tomb tiger. But now. Number of blood-winged cicadas killed, 43,335,459. Number of blood-winged cicadas killed, 72,796,459. Number of blood-winged cicadas killed, 217,435,459. Blood-winged cicada swarm, 100/100. Completed trial. Gurren Lagann, this type of soldier can now break through the LV-10 limit. Buzz buzz buzz! In addition to being able to rapidly produce troops, Shinwei's Tyranids also have a perverted ability, which is the ability to store combat memories and inject them in batches into new Zerg troops, allowing them to possess extremely sophisticated combat skills in a short period of time. The combat experience has another name in Mythology National War. Experience points. Bloodwing Cicada Swarm Battle Memory Template is being injected. It is expected that LV-10 Bloodwing Cicada Swarm can be produced at present. Bang! What's going on? How can we kill all these damn bugs? When the Shadow Tomb Tiger saw that there was still an endless swarm of blood-winged cicadas in front of him, he couldn't help but retreat. Although it has not suffered any injuries during the fight so far, it can clearly feel that the strength of the group of insects in front of it is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it is still in a state where it can be killed easily, this speed of evolution makes the Shadow Tomb Tiger terrified. If this continues, will the bugs in front of me evolve to the point where they can withstand any attack from me? And finally evolve to the point where they can kill me with their numbers? The Shadow Tomb Tiger didn't dare to think about it for a moment. Moreover, it was now in a poisonous swamp. Even if the bugs couldn't do anything to it, once its condition declined, the Overlord of the core area of the poisonous swamp would definitely take action. Just as the Shadow Tomb Tiger was about to withdraw and forcibly take the divine corpse away, hundreds of huge vines suddenly sprang out from the swamp below it. They grabbed the Shadow Tomb Tiger directly. Bang bang bang! What? Roar! Damn it! I was careless for a moment and actually entered the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. When the Shadow Tomb Tiger saw the giant vines coming towards him, he cursed inwardly, suppressed the nausea in his heart, and dived into the underworld again. Hey, you finally come back! Go eat the spiderweb! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Seeing the dark Shadow Tomb Tiger re-enter the netherworld, Shinwei's clone in the netherworld laughed loudly, and then gave an order for all the mutated Shadow Soul-Eating Spiders to release Soul-Eating Spider Silk towards the dark Shadow Tomb Tiger. Although the Soul-Eating Spider Silk cannot cause fatal damage to the Shadow Tomb Tiger, it can cause its condition to deteriorate by eroding its soul. This is also the reason why the Shadow Tomb Tiger entered the second stage and left the underworld. Just now, the dark Shadow Tiger looked like he was being forced into a corner, which obviously caused quite a stir in the outside world. In the outside world, on major forums, everyone is discussing the battle between Shinwei and the Overlord-level creatures. Oh my god! Did you guys see what happened just now? That dominant creature was forced into that situation by that Dragon Nation contestant. Even the Tianu Wong true body was opened. Yeah. The last person to fight a dominant creature to this extent in the preliminaries was Bernard Kennedy from Eagle Sauce, right? It's him. But that was only possible with the concerted efforts of contestants from all over North America to fight on equal terms with the Overlord creatures. It's not as exaggerated as this Shinwei. It's only been a few days since the competition started. It's estimated that there are not even a few LV-10 soldiers among contestants from other regions now. This Shinwei's men appeared in large numbers. And look! The more we fight, the more bugs there are. The bodies that fall to the ground will be devoured by the fungal mat and transformed into bugs. It's absolutely amazing. This is recycling. Baga. So what? They will still be killed by that dominant creature in the end. The Dragon Nation will not be able to escape this time. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command post. I didn't expect Shinwei's power to be so terrifying. It seems that our dragon country is sure to win this preliminaries. Yes, being able to fight against a dominant creature single-handedly at this stage, the development potential of Shinwei's forces is probably even more terrifying than that of Marshal Yang's forces. Well, my power is almost reaching its limit now. It will be difficult to make further progress in a short period of time. After all, the dragons in the Mythology Continent are getting stronger and stronger. If I continue to target the dragons, it will only bring disaster to our dragon country. Yang Weiguo looked serious and nodded solemnly. As the most powerful person in Dragon Country, Yang Weiguo's power is naturally at the legendary level, and even among the legendary level, he is one of the best. Then when Shinwei comes back this time, let's upgrade his authority to the highest level in Dragon Country. We should treat heroes with real stuff. Second. In the poisonous miasma swamp, Shinwei was still unaware that he had become one of the most powerful people in Dragon Country. At this time, Shinwei was concentrating on observing the movements of the dark shadow tomb tiger. As for the affairs of the outside world, Shinwei had already handed over full authority to the blue blood cicada lord to deal with. Roar! Another tiger roar. Even though they had already broken through the Tianyuan realm, the level of the mutated shadow soul-eating spiders was still too far behind that of the shadow tomb tiger. With just one tiger roar, hundreds of the mutated shadow soul-eating spiders exploded and died. However, Shinwei did not feel bad about this. The next moment, hundreds of mutated shadow soul-eating spiders swarmed forward to fill the vacancy. It seems like it is inexhaustible. It really makes Shadow Tomb Tiger feel sick. Boom! The Shadow Tomb Tiger suddenly exerted its strength and killed tens of thousands of mutated shadow soul-eating spiders with one blow. Such huge casualties left a not-so-small gap even in the insect tide. The Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger also consumed a lot of energy. Before leaving, the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger looked viciously at Shinwei's clone composed of the mutated shadow soul-eating spider, and then disappeared. Just as Shinwei ordered the Zerg to pursue him, he suddenly received news that Zhao Xingyan had disappeared, and he immediately had the answer in his mind. So they were here for the Divine Corpse. No wonder they were able to find the base. There really is a tracking mark on the Divine Corpse. But I'm not at a loss either. The Overlord's blood will surely enable the mutated shadow soul-devouring spider of the same type to completely mutate. The Dragon Country player was the first to repel the Underworld Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger, and received a reward. The Dragon Country's national fortune value was increased by 120,000 points. Current Dragon Country fortune value, 326,000 points. Chapter 18, Curse of the Divine Remains. Insectide Crisis. What? Gah! Shit! It's over. It's completely over now. Even if Fukusaki Kanzuya and his team killed this Dragon Country contestant, the Dragon Country's national crisis will not happen this time. Damn Fukusaki Kanzuya! The failure of the operation is already a capital crime. He even lost the divine bones. Their whole family should commit seppuku to apologize. Stop arguing! We just received news from the coastline that the Dragon Nation's fleet is heading towards us. Your government should think of a solution. Hey, can we reconcile? Are you kidding me right now? Just wait for our fleet to sweep you away. Damn Japs. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command post. Great! Chen Wei is really capable. He can fight against the LV-15 Shadow Tomb Tiger with the LV-10 body. Great! Now our national fortune value has reached over 300,000. Let's work harder before the official competition. During the official competition, we can use our national fortune to provide support to our contestants. Woohoo! Shinwei is awesome! Some are happy and some are sad. Compared with before, the Sakura people no longer have the arrogant and domineering attitude they had before. Now they are like eggplants hit by frost, dejected and waving flags to surrender. With the support of Xinwei's successive conquests of territory and seizure of national destiny, the people of Long finally stood up and faced their former enemies with their heads held high. As for the outside world, Xinwei didn't care. At this moment, Xinwei was preparing to check his rewards and deal with the mutated shadow soul-eating spider. In the successive battles, the reason why Xinwei was able to capture the divine corpse alive and defeat the shadow tomb tiger was because of the shadow soul-eating spider. And now, the shadow soul-eating spider has undergone a benign mutation, and Xinwei is naturally very happy. Obtain epic material, blood of the tomb tiger, currently can be used for soldier mutation, shadow soul devouring spider. After use, it is expected that the compatibility with the netherworld will be increased by 20%, soul-eating spider silk will evolve into soul-devouring spider silk, void spirit body will evolve into void body, and the strength of the troops will be advanced to legendary. Note, once you choose to use blood of the tomb tiger as the material for advancement, you will be highly bound to the tomb tiger clan, and the relationship between the two sides will remain as deadly enemies. At the same time, you can only use materials related to the tomb tiger clan for advancement. Whether to use. Consumed epic materials, blood of the tomb tiger. The next moment, the blood with mysterious purple fluorescence in front of Xinwei disappeared. At the same time, the mutated shadow soul-eating spider beside him spontaneously spit out spider silk to wrap himself tightly, forming a cocoon. As for the hostility of the tomb tiger clan, mentioned on the panel, Xinwei did not take it to heart. The great devourer the Tyranids, their intention from the very beginning was not to be a gentle force that would play nice with everyone. But it is a big devourer that devours everything. Anyone who stands in their way will be killed and swallowed by the Tyranids, converted into efficient biomass. As for favorability, the Zerg don't need allies. For example, the towering tree in the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Relying on the numerical advantage of the insect tide, Xinwei had come into contact with it more than once, and treated it as a baby to gain experience. The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. Do you think this Overlord creature can bring back the divine remains this time? South Korean contestant Park Ioryang, protected by a group of shadow guards, asked the other 4 people. Don't forget, that's a dominant creature. In this level-restricted qualifying environment, other than that Eagle-chan strongman, I really can't think of anything that can deal with this kind of existence. That's right. And most importantly, you just heard that the Shadow Tiger started a war with the Dragon Nation contestant. All of your factions were defeated by the Dragon Nation contestant, and you didn't dare to go to the front line to watch. I took Fukuzaki Kanzuya to the front line, and guess what happened? With everyone being alone and having nothing to do, Mingyu contestant Bajong kept the secret for a rare time and said something cheerful amid the hardship. Don't be so quiet, report quickly. Kim Won-jong, a contestant from the North Korean baseball team, spoke in an official tone. What are you so proud of? Didn't your Solar Legion all get annihilated in that Fortress of the Dead? Without power, you, Jin Yuanjing, still have the nerve to talk in an official tone? There are no fools crying around you here. Relying on the fact that he still retained some power, Park Ilyang spoke sarcastically. You. Hey, don't hurt the relationship. Let me be frank. The battle situation on the front line is extremely brutal. The Shadow Tiger lives up to its reputation as the Overlord. It can easily kill millions of insects of the Dragon Country contestant with just a wave of its hand. Ba Zhong started to explain, but no one was interested. Man He on the side complained. So what? Even if we kill tens of millions of bugs, there will be another tens of millions coming. Sigh, I really don't know what the hell that Dragon Country contestant is doing. We risked our lives to create an army of millions of ghosts, but he can create a tide of bugs of hundreds of millions just by himself. How are we going to play in the official competition? Seeing that everyone was extremely depressed, Fukusaki Kanzuya quickly spoke up to boost morale. It's not that serious. As long as the Shadow Tiger can bring back the divine bones this time, the 5 of us will be unable to use our forces in this preliminaries at the cost of that, and then use the insects of the Dragon Country contestants as a medium to launch the curse. This curse covers a very large area, and it causes group damage. When the time comes, let Shadow Tiger find the real body of the Dragon Nation contestant, and then we will launch the curse. No matter how many troops he can produce, there will be a fatal window of opportunity. We can take advantage of this window of opportunity to kill him with one blow and end the battle. Woo-wah! Grown-ups! Before Fukusaki Kanzuya finished explaining his plan, a gust of cold wind suddenly swept through everyone. Fukusaki Kanzuya and the others knew that it was the Shadow Tomb Tiger, so they quickly stood up and spoke. Well, here are the god's remains you want and all the bug materials from that guy, 7 types in total. Hurry and prepare to curse. Yes. The Shadow Tomb Tiger left Zhao Xingyan behind and then disappeared. Upon seeing this, Fukusaki Kanzuya and others hurriedly gathered around the divine skeleton and spoke excitedly. Great! Now that we have the divine remains, we can implement our plan. Well, this time we must make this dragon countryman's soul fly away. Set up the formation. The plan of Fukusaki Kanzuya and others was also broadcast to the outside world, causing an uproar. That's great! Ha! Yosi, Yosi, Yosi! Yosi! You dragon nation, wait for death! This is a curse from God. Accept the punishment. Chapter 19 Disaster is coming. Sanctioned Sakura. The next step is to look at the rewards for defeating the Shadow Tomb Tiger this time. I don't know what good things the panel can give this time. Inside the base of the poisonous miasma swamp, Chunwei was very pleased to see the constantly transforming shadow soul-devouring spider in front of him, and then he checked the rewards this time. Long before he traveled through time, Chunwei had come across some things about the Mythology National War. After all, candidates had to be drawn from each country for each preliminaries. In order to ensure that the unlucky guys, drawn each time, know what they should do, every country has put in all its efforts in education in this regard. Chunwei originally didn't know much about this aspect, but he was quite interested in the history after the advent of the Mythology National War. The most interesting thing for Chunwei was the first Mythology National War. In fact, before the start of the game, the gap between the 5 major powers, Eagle Sauce, Bear, and Dragon Country, was not as huge as it is now. Although the Eagle Sauce is strong, it is not as exaggerated as it is now. Even a dog under its command can form an alliance to try to annex the Dragon Kingdom. The turning point of everything was in the first preliminary round of Myth National War. In the last Mythology National War preliminaries, Eagle Sauce gradually rose to prominence because it defeated a dominant creature. It seems that the secret lies in this dominant creature. Congratulations on being the first to defeat Nether Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger, and get one of 5 rewards. Reward 1. Increase Dragon Nation's national fortune by 500,000 points. Reward 2. Force level upgraded to mythical level. This reward has been achieved, automatically replaced with 10 legendary arms. Reward 3. Semi-artifact, Horn of Doom, can summon natural disasters, such as meteor showers, plagues, and legions of the dead, causing panic and destruction in the target area. Use it to consume national fortune. Daily support requires 500 points of national fortune. Reward 4. Building, Jiandam level Lingshan Mountain Range, can be used by thousands of Jinan monks for daily practice and advancement to Yuanying. Reward 5. Disaster is coming. Based on the number and quality of sacrifices from the current force, natural disasters can be brought down on hostile forces in reality and mythology. Note: limited time. Hiss! No wonder the eagles and the bears are so far ahead of the rest of the world in just one season. It turns out that the rewards for fighting against the dominant creatures in the preliminaries are so generous. With a sigh, Chunwei then began to select the rewards he needed at the moment. At this time, Chunwei was no longer obsessed with the interests of his own Zerg forces. After all, both publicly and privately, Chunwei is currently still affiliated with Longhua. If Longhua fails to develop, it will have a certain impact on Chunwei. If we give a reward of 1, even if the Dragon Nation adds 500,000 points of national fortune, it will still be far behind the top powers like the Eagle Sauce and the Bear. There is no point in making up for it. Give up! Reward 2, 10 legendary soldiers. We really can't raise them with the resources we have in the current qualifiers. The soldiers we have now are enough to deal with various dangers. Even if there are shortcomings, we can find suitable soldiers in the future development. Reward 2 is too wasteful to give up. The country's fortune is already in short supply. How can there be a surplus to support a semi-divine artifact? Give up! Reward 4. Hiss, it's really hard to choose. A golden elixir level sacred mountain range can undoubtedly greatly fill the resource problem of Longwa's cultivation, but it doesn't fit with my power. Reward 5. Sacrifice. That's it. Instead of fighting on your own, why not bring someone down? Wait until the qualifiers are over and we'll go all in. By then, even if Eagle Sauce is lucky, he'll definitely be half crippled. Select Reward 5. Note: this ability can be used at any time during the qualifying stage and will become invalid after the game ends. Sure. Ability acquired, Disaster Strikes. Sacrifice 70 million blood-winged cicadas. 10 million hydralisks. After acquiring the ability, Shinwei suddenly felt an inexplicable force running through his body, and at the same time, a deep abyss that swallowed everything seemed to appear in his mind. Strike while the iron is hot. Shinwei immediately chose to sacrifice and try out his new abilities. Sacrifice successful. Please select the type of disaster. Currently available options: flood, drought, biochemical crisis, LV10, earthquake, hurricane. Huh! Resident Evil? The words Resident Evil were particularly eye-catching. Shinwei saw it among a bunch of natural disasters at a glance and clicked on it to check the specific effects. Resident Evil, LV10. At the cost of sacrificing some of the infectious power, 1 million zombies are sent to the target location at once. The current zombie infectiousness is LV1, and infection can be avoided by disinfecting wounds, taking antibiotics, etc. No wonder it turned out to be a castrated version. However, 1 million heads is enough to give the Sakura outsiders a headache for a while. Set the disaster: Resident Evil. Location: Planet Aquamarine, Sakura East Longitude. Target confirmed. Launch started. Launch completed. Outside world. On the internet, the clamor of the Sakura people is still continuing, as if they are certain that once Fukusaki Kanzuya's curse ritual is completed, Shinwei's insect swarm army will be burned to ashes. Haha! Just wait. That was the curse of God that was unleashed through the divine bones of the great god Izanami, at the cost of our members of the Greater East Asia Alliance being unable to use 5 epic-level forces in the preliminaries. It is impossible for that Ivan's bug to stop such a horrible curse. Then the Shadow Tiger will be able to take off the heads of your Dragon Nation contestants without any hindrance. Your Dragon Nation is finished. Stop talking bullshit. If anyone is going to die, let Sakura die first. Our Dragon Nation's fleet has already arrived at your territorial waters. If you have the guts, send out a fleet to fight the enemy. If they don't come out, we will bombard the East Meridian. Most of it. Mingyu. Humph. Attack if you dare. The Eagles have stationed troops in our Sakura area. Attack if you are not afraid of them. World announcement: Dragon Country contestant, Shinwei, uses natural disaster, and 1 million zombies will descend on the following locations in 1 second. Location: Sakura, East Longitude. As soon as the world announcement came out, the entire internet fell silent. At this moment, no matter how noisy the place was, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky with confused eyes. Natural disaster is coming? Resident Evil? Sakura-e? Ah! Run! Bakire! This contestant from Longwei is a terrorist! Ugh! No! Don't come over here! Gah! Mom! It hurts so much! Crunch! Crunch! Bang! Bang! Ah! Before the citizens of Dongjing could react, a large number of zombies emitting a strong stench appeared in every corner, rushed towards the Sakura citizens who were still cheering. The Dongjing government is also facing a formidable enemy at this moment. Too busy to take care of oneself. Chapter 20 Mutation completed. Shadow Soul-Eating Spider. In the poisonous miasma swamp, inside Shinwei's base. Ha! This is so fun! I didn't expect that in this Resident Evil game, I can choose the location and number of zombies to descend. These 50 million Zerg are worth it! Laughing loudly, Shinwei kept clicking on the 3-dimensional real-time East Longitude map in front of him. As Shinwei kept clicking, a large number of zombies instantly appeared in the place that was clicked. This also caused the Dongjing police station, which had finally organized a counterattack, to be instantly dispersed by the surrounding zombies. The entire east longitude seems to have become a hell on earth. Not long after Shinwei sent down the zombies, a large number of videos and photos of Dongjing zombies appeared on the internet, causing an uproar. Oh my god! I didn't expect zombies to appear in Dongjing. Did Mr. Shin go too far this time? Yes, after all, those citizens are innocent. I hope the country can stop it quickly. Otherwise, it will lead to disaster. The dragon country has a large population, so it is inevitable that there will be traitors or even more hateful beings than traitors. And the number of this group of people is quite large. For a time, all major video websites were filled with comments condemning Shinwei for being too brutal and extreme. Fuck you! You bastard! At the beginning, the whole country of Sakura was unanimous in targeting our dragon country. Among them, the voice of Dongjing was the loudest. The arrival of this biochemical crisis is simply a great joy to everyone. I still think it's not enough. That's right. This time, the East Meridian was hit by a biochemical crisis. Anyone with a bit of brains can see that there are fewer Sakura people who used to fight against us. I think this biochemical crisis came at the right time. Why not take this opportunity to capture the East Meridian? Those traitors in front. These are your photos and addresses. Just wait. We'll be at your doorstep soon. What's wrong with you? Do you still have any compassion? Even if the Sakura people want to annex us, they are also human beings. This is simply too extreme and inhumane. Everyone, rest assured. We have already verified the damn thing above. Picture.jpg. Well done. I also found a traitor near my house. Watch me live stream it for real. The poisonous swamp, Shinwei's base. It's finally over. Shadow Soul-Eating Spider has mutated and advanced to a legendary soldier, Shadow Soul-Eating Spider. Double happiness. Let me see what this little baby is capable of after his advancement. Name, Shadow Soul Devourer Spider. Level, LV9. Faction, The Great Devourer Tyrannid Shinwei. Health, 1000/1000, 100%. Spiritual Energy, 70,000/70,000. Strength, 78 Epic. Stamina, 75 Epic. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 92 Legendary. Psionic Power, 94 Legendary. Loyalty, 100 Maximum. Special Ability 1, Soul Spider Silk, consumes 200 points of spiritual energy, spits out spider silk with extremely strong toughness, and can cause soul damage to creatures. The strength of the spider silk can be determined according to the spiritual energy consumed. Special Ability 2, Collaborative Combat, 100 Phantom Soul Devouring Spiders form a unit. Whenever there is a unit of Phantom Soul Devouring Spiders on the battlefield, the toughness and erosion of the spider silk increase by 50%, with no upper limit. Special Ability 3, Underworld Void, consumes at least 1000 psychic energy points to escape into the underworld, avoiding physical and magical damage. Special Ability 4, Soul Transformation, can digest enemy soul fragments to condense relatively pure soul crystal. Note that soul crystal is relatively precious and can be used as hard currency in most places. Each one head/2000 biomass points. Very good. Although the Shadow Soul-Eating Spider consumes more biomass after mutation, the increased ability gained in return is definitely worth the cost of these 2000 biomass points. In addition to the Shadow Soul-Eating Spider, Shinwei was surprised to find a small surprise. Ugh! Hiss! A zombie emitting a strong stench suddenly appeared beside Shinwei. Shinwei was not surprised by this. Instead, he ordered the Shadow Soul-Eating Spider with interest to release spider silk to bind it. I never thought that this ability to release disasters through sacrifice can be used not only on the Mythology Continent and planet Aquamarine, but also on the map of this qualifier. That's right, maybe this qualifier will be held in a tiny area on the vast Mythology Continent. It's only natural that I can release disasters. Hey! With these zombies, I can add some new functions to my Zerg troops. Shinwei looked at the zombie struggling in front of him, smiled, and then ordered the group of blood-winged cicadas around him to fly up and eat its flesh and blood. At the same time, It forced the group of blood-winged cicadas that had swallowed the zombie's flesh and blood to stop secreting gastric acid and actively contract the zombie virus. Whoa! It was unknown whether the zombie virus was not strong enough or the genes within the LV10 blood-winged cicada group were too powerful, but the blood-winged cicada group did not mutate as Shinwei had expected. Why is there no reaction at all? Is the zombie virus not strong enough? Sacrifice 150 million blood-winged cicadas. Sacrifice successful. Please select the type of disaster. Currently available options: flood, drought, biochemical crisis, LV10, earthquake, hurricane. Resident Evil, LV10 deploy 10 giant zombies at once to the target location. The current zombie infectiousness is LV12. Zombies can quickly infect the enemy through scratches, and at the same time generate a virus field. Non-undead creatures in the virus field will be judged every 5 seconds, and those who are judged to have successfully transformed into zombies. If the judgment fails, you will get virus mark. When the virus mark reaches the upper limit, it will be transformed into a zombie. The upper limit is determined by the enemy's attributes. Seeing that the strength of the zombie virus had reached the maximum level of LV12, Shinwei stopped debugging and immediately ordered the blood-winged cicada group to dig 10 giant pits under the fungal mat, and at the same time threw the 10 giant zombies into the pits one by one. Ugh! Bang, 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 bang! Shinwei could not control the summoned zombies, so as soon as they appeared, they began to madly destroy the surrounding environment, and the ground under Shinwei's feet was also shaking constantly. If the rock wall above Shinwei's head had not been reinforced by the fungal blanket, it would have been full of cracks and collapsed by now. Go! Seeing that the summoned giant zombie was so energetic, Shinwei nodded with satisfaction and ordered the group of blood-winged cicadas on standby at the base to enter the pit and interact with the zombie virus. Whoa! Crunch! Crunch! Hiss! Huh! It really has mutated! Great! Just as Shinwei expected, the blood-winged cicadas mutated after devouring the zombies' flesh and blood that were infected with the virus. Because your legendary unit, Blood-Winged Cicada Swarm, has devoured a large amount of LV12 zombie virus, it has now mutated. Estimated time of mutation, mutated troops? Chapter 21: Obtaining the Zombie Virus. Zombie Insect Swarm. Note: after mutation, the control ability of the green blood cicada king over the blood-winged cicada group will decrease. It is recommended that both arms mutate at the same time. In that case, Lord Bigshrekin should go in as well. Seeing this, Shinwei ordered the green blood cicada king to join in this gluttonous feast. At the same time, considering the huge number of the blood-winged cicadas, even if they only took a bite of each one, they could gnaw these 10 giant zombies that were more than 20 meters tall until only a few pieces of meat were left between their bones. He immediately checked the giant zombie's attribute panel to see if there was any similar recovery ability that could be reused. Name: Giant Zombie. Level: LV12. Faction: Mythology National War Zombie. HP: 613430/613430, 100%. Zombie Virus: 7698002/979000, 78.63%. Strength: 94 Epic. Stamina: 94 Epic. Intelligence: none. Agility: 60, Legendary. Special Ability 1: Zombie Plague. Whenever there is a unit, one unit is 100 zombies, of zombies on the battlefield, the attack power, physical strength and life recovery rate of all zombies will increase by 20%. This effect can be stacked, with a maximum of 20 units. Special Ability 2: Corruption Trampling, tramples the ground under your feet, causing impact damage to enemies within a 5-kilometer radius, and also has a corruption effect, causing the target to continue to lose health for a certain period of time. Special Ability 3: Virus Regeneration, whenever an enemy unit is infected, the player will recover 0.05% of its health. Haha, isn't this a perpetual motion machine? God help me! I think a single Zerg race is easy to be targeted by curses, so I'll add some zombie viruses to increase the diversity of the Zerg race. Shinwei was overjoyed upon seeing this, then turned and left, waiting for the blood-winged cicada group and the green-blooded cicada king to mutate. the core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Lord Spirit King, the insect swarm outside is getting more and more rampant, and has been constantly testing our bottom line recently. Yes. Lord Spirit King, if it weren't for the miasma in the core area that could isolate those low-level insects, I'm afraid that the leader of the insect swarm would have attacked us long ago. But recently, there are huge bugs in the swarm that keep attacking the core area. We can clearly feel that the strength of those bugs is constantly increasing. This is not a solution. Master Spirit King! Level 16, the Overlord of the poisonous swamp, the Swamp Tree Spirit King raised his eyelids and looked at the leaders of various tribes who were chattering in front of him, then spoke calmly. It's not the right time yet. The Forest Spirit told me that the best time to counterattack has not yet arrived. All you have to do is wait patiently. In front of the Swamp Tree Spirit King stood the leaders of various poisonous swamps. Without exception, their levels were higher than the black and gold giant crocodile leader who was moving forward. All of them have broken through the Tianu Wong level. The average level is LV11 to LV13. At a glance, there are more than a dozen of them. Snake, wolf, toad, bear, fox, scorpion, spider. The strongest among them was a black-scaled poisonous python with cloudy pupils and an aura of old age. Its level had even reached LV14, second only to the shadow-toon tiger. However, although there is only one level difference between LV14 and LV15, the gap between them is a world of difference. But when will this opportunity come? The impact of the insect swarm has become increasingly strong recently. Because the shadow tigers devoured all the soul creatures in the nearby soul swamp, the insect swarm never goes there. Now all the pressure is concentrated on us. Yes, now our tribes are suffering casualties every second. Those damn bugs never get tired. They launch high-intensity attacks all day long. If this continues, I'm afraid that even if more than a dozen of our tribes work together, we won't be able to hold out for long. The Swamp Tree Spirit King continued to remain silent, and the tribal leaders were afraid of his powerful force and did not dare to take any unnecessary actions. However, they did not leave as before, but waited quietly. 7 days. 7 days later, it will be our chance to strike back. At that time, I will personally take action. As if he had had enough of the harassment, after a long time, the Swamp Tree Spirit King spoke. Thank you, Lord Lingwang. Thank you, Lord Lingwang. Blood-winged cicada swarm has mutated and advanced to a legendary unit, corpse cicada swarm. The green blood cicada king has mutated and advanced to a legendary soldier, corpse cicada demon. Shinwei did not have to wait too long, as the mutation was completed surprisingly quickly. In less than a day, the two major arms had completed the mutation. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Let's take a look at the properties first. Name: the Rotten Corpse Cicada Demon. Level: LV9. Forces: the Great Devourer Tyranids Corpse Zerg Shinwei. Health: 4500/4500, 100%. Spiritual Disease Value: 200000/200000, 100%. Strength: 75 Elite. Stamina: 85 Elite. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 94, Legendary. Spiritual Plague, 94, Legendary. Loyalty, 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Blood Plague, can command large-scale cicada swarms to conduct refined operations by consuming spiritual plague value. The amount of spiritual plague value consumed determines the strength of the green blood cicada emperor's information processing ability. At the same time, the spiritual plague value can form a spirit plague field. The cicada swarms in the field will be strengthened and their basic attributes will be doubled. Special Ability 2, Corpse Plague Possession. When the number of corpse cicadas under command reaches 50, 100, 150, 200 units, the speed increases by 40%, 125%, 225%, 375%. When the first death occurs, a random corpse cicada under the command will be possessed for rebirth. Each one head/300,000 biomass points. Well, it's not bad. It's much more powerful than the Jade Blood Cicada King. Although it costs 3 times more, it's worth it. With the new Zerg joining the army, The resistance to curses will be greatly improved. After Shinwei looked at the abilities, he focused on the newly added corpse insect tribe and nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he had put so much effort was for this diversity. Then Shinwei looked at the attribute panel of the corpse cicada group. Name: Corpse Cicada Group. Level: LV10. Forces: The Great Devourer Tyranids Corpse Zerg Shinwei. Health: 150/150, 100%. Spiritual Disease Value: 200/200, 100%. Strength 4 normal. Physical Strength 6 normal. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility 8 average. Psionic Power 4 normal. Loyalty 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Corpse Plague Resonance. Every 100 corpses constitute a unit. When the number of units reaches 5, 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000, the health value increases by 50%, 100%, 250%, 750%, and 1500% respectively. The spiritual plague value increases by 10%, 50%, 100%, 200%, and 300% respectively, and the agility increases by 10%, 50%, 100%, 200%, and 300% respectively. Special Ability 2, Corpse Plague Self-Destruction, consumes all of its own spiritual plague value to cause self-destruction. Special Ability 3, Reproduction Wave, can reproduce rapidly. After each battle, new carrion cicadas will split from the enemy's corpse to increase the number of the group. It has a very strong reproductive ability. Under the condition of sufficient biomass, a unit of carrion cicadas can reproduce at a rate of 100 million per hour. 1 head/2 points of biomass. 100 million heads per hour? And the cost is only 2 points of biomass. Chapter 22, Reversal of the Situation. Sakura Supreme Spell. Compared to the mutated green blood cicada king, the mutation of the blood-winged cicada group surprised Shinwei even more. Although the basic attributes of the mutated corpse cicada group were lower than those of the previous blood-winged cicada group, the original strength of the blood-winged cicada group was not the basic attributes. This mutation is equivalent to making the blood-winged cicada's ability to explode in groups even stronger. Moreover, the production cost has been reduced a lot, from the original 5 points of biomass per head to the current 2 points. The price that originally produced 1 blood-winged cicada can now produce 2.5 carrion cicadas. Increase quantity without increasing price. Great! Let's transform a batch of corpse insects first. This way, their ability to resist curses and the like will be greatly improved. Regarding these Zerg troops that save their own lives, Shinwei has been constantly reflecting on himself and finding out his own shortcomings. Finally, it was discovered that with the current structural system of the Zerg, if the outside world wanted to completely destroy Shinwei, it would have to pay at least an extremely tragic price. In fact, after coming into contact with the Shadow Tomb Tiger and witnessing its second stage, Shinwei became more determined in this idea, so he paid special attention to aspects such as curses and group damage. What worries Shinwei the most is the curse. After all, the curse is something that cannot be seen or touched, just like the sword of Damocles hanging over Shinwei's head. Because of this, Shinwei planned to expand the diversity of his troops through the zombie virus. After all, once the number of Zerg species increases, the enemy will have to pay a greater price to carry out targeted curses. 7 days later. The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. After 7 days of preparation, Fukusaki Kanzuya and his colleagues finally built an altar covering dozens of square meters, and they were all exhausted both physically and mentally. Can this curse ritual really kill all the insects of the Dragon Country contestant? The number of those insects is no less than hundreds of millions. Now there will probably be even more. Protected by shadowy servants around him, Park Il-yang held some strange tool in his hand. Regardless of the murderous look in Zhao Xingyan's eyes as he was tied to a pillar, he grabbed Zhao Xingyan's broken left arm and carved something on his arm bone. He looked at Fukusaki Kanzuya and asked, and Fukusaki Kanzuya, who was carving his right arm on the other side, replied with full information. Of course. This is the most advanced spell of our Sakura on Myoji lineage. And now we have the samples of the Zerg under the Dragon Country contestant. With this divine corpse and the 5 of us as the cost of casting the spell, we will definitely be able to kill all those bugs with the curse. As Fukusaki Kanzuya spoke, his eyes revealed strong resentment and pleasure. Now Shinwei had effortlessly set on fire the army of millions of ghosts that Fukusaki Kanzuya was proud of. This time, being able to curse Shinwei's billions of insect tides could be considered a redemption of his reputation. Thinking this in his mind, Fukusaki Kanzuya carved faster and faster. As a result, Zhao Xingyan, who was enduring inhuman torture, resisted more and more vigorously. Seeing this, Park Il-young, who was standing by, asked, "Hiss! This guy's resistance is getting more and more intense. Are your restraints effective? This guy is LV-12. Higher than all 5 of us. Don't let him break free." "Don't worry, this restraint on him was put there by Dark Shadow Tiger himself. There is a 3-level difference in level between them, and he will never be able to break free no matter what." Fukusaki Kanzuya continued to carve without slowing down, and began to explain. "That's good. By the way, is this ritual going to make this guy's soul fly away? If he's gone, and we can't summon forces, then we won't have any say at all." Jin Yanjing, who was guarding nearby, spoke. Upon hearing this, Fukusaki Kanzuya paused the carving action in his hand and then spoke. "No, this sacrifice is mainly for the divine power in this divine body and the authority of the 5 of us. After the ceremony, I will use my backup plan to refill the divine power in the divine body. If the curse fails this time, what price are you willing to pay to save the situation? To be honest, I can't guarantee that I can kill the contestant from Dragon Country. Even if I can kill him, he has earned enough national fortune for Dragon Country, including various first kills, first eliminations, and even escaping from the hands of the Shadow Tiger. It has doubled the fortune of Dragon Country. Now Dragon Country may have recovered from the outside world. Have you found a way out?" Everyone was silent for a moment after hearing this. They did not feel angry about being deceived about the failure of Fukusaki Kanzuya's curse. After all, the cost of the curse was too small now, so small that everyone felt it was a little unreal. After all, this time, to cast the spell, one only needs a divine corpse and the insignificant epic force summoning authority of the 5 of them to curse and kill Shinwei's hundreds of millions of insect swarms. After all, the value ratio is too disparate. We Mingdu have the support of the woolly bear. The same goes for the North Koreans. South Korea is just like you, Sakura, it's Eagle-chan. UNN is the Western Alliance. Hearing the members of the Greater East Asia Alliance reporting the forces behind them, Fukusaki Kanzuya nodded and spoke. Well, in this case, you all still have the capital to give it a try. It depends on whether you dare to gamble. Bet? Park Il-young paused in his movements and muttered softly. Yes. Bet. The core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Lord Spirit King! The 7-day deadline has expired. Please act quickly. Yes. The group of insects are about to rush into the core area. Even the leaders of the nether wolf spider and dark-winged poison eagle tribes have come out in person. In front of the swamp tree Spirit King, the leaders of the tribes in the poisonous swamp gathered again, but compared with 7 days ago, all the leaders present were injured. There was a deep fear in their eyes, and they looked around from time to time, as if they were worried that the endless tide of insects would come from all directions. Eat them all up. Well, it's time. Look! The swamp tree Spirit King slowly woke up from his slumber, as if he had sensed something. He was in high spirits, and sprouted a giant vine pointing in the direction of the swamp of the dead. All the leaders were speechless, and at a loss as to what to do. They could only look in the direction the vines pointed. The forces of the Dead Soul Swamp, Fukusaki Kanzuya, Park Il-young, Ba Zhong, Manhee, and Jin Yanjing, at the cost of sacrificing their own forces in the qualifying round in a LV-12 Divine Skeleton, cast the Supreme Yin-Yang spell, Soul Destroying Dance. Target of the spell, Dragon Country contestant, Chen Wei, its Zerg faction, the Tyrannid Zerg. Expected effect, suffer a soul shock every 0.5 seconds, causing true damage, 2,000 points, duration, 10 minutes. SS. As soon as the announcement appeared, the swarm of blood-winged cicadas and the army of insect saints that were originally besieging the core area of the evil miasma swamp all let out tragic cries. The swarms of blood-winged cicadas in the sky fell like drizzling rain. Just a moment. The situation on the battlefield has reversed. The core tribe of the poisonous swamp seized the opportunity and pushed back forcefully. At this moment, in Shinwei's base, blood-winged cicada swarm, 1,335,233 more killed. Blood-winged cicada swarm, 5,663,321 more killed. Blood-winged cicada swarm, the number of deaths increased by 133,655,366. Insect saint, the number of deaths increased by 1423. Humph, good trick! Looking at the death prompts that kept popping up on the panel, Shinwei's heart felt like bleeding, even though the fungal blanket was recycled and reused. But this will still result in a considerable loss of biomass. Chapter 23, A Sneak Attack? Get it? Outside world. Haha! Great! Now you have witnessed the power of our Sakura god's curse. Haha! Now this Shinwei is left alone. Now it's time for that Overlord creature to show its strength. Our Sakura genius must have found Shinwei's hiding place before launching the spell. Our Sakura's Fukusaki Kanzuya is so amazing. He can actually master such a powerful spell. In an instant, hundreds of millions of insects were wiped out. What's the point of having so many bugs? No matter how many there are, they are just weak bugs. If it were any normal force, more than 99% of its power wouldn't be wiped out like it is now, right? Haha! Laughing, the member states of the Greater East Asia Alliance wantonly mocked the Dragon Country and Shinwei who were participating in the competition from the Myth Continent on the internet. You cowardly little devils! Where did your dog slave look go? You don't think that since Mr. Shin has no insect swarm, our Dragon Country can't punish you, right? That's right. Don't forget that our Dragon Nation still has 6 aircraft carrier fleets. When the time comes, we will blow all of you little devils up into the sky. Damn, Sakura! You didn't play enough in the Eastern Battle Royale before, right? You still want to experience the thrill of adrenaline again? Bagayalo! You have a very bad conscience. Previously, Shinwei's release of millions of zombies in the east of the Sakura capital really frightened the member states of the Greater East Asia Alliance, fearing that Shinwei would sacrifice his insects if he was not satisfied, and a biochemical crisis would come over their heads. It is also because of this that the internet has experienced a long-awaited period of peace. However, now that the people of the Greater East Asia Alliance saw that Shinwei had lost his insect swarm and could no longer use his previous terrifying abilities, they immediately began to show off their might again. In the poisonous miasma swamp, inside Shinwei's base. Humph! Even if the spell is cast, the most profound impact on me is just a blood-winged insect swarm. In this case, I won't hide it anymore. Shinwei smiled contemptuously, and was about to use the backup hidden biomass under the fungal blanket to start a crazy explosion of troops, when a familiar gust of cold wind suddenly blew up in the windless and rainless base. It's the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Along with the low words of the Shadow Tiger, a fierce attack came from behind and killed Shinwei. Huh! As expected, you still have a trump card. What a pity! You will never be able to use it in your lifetime. Bump! What? A cloud of thick smoke rose up, and unexpectedly it was not Shinwei who appeared, but the Shadow Tomb Tiger who had succeeded in a sneak attack. Haha, idiot! Do you think I didn't let you go? You are the one who will die! Enjoy the gift I prepared for you! Being connected by blood of thousands of Shadow Scorpion guards, Shinwei's defense power has now reached a terrifying level. Even if repeated blood connection is stacked together, there will be serious losses. But Shinwei still relied on the advantage of numbers to increase it to 99%. In other words, 99% of the force of the Shadow Tomb Tiger's full-strength sneak attack was dispersed among the thousands of Shadow Scorpion guards. The actual number of attacks that landed on Shinwei would be less than 1%. Naturally, this damage of less than 1% was taken by the LD-12 Shinwei. Seeing the unharmed Shinwei in front of him, the Shadow Tomb Tiger's eyes were about to burst. When he was about to give chase again, he was extremely shocked to find that he had actually left the Mythology Continent and fell into the Netherworld. Roar! With a full-strength tiger roar and various powerful attacks, the dark shadow tomb tiger attacked the space around it. Bang, bang, bang! But the sound that was fed back to the dark shadow tomb tiger made his heart sink to the bottom. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Damn it! These damn adventures! Aren't we guaranteed to annihilate this fellow's insects? As many as tens of millions of shadow soul-eating spiders built spider webs around the shadow tomb tiger. In the sky and on the ground, from all directions, the shadow tomb tiger was surrounded. Seeing this, the shadow tomb tiger's scalp tingled, and he immediately planned to use up his trump card and leave the netherworld. The core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Oh! Hiss! 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 Because of the spell cast by Fukusaki Kanzuya and others, the Zerg troops fighting against the core tribe of the vicious miasma swamp on the front lines suffered serious defects. The front line collapsed on the spot and were pushed back by various vicious miasma swamp indigenous forces. At this time, at the Yu Swamp Tree Spirit King's place, a group of leaders were advising the Yu Swamp Tree Spirit King, intending to take this opportunity to output the culprit Shen Wei in one fell swoop. Lord Spirit King! This is a godsend opportunity. Why don't you take this opportunity to catch the leader behind these insects and kill him in one fell swoop? Yes. Lord Spirit King! This is a rare opportunity. Our forces are now advancing rapidly on the front line. We will be able to drive these damn bugs out of the poisonous miasma in half an hour at the latest. Hearing the noise around him, the Swamp Tree Spirit King raised the branch that served as his hand, waved it, and spoke. No, I have never taken these bugs seriously. My goal has always been the Netherworld Tiger. Ghost Tomb Tiger? The leaders were very surprised to hear this and asked immediately. But that Netherworld Tiger moves quickly and can escape into the Netherworld in a very short time. Do you have a way to catch it? No, this Nether Tomb Tiger is still in its growth stage and acts very impulsively. Just like now, it has fallen into the trap of the mastermind behind this insect. All we have to do is sit back and wait. The Swamp Tree Spirit King began to explain, and at the same time, his aura continued to rise, his originally turbid eyes became brighter and sharper, and his eyes revealed a strong ambition. It has been stuck at LV-16 for hundreds of years, and has been trapped in this poisonous miasma for thousands of years. Even though he has been able to build up his strength over time thanks to the long lifespan of his own tree spirit system, there is still a limit after all. Just when the Swamp Tree Spirit King was about to give up, the appearance of the Shadow Tomb Tiger a few years ago gave the Swamp Tree Spirit King a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough. As long as it devours the essence of the Shadow Tomb Tiger, the Swamp Tree Spirit King will be able to achieve a leap in life level and advance to a more advanced form. At that time, the level will also rise accordingly. It's almost time! It's almost time! I have been waiting for this opportunity for several years. If it weren't for the Supreme Will suddenly choosing this place, I would have taken action long ago. But this is also a blessing in disguise. Originally, the chance of winning was less than 30%, but now it has increased to 40%. Okay. That's great. The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. I've already cast the spell for quite some time, but why is there no movement from the Shadow Tiger? I don't think I'll really use this last trump card, will I? Park Il-yang looked at the chaotic poisonous miasma with a worried look on his face and spoke. Yeah, after all, this thing involves the fate of our 5 countries. Isn't it too much of a joke? He was a little hesitant to fight. The loss of power directly affected his confidence. Now he only had the strength of level 9, which made him feel like a floating duckweed in this ever-changing battlefield. No matter what, if the Shadow Tiger makes a move, we must gamble on this trump card. This is the last hope for our Greater East Asia Alliance. Look! There's something new happening in the poisonous miasma swamp. That's the Shadow Tomb Tiger? Chapter 24 Kill, the Nether Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger. Roar! The appearance changed drastically. The Netherworld Tiger that came out of the Netherworld had obviously used all its strength. After all, he was facing tens of millions of Netherworld soul-eating spiders that had been prepared in the Netherworld for a long time, and whose levels had all reached LV-11. Even though the Nether Tomb Tiger was at level 15, it still suffered a great loss. At this moment, the Nether Tomb Tiger directly entered the final stage, and its body completely turned into an energy body, retaining only the most core part, which was the flesh. Its body length is as high as hundreds of meters, and its shoulder height reaches an astonishing 60 meters. The Shadow Tomb Tiger became the focus of the whole audience as soon as it appeared, and the tiger roar followed closely behind. It even blew the battle line between Shinwei and the core tribe of the evil miasma swamp into pieces. The Overlord's strength is truly revealed at this time. Bang, bang, bang! Before the Shadow Tomb Tiger could escape, it looked for Shinwei's trace, and thousands of giant vines suddenly sprouted from the ground at its feet. The Swamp Tree Spirit King has taken action. Roar! Roar! Realizing that he had fallen into a trap again, the Shadow Tiger suddenly felt extremely frustrated and hurriedly used all his strength to try to blast away the giant vines that were rushing towards him. It's a pity that the level of the Swamp Tree Spirit King is even higher than that of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Naturally, the attack launched by the Swamp Tree Spirit King with all his strength was not something that the Shadow Tomb Tiger could deal with easily. Bang, bang, bang! Roar! As expected, before the Shadow Tomb Tiger could escape into the underworld to hide, the giant vines of the Swamp Tree Spirit King were the first to bind it tightly, and then the giant vines differentiated into sharp branches that shone with metallic colors. It fiercely pierced into the flesh of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. It madly absorbed the energy of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. The momentum of the Swamp Tree Spirit King at the back changed again. The momentum that had been stagnant began to slowly rise. Its already huge body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 meter! 2 meters! 5 meters! In the blink of an eye, the Swamp Tree Spirit King grew more than 10 meters in size, while the Shadow Tomb Tiger shrank several times. Such a wonderful scene was naturally broadcast to the outside world. It's really exciting! I didn't expect to see a fight between Overlords in the preliminaries. Strange, why hasn't the Dragon Nation contestant reported his death yet? Didn't this Shadow Tomb Tiger kill him personally? Yes, now the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger can't even protect itself. Could it be that Shinwei has surrendered to the Dark Swamp Tree Spirit King? There was a lot of discussion on the internet, with everyone discussing who would win in the end between the Swamp Tree Spirit King and the Shadow Tomb Tiger. Even Shinwei, everyone thought that he had gotten the news and successfully escaped. Even the people of Long Country who trusted Shinwei the most thought so. After all, the power of the spell cast by Fukusaki Kanzuya and others was obvious to all. Hundreds of millions of insects of Shinwei were killed on the spot in an instant due to the high and continuous real damage. Without power, let alone Shinwei, even the currently recognized strongest person would be of no use. But the next moment, the situation in the poisonous swamp once again refreshed people's worldview. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz, 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 buzz! Hiss! It's Shinwei's new Zerg. Carrion Zerg. The number is even larger than the previous group of blood-winged cicadas. This time the number of carrion cicadas has increased due to Shinwei's intentional blessing. It reached an astonishing 600 million. Overwhelming. The swarms of carrion cicadas gathered together to form hundreds of pillars that reach the sky and the earth. The top reaches the sky. It's like a pillar supporting the sky. Surround the entire poisonous swamp. It turned out that the curse of Fukusaki Kanzuya and others was mainly aimed at Shinwei, the insect saint, the blood-winged cicada group, the green-blooded cicada king and other soldiers whose corpse materials had been taken away by the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger. The corpse cicada swarm and corpse cicada demon did not have any impact on the new mutant soldiers that Shinwei had just created by combining with the zombie virus. The same is true for Shadow Soul-Eating Spider. Huh! These bugs haven't died out yet. Humph! No matter how many more there are, it won't help. Seeing this, the Swamp Tree Spirit King, who was still devouring the power of the Shadow Tomb Tiger, felt extremely disdainful. He had previously observed Shinwei's terrifying swarm of insects, and finally came to the conclusion. Shinwei's insect swarm is okay against group forces, but if it encounters a single individual with a huge difference in strength, it will feel very powerless. Just like how the Shadow Tiger went in and out of Shinwei's base 7 times before. Although it was embarrassing, it was not life-threatening. In addition, as he devoured the power of the Shadow Tomb Tiger, the Swamp Tree Spirit King felt that the shackles that trapped him were gradually loosening. A wider world is waiting for you. There is no way the Swamp Tree Spirit King would give up this opportunity. Therefore, the Swamp Tree Spirit King used his killing move. Puff, 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 puff! Hundreds of thousands of giant flowers quickly formed and bloomed, releasing massive amounts of highly toxic pollen spores. Shinwei, who was hiding in the fungal carpet, naturally noticed the killing move of the Swamp Tree Spirit King and controlled the corpse cicada to make contact with it. The corpse cicada is attacked. Attack source, LV-16, Swamp Tree King, expected to receive 100 points of poison damage. The carrion cicada has died. Fear. It can be said that this is worthy of being a killer move released by a LV-16 Overlord creature. With just a touch, the carrion cicada exploded and died on the spot. Fortunately, the corpse poison in the body of the corpse cicada did not disappear after its death. Upon seeing this, Shinwei immediately ordered the corpse cicada demon to open fire at full power and control 600 million corpse cicada swarms to attack the Swamp Tree Spirit King. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In an instant, the swarm of corpse cicadas rushed madly towards the body of the Swamp Tree Spirit King like bullets. Although most of them were killed by the poisonous plane of the Swamp Tree Spirit King halfway through, the corpse poison produced after their death did not disappear, but fell on the giant vines of the Swamp Tree Spirit King that produced the poisonous plane. Sizzle, sizzle! Although the poison from one carrion cicada has limited effect, when the poison from hundreds of millions of carrion cicadas acts on the Tree Spirit King of the swamp, even a LV-16 body inevitably suffered serious effects. Bang, bang, bang! Just as the Swamp Tree Spirit King was preparing to use a stronger trump card to fight back, Shinwei suddenly turned his gun around and aimed at the extremely weak Shadow Tomb Tiger. Tens of millions of shadow soul-eating spiders in the netherworld were released at the feet of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. The shadow soul-eating spiders instantly linked their abilities and, at the cost of sacrificing nearly 90% of the shadow soul-eating spiders, forcibly brought an insignificant corner of the netherworld under the feet of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. The Shadow Tomb Tiger suddenly felt a powerful suction force, as if it was being dragged into the abyss of death. In a critical moment, he did not hesitate to sacrifice his own essence in an attempt to force a breakthrough. Roar! Not good! Seeing this, the Swamp Tree Spirit King was about to increase the strength of the restraint, but unexpectedly, the Shadow Tomb Tiger had already escaped from the Swamp Tree Spirit King's control, dragged into the netherworld by Shinwei. Ah! Furious. Endless rage. Having his chance of breakthrough taken away, the Swamp Tree Spirit King instantly fell into endless frenzy, not caring at all about his former subordinates. The Swamp Tree Spirit King released branches and roots that almost blew away half of the poisonous swamp, indiscriminately destroying everything in sight. After a long time, the world announcement suddenly appeared. Dragon Nation contestant, Shinwei, killed Netherworld Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger, and received a reward. Dragon Nation's national fortune value increased by 500,000 points. Chapter 25, Sacrifice the Country's Destiny. Sakura is dead. Seeing the world announcement in front of them, the people outside were in an uproar, and they couldn't believe that Shinwei could kill the LV-15, Netherworld Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger, but the facts were before their eyes. Shinwei had actually killed the Overlord-level creature on his own in the qualifying stage. Become the third contestant in the world to kill the Overlord creature in the qualifying stage. The only existence in Dragon Country. How? How is this possible? This is impossible. The reason why the Eagle Sauce and the Russian Bear were able to kill the Overlord-level creatures in the preliminaries is at least half because of the countries and forces behind them. Yes. I remember that during the first qualifying round, countries around the world thought that another world had appeared for everyone to explore. It was not like the current competitive relationship. In that qualifying match, the Eagle and the Bear used the resources of North America and the Bear Alliance respectively to barely kill the Overlord creature. How could the contestant from Dragon Country kill the Nether Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger, when his own country couldn't provide any help and was surrounded by competitors? Do you think it's possible that the force chosen by Shinwei on the spot was not an ordinary force at all? But a force higher than the legendary level? Otherwise it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Look. This guy's bug explosion ability is extremely strong. The only thing that can be compared to it is Eagle Sauce's genetic cloning system. But that is also an effect based on a strong foundation. But this Shinwei can explode such a terrifying bug at the beginning. It's really terrifying. Impossible. How could Shinwei be so virtuous as to obtain a faction card higher than the legendary level? Everyone was talking about it, and the Dragon Kingdom, which suddenly obtained a full 500,000 points of national fortune, became even more prosperous. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command post. Current Dragon Nation's national luck value, 826,000 points. In line with the current status, the intensity of the disaster is reduced. The current disaster intensity, none. When the national fortune value reaches 800,000 points, the National Fortune Mall will be unlocked. In the National Fortune Mall, you can use national fortune as currency to exchange relevant permissions and abilities to support your country's contestants. Note, the national fortune value is extremely important. Please consider it seriously. Great! Haha! Hero Shin is so strong! Yes. This time we not only recovered from our disadvantage, but also returned to the ranks of the top 5 powers. When Mr. Shin comes back this time, we will organize a revenge operation against Sakura and the Greater East Asia Alliance. Yes. And Mr. Shin must be personally involved in this revenge operation. Haha. These Sakura devils have been tripping us up everywhere in the preliminaries. It's time to let them have a taste of this. Inside the command center, the top leaders of Long Country were overjoyed, cheering for Long Country's current national fortune and the strength of Shinwei in the qualifiers, and based on the experience of the previous qualifiers. For contestants who have gone through the preliminaries, their forces will not be reset to 0 when they participate in the official competition, but will be retained intact until the official competition. And when it comes to the official competition, there are countless opportunities and secret realms. Shinwei can definitely take this opportunity to soar to the sky. Become the strongest in Dragon Country. Just as the top leaders of Dragon Country were discussing this, another world announcement came, but this time the announcement came from the Greater East Asia Alliance. Sakura consumes national fortune value, 60,000 points. Sakura's current national fortune value, 36,437 points, which does not meet the current status. The disaster is getting worse. The current disaster level, mild, moderate to severe. Disaster types: plague, drought, flood, typhoon, earthquake. South Korea consumes 50,000 points. South Korea's current national fortune value, 6,437 points, extremely inconsistent with the current status. The disaster is getting worse. The current disaster level, mild, severe. Disaster types: plague, drought, flood, typhoon, earthquake, heavy rain, sandstorm. North Korea consumes national fortune value, 3,000 points. North Korea's current national fortune value, 20,400 points, barely in line with the current status. The disaster is getting worse. The current disaster level, mild. Disaster type, drought, food crisis. Minggu consumes national fortune value, 4,000 points. Mingu's current national fortune value, 18,140 points, barely in line with the current status. The disaster is getting worse. The current disaster level, slight, mild. Disaster type, wind and hail. Yuanan consumes national fortune value, 5,000 points. Yuanan's current national fortune value, 21,042 points, in line with the current status. The disaster is getting worse. The current disaster level, mild. Disaster type, locust plague. 5 consecutive pieces of news about countries consuming their national fortune points appeared. Not only was the Dragon Country confused, but even the people of the countries that consumed their national fortune points were all confused and started arguing on the internet. What the hell? Is the Green House, South Korea's highest government agency, the home of the underworld? They even dare to touch the fate of the country. Shit! They're using so much of their national fortune at once. Has the Green House ever considered our feelings? Oh my god! There's an earthquake here. Bakayaro! There's a typhoon here. Is the Sakura government planning to destroy Sakura? I want to immigrate to Dragon Country. I want to immigrate to Dragon Country. Longwood doesn't accept Japanese. If you dare to sneak across, we'll put you in a water dungeon. Haha. We don't even have to do anything now, you will perish on your own. Just as people of the Greater East Asia Alliance member states were angrily denouncing the foolish behavior of their own governments, and the people of Dragon Country were watching the fire from the other side and laughing at them, the highest governments of Sakura and South Korea, which have consumed the most national fortune and are in the most critical situation, issued the latest announcement. Because the Dragon Country contestant Shinwei has caused extremely adverse effects on our country, we have decided to consume our national destiny to take countermeasures. The citizens of the Sakura country do not have to worry about the subsequent impact of natural disasters. Now Sakura has reached an alliance with Eagle Sauce, and the citizens of the Sakura country automatically have the citizenship of Eagle Sauce. You can immigrate independently or accept unified immigration at any time. The first immigration flight is expected to be held on December 11th, which is 1 month later. At that time, you can enter the National Management Network to register. The specific terms can be viewed on the official website Sakura Government Announcement. Bagayashi! What about our money? What about our house and car? You are a bunch of Sakura sinners. Due to the extremely adverse impact caused by the Dragon Country contestant Shinwei on our country, we have decided to take countermeasures to consume our national fortune. South Korean citizens do not have to worry about the impact of subsequent natural disasters. South Korea has now reached an alliance with Eagle Sauce, and South Korean citizens automatically have Eagle Sauce nationality. You can immigrate on your own or accept unified immigration at any time. The first immigration flight is expected to be held on December 11th, which is 1 month later. At that time, you can enter the National Management Network to register. The specific terms can be viewed on the official website Greenhouse Announcement. Woohoo! That's great! We are also citizens of the United States. Haha! It's really great! Thanks to Shinwei, we can finally become citizens of Eagle Sauce. I'm going to Eagle Sauce to enjoy the fresh air of the world's #1 country. The top leaders of Longwei keenly sensed a strong sense of crisis as the Greater East Asia Alliance, contrary to its usual practice, proactively consumed a large amount of national fortune. I never thought that Sakura and South Korea would be so decisive. They would rather exhaust their national fortunes than fight us. Humph! It seems they know their own weight. If they really fight us with real weapons, I guarantee that the top leaders of their two countries will be replaced in turn. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about how to deal with it first. Don't forget that in the last official competition, a small African country used a mutually destructive consumption method to drag down the country that was originally suppressing it. In the end, both sides perished. Yes, we should act quickly. It just so happens that we have opened the National Fortune Mall now. With our status, we can definitely buy stronger things than those in countries like Sakura. Let's support Shinwei quickly. Just as a group of senior executives were planning to buy some things in the National Fortune Mall to help Shinwei, Yan Weigwa spoke up. Wait. Exchange for the permission to communicate with Shinwei first. Ask Shinwei's opinion first. Don't waste a lot of national fortune just to exchange for some insignificant things. Waste the national fortune that Shinwei worked so hard to earn. Yeah. That's right. Chapter 26. Legendary Growth Hero, Shadow of the Ghost. The condition for opening the National Destiny Mall is whether the country's national destiny is worthy of its own status. As long as it can match the status, the National Destiny Mall will be opened. There are all kinds of things in the mall. Every country can use its own national fortune to exchange for what it wants. However, although things have a price, some precious things require not only a high national fortune, but also a vital status. Because of this, the National Destiny Mall opened by Dragon Country has much more content than countries like Sakura. The only 3 countries that can compare with it are Eagle Sauce, the Bear Alliance, and the Western Alliance. Dragon Nation consumes 5,000 points of national fortune and unlocks the communication rights of Myth Continent. The current national fortune of Dragon Country meets its status, and the disaster level has not changed. Woohoo! Our Dragon Country senior officials can finally contact Mr. Shin. 1,000 meters underground in the poisonous miasma swamp is a core base specially developed by Shinwei using the powerful devouring ability of the fungal mat. Right now, Shinwei looked at the corpse of the Shadow Tomb Tiger, which was only as tall as a person, and his eyes flashed with a strong desire to study. The corpse of this Overlord creature is truly extraordinary. Not only did it reveal a golden treasure box, but even its corpse is of such great value. The core corpse of Nether Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger has been detected. The current unit is highly compatible with it. Legendary unit, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider. If you simply devour the core corpse of Nether Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger, it is expected to increase the level of Legendary Soldier, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, by 2 levels, and it is expected to be upgraded to LV13. If paired with the core corpse of the Swamp Tree King in a specific ritual, it can be differentiated into a legendary growth hero, Shadow of the Wraith. Looking at the prompt on the panel in front of him, Shinwei ordered the remaining few Shadow Soul Devouring Spiders to spit out the best quality spider silk at the cost of their lives to collect the corpse of the Shadow Tomb Tiger. The Overlord creature is worthy of being the Overlord creature. Even though almost 80% of its strength had been consumed by the Swamp Tree Spirit King, its dying counterattack still beat Shinwei, who had the advantage of time, place and people, into a miserable state. The tens of millions of Shadow Soul-eating spiders responsible for the siege were almost wiped out. Moreover, because of the curse of the Dark Shadow Tomb Tiger before his death, Shinwei was unable to produce the Dark Shadow Soul Devouring Spider for a period of time. This caused the insect swarm to have shortcomings. I didn't dare to act on my own for a moment. Shadow Curse, Legendary Level Troops, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, cannot be produced within 7 days. After 7 days, only Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, with half the ability and attributes can be produced. Duration lasts for 14 days. Source: Curse of the Shadow Tiger Before Death. This Overlord creature is really troublesome. It seems that we need to supplement the types and diversity of soldiers in the future. It will be a headache next time we encounter this kind of situation. Shinwei looked at the curse hanging on the panel and felt quite a headache. At the same time, he secretly vowed in his heart that after the end of this preliminaries, he must conduct intensive training specifically for curses. First, there was the Sakura country's supreme Yin and Yang curse, Dance of Soul Destruction, which killed hundreds of millions of their own blood-winged cicadas, causing incalculable losses. Then came the current Curse of Shadows. The continuous curses really made Shinwei a little overwhelmed. As for the golden treasure chest dropped by the Shadow Tiger, Shinwei did not take it seriously, not because the golden treasure chest was not important. Quite the contrary. No matter whether it was the bronze treasure chest dropped by the leader of the black gold giant crocodile, or the golden treasure chest dropped by the Shadow Tiger now, the things that can be opened from them are treasures that can cause a sensation in the outside world. It's a pity that it's not suitable for Shinwei. After all, the things opened can be classified as equipment, just like the equipment worn by characters in online game novels. However, Shinwei now has almost no dependence on equipment that can provide various bonuses and skills. After all, in terms of saving his life, what equipment can allow Shinwei to obtain 99% damage immunity at this stage? When it comes to attacking, Shinwei does not rely on charging into battle himself, or having any humanoid subordinates lead the team to charge into battle, but on the horde of insects that devours everything. Because of this, the equipment found in the treasure chest has almost no use value to Shinwei. After all, even the most elite Zerg are consumables that Shinwei can consume at will. However, the legendary growth hero, Shadow of the Wraith, that just popped up on the panel did arouse Shinwei's interest. A legendary growth hero? It seems to be something like personal power, which can just fill the gap in my high-end combat power. Your country has consumed 5,000 points of national fortune, opened up the communication rights to the Myth Continent, and submitted a communication request to you. Please accept. It seems that the national fortune that I have been continuously gaining is taking effect. Accept it. Seeing the inquiry coming from the panel, Shinwei chose to connect the communication. The next moment, the cautious voice of the Dragon Country's senior officials reached Shinwei's ears. Mr. Shin? Hearing the extremely low, and even humble voice from the other end of the line, Shinwei was stunned for a moment, then he felt relieved when he thought about how he had earned more than 6 or 7 times the national fortune for Dragon Country almost single-handedly, but he did not act in an overbearing manner. Instead he replied with an equal attitude. What's up? The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. Fukusaki Kanzuya and the others looked at the Swamp Tree Spirit King who was still venting his endless anger in the distance, and their faces became increasingly ugly. Damn it, shit! I never thought that the qualifying rounds that I thought were a sure win would end up like this. Damn it! As soon as the game was over, the country was fucking destroyed. This Shinwei deserves to die. Park Il-young had obviously received news about South Korea and kept cursing. Originally relying on his own strength in the mythological continent, Park Il-young had already become a high-ranking figure in South Korea. Girl groups, luxury cars, and big villas are all available to you. The days of luxury and debauchery are so comfortable. Who would have thought that in a qualifying match, they would lose everything at home and the whole country would move to the eagle sauce? This is naturally great for the middle and lower levels of South Korea, but it is bad luck for high-level people like Park Il-young. As the saying goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Now that we have moved to eagle sauce, not only has our status been lowered, but the advantages of being a local snake have also disappeared. There were a few more big fathers above him for no reason, which really made Park Il-young feel depressed. Stop talking nonsense. Well, who said it wasn't true? Now that it has come to this, we should quickly summon the LV-19, Mysterious Water Black Snake Clan. This was obtained after using up a full 122,000 points of our Great East Asia Alliance's national fortune. This time, Shinwei must pay a heavy price. Fukusaki Kanzuya on the side spoke in a cold voice, with unspeakable resentment in his eyes as he looked towards the evil poisonous swamp. This opportunity, which was gained at the cost of almost the destruction of two countries, was naturally ordered by the eagle sauce, and the two countries of Sakura were powerless to do anything about it. Well, this is a LV-19 race. And it has the blood of Asian dragons. This Shinwei is dead this time. Chapter 27 Level 19. Mysterious Water Black Snake. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Fukusaki Kanzuya said confidently. Force Summoning Scroll can summon a LV-19, Mysterious Water Black Snake, to a designated location. Note, the summoned race is an independent force and can only designate one force as an enemy. At LV-19 level, that is a powerful life form that has touched upon the next life transition. Not to mention Shinwei, who is only at LV-10 level, even if a dozen more Swamp Tree Spirit Kings who have turned the entire poisonous swamp upside down were added, there is no way they can defeat the LV-19 Mysterious Water Black Snake. This is exactly the method used by Fukusaki Kanzuya and others to die together. Let me make it clear in advance. I will use this thing in 10 minutes. How far you can run by then will depend on your luck. Park Il-young took the scroll from Fukusaki Kanzuya's hand, ordered the few remaining Black Shadow Legions to possess himself, and spoke to Fukusaki Kanzuya and others. Fukusaki Kanzuya and others nodded solemnly, and then fled in all directions using their own methods. That's roughly what happened, Mr. Shin. Is there anything we can help you with? The vice president of Longwa asked. Shinwei thought for a moment, then looked at the troops in his hands and spoke. No need for that. According to your intelligence, once the national fortune value meets the current status, the rewards of the next National War will be biased towards other rewards, and the difficulty of obtaining national fortune value will also increase. In that case, let's save the national fortune for the official competition. I have enough troops on hand now. I can attack or defend. Unless a meteorite falls from the sky, I can retreat safely and hold on until the end of the preliminaries. And according to your intelligence, the only contestants left are me and those rubbish from the Greater East Asia Alliance, and contestants from some small countries and the Russians? Hearing Shinwei's inquiry, the vice president of Longwa explained. Yes, in fact, apart from you and the member countries of the Greater East Asia Alliance, there are no contestants from other countries who have chosen to land in the poisonous miasma swamp. Competitors from other countries all chose to start in places that are more suitable for development, such as the Green Grassland and Bear Ridge, which are at the first to second level of danger. Even the contestants from the Bear Alliance only chose the Snow Mountain, which is at the fourth level of danger, as their starting location. Although the contestants of the Bear Alliance have developed their legendary power very quickly due to their starting place and the lack of competitors around them, we still think they are no match for you. After hearing the vice president's explanation, Shinwei asked in confusion. Oh? Besides me, is there another contestant who has drawn a legendary faction? Yes, perhaps it is because of the strong national fortune of the Bear Alliance and the Eagle Sauce. They seem to have used some means to make their contestants draw legendary forces, and judging by the current momentum, it is very likely that these two countries will gain a new powerful general. Do you have any information about their forces? Not really. They are hiding it very well. Even their own citizens don't know the details. They only know that they are a legendary force. Moreover, the speed of their development is also in line with the legendary standard. So far, the contestants from the Bear Alliance have developed a force of tens of millions, and the Eagle Alliance has even more. The number is as high as hundreds of millions. During the conversation, the Vice President of Dragon Country's words were full of fear and envy for the contestants from the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance. After all, the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance, the two winners of the first Myth National War, were truly enviable. He can even arrange for legendary forces that are out of reach for other countries. That really shows that he has great omnipotence. With so many troops, how will they provide logistics? Don't be fooled by the fact that Shinwei can easily lead an army of hundreds of millions or even millions of insects. In fact, if it weren't for the estimated resource problems in the poisonous miasma swamp, Shinwei could easily develop an insect swarm of more than 1 billion or even tens of billions. What limits Shinwei is no longer Shinwei himself, but the surrounding environment. After all, the environment is so small that it can only support hundreds of millions of Zerg. Hundreds of millions of Zerg are still Shinwei's ability to enter the fungal blanket and enter a low-power dormant state, and can enter a combat state in a very short time. It was only barely achieved, and because of this, Shinwei was particularly aware of the importance of logistics. Oh, that's right. The legendary force of the Bear Alliance is a race of creatures similar to ice elements, the kind that can survive even if they drink the northwest wind. It just so happens that there is a small ice crystal vein at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain chosen by the Bear Alliance contestant, which is just right for the Bear Alliance contestant to develop. Yes, it is obvious that the contestants from the Bear Alliance, Eagle Sauce, and the Western Alliance are not participating in this preliminaries for the preliminaries, but to prepare for the official competition. And according to our latest intelligence, the contestants from the Bear Alliance and Eagle Sauce also successfully hunted down a dominant creature. However, since too many countries were involved behind them, they did not receive any national rewards. What about Eagle Sauce? The Eagle Sauce side is interesting. This time, the Eagle Sauce contestants are still following the old Eagle Sauce path, the route of combining genes with technology. As soon as they landed, they transformed themselves into electronic life forms, and quickly built modern cities through their power. They have all kinds of servers and modern military system weapons, and have developed the environment to the extreme. The most outrageous thing is that there is a uranium mine at the landing site of this contestant. This contestant spent a lot of time and resources, as well as the support of the local community, to make a nuclear bomb. This nuclear bomb with an estimated TNT equivalent of 500 tons killed a level 15 Overlord creature. Huh! Making an atomic bomb? I was so happy to hear that the contestant from Eagle Sauce was able to build an atomic bomb from scratch in less than a month. Shinwei was very surprised, to which the vice president of Longwei explained. That's right. The legendary force of the Eagle Sauce contestant this time happens to be a race similar to mechanical life. They can work non-stop for 24 hours and can store a large amount of knowledge and use it. Because of this, the Eagle Sauce contestant was able to create an atomic bomb in such a short time. I see. Just when Shinwei was about to ask for more information about the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance, he suddenly received an announcement from the panel. South Korean contestant, Park Il-young, releases the Force Summoning Scroll, summoning the LV-19 Force, Mysterious Water Black Snake, and designates the Dragon Kingdom contestant, Shinwei, as the target of hatred. The current Dragon Country contestant, Shinwei, and the Force, Xianshui Black Snake, have a relationship of enemy -80. You damn bugs, I will tear you into pieces. Chapter 28, Assessment of Power Value. South Korea is ranked last. Seeing the prompt on the panel, Shinwei felt nauseous. He had already listed Fukuzaki Kanzuya and others as those who must be killed, and he wanted to make these damn guys die a tragic death with thousands of insects eating their hearts. What's wrong, Mr. Shin? When the vice president of Longwa heard Shinwei's abuse, he knew that he could not be scolding them, so he quickly asked. Nothing, it's just that Sakura's group of contestants did something weird again. I don't know what tricks they used, but they actually attracted a LV-19 black water snake, and they lowered the relationship between me and this group of black water snakes to the level of enemies. Now I not only have to face the obviously furious LV-16 Swamp Tree Spirit King, but also the LV-19 mysterious water black snake. It's really a headache. By the way, LV-19 is only one step away from LV-20. Is there any qualitative difference between these two levels? After hearing Shinwei's explanation, all the senior officials of Longwa took a deep breath, and the vice president of Longwa even spoke to persuade them. Hiss! Mr. Shin, we just happen to have intelligence on the black water snake. Intelligence shows that as a degenerated form of the netherworld python, the black water snake is extremely good at fighting in swampy areas. It also has the ability to reclaim an underground palace in an area in a short period of time. I remember that your base, Mr. Shin, seems to be built under the poisonous miasma swamp, right? You should evacuate there quickly. Yes. Mr. Shin, this is your first time participating in the Mythology National War, so you don't know the difference between the levels. Next, let our dragon country's current top expert, Yang Weigua, explain it to you. Well, that's great. Shinwei's eyes lit up when he heard that. The LV-16 Swamp Tree Spirit King above his head was already a problem for Shinwei, not to mention the LV-19 mysterious water black snake. It would be great to get more information. The next moment, Yang Weigua took over as Vice President Longwa with a mature and steady voice. Hello, I'm Yang Weigua. To be honest, I've come into contact with a black snake in the last official competition. Next, I'll explain to you in detail the weaknesses and strengths of this type of creature. I hope it will be of some reference to you. Yes. Thank you very much. Well, the black water snake is usually led by a male black water snake. Its internal social structure is similar to that of a lion group on the African grasslands, with one male and multiple females, and at most some cubs. Therefore, you need to pay special attention to the male black water snake. Although it may be unpleasant to hear, what I said is the truth that has been tested in war. With your current strength, you can't possibly defeat a male black snake, because the level gap is too huge. What is the highest level of your subordinate now? LV-14, a bug saint. However, bug saints are usually used for attacking and fighting. They are at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, this bug saint is a little special. I don't plan to take risks with it for the time being. Shinwei thought about it and said it truthfully, and Yang Weigua agreed. Well, this is definitely the right choice. Therefore, you need to leave the poisonous miasma immediately to avoid the encirclement of the black snake. After talking about the difference in levels, let's talk about the attack methods and body size of the Xianshui black snake. Based on the Xianshui black snake we encountered, if it is level 19, its body size is about 13 or 14 meters. This body shape is very embarrassing, isn't it? Hearing about the size of the Xianshui black snake, Shinwei felt a headache and replied in agreement. This unit is neither too big nor too small. I can neither treat it as a giant unit nor as a small unit for targeted attack. I can only kill it one-on-one. This unit size just happens to meet the shortcomings of my current unit range. Well, in addition, although the Xianshui black snake is not big in size, it can mobilize the energy of its own kind around it to replenish itself. It can spit out frost breath that can instantly freeze enemies with a lower level than itself. The coverage area is extremely wide. It is an AoE attack. Shinwei was stunned when he heard this, and then spoke. Instant kill? How wide is the coverage area? Well, anyone whose level is lower than that of a male mysterious water black snake, and who does not have the ability to save their lives or treasures will be frozen immediately. Then there will be a series of physical fitness tests. Once the test fails, the killing effect will be triggered. Yang Weigua explained, and Shinwei noticed that Yang Weigua specifically said it was a male, so he asked. Male? Don't female black snakes have this ability? Yes, female black water snakes are much easier to deal with than male black water snakes, and they can be killed by using the swarm tactics. So if you encounter a lone female black water snake, you can try to kill it. Well, thank you very much, very important information. This saved me from huge losses. After hearing this, Shinwei opened his mouth to thank him. It's nothing. I have to thank you on behalf of all the people of Dragon Country. If you hadn't earned a huge amount of national fortune this time, we would still be running around to solve the domestic disaster. This time we unanimously decided to list you as the chief position of Dragon Country. The power is equivalent to that of a vice-state level official. The specific appointment direction will be arranged according to your wishes after you return. I wish you a safe return. I wish Mr. Shin a safe return. Hearing the congratulations from the other end, Shinwei felt warm in his heart. Yes. Definitely. The first stage of the current qualifiers has ended, and the second stage will begin next. The level cap is raised to LV20. Next, the power values of the participating members in each regional qualifier will be evaluated, and the top 3 will receive generous rewards. At the same time, this assessment is divided into 2 stages. The first phase will be assessed in each region. In the second stage, the top 3 from each participating region will be evaluated across regions, and the top 3 will receive generous rewards. Huh! I didn't expect that the power value assessment would be carried out so soon in this preliminaries. Oh? Are you talking about the last qualifying round? Shinwei was a little confused when he heard this, and was curious about the situation of the last qualifying round. The power value assessment for the last qualifying round was much later than yours. It was probably conducted more than half a year after entering the Mythology Continent. It was so long that I thought I could never go back after traveling to the Mythology Continent. Current Division, Mythology Continent Asia Division. Evaluation of power value in progress. Evaluation completed. There are currently 9 contestants. 8th contestant, Kim Won-young of North Korea. Influence value is 25 points, reward, none. The outside world, the internet. Haha! Not even 3 digits! And you're at the bottom! Just wait for the General's purple egg. Jin Yuanjing, General, can I still participate in the official competition of Mythology Continent tomorrow? General, either of these 2 wishes can be granted. Seeing that the contestants from North Korea were at the bottom, the people of Longwei immediately laughed loudly, and at the same time looked forward to who would be the top 3 in the Asian division. Chapter 29, Number 1. Generous Rewards. 7th contestant, Menggu Bajong, influence value is 30 points. Reward none. 6th contestant, Yuanen Manha, influence value is 40 points. Reward none. Haha! The last 5 are probably all from the Greater East Asia Alliance. Of course. Who asked them to give up their own power? These 2-digit power values probably include even themselves. Haha! But unexpectedly, the 5th place was not chosen between Fukusaki Kanzuya and Park Aoryung as everyone thought, but Afyuhan. 5th contestant, Afghani Shah Aziz, influence value is 312 points. Reward none. Huh! There is actually someone who can't even beat the Greater East Asia Alliance, which has lost its power? That's really lame. What happened to this Afghans? He didn't even enter the poisonous miasma swamp, and no one was targeting him. How did he end up like this? It seems that they have drawn a teenager, and the power level they drew is not very good. They are really unlucky. There is a lot of discussion about the ranking. 4th place contestant, South Korea's Park Aoryung, influence value is 320 points. Reward none. 3rd place contestant, Sakura Fukusaki Kanzuya, influence value is 350 points. Reward, epic level treasure, soul calming banner. Seeing that the 3rd contestant was actually the powerless Fukusaki Kanzuya, people outside expressed their feelings. I can't believe that the 3rd place is this guy Fukusaki Kanzuya. Hehe, so what? It's a good bargain for our Mr. Shin. Fukusaki Kanzuya definitely didn't run far. Mr. Shin will definitely be able to get this epic treasure. Haha. Eh? Where are those Sakura devils? Now that this guy got 3rd place, he should have jumped out to celebrate, right? What else can we say? You don't know that there are natural disasters everywhere in Sakura and South Korea. Forget about going online. It's hard for people in Sakura to survive now. Yeah, here's the video for you to watch. Hehe, when I think about the fact that those traders who were begging to go to Sakura before are now trapped there, I feel so happy. Haha. The next step is for the contestants from Mr. Shin and Mao Xiong to compete. Who do you think will be first? It must be Mr. Shin. Don't forget. That's a poisonous miasma. The survival difficulty is LV10. How can the resources of a mere LV6 Great Snow Mountain be comparable? That's right. Not to mention Mr. Shin and the swarm of insects that covered the sky. The second contestant, Alexander Romanov from the Bear Alliance, with an influence value of 181,164 points. Reward 5 legendary treasures, 5 legendary soldiers. Finally, the second place candidate was revealed. Although the second place candidate was somewhat unexpected but reasonable, the generous reward surprised everyone present. Oh my God! That's a legendary treasure! He gave it to 5 of them at once. That's just the beginning of the noble phantasm. Look! Those are 5 legendary troops. 1 legendary troop is enough to become the main force of an epic force. This guy gave 5 at once. It really deserves to be a legendary force. Don't be too envious. Look at that guy's power value. It's actually over 180,000. What was the power value of the first place in the first qualifying round? I remember it was Eagle Sauce. His influence value is probably in the range of 60,000 to 70,000. After all, it's his first time participating in the competition. To have this number is really a great achievement. It seems that the rewards for this preliminaries are linked to the final influence value. I guess so. In the last qualifier, Eagle Sauce, who was ranked first in the region, only got 4 legendary units in the end. Then the first place must go to Mr. Shin from our dragon country. Haha! The first contestant, Longhui Chinwei, with an influence value of 571,164 points. Reward unknown. When Shinwei's influence value appeared, everyone in the outside world who was originally paying attention to this assessment fell into silence, and a thought popped up in their minds at the same time. 570,000 power points? This must be a fucking cheat, right? At this moment, Shinwei, who became the first place, was collecting his reward. Congratulations on winning the first place in the second Myth National War Qualifiers Asia Division. You can claim relevant rewards. Extract! Seeing this, Shinwei spoke without hesitation. After all, he now had 2 mountains pressing down on his head, and he was counting on this little reward to turn things around. Extracting completed. The rewards are divided into 3 categories. You can choose one of the 3. 1. Resources that can upgrade LV1 to LV12 of tens of millions of units. 2. Arms, a total of arms covering all aspects of combat are listed, with a total of 5 arms in each aspect. 6 of them will be selected as rewards, and the rest will be distributed in the form of resources. 3. Noble Phantasms, 15 pieces of legendary Noble Phantasms. You can also choose a set of legendary Noble Phantasms. Note: the Noble Phantasm set can make LV12 have the ability to temporarily harden to LV15, but after use, the legendary Noble Phantasm set will be destroyed. Hiss! Seeing the choices given by the panel, Shinwei took a deep breath. The rewards were so generous that Shinwei was a little dazzled. A LV12 army of tens of millions is not out of reach for me. Now the poisonous miasma swamp has been turned upside down by the Nether Swamp Tree Spirit King. When the mysterious water black snake descends, it will definitely fight with the Nether Swamp Tree Spirit King. When the time comes, we can send out the fungal blanket to clean up the mess. We will definitely get a lot of biomass. Not to mention LV12, even an LV14 army of tens of millions is not impossible. Abandon option 1. After deciding to give up option 1, Shinwei looked at option 3. Legendary treasure. There is a similar description in the Mythology National War Basic Knowledge Manual, issued by the Dragon government. Now Yan Weigua has a set of legendary treasures in his hands, which will greatly improve him, and he can use it forever. It is an important component of strength second only to power. However, compared with the insect swarm, my personal strength seems a bit weak. At this stage, abandoning the insect swarm in pursuit of personal strength seems a bit of a waste of time. Abandon! I choose option 2. Selection successful. Legendary arms are on display. It is expected that the types of arms on display will cover melee, ranged, reconnaissance, support, healing, reinforcement, suicide, logistics, a total of 8 categories. Total 40 types of troops. Currently displayed arms: melee, wind mantis, venomous scorpion, red flame beetle, thunder locust, golden horn beetle. Chapter 30 Airdrop from the sky. Opportunity for counterattack. The next moment, cards with exquisite patterns and photos of Zerg troops appeared in front of Shinwei. Just like when he chose the initial faction cards on the altar, Shinwei was no longer surprised by this, and opened them one by one to check. Although the Insect Saint is powerful now, it cannot be used as the main force in close combat due to its huge size. Therefore, Shinwei plans to select a few of these 5 melee legendary soldiers. After some screening, Shinwei finally included Golden Horn Beetle and Red Flame Beetle in the preliminary list. It's not that Shinwei has a special liking for beetles, but most of the wars Shinwei is facing at this stage are large-scale wars, and there are very few small-scale fights among small forces. Therefore, Swift Mantis and Venomous Scorpion were eliminated just because their bodies were too fragile compared to the 2 beetles. After all, the most important thing for the Zerg troops fighting in the front is not the damage and attack ability, but whether they can withstand the impact of the opposing army. After all, if you can both carry and fight, why do you need long-range output? Not to mention, Golden Horn Beetle and Red Flame Beetle have 2 crucial abilities. Golden Horn Resonance. When there are similar Golden Horn Beetles around, for each additional unit of the same kind, 100 heads as a unit, its own strength and defense will increase by 10%, with no upper limit, and the linked skill, Golden Horn Impact, will be unlocked. Golden Horn Impact. The Golden Horn Beetle and its kind charge towards the target and stun the target. When the skill is activated, all Golden Horn Beetles participating in the charge gain an additional shield with a value of 20% of their current health. The ability of Red Flame Beetle is Flame Armor Resonance. When there are similar Scarlet Flame Beetles around, for each additional similar Scarlet Flame Beetle, 100 heads as a unit, its own health will increase by 15% and defense by 5%, with no upper limit. At the same time, Flame Ring and the linked skill, Red Flame Storm, will be triggered. Flame Ring causes continuous flame damage to surrounding enemies. Red Flame Storm. The Red Flame Beetle and its kind release the flame energy in their bodies, forming a red flame storm area, causing fire damage to all enemies in the area and reducing the enemy's defense by 20%. When this skill is activated, all participating Red Flame Beetles can absorb a portion of the flames to restore health. Compared with the other 3 legendary soldiers, the Golden Horn Beetle and the Red Flame Beetle undoubtedly better meet Shinwei's current needs. After selecting the melee type, Shinwei turned his attention to ranged, reconnaissance, and support. Regarding ranged, Shinwei believes that the current Hydralisk can already meet his needs very well. It has anti-air, burst, damage, certain AoE capabilities, and also certain self-protection capabilities. Therefore, for the long-range troops, Shinwei just glanced at them and took a general look. Currently displayed arms: ranged Poisonous Mist Witch, Thunder Locust General, Green Shadow Queen Bee, Golden Beetle Gunner, Flame Locust Shooter. Among them, the ability of Poison Moth Witch is to release poisonous gas sacs and highly toxic spores, which overlaps with the Insect Saint's symbiote biological cannon, so give up. Thunder Locust General and Green Shadow Queen Bee are both similar to the Blood-Winged Cicada swarm, but the quality of their individual soldiers far exceeds that of the Blood-Winged Cicada, so we give up on them. The cost of Golden Beetle Gunner and Flame Locust Shooter are too high and cannot compare to the cost-effective Hydralisk, so we give up. Finally, in the long-range column, Shinwei did not see any arms that caught his eye, and turned to look at reconnaissance and support. Currently displayed arms: Scout, Emerald Bee Scout, Wind Shadow Butterfly Scout, Wind Blade Mantis Scout, Ghost Moth Scout, Swift Shadow Beetle Scout. After Shinwei checked it out, he suddenly noticed the ability panel of Swift Shadow Beetle Scout. Group Synergy. When there are beetles around a Swift Beetle Scout, for each additional unit of beetles, 300 beetles make up a unit. Its strength, agility, and reconnaissance capabilities are each increased by 10%, with no upper limit, and the linked skill, Shadow Escape Combination, is unlocked. Huh! This is poking the beetle's nest. I didn't expect this beetle army to be so united. Seeing the ability panel of Swift Shadow Beetle Scout, Shinwei was a little surprised, and at the same time decided to pay more attention to beetle-type soldiers. Shadow Meld Combination. the swift scarab scout and its kind enter shadow mode together, unable to be discovered or attacked by the enemy. In this state, the swift scarab scout can move freely and conduct reconnaissance. At the same time, each attack will inflict additional backstab damage, with the damage value being 150% of the attack power. When this skill is activated, all participating swift beetle scouts can share each other's reconnaissance information, improving the reconnaissance efficiency and combat coordination of the entire group, and at the same time can discover some hidden secrets. Pre-selection. Then Shinwei looked through assistance, treatment, reinforcement, suicide, and logistics. Finalized the list of candidates for each branch of the military. Golden Horn Beetle, Red Flame Beetle, Swift Shadow Beetle Scout, Phantom Butterfly Healer, Green Shadow Bug Strategy, Flame Beetle Vanguard. Among them, beetles occupy half of the country. Do you select? Yes. Reward exchange successful. Next we will conduct cross-region ranking evaluation. Estimated time will be in 6 hours. 6 hours? It seems like they want us to seize the time to grow and develop, and try to catch up with others? Interesting. Shinwei smiled upon seeing this, and then ordered his insect swarm to go deep underground and cultivate all organic matter, as well as inorganic matter such as soil and stones. And the missing part will be filled by Shinwei's fungal blanket. Biomass plus 1325 points. Biomass plus 2334 points. Biomass plus 9724 points. As the insect tide began to move, Shinwei's panel began to be flooded with prompts for obtaining various biomass. Shinwei's forces, the Tyranids, are called the Great Devourers because they eat everything. Be it life or inorganic matter, anything that stands in the way of the Tyranids will be torn to pieces and devoured by the endless horde of Zerg. While obtaining biomass, Shinwei is also constantly utilizing the huge fungal blanket system to produce various Zerg soldiers. At the same time, another announcement came from the world. An airdrop will land in various areas in 2 hours. The quality of the items in the airdrop will be determined by the danger level of the area. The airdrop itself is not difficult to obtain, but it will attract various powerful creatures to squat, so please pay attention to safety. Attention, danger level LV10. The poisonous miasma is about to descend upon the LV19 creature, Black Water Snake, and the danger level is now increased to LV19. This airdrop will be carried out according to the LV19 standard. Chapter 31. Level Airdrop. The Black Snake of Xianshui has arrived. In view of the small number of participants, and the large map area, a poison circle will be set up next. Any forces outside the poison circle will suffer a lot of damage until death. At the same time, more biological races will descend into the poison circle to compete for territory. Airdrop? Poison circle? What a battle royale. Shinwei looked at the world announcement in front of him and thought for a moment before getting in touch with the top leaders of Dragon Country. Mr. Shin? Well, you all saw the world announcement, right? I see. It seems that too many people were eliminated in this preliminaries, so the Myth National War had to personally intervene to control the situation. Didn't you have this in the last qualifier? Shinwei asked curiously, and at the same time, he remembered the information Yang Weigua had said before. The contestants from the Eagle Sauce and Bear Alliance were clearly planning to develop in the preliminaries, and then start to develop in the official competition. He had some guesses in his mind. Then the explanation given by Vice President Longwood just confirmed Shinwei's speculation. No! The last qualifiers were just normal individual development, but the first qualifiers had a lot of participants, with hundreds of participants from Asia alone, and the Western Alliance, which was full of small countries, had an astonishing number of hundreds. Perhaps it is because of this reason that the Myth National War believes that we meet the conditions for war, and therefore did not have this poison circle and airdrop, and you also saw it in this preliminaries. There are only 8 contestants from Asia who survived. The number of people is too small and the terrain is too vast. Perhaps the mythical national war set up the poison circle to intensify the conflict. But in this case, you will inevitably have to fight with the contestants from the Mao Xiong Alliance in the end. After hearing the explanation from the Vice President of Longhua, Shinwei asked curiously. Just one fight? Judging from the current situation, it seems that the Mythology National War is going to fight to the death. It's not that serious. We just found a treasure in the unlocked National Fortune Wall that can force the contestants of one's own country to evacuate from the competition. We also exchanged one for you. The Bear Alliance should also have corresponding means. I see. Can this thing transfer files? Shinwei nodded upon hearing this, and then asked whether he had the authority to communicate with the top leaders of Dragon Country, and whether he could transfer files. If possible, Shinwei planned to catch up on the information and data of Mythical National War, and the contestants in Asia and even the world. Yes. We will immediately send you the information Dragon Country has about the Mythology National War, and contestants from all over the world. However, we suggest that you first check and get familiar with the contestant of the Bear Alliance, Alexander Romanov. Yes, I will. Well, good luck to you. Shinwei hung up the call, looked at the number of biomass that kept jumping on the panel, took a deep breath, and then decided to consume it all. While the airdrop had not yet landed, he quickly produced a full-blooded version of the Zerg army. In these battles with the dominant creatures above LV-15, Shinwei discovered that the low-health Zerg soldiers spawned by the fungal mats were barely enough to deal with some Zerg soldiers below LV-15. But when they really came into combat with the Overlord creatures, the low-health Zerg soldiers couldn't even get close to the Overlord creatures because of their physique. Therefore, it is imperative to produce a batch of full-blooded versions of Zerg troops. 5 million each of the Golden Horn Beetle and Red Flame Beetle, 2 million of Swift Shadow Beetle Scouts, 7 million of Phantom Light Butterfly Healers, 2 million of Green Shadow Insect Strategy, 7 million of Flame Beetle Vanguards, 7 million of Insect Saints, and 13 million of Hydralisks. Project is being established. Completed, a total of 48 million Zerg troops, estimated consumption of 2.77652 billion biomass. Whether to produce? Production. Production is being accelerated, estimated to take 7 days. 7 days. Is there any way to speed up the production of full-blooded Zerg soldiers? When Shinwei saw the estimated time, he thought for a moment, and felt that it was still a bit too long. The Black Snake of Xianshui would arrive in 2 days at most, and the airdrop would not even take 2 days, at most 1 day, or even tomorrow morning. Querying. Found a feasible solution. Solution 1. Consume 200 million biomass points to raise the fungal blanket level to LV-13, and strengthen all its other capabilities to production. It is expected to increase production efficiency by 60%. This is the most cost-effective solution. Production time will also be advanced to only 3 days. I'll give you 400 million biomass points. Upgrade the level of mycelium to LV-14. Upgrading. This production is expected to take 2 days. At this point, Shinwei no longer cares about cost-effectiveness. Everything is to gain precious time. With this group of Zerg troops, even if Shinwei cannot defeat the LV-19 Xianshui Black Snake, it will not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. What's more, Shinwei would not waste such precious manpower to deal with a tough opponent with a huge disparity in strength. Of course, you have to pick the softest persimmon. With this group of troops, plus the combined skills of Red Flame Beetle and Flame Beetle Vanguard, we may be able to defeat the Swamp Tree Spirit King, who is only 1 level behind the Shadow Tiger. Well, while the mysterious Water Black Snake and the Swamp Tree Spirit King are both injured in a fight, I can take down the Swamp Tree Spirit King in one fell swoop, and then use their cores to fuse together a legendary hero unit. With the help of this hero unit, I can make up for my shortcomings. Shinwei made the final battle plan in his mind. Now the Zerg army under Shinwei's command has taken shape. What remains is the long leveling process, and the running in between the various units. However, individual soldiers have always been Shinwei's pain point. With this legendary hero unit, Shinwei put all the power of the Hive into training it, and there may be hope of dealing with the mysterious Water Black Snake. The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. TSK, I didn't expect you to be so well hidden. You used so many trump cards and still managed to earn 3rd place. Park Il-yang, who was only 1 step away from an epic treasure, looked at Fukusaki Kanzuya with a playful look. Fukusaki Kanzuya accepted it calmly and spoke. Everything depends on human effort. If you don't have the ability, don't say anything more. You. Okay, what should we do next? Now we don't even have the ability to cultivate power. Can we just wait for the black snake to come and be a guide? Ba Zhong asked, and Fukusaki Kanzuya looked at Ba Zhong as if he was a fool. The others did the same. Ba Zhong blushed and shouted angrily. What are you looking at? How many contestants are there in the entire Asian region now? 8? How many large and small competition areas are there like the Miasma Swamp? That's a lot. If you count the dangerous level 1 areas where you just want to survive, there are probably hundreds of them in total. Airdrops have begun, with an estimated landing area of 108, including 17 legendary level airdrops, 36 epic level airdrops, 54 legendary level airdrops, and 1 level airdrop. Note: the airdrop will land in the most dangerous area, Poisonous Swamp. Now you understand, let's split up! At the same time, Shinwei also received information about the Xianshui Black Snake. The Black Snake of the Mysterious Waters has arrived. Chapter 32, Take the Lead. The disaster comes from the East Water. Hiss, it seems that this Mythology National War is not going to let me get stuck with this bug, but it doesn't matter. Now that the full-blooded Zerg army has been fully produced, even the LV-19 Mysterious Water Black Snake is not untouchable. Looking at the Mysterious Water Black Snake, and the level airdrop arrived at the same time, which made Shinwei's original plan to get the airdrop and develop steadily for a period of time before the arrival of Mysterious Water Black Snake failed. Then Shinwei launched a swarm of insects and headed towards the airdrop direction on the panel map. At this moment, the Swamp Tree Spirit King, who was still venting his anger, was also attracted by an inexplicable attraction. He stopped his actions, controlled his roots to rise from the ground, and slowly moved in the direction of airdrop. The core area of the Dead Soul Swamp. Fukusaki Kanzuya and others looked at the colorful ball of light slowly descending from the sky, and they were fascinated in their hearts. However, their inner desire for life made them curb their suicidal behavior. Pu Yiliang quickly withdrew his gaze and spoke with lingering fear. I didn't expect this thing to be so attractive. Let's leave quickly. I'm afraid if I stay any longer, I'll lose control and end up dying. Yeah. Let's go. Hey, this thing is not something we should touch. I really don't know who will end up with such a treasure. Is there any need to think about it? It must be that LV-19 black water snake. Don't forget, this guy raised the danger level of the poisonous miasma swamp. Yes, let's go. When the 5 people parted, they looked at the airdrop, slowly descending from the sky with longing, then turned and left. This scene was broadcast to the outside world, causing laughter from the people of Long Country. Ha ha! How arrogant and domineering these guys were before they entered the poisonous miasma swamp. Now faced with treasures delivered to their doorsteps, they turn around and run away. How cowardly they are! Ha! There's nothing we can do. Who let these guys cut off Mr. Shin's life? Ha! If you still want their lives, you must run. Ha ha! Hey! Who do you think will get this airdrop in the end? Does Mr. Shin have a chance? I think it's difficult. Look, now all the creatures in the poisonous miasma swamp have been slaughtered by the LV-16 Swamp Tree Spirit King. The situation has become clear in an instant. Now there are only 3 forces that can still stand firm in the poisonous miasma swamp. Oh? One is the Black Snake clan of Xianshui that is about to descend. The strength of these guys is unquestionable. They are supermodels at level 19. I dare say that once these guys descend, Mr. Shin and the Nether Swamp Tree Spirit King will have to run away. Level 19 is impossible to fight at all. Yeah, after all, it was summoned at the cost of cherry blossoms and the destruction of South Korea. It's really a supermodel. The other 2 forces are the Swamp Tree Spirit King and Mr. Shin. Next, it depends on whether these 2 can reach a cooperative relationship. After all, the Swamp Tree Spirit King is now alone, and Mr. Shin lacks top combat power. Not only does the mysterious water black snake possess both, but its heart power is even stronger than that of the deep Swamp Tree Spirit King. Yes, so this means that the airdrop must belong to the black water snake? Not necessarily. It depends on whether this thing is airdropped first or later. If it is airdropped later, Mr. Shin can just take the airdrop and run away. The Mythology Continent is so big, where can't he go? Hiss! Hiss! At this time, the black snakes of Xianshui descended to a corner of the poisonous swamp. Among them, the largest and most oppressive black snake raised its huge and ferocious head. Its pair of blood-red eyes were like two burning charcoal fires, revealing a cold and bloodthirsty light. His greedy eyes were fixed on the airdrop that was slowly descending in midair. After making sure of the landing point, he silently twisted his huge body and rushed towards the airdrop. The other 13 black water snakes followed closely behind him. And everything that stood in the way was destroyed one by the leading dominant creature, the black water snake, leaving behind solid ice that seems to have never melted, and icicles. After a long time, an announcement came from the world panel. This airdrop has been delivered, and contestants can compete with other contestants and ethnic groups. Puff! The airdrops in the poisonous miasma swamp have also landed on the ground, without any shocking effects appearing, nor any strange phenomena demonstrating its noble quality. The level airdrop landed quietly on the ground. The divine light is restrained and the precious light is all absorbed. Brush! A shadow appeared in front of the airdrop. Looking at the airdrop in front of him, Xunwei suppressed the thought of wanting to take it for himself, and said in astonishment, "I never thought this thing would have such a strong allure. It's a sure thing now. With this thing, the mysterious water black snake will definitely fight the swamp tree spirit king to the death. Walk!" Controlling the green shadow insect strategy that had entered stealth mode, Xunwei picked up the airdrop in front of him and flew towards the direction of the swamp tree spirit king. After all, the speed of the black water snake is far superior to that of the disabled Yu swamp tree spirit king. Once the black water snake hits him, the Yu swamp tree spirit king will definitely turn around and run away. Brush! Just as Xunwei was controlling the green shadow insect strategy, and was about to run wildly, a wave of azure energy hit the front of Xunwei, and in an instant, an ice wall spanning more than 10 kilometers and hundreds of meters wide blocked Xunwei's way. The one who can launch such a powerful attack must be the Overlord-level black water snake. Upon seeing this, Xunwei immediately dispatched the corpse cicada swarm and corpse cicada demon that had been deployed underground in advance, doing everything possible to delay the black snake of Xianshui. What? So fast! They are indeed level 19 Overlord creatures. Corpse cicada swarm, corpse cicada demon, hold them back! Buzz buzz buzz! The next moment, hundreds of millions of corpse cicada swarms surged into the sky, and immediately turned into waves and hit the Xianshui black snake, which was more than 10 kilometers away from Xunwei. Brush! Xunwei took the opportunity to use the ability of green shadow insect strategy to pass through the thick ice wall and ran towards the direction of the swamp tree spirit king. Ka 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 ka! Facing the huge swarm of corpse cicadas in front of him, the leader of the black water snake did not dodge or evade, but rushed forward without any protection. The next moment, any corpse cicada that came within 100 meters of the leader of the black snake of black water would quickly dry up and age, and then turn into clusters of powder and float away with the wind. The leader of the black water snake seemed to be able to enter and exit in empty space. He relied solely on his own momentum to forge a path through the waves of the corpse cicadas. This horrifying scene was also seen by Xunwei. As expected, this Overlord creature really has an aura that can cause substantial damage. Hee, but my goal has been achieved. Looking at the swamp tree spirit king who was so close in front of him, Xunwei controlled the green shadow insect strategy, and suddenly threw the airdrop towards the swamp tree spirit king. Brush! But immediately afterwards, the green shadow insect strategy, controlled by Xunwei, was frozen into powder by a ray of light. The airdrop thrown by Xunwei was perfectly caught by the swamp tree spirit king. Chapter 33 2 verses 1. Make a feint to the east and attack in the west. Outside world. Oh my god! Is Mr. Shin crazy? Why not just dig a hole in the ground where the airdrop landed, and then run away with the airdrop at the speed of light? Yes. This is a golden opportunity. Why are you only sending out such a small number of troops? Is it possible? Is there something wrong with Mr. Shin's power? What do you think? Could it be that Mr. Shin is planning to let the Swamp Tree Spirit King and the Black Water Black Snake leader fight each other, and then reap the benefits? Impossible! One of these two guys is LV-16, and the other is as high as LV-19. They also have their tribes to help them. If the Swamp Tree Spirit King still wants to kill it, he will definitely not fight head-on with the Black Water Snake leader. Yes. And there is a difference of 2 levels between LV-16 and LV-19. The gap is too big. Even if the Swamp Tree Spirit King relies on its size and vitality to avoid being killed instantly, it will definitely be a one-sided crushing game. The mysterious water black snake will definitely kill the deep Swamp Tree Spirit King in 1 second. Instant kill. There's such a huge difference in size between them. And they're both dominant creatures. It's impossible to kill them instantly. Sure, second hair. Stop arguing. These two guys are fighting. Hand over the treasure. I can spare your life and accept you as my subordinate. The black water snake spoke in a calm tone, looking arrogantly at the treasure chest emitting colorful light in the arms of the Swamp Tree Spirit King. The Swamp Tree Spirit King ignored the words of the black water snake, and just stared blankly at the treasure chest in his arms, muttering to himself. Mysterious orb, life essence. These are treasures that can make me make a life transition. Take them. Not to mention LV-17. Even LV-20 is not impossible. One day. As long as I hold on for one day. They will all be mine. The leader of the black snakes in the distance heard the mumbling of the Swamp Tree Spirit King in its entirety. His eyes instantly turned cold, and without hesitation he blasted out a beam of freezing light emitting azure light. Brush. Pack. Along with a series of freezing sounds, most of the roots used to protect the Swamp Tree Spirit King were frozen into thick ice in an instant. The Swamp Tree Spirit King was instantly brought back to reality by the severe pain. He looked at the black water snake leader with red eyes and responded with a killing move. Bang, bang, bang! A large number of giant tingmen rushed out of the ground, covering the group of black snakes like a big net. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At the same time, a large number of insect swarms also attacked the Xianshui black snake. When the outside world saw this, there was an immediate uproar. Gah! So exciting! This preliminaries is so fucking exciting! If I could see it with my own eyes, it would be worth it even if I died. What a genius! Now they have teamed up with the Swamp Tree Spirit King to fight 2 against 1. Mr. Shin is truly an astonishing wise man. Humph! Idiot! You actually thought that you could defeat a LV-19 mysterious water black snake by joining forces with a mere LV-16 Swamp Tree Spirit King? How naive! Now you can't even airdrop. You dragon people are so arrogant. Damn it! Aren't you from Dragon Country? Sorry, I'm not. I'm from the United States. I came here to investigate your cultural situation. Don't be so arrogant, you foreign devil. Once we find out where you are, you'll have something to worry about. How barbaric! No matter how much you try to cover it up, you can't change the facts. The fact is that Shinwei is going to lose everything this time. Ha ha! And this Shinwei is also likely to die in this vicious miasma geoagia. We found him. We're washing his face now. Good job. Give it a good wash. The core area of the poisonous miasma swamp. Shinwei knew nothing about the outside debate. At this moment, he was looking nervously at the number of insect swarms jumping on the panel and the scene of the battle between the two sides on the scene. When he saw the leader of the black water snake froze most of the roots of the Swamp Tree Spirit King into ice with just one strike, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he thought to himself, I didn't expect these long worms to be so powerful. A casual attack can have such a strong effect. But it doesn't matter, my target is not these long worms anyway. But if we continue to fight like this, the Swamp Tree Spirit King may die suddenly, so let's use some eliminated troops to support him. The Zerg troops that Shinwei mentioned as being eliminated were all Zerg troops that were urgently spawned using biomass not long ago. Compared with the full health version of the Zerg troops, these spawned troops have a much shorter lifespan and are slightly inferior in combat effectiveness. They are of no use on important battlefields, and forcing them to fight will only cause trouble. In addition, due to their short lifespans, they will soon die of natural causes. Adhering to the principle of waste utilization, Shinwei sent it out to support the Swamp Tree Spirit King. If possible, Shinwei still hopes that the last blow from the Swamp Tree Spirit King will be his own. Bang, bang, bang! The battle between the Swamp Tree Spirit King and the Black Water Snake was relatively silent. There were no exciting roars of beasts, nor any clouds of yellow sand stirred up by the marching army. But the giant tangmans rising from the ground and reaching the sky, as well as the flowers blooming everywhere and spewing out massive amounts of poisonous spores, still touch people's hearts. Brush! It's a pity that no matter how much the Swamp Tree Spirit King squeezes himself and exerts his extraordinary strength, he cannot make up for the huge gap in level. Rays of freezing light emitting deadly cold light froze the giant tangman into towering ice sculptures, and even the highly poisonous spores along the way were not spared, and they were all frozen into pieces of ice flowers. Bang, bang, bang! As the war continued to advance, even with the assistance of the Shui Zerg troops, the Swamp Tree King was still on the verge of collapse. Huge ice and severe frostbite can be seen everywhere on the body. As for the Swamp Tree Spirit King who was about to collapse and die, the outside world started to laugh at Shinwei. Ha! This is a huge loss, right? That's a level airdrop. Who knows what good stuff is inside? You dragon people are so arrogant. Hee hee. That's right. Look at the Eagle Sauce contestant, he just grabbed the airdrop and ran away. Even if the opponent is just a LV-15 Overlord creature, he didn't underestimate it at all. He is a novice when he participates in the competition for the first time. Haha. You are fucking bullshitting. Mr. Shin must have other plans. Yes. What a short-sighted bunch. They can even show off such rat-like behavior. Eagle-chan's life is over. Why not just change your name to Rat-chan? Haha. Quick. Look. Why are cracks starting to appear where the Swamp Tree Spirit King is? Yes. And these cracks are all formed around the Swamp Tree Spirit King. At this moment, the place where the Swamp Tree Spirit King was suddenly collapsed, and a large number of insects rushed out of the pit and pounced on the black water snake. The Swamp Tree Spirit King fell straight into the huge pit. Wrapped up in the fungal carpet inside, it moved towards where Shinwei was. Outside World. Chapter 34, Legendary Noble Phantasm Set. Oh my god! Look! The Swamp Tree Spirit King has fallen into the pit. It's not just a pit. Look, Mr. Shin's insect horde is constantly pouring out of the Tianking. It seems that they are covering the retreat of the Swamp Tree Spirit King. I originally thought that the Swamp Tree Spirit King would be frozen into an ice lump by the mysterious water black snake. I didn't expect that he would retreat in this way. Is this also in your calculation? Mr. Shin? What are you so happy about? Let me tell you something. The black water snake is best at digging holes. And you want to escape using the tunnel? Now, forget about covering the retreat of the Swamp Tree Spirit King. This Shinwei can't even protect himself. Ha! What a shame! What a shame! I was hoping this guy could fight with the contestants of the Bear Alliance this time, but unfortunately he killed himself. He is so greedy that he wants to swallow an elephant. Hold head high. At this moment, in the poisonous swamp, the leader of the black snakes of black water was naturally furious as he watched the treasure slip away right under his nose. Looking at the tidal wave of insects sweeping towards him, he immediately fired a freezing ray at full force. Taking this opportunity, everyone in Shinwei deep underground were able to glimpse the true power of the LV-19 level Overlord creature. Swish! Snap, 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 snap! The moment the light came into contact with the insect swarm, the dazzling white light filled the entire poisonous swamp. At the same time, Shinwei also received information about a large number of Zerg deaths. After a few seconds, Shinwei was able to see the whole picture with the help of the perspective of a few Zerg soldiers who barely survived. Hiss! So strong? It was as if the Ice Age had suddenly arrived. The entire poisonous miasma swamp covering an area of thousands of square meters suddenly turned into a glacier. Zerg soldiers frozen into specimens by solid ice can be seen everywhere. The temperature of the surrounding environment also dropped from 40 to 50 degrees Celsius to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Such a huge temperature difference caused heavy losses to the insect swarm army that Shinwei used as a test. Seeing this, Shinwei controlled the fungal blanket without hesitation and began to transfer it. At the same time, he controlled the insect saints who had been prepared in advance to jointly besiege the swamp tree spirit king who fell into the deep pit. At this moment, Shinwei was racing against time to transfer himself while also controlling the insect army to split into two groups, one to intercept the leader of the black water snake, and the other to kill the swamp tree spirit king. The deep pit where the swamp tree spirit king fell was specially tailored for him by Shinwei. The giant pit is generally pot-shaped, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The environment inside the giant pit is extremely large, able to accommodate Shinwei's insect swarm army to act at will. The surrounding pit walls were also replaced by fungal mats by Shinwei, making it impossible for the swamp tree spirit king to gain leverage. Bang, bang, bang! Squeak, squeak, squeak! Inside the pit, seeing the swamp tree spirit king finally land on the ground, tens of thousands of insect saints immediately launched a volley of symbiote biological cannons. The venom that could corrode alloys instantly filled the entire bottom of the pit, immersed the knocked-out swamp tree spirit king in it. Outside world. You guys say, can you take this swamp tree spirit king away with you, Shinwei? I think it's risky. Don't forget that's a LV-19 black water snake. Even if Shinwei has great abilities, he won't be able to escape unscathed. Of course, if he is stupid enough to risk all his wealth and the possible rebellion of the swamp tree spirit king to hold back the black water snake. It's not like there's no hope. Ha! Bullshit. Mr. Shin would never do that. That's right. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you eagle sauce people? Humph, the dragon people are only good at talking. So how do you think Shinwei will lead the swamp tree spirit king? Just as everyone was discussing this, the world announcement suddenly appeared again, and the content of the broadcast shocked everyone. Dragon Nation contestant, Chen Wei, killed, poisoned swamp overlord swamp tree spirit king, and received a reward. Dragon Nation's national fortune value increased by 200,000 points. What? My hair! How is it possible? A few dozen kilometers away from the poisonous miasma swamp, there is a danger level 7, dark forest. This is Shinwei's new hiding place. Yes, it's much faster than expected. Bring the core of the swamp tree spirit king here. Looking at the prompts on the panel, Shinwei ordered the Zerg far underground in the poisonous swamp to transport the core corpse of the swamp tree spirit king. And that one? The level, airdrop, also became ownerless due to the death of the swamp tree spirit king, and was delivered to Shinwei's hands in advance by Shinwei's insect swarm at the fastest speed. Even the black water snake is very interested in this thing. We must not let the news leak out. It's better to open it first. Otherwise, there will be no good days. Looking at the airdrop, in his hand that was tightly wrapped by the fungal blanket, Shinwei immediately chose to open the airdrop. As soon as the airdrop was opened, the leader of the Xianshui black snake, who was searching everywhere in the evil miasma swamp, suddenly fell into madness. Hiss! Bang! Bang! Aimlessly destroying everything in front of him, the leader of the Xianshui black snake was just like the Yu swamp tree spirit king whose head was robbed by Shinwei before. Level, airdrop, has been opened. According to the current level of the opener, you can choose the following rewards. Reward 1, 2 sets of legendary treasure sets, up to LV40. You can choose the focus, function, attack, defense, growth. Note, growth type noble phantasm set, the abilities are reflected in perception, energy circulation in the body, etc. Reward 2, 4 types of legendary soldiers. There are only these 2 kinds of rewards? Aren't they a bit poor? Seeing that the airdrop only revealed such a small amount of stuff, Shinwei felt sorry for the swamp tree spirit king and the black water snake leader who had almost beaten their brains out, but then he noticed the first sentence on the panel. Based on the current level of the opener, you can choose the following rewards. Relationships still depend on level. No wonder those 2 guys fought to this extent. Shinwei sighed. After all, Shinwei's current level is only LV12, and it is not too much to get such a reward after the airdrop is launched. It is estimated that the swamp tree spirit king who just received the airdrop should have seen some rare treasures that can help him break through. Select Reward 1. Chunwei thought about it and realized that he already had enough types of soldiers in his hands. The most urgent task was to use the corpse of the Swamp Tree Spirit King and the corpse of the Shadow Tomb Tiger for smelting, and then create a legendary growth-type Zerg soldier. Reward 2 seems insignificant. Selection completed. Please select the focus direction. Defense and growth. Selection completed. There was an error in growth. Please choose a general focus on racial tendencies. Zerg, immortal cultivation. What are the abilities that focus on Zerg? Production. Production is of no use. I can solve it by upgrading the fungal blanket. The focus is on the racial tendency of cultivating immortals. Preference selected. Obtain Spiritual Wisdom Fairy Fate Set, Dragon Soul Overlord Set. Chapter 35, Shadow of the Ghost. Zerg's single combat power. Seeing the suit appear, Chunwei immediately took out the Dragon Soul Overlord suit and put it on. As for another set of Shoshin series, Spiritual Wisdom Immortal Fate suit, Chunwei looked at the properties and chose to throw it in the warehouse first. Then Chunwei looked at the luxurious and extraordinary suit on his body, which had the attributes of a legendary suit faintly conveyed by the dragon's roar. Dragon Soul Helmet. Attributes: defense increased by 60%, magic resistance increased by 60%. When attacked, there is a 0.5% chance of entering a brief pseudo-invincible state, which lasts for 2 seconds. Dragon Soul Armor. Attributes: defense increased by 120%, HP increased by 150%. When attacked, the armor releases a dragon scale shield to protect itself from the next attack. The shield can resist damage intensity, which is determined by the user's forces. Dragon Soul Wrist Guard. Attributes: defense increased by 50%, strength increased by 80%, agility increased by 40%. Wearing it can improve your reflex speed. When you successfully dodge an enemy attack, there is a 20% chance of causing a stun effect on the attacker, which lasts for 2 seconds. Dragon Soul Girdle. Attributes: defense increased by 70%, HP increased by 120%, HP restored by 5% per second, and when receiving a critical hit, damage reduced to 1 point, and an afterimage left at the original location, confusing the enemy for 3 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. Dragon Soul Greaves. Attributes: defense increased by 60%, movement speed increased by 150%, and when attacked, Dragon Scale Rebound is triggered, causing damage to the attacker equal to 70% of the own defense. Dragon Soul Boots. Attributes: defense increased by 60%, agility increased by 120%. In combat, for every 100 meters moved, the defense will increase by 1%. A maximum of 100 layers can be stacked. When the stacking reaches the full layer, the movement speed will increase by another 100%. Current number of sets: 66. Attributes obtained: Legend, Dragon Soul, Inheritance, Dragon Scale. Legend: the attribute bonus of the suit can be stacked. The current attribute bonus is: defense increased by 420%, agility increased by 190%, health increased by 270%. Dragon Soul: when receiving a fatal attack, consume 5% of the suit's durability, and grant damage immunity. No cooldown. Inheritance: when the suit's durability is reduced to 0, the suit will be transformed into a legendary material, Dragon Soul. Dragon Scale: based on the current power, the suit can consume 5% of durability, enter an overload state, and make the soldiers under your command collectively possessed by a Dragon Soul. The Dragon Soul can resist a fatal attack. Hiss! So strong! I never thought this legendary suit could be this strong! Chunwei looked at the luxurious combination of various attributes on the panel, and couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time his confidence in dealing with the Xianshui Black Snake increased greatly. The core corpses of Nether Overlord Shadow Tomb Tiger and Poison Swamp Overlord Swamp Tree Spirit King have been detected. There are currently highly compatible soldiers: Legendary Soldier, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider. Whether to carry out a specific ritual to differentiate the legendary growth hero, Shadow of the Wraith. Perform a specific ritual. Please invest in a Shadow Soul Devouring Spider. Note: the quality of the Shadow Soul Devouring Spider invested is related to shadow of the soul. Seeing this, Shinwei carefully selected and finally picked out a top-grade shadow soul-eating spider from the vast sea of spiders. This shadow soul-eating spider is of top-notch grade and quality, and is the perfect material for Shadow of the Ghost. Investment completed, estimated completion time, 3 days. Myth Continent, qualifying round, Asia Division, Snow Mountain. Alexander Romanov, who had finally grabbed all the airdrops in several surrounding areas after some effort, looked at the announcement on the panel, suddenly picked up the liquor beside him, drank a bottle, and said with a high fighting spirit, "I never thought that there is such a master in Dragon Country. I really want to fight with such a master. Don't be careless, Alexander Romanov. Although this contestant from Dragon Country is participating in the preliminaries for the first time, the strength he has shown is extraordinary, just based on the abilities he has shown so far. You have no chance of winning." As the second most powerful country with the highest national fortune value, the Bear Alliance also opened up contact rights. The person who was in contact with Alexander Romanov at this time was none other than the strongest man in the current Bear Alliance, Emperor Puin. Alexander Romanov had great respect for his own president, so he put aside his joking attitude and asked humbly, "What? Even I who have unified the entire Snow Mountain have no chance of winning? Your Majesty, aren't you exaggerating a little too much? No, you haven't seen the battle of this Dragon Country contestant, so it's normal that you don't believe it. But from what we can see so far, he is much better than you in terms of both military strength and military types. If you have the home advantage, you might be able to fight him. But if you lose your home court, you have absolutely no chance of winning. Hiss! I will seize the opportunity to expand the Great Snow Mountain Range. I will try to use my power advantage to transform several nearby competition areas into a snowy mountain range environment." Alexander Romanov took a deep breath when he heard this, and immediately ordered his subordinates to work at full speed to advance the process of integrating several surrounding areas into the Great Snow Mountains. What Alexander Romanov wanted was a fierce battle between evenly matched opponents, not a one-sided crushing victory. Well, let's put it this way. This is the Snowy Fantasy Bottle, which can help you expand the Great Snow Mountain. What I ask of you this time is to try to find out the cards of the Dragon Country contestants as much as possible, and don't fight to the death. Yes. The next moment, a simple-shaped glass bottle appeared in front of Alexander Romanov. The body of the bottle was carved with exquisite snow patterns, and the mouth of the bottle was sealed with a piece of transparent ice crystal. The bottle seems to contain a miniature snowy world. If you shake it gently, you can even hear the subtle sound of snowflakes falling. Upon seeing this, Alexander Romanov checked the abilities of his Bottle of Snowy Fantasy. Ability: Illusion Transformation. A snowy illusion appears within a 3,000-meter radius centered on the user. If the illusion is not broken within 2 hours, the area will be transformed into a snowy environment. Illusion Interference. In the snowy area, the enemy's perception ability will be disturbed, their field of vision will be reduced by 50%, and there is a 10% chance of getting lost when moving or attacking. The duration is determined by the user's power. If the user's power is ice, the effect is doubled. Frost Corrosion. The ice and snow in the illusion will cause continuous frost erosion effect on enemy units, deducting 1% of their maximum health per second and reducing their ice resistance by 20%. The duration is determined by the user's power. If the user's power is ice, the effect is doubled. Environmental Advantage. Players and friendly units in the snowy illusion will gain the Son of the Snow buff, which increases the damage of ice skills by 20%, increases the chance of dodge, and will not leave any traces when moving and casting spells in the illusion, making it difficult for enemy units to detect. Note: this item is disposable. Except for the ability, Illusion Transformation, any ability can only last for 1 war after use. Chapter 36. Genes Obtained. Swallow. Evolution. At this moment, the outside world on the internet was also exploding, and everyone was discussing why Shinwei chose to kill the powerful ally, the Swamp Tree Spirit King, instead of maximizing its use. Oh my god! Is this Dragon Nation contestant crazy? He actually chose to kill the Swamp Tree Spirit King? Yes. You know, now the Dragon Nation's national fortune value has reached the status level It is extremely difficult to obtain national fortune again. Just look at the Eagle Sauce and the Mao Bear Alliance. But even so, this Shinwei still wants to kill an extremely important single combat force? Doesn't he know his own weaknesses? Perhaps Mr. Shin has his own individual combat power, but he just needs the Swamp Tree Spirit King to cultivate it. That doesn't make sense. How can a single unit's combat power be raised to level 16? Even Bernard Kennedy from Eagle Sauce can't do that. This Shinwei is just a moron. Just wait until he is frozen into an ice sculpture by the Black Snake of Xianshui. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lee from City A? We will be downstairs soon. No. At first, the internet was only discussing why Shinwei chose to kill the powerful ally, the Swamp Tree Spirit King, but with the participation of Eagle Sauce and jealous people from all sides, a fierce war of words broke out on the internet again. At this time, Shinwei was ordering his insect army to launch a cleanup operation against the Dark Forest and surrounding areas. After the baptism of the battle in the poisonous miasma swamp, the lowest level of the insect swarm army under Shinwei has reached the level of LV8, and some main combat arms have even reached the astonishing level of LV13. Like a swarm of locusts passing through a territory, no grass grows wherever Shinwei's insect army passes. Any race that once dominated an area would instantly become cold biomass on Shinwei's account under the impact of the insect swarm. As for inorganic matter like big trees, Shinwei never let them go, and also ordered his insect swarms to eat them up and convert them into biomass. If viewed from a god's perspective, the area where Shinwei is currently located is like an open gate to hell, ruthlessly swallowing up everything around it. This scene was also broadcast to the outside world, causing quite a stir. Obtaining genetic material grassland werewolf genes. Obtain genetic material swamp lizard gene. Obtaining genetic material rock rhino gene. Currently, there are 100 types of genetic material, and 200 million biomass can be consumed to unlock the gene-modified mother nest. What's the effect? Shinwei looked at the expensive, genetically modified mother nest on the panel and asked. Transforming Zerg genes through genes from other species can allow Zerg to add other genes while retaining the original gene template. Unlock! Unlock successful. Shinwei thought about it again and again, and decided to see the effect of this gene-modified nest. After all, he had now withdrawn from the remote and poor area of the poisonous swamp, and the Asian division of the qualifiers was still very large. In just this short period of time, Shinwei had harvested a large amount of biomass, and various arms had already begun to rush into production. The land below the Dark Forest is also being rapidly eroded by Shinwei's fungal blanket. Currently available genetically modified soldiers: Hydralisk, Insect Saint, Gargoyle, Gene Stealer. Only 4? Is it because these 4 arms are too old? Looking at the types of troops on the panel, Shinwei thought to himself that at this stage, except for Hydralisk and Insect Saint, which still rely on their own strong stats and abilities to be ranked in the main combat ranks, the rest, such as Gargoyle and Gene Stealer, Shinwei has not produced them for a long time. After all, Shinwei has always attached great importance to flying reconnaissance, and the upgrade and iteration speed is very fast, while Gargoyle is only an epic unit, and its stats and capabilities are inferior to those of legendary units. Naturally, Shinwei cannot produce Gargoyle anymore. In that case, let's first see how the Genestealers can perform genetic modification. As he spoke, Shinwei called up the gene panel of Gene Stealer, intending to see how to transform and upgrade it. The one who was even more miserable than the Gargoyle was the Gene Stealer. After all, the Gargoyle at least accompanied Shinwei through a brief period of development, while the Gene Stealer was completely reduced to waste because it could not achieve perfect camouflage due to the high level of creatures in the poisonous miasma where Shinwei was. Shinwei only produced dozens of them for trial use. Genestealer. Genes that can be added: Swamp Lizard Gene, Hidden Rat Gene, Phantom Butterfly Gene. Expected to increase strength, hiding, lurking, reconnaissance, disguise, memory stealing. Estimated biomass consumption: 400 million points. There are too many. Let's try the Swamp Lizard Gene first. Although 400 million biomass would not cause any serious damage to Shinwei at present, he still felt a little distressed, so he immediately planned to try the swamp lizard gene transformation first. Consume 50 million biomass points. Renovation in progress. Renovation completed. Gene stealer. Unit quality increased. Currently, Epic Plus. Huh! It can actually improve the quality of the troops. What a good thing! Shinwei was surprised to see that the quality of Gene Stealer was improved because of this. In this way, he would not have to rely on the panel lottery method to obtain legendary soldiers. After all, the draw will more or less differ from the types of troops that Shinwei expected. And this method of genetic modification can obviously create the type of soldiers that Shinwei likes. Then Shinwei called up the modified Gene Stealer ability panel. Name, Genestealer. Level, LV4. Faction, the Great Devourer Tyranids Shinwei. Health, 3575/3575, 100%. Strength, 63 Elite. Stamina, 74 Epic. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 76 Epic. Psionic Power, 65 Elite. Loyalty, 100 Maximum. Special Ability 1, Memory Mimicry, can obtain more than 70% of a creature's brain tissue and part of its subconscious memory by devouring it. Special Ability 2, Biological Mimicry, able to swallow the genes of a creature and then transform its appearance into that creature. The duration of the disguise depends on the number and quality of the genes swallowed. The disguise level is LV8. There is a risk of being exposed when facing creatures above this level. Good! When Shinwei saw the modified Gene Stealer, the first thought in his mind was that it was good. After all, for an epic level troop, such an effect is already the best among the epic level troop. Use all the genes that can enhance the abilities of the Genestealers. Gene testing in progress. Testing completed. A total of 8 genes can be used for enhancement without causing genetic diseases. Estimated biomass consumption, 700 million points. Consume. Biomass consumption, 700 million points. Transformation in progress. Transformation completed. The quality of Gene Stealer troops has been improved, and the current quality is Legend. Chapter 37, Kill, Xianshui Overlord Xianshui Black Snake. Only spending 700 million biomass points to get a legendary unit? Worth it. Please bring me the relevant attribute panel about Gene Stealer. Seeing that it only took 700 million biomass points to push the epic level, Gene Stealer, to the legendary level, Shinwei was very excited. He was surprised at the powerful ability of the gene-modified nest, and the genetic adaptability of the Gene Stealer. After all, genetic modification is not simply 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Without a strong gene reserve, there are very few types of soldiers that can adapt to genetic modification. Even for the few types of soldiers other than the Gene Stealers, there are very few genes that can be adapted, and most of them are only 1 or 2. Name, Genestealer. Level, LV4. Faction, the Great Devourer Tyranids Shinwei. Health, 3575/3575, 100%. Strength, 79 Epic. Stamina, 90, Legendary. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 92 Legendary. Psionic Power, 83 Legendary. Loyalty, 100 Maximum. Special Ability 1, Memory Mimicry, can obtain 95% or more of a creature's brain tissue, as well as some of its subconscious memories, by devouring the creature's brain tissue, and can also simulate the target's muscle memory. Special Ability 2, Biological Mimicry, can swallow the genes of a creature and then transform its appearance into that creature. The duration of the disguise is determined by the number and quality of the genes swallowed. The disguise level is the current level plus LV8. There is a risk of being exposed when facing creatures with levels exceeding this range. Special Ability 3, Gene Stealing, can extract some gene fragments from the target organism. If the theft is successful, the player will gain 10% to 30% of the target organism's gene characteristics. The specific proportion depends on the target organism's gene complexity and its own strength. For example, if the gene is stolen from a beast, the player can gain some strength and endurance. If the gene is stolen from a bird, the player can gain a short-term flying ability or sharp vision, etc. Special ability 4, Genetic Parasitism, can mimic inorganic matter and infiltrate the target's body to parasitize. During the parasitism, the host's physical abilities will be enhanced. After the parasitism is completed, all the host's gene fragments will be obtained, and the host will be transformed into a puppet for control. Looking at the attribute panel of the legendary level, Gene Stealer, on the panel, Shinwei nodded with satisfaction, and then observed the situation of the poisonous miasma swamp through the green shadow insect strategy stationed in the poisonous miasma swamp. After hundreds of green shadow insects were discovered and died suddenly, Shinwei found that the leader of the black snakes was still in a frenzy, destroying everything in front of him aimlessly, and even the other black snakes were affected by this powerful destructive force. Forced to the edge of the poisonous miasma swamp. Shinwei's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he quickly controlled the army of hundreds of millions of insects to split into two groups. One group sent out 30 million troops to launch suicide attacks in batches, targeting the leader of the Xianshui black snake. Another group dispatched 70 million troops to attack the remaining Xianshui black snakes. The purpose was not to kill them but to lure them. A poisonous swamp. Hiss! Pum pum! Lost at this moment, the opportunity of breaking through LV-20 was gone due to the airdrop. The leader of the Xianshui black snake was furious, and tried his best to destroy everything in front of him. At this moment, the poisonous miasma swamp became a bit of a misnomer. There was no poisonous miasma, nor was there a quagmire that could swallow up living things in an instant. Some are just the unmelted ice that sparkles in the sun. Buzz buzz buzz! Hiss! Then, the appearance of Shinwei's insect swarm army allowed the leader of the Xianshui black snake to find a target to vent his anger. He fired a freezing ray, instantly freezing tens of millions of insect swarms. Seeing this, Shinwei had no choice but to bear the pain and increase the number of chips, raising the number of the insect swarm army to 300 million. At the same time, a group of new soldiers were specially recruited to gain experience. At this time, the insect army used to lure the remaining Xianshui black snakes also made new progress. After suffering losses in the tens of millions, the insect army led by the insect saint and with the blood-winged cicadas as the main force finally lured a LV-15 Overlord black water snake out of the poisonous swamp. Perhaps because of their confidence in the strength of this Overlord-level black water snake, the other black water snakes did not try to stop it and let the Overlord black water black snake swagger away. Shinwei couldn't help but be delighted when he saw this. And the outside world was even more agitated when they saw that Shinwei was so bold as to lure a dominant-level black water snake. Even because Shinwei has been frequently refreshing the worldview of people around the world recently. The sharp-eyed capital group of Eagles smelled a business opportunity and launched an evaluation program overnight. Although it was nominally commenting on a group of contestants, it was actually bombarding Shinwei. Because of this, it set the world's highest ratings record on the first day of its broadcast. Eagle's Sauce Judgment Area. Everyone has seen it. This contestant from Dragon Country overestimated his own abilities. He actually dared to withstand the attack of the black water snake leader and forcibly led away a hegemon-level black water snake. Did he think he could face a LV-15 hegemon creature head-on? Did he attribute the fact that he killed the shadow tiger by stealing the head to himself? How arrogant he is! The person who was speaking was named Tianu Wong, and he was quite a strange man. He was originally a citizen of Dragon Country, but because Dragon Country was weak, he moved his family to Sakura. Later, Chun Wei forced Sakura to exhaust its national fortune and lead to the demise of the country. This indirectly destroyed the Tiantian Circle's dream of enriching people, causing the Tiantian Circle to madly curse Shinwei on the internet, and was finally opened by the people of Longhua. Everything about his life was revealed to the whole world, and then caught the attention of the senior officials in charge of public opinion in the Eagle Sauce. It happened that the Eagle Sauce was planning to launch a review program, intending to overwhelm the Dragon Country and even the Bear Alliance in momentum. Because of this, Tianu Wong was selected to be the host and commentary expert of the program, Eagle Sauce Judgment Zone. The sound of Tiantian Circle is extremely unpleasant and harsh, and its ridiculous movements and dragon-like faces have made dragon-like people on the internet extremely angry. Ditch Tiantianquin! You are a runren! An illegally invasive foreign species. What right do you have to act as a bullshit review expert? You rely on giving your wife away and selling your ass to gain a foothold in the eagle sauce, and you still have the nerve to live? You are such a shameless person, the most shameless in the world. Why don't we in Dragon Country also set up a review program to fight back? Alas, there is nothing we can do. If it weren't for Mr. Shin, we would still be in the midst of natural disasters. Our foundation is too weak, and setting up such a program will only add to the jokes. But eagle sauce is so disgusting this time. As a powerful country with the highest national destiny, it is so petty. I thought I could hear some front-end intelligence. Hey, black and red are also red. Just as people on the internet were once again starting a war of words, news of Shunwei killing the Overlord level Xianshui Black Snake suddenly appeared. Dragon Country player Chun Wei killed Xianshui Overlord Xianshui Black Snake and received a reward. Dragon Country's national fortune value increased by 20,000 points. Chapter 38: Fusion of White Dragon Genes. Perfect genetic fusion. Haha! Mr. Shin is so awesome! Damn Tian Quan, now you've seen Mr. Shin's strength, right? Do you still dare to bark like a dog? I was busy scolding those lackeys on the other side just now. Did anyone record the fight between Mr. Shin and the Black Snake just now? Me! Hee hee! I recorded the whole process. This time, Mr. Shin relied on his brute force to kill the black water snake. It's so terrifying. Just when the people of Longwu were facing doubts and feeling aggrieved, Shinwei's act of killing the Xianshui Black Snake undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the Eagle Sauce program. The people of Longwu were instantly proud. At this time, facing Chunwei's slap in the face, even Tianquan couldn't help blushing, and then he noticed that Chunwei seemed to be extracting something from the Xianshui Black Snake. His keen intuition made Tianquan speak quickly. Who would have thought that this lucky Dragon Country player would actually extract the genes of the black water snake? Is this guy crazy? Isn't he afraid that the entire team will be wiped out because of the virus released by this genetically defective black water snake? I was so careless. Upon seeing this, the people of Long Country immediately erupted in anger. Fuck you! Find me a LV-15 creature with genetic defects. You are lying with your eyes open. You really have no shame. Change people. Damn Tianquan, just be a clown. Looking at the dragon people who kept scolding him on the screen, Tianquan did not feel angry, but felt a strong sense of pleasure. After all, the reason why he, Tianquan, was chosen by the Eagle Sauce was because of his ability to provoke hatred. Deep in the Blackrock Canyon, Chunwei was ordering the gene stealers to extract the genes of the mysterious water black snake. After all, a LV-19 race had appeared, and its genetic strength was much stronger than that of the Swamp Tree Spirit King. After the concerted efforts of thousands of gene stealers, the genes of the black water snake were extracted completely. Because it was collected while it was hot, the completeness of the gene sequence even reached 99.9%. In other words, Shinwei is now able to clone a clone of the black water snake with Overlord qualifications. However, Shinwei would not do this. After all, no matter how strong the Xianshui Black Snake is now, it cannot compare to the unlimited potential of Shinwei's Zerg soldiers. Gene Stealer, extracted in Epic Gene Sequence, Asian Dragon Western White Dragon, has been stored in the gene bank and is being produced and replicated. Asian Dragon? Or the Western White Dragon? Shinwei was somewhat surprised to see that the Gene Stealer had extracted an Epic Gene Sequence. It just so happened that Shinwei's fungal blanket was distributed in the Blackrock Canyon. The genetically modified mother nest was immediately moved over, and a Gene Stealer with an 80% compatibility with the Asian Dragon Western White Dragon was deployed on site. This scene was broadcast to the outside world in its entirety. John Gilliman, a contestant of the first official Eagle Sauce competition who was invited to the Eagle Sauce Judgment Zone as a guest, laughed wildly at the scene. How stupid! Haha! This idiot from Dragon Country won't live long! What? What are you talking about, you damn foreign devil? Damn you, young woman! What the hell is a colonial origin? And your mouth is full of shit? Hearing John Gilliman's outrageous remarks and insults against Shinwei, the angry curses of the dragon people once again flooded the screen. Seeing this, John Gilliman thought that the dragon people were kneeling down to lick his ass, impressed by his knowledge, and immediately raised his head and asked Tianquan in a proud tone. Tian-sen, what are these dragon people saying? Are they agreeing with my point of view? Pooh! Damn Tianquan! Hurry up and translate it for this foreign devil! Tianquan, who could understand Chinese, smiled contemptuously at the camera, then turned to John Gilliman with a flattering look to take credit. Lord Gilliman is really far-sighted. Now these dragon citizens are hysterical because the truth has been exposed. Please explain to these stupid guys, so that they can die with a clear mind. God is merciful. When it comes to luck, Tianquan may consider himself unlucky, but when it comes to how to lick people, Tianquan believes that he has spent half of his life on this, and has never lost to anyone. As for this guest, Tianquan also tried every possible means to collect intelligence information. Knowing that John Gilliman was a Christian, they naturally tried to please him. John Gilliman became arrogant instantly after being flattered by Tianquan, and spoke. In that case, then I will explain it to you stupid guys. Listen carefully. John Gilliman's tone was as if he was rewarding a slave, which aroused strong response from the people of Dragon Country. Tian Circle! Fuck you! We Eagles have always been far ahead of the world in the field of genetics. This idiot's crude gene fusion, forcibly fusing the genes of two completely different creatures with reproductive isolation, is simply a waste of resources. There is only one consequence of doing this. That is the birth of unknown deformed beings. If it was just a deformed creature, it would be fine. But this is the mythical continent. In addition to normal creatures, there are also evil gods. And this unknown aberration is exactly what the evil god likes to possess. Even if it is just a tiny trace of the evil god's aura, once it possesses the aberration, it will become at least LV-20 level of evil. Then this idiot from Dragon Country will definitely die without a burial place. Haha! Seeing John Gilliman's explanation, the people of Dragon Country couldn't help but worry. Oh my god! How could it be so troublesome? Is there anyone who can explain it to me? Yeah. Urgent. I was a contestant in the previous session, and I happened to be involved in the field of genetics for a while. Unfortunately, the guy from Eagle Sauce, what he said is true. I hope the country can remind Mr. Shin. Not good. Hurry. Tell Mr. Shin now. In the Blackrock Canyon, Shinwei was not aware of the ups and downs of the outside world. At this moment, Shinwei was slowly opening the genetically modified nest, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a gene stealer with a nearly perfect body shape, sharp edges and corners, like a ruthless killing machine, slowly walked out. Step. 2 steps. Just when everyone outside thought that this killing machine would be possessed by the evil god and become an indescribable thing, the gene stealer suddenly knelt on one knee towards the Zerg possessed by Shinwei. It shocked the onlookers. Immediately, the people of Dragon Country are ecstatic. The top leaders of the United States are shocked. This is impossible! How could such a perfect genetic fusion be created like this? There is no way the dragon people can possess this kind of technology. Chapter 39, by Yuan. Shadow of the Ghost. John Gilliman roared hysterically, his eyes full of deep covetousness and greed for the gene stealer that had merged with the Asian dragon Western white dragon. It's not that he covets the genestealer. After all, the genestealer that has merged with the Asian dragon Western white dragon is only level 11. For John Gilliman, who is already a veteran, he simply doesn't think highly of it. What John Gilliman cares about is the current state of the genestealer. After years of immersion in the genetic field, John Gilliman can see at a glance that the current state of the genestealer is not a dying defective product at all. It was a perfect genetic fusion. Even John Gilliman couldn't create such a perfect genetic creation. John Gilliman was sure that now, apart from himself, all the contestants involved in the genetic field in the entire Eagle Sauce and even the whole world were coveting Shinwei, the gene stealer, who had merged with the Asian dragon Western white dragon. If I had this thing, I would definitely be able to surpass Bernard Kennedy. Staring at the genestealer, with burning eyes, John Gilliman said in his heart. It seems that Shinwei of Dragon Country is extremely lucky. He was able to create a perfect genetic fusion. But he won't be so lucky a second time. It won't be long before he will die without a burial place. Haha. Let's wait and see. Tian, who was standing by, saw that John Gilliman seemed to have lost his composure, and hurriedly tried to make amends, not noticing John Gilliman's increasingly ugly expression, and spoke to himself. John Gilliman also made his own choice. He did not try to show off with Tian. Instead, he raised his hand mercilessly and slapped Tian's fat cheek. At the same time, he spoke coldly in front of the camera. Bang! Disgusting thing! How can the secrets of genes be tarnished by someone like you? If you do it again, I will put you in jail in Florida. Yes. Yes. Tian covered his bulging cheeks and begged for mercy quickly, feeling that he had lost all face. The person who had no regard for his own face at all was the one he had been licking all along. He was probably just a funny clown in the eyes of these people. Thinking of this, Tian felt a little sad for some reason, and couldn't help but imagine, if he had not left Longhua, but had survived the natural disaster, what would the situation be like now? Blackrock Forest. Looking at the gene stealer, kneeling on one knee in front of him, bowing to him, even though he was possessed by the Zerg, he could feel Shinwei's strong excitement. Isn't this a hero unit? Thinking this in his mind, Shinwei opened the attribute panel of the gene stealer in front of him. At the same time, I am extremely determined in my ideas. After all, an ordinary soldier unit would not kneel down on one knee and submit to me like they are doing now. Because in the eyes of the soldiers, they are just an insignificant branch of Shinwei. How can a branch submit to the main body? Name, Genestealer. Level, LV6, White Dragon Bloodline Awakening. Faction, The Great Devourer Tyranids Shinwei. Level, Epic Plus. Health, 2841350/2987400, 100%. Strength, 88, Legendary. Stamina, 88, Legendary. Intelligence, Absolute Loyalty, cannot be controlled, enhanced by White Dragon genes, possesses Dragon Wisdom. Agility, 82, Legendary. Psychic Power, 84, Mythic, Frost Psychic Power contained in the White Dragon's genes. Loyalty, 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Memory Mimicry, White Dragon, after absorbing the genes of Asian Dragon Western White Dragon, 5% of its memory is obtained, including the ancient knowledge, magic spells, combat skills, etc. of the dragon race, as well as some subconscious dragon instincts. Able to simulate the muscle memory of the white dragon, accurately perform the dragon race's claws, bites, flying postures and other actions, as if the real white dragon reappears. Special Ability 2, Biological Mimicry, White Dragon Form, can transform the appearance into that of a white dragon, greatly increasing the duration of camouflage to 24 hours, with the camouflage level equal to the current level plus LV2. When facing creatures that do not exceed this level, the camouflage is almost perfect and difficult to detect. In the white dragon form, it possesses the power of a white dragon, can intimidate surrounding creatures, and display dragon fighting skills. Special Ability 3, Gene Stealing, White Dragon Enhancement. Effect: extract gene fragments from the white dragon. After successfully stealing, you will gain 3 to 5% of the white dragon's gene characteristics. Specific characteristics include: Frost Breath, breath range is expanded to 5 meters, fan-shaped area, freezing damage is enhanced, the body function of the hit creature is reduced by 70%, and it is difficult to break free from the ice layer. The cooling time is 7 minutes. Frostwing Gliding, the gliding speed is increased to 200 km per hour, and the gliding time in the air is 1 hour. The strength of the Frostwings is equivalent to that of titanium alloy, and it can perform short-distance acceleration sprints in the air, increasing the speed by 30% for 5 seconds, and the cooling time is 3 minutes. Ice Armor, the thickness of the armor increases to 10 centimeters, and the defense is increased by 120%, which can withstand more powerful attacks. The duration is extended to 15 minutes. After the armor is broken, a thin layer of ice armor can be condensed again within 3 minutes, with a defense of 60%, which lasts for 5 minutes. Cooling time, 12 hours. Gene devouring, Asian dragon Western white dragon. By continuously devouring the genes of Asian dragon Western white dragon, you can increase your own gene concentration, thereby improving your level and quality. The current gene concentration is 5%. Who would have thought that the flowers planted with care did not bloom, but the willows planted by accident grew into a shade? Xinwei's original act was unintentional, but it created a powerful fighting force comparable to Zhao Xingyan, who once became a divine skeleton. Okay. Come back to the base and find me. Yes. Besides, now that you have your own intelligence, it is not appropriate to call you a gene stealer. Now that you have merged with the genes of the white dragon, I will call you Bai Yuan. Thank you, Lord, for the name. When Bai Yuan heard the name bestowed by Xinwei, he seemed very excited and immediately kowtowed and knelt down. Well, hurry back to the base. Your level is too low now. I will have the insect swarm escort you back. Yes. After that, Xinwei ordered the hundreds of millions of insect swarms around to escort Bai Yuan back to the base, and then withdrew the possession because he had just received a notification from the panel. Legendary growth hero units have been differentiated and can be extracted at any time. The current hero race is Shadow of the Wraith. Seeing that the treasure he had been longing for had finally been differentiated, Xinwei immediately teleported to the location of Shadow of the Nether Soul, through the fungal blanket and released Shadow of the Nether Soul at the same time. To Xinwei's surprise, Shadow of the Wraith was not a male Zerg hero as Xinwei had expected, but on the contrary, a tall female Zerg hero. Chapter 40. The Shadow Dream of the Ghost. Separate the Sakura god's remains. The Shadow of the Wraith is taller than Xinwei, with a perfect figure and a cold temperament, like a Zerg queen. The whole body is covered with the chitinous carapace unique to the Zerg, but it does not look bloated, and it highlights the figure of the Wraith's shadow to the fullest. The next moment, the Shadow of the Ghost knelt on one knee towards Xinwei and spoke respectfully just like Bai Yuan before. Greetings, Lord! Get up! Yes! The well-informed Xinwei noticed the extraordinary aura of the Wraith's shadow at the first sight. He suppressed the shock in his heart, and summoned the Wraith's shadow while opening the attribute panel of the Wraith's shadow. Name, Shadow of the Wraith. Level, LV12. Faction, the Great Devourer Tyrannid Xinwei. Level, Legendary. Health, 1878450/1878450, 100%. Wraith Spirit Energy, 755269/755269, 100%. Strength, 90, Legendary. Stamina, 90, Legendary. Intelligence, Absolute Loyalty. Agility, 90, Legendary. Wraith Power, 90, Legendary. Loyalty, 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Control of Insect Tide. Precisely control the insect swarm and issue complex tactical commands. Under control, the insect swarm's attack power increases by 150%, defense power increases by 140%, and movement speed increases by 30%. The insect swarm can be condensed into a giant insect beast, which has powerful group control and range damage capabilities, causing devastating blows to the enemy. Note, the current number of insect swarms that can be controlled is 150 million. Special Ability 2, Wraith Incarnation, transformed into a mythical soldier with terrifying combat power, soul-devouring netherworm, with strength, agility, stamina, and Wraith psychic strength each increased by 150%, can use Wraith Field. A single target in the field will receive 22,000 points of nether damage per second, or release Wraith Pulse, causing 40,000 points of nether damage to enemies within 4,000 meters in the fan-shaped area in front. The duration is determined by the level and attributes. The current field duration is 2 minutes. Special Ability 3, Void Treasure Hunting, can sense energy fluctuations in the void, accurately locate hidden treasures and rare resources. When exploring unknown areas, the treasure hunting radius can reach 50 kilometers, and the probability of sensing high-value items is increased to 40%. Once the target is locked, it can guide the insect swarm to quickly go there. At the same time, it can temporarily open a void channel to reach the treasure. Special Ability 4, Soul Devouring, can devour the souls of enemy units on the battlefield to strengthen itself. For each unit devoured, the soul permanently increases its own psychic value by 20 points, and its strength, agility, stamina, and psychic attributes permanently increase by 0.005 points, and its upper limit of health permanently increases by 200 to 500 points. Soul Ascension. When soul energy accumulates to a certain threshold, a higher level form can be unlocked. Looking at the attribute panel of the wraith's shadow in front of him, which far exceeded by Yuan's before, Shinwei couldn't help but feel dry in his mouth. He wished he could immediately use the resources to pile up the wraith's shadow in front of him into a dominant creature, so that the defect of his own insufficient single combat power could be made up. However, there is no rush for cultivation. Shinwei found that the shadow of the ghost in front of him was looking at him fanatically at this time. He thought to himself that he was worthy of being a Zerg, and then spoke. Now that you have self-awareness, it's not appropriate to call you the shadow of the ghost. From now on I'll call you Yu Meng, right? Thank you, Lord, for the name. When Yu Meng saw Shinwei giving her a name, she immediately knelt on the ground excitedly. Shinwei nodded with satisfaction, then helped Yu Meng up and spoke. Just before you were born, a hero unit of the Genestealers also awakened his self-awareness, but he is slightly weaker than you. So I plan to assign 400 million and 350 million troops to you two respectively. I order you to split into two groups and explore this vast continent. However, your actions this time are not in competition with each other. On the contrary, there is still some room for cooperation. When Shinwei saw Yu Meng hear that there was another rival competing with him, a strong desire for competition appeared in his bright eyes. He immediately explained that, after all, one was a legendary hero and the other was an epic plus hero. If these two apples of Shinwei's eye started fighting, Shinwei would suffer a huge loss. Please give your orders, master. Well, since you are stronger than Bai Yuan, I plan to train you to be the main force in the future to deal with the single combat power of the enemy units. So next you will need to lead the insect swarm to fight against other Overlord creatures to gain experience for advancement. During this process, you don't need to worry about the loss of the insect tide. Everything depends on your advancement. In addition, if you kill a dominant creature, notify Bai Yuan and ask him to send a gene stealer to extract the dominant creature's genes. Yes. I obey your command. Yu Meng immediately expressed that she would fully cooperate with Bai Yuan's mission, and Shinwei nodded upon seeing this. Well, here is the information we collected about several overlords. You can pick the opponents you think you can challenge. After that, Shinwei controlled the fungal carpet under his feet and showed Yu Meng all the information about the dominant creatures that he had collected so far. Desert Overlord Sandstorm Giant Scorpion, Habitat, Yellow Sand Ancient Desert, Level Range LV-15 to LV-16. Attack Method, move quickly in the sand, launch poisonous sting attacks, and cause severe poisonous damage. It can trigger a large-scale strong sandstorm, causing high damage to enemies within the sandstorm range, and at the same time greatly improve the abilities of the sandstorm giant scorpion in all aspects. Killing Suggestion, one-on-one kill, the insect swarm will suffer heavy losses due to the AoE damage of the sandstorm environment. Hell of Fire Overlord Burning Heart Fire Lion, Habitat, Volcano Molten Area, Level Range LV-17 to LV-18. Attack Method, since the target is too strong, show the ability to trigger a volcano. Killing Suggestion, there is a high probability of large-scale AoE damage, so one-on-one killing is recommended. Shadow Overlord Night Shadow Wolf, Habitat, Shadow Forest, Level Range LV-15. Attack Method, it seems that due to the environment, the one-on-one assassination ability is extremely strong, but the AoE ability is weak. Killing Suggestion, use the insect tide to wear down its strength, and finally enter the field with a single combat force to kill it and gain experience. The Overlord of the Wasteland Swift Wind Leopard, Habitat, Cracked Grassland, Level Range LV-15 to LV-16. Attack Method, extremely fast, attacks the enemy at a rapid speed, but lacks AoE ability. Killing Suggestions, same as above. Yu Meng observed for a moment, and finally decided to start with Shadow Overlord Night Shadow Wolf. My lord! I decided to hunt down the Night Shadow Wolf first. Okay. I will mobilize a swarm of insects that can kill Overlord-level creatures for you. You can act according to the situation. Yes. Yu Meng took the order and retreated. After Shinwei watched him leave, he turned and entered another important area of the insect nest base. The nest of the shadow soul-devouring spider. Looking at the overwhelming number of Stygian soul-devouring spiders in front of him, Shinwei Cha picked up a project specially set up in the Stygian soul-devouring spider's lair. Izanami's corpse-devouring process, current progress, 99.2%, obtained, death power, pseudo-death godhood. Chapter 41, Zhao Xingyan returns. Mythical troops. At the latest, we can separate Zhao Xingyan from the divine nature of Izanami the Sakura tonight, and then Zhao Xingyan will be free again. Shinwei looked at Zhao Xingyan, who was wrapped in spider silk with only his face exposed, and thought to himself. As early as when Fukusaki Kanzuya and others from Sakura were planning to retreat with Zhao Xingyan, Shinwei's insect swarm intercepted them first. Originally, Shinwei was planning to kill Zhao Xingyan outright, but at the time, in order to test the strength of the Gene Stealer, he let the Gene Stealer try to extract Zhao Xingyan's genes. Unexpectedly, by accident, he actually extracted part of Zhao Xingyan's memory. It was because of this that Shinwei understood the true nature of the divine skeleton and immediately tried to rescue Zhao Xingyan from it. Evening. Project, Izanami's corpse devouring, has been completed. The carrier is not dead. Current status, awake. When Shinwei received the news that Zhao Xingyan had woken up, he immediately rushed to the nest of the shadow soul-eating spider. As soon as he entered the nest, he saw Zhao Xingyan sitting cross-legged with a confused look on his face. Shinwei stepped forward and spoke. Hello, my name is Shinwei, and I'm a contestant in the Dragon Country preliminaries this time. Who are you? Preliminary round? Bug, are you the contestant that Fukusaki Kanzuya is targeting? I didn't expect you to be from Dragon Country. That's great. Zhao Xingyan was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly stood up, excitedly holding Shinwei's outstretched right hand. At the same time, he looked at the surrounding nether shadow soul-eating spiders of high level and asked in disbelief. Are these bugs all your troops? This feeling is probably at the legendary level, right? Yes. The reason why we were able to separate you from the Sakura Izanami divine corpse this time was that the role of the shadow soul-devouring spider was crucial. What? You separated me from that damn thing. Haha. Thank you. Thank you so much. Only then did Zhao Xingyan notice the changes in his body. Seeing that the excruciating pain that pierced his soul was no longer coming from his body, Zhao Xingyan was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude to Shinwei. Shinwei was not surprised by this. During the separation of Zhao Xingyan's divine body, Shinwei was collecting Zhao Xingyan's physical data. The more he collected, the more shocked Shinwei was, because as his understanding of the Sakura gods' remains deepened, Shinwei suddenly realized that in order to make the Izanami gods' remains possess Zhao Xingyan for a long time, it is necessary to inflict unimaginable pain and torture on Zhao Xingyan. Only in this way will Zhao Xingyan have strong emotions to support the retention of Izanami's divine power. If an ordinary person had been subjected to inhuman torture for a long time, his soul would have been torn apart, and his will would have been destroyed long ago. How could it be as simple as Zhao Xingyan, who was left with only a few sequelae? Shinwei explained about Zhao Xingyan's current condition. You're welcome. You and I are both Dragon Country people. Moreover, you suffered this disaster for Dragon Country. I certainly can't stand by and watch you die. Although you are now separated from the divine body, your mind and body are left with serious sequelae. You should be able to see your current condition through the panel, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingyan nodded, with a rage for revenge flashing in his eyes. Mental weakness, numb senses, cursed by the gods. Damn it! I never thought I would become a useless person. Sorry, I can't help you in this preliminaries. Instead, you have to waste resources to save a useless person like me. Zhao Xingyan looked at his current status on the panel, clenched his fists, sighed, and then shared his panel information with Shinwei without any concealment. Name, Zhao Xingyan. Level, LV-17. Power, Dragon Nation. Health, 13254/9875350/0.1%. Incense and vows, 45487/7588000, 0.5%. Strength, 67 elite. Stamina, 62 elite. Intelligence, 74 epic. Agility, 75 epic. Incense power, 100 mythical. Deity, 10 Kings of Hell, severely damaged, current status 12.4%. Special ability 1, Incense protection, consumes incense power to protect subordinate forces and even allied forces. Because the throne is severely damaged, it is sealed. Special ability 2, Netherworld God's Throne, consumes incense and wishes to shape the God's Throne. Because the God's Throne is severely damaged, it is sealed. Current status, mental weakness, the spirit has been severely damaged, unable to concentrate on the divine position, and the soul is hurt. If not treated in time, it will eventually turn into soul decay, sensory numbness, due to excessive torture. The soul has an instinctive resistance to the outside world, the ability to perceive the outside world has been greatly reduced, and the thinking is slow. God's curse, because the God, Izanami, was separated, the body was cursed, rotted, and maggots were born within 7 days, and turned into thick water and died. Hiss! I didn't expect your injury to be so serious. Shinwei couldn't help but gasp when he saw Zhao Xingyan's current state. It was because Zhao Xingyan's panel was so abnormally terrifying that the lightest injury on his body was actually sensory numbness. The most serious injury is the God's Curse, which will cause sudden death in 7 days. The deadline was approaching, and if it were someone else, they would have fallen into madness long ago. But Zhao Xingyan was like nothing had happened at this moment, chatting with Shinwei, which really made Shinwei admire him. At the same time, Zhao Xingyan waved his hand and chuckled. It's okay. I was about to die. Fortunately, Mr. Shin saved me today. I just don't know what the situation is like in Longhua now. I was ambushed by the contestants of Yingjiang and others during the fierce stage of the first official competition. I couldn't help Longhua. It's a pity. Before I was chosen and came in, the situation in Dragon Country was not good, and various natural disasters ravaged the country. However, I later raised the national fortune of Dragon Country to a level that matched my status. I think Dragon Country should be much better now than before I came in. By the way, now Longhua has opened the communication function. You can talk to Yang Weigua and the high-level officials of Longhua. As he spoke, Shinwei tried to establish contact with the top leaders of Dragon Country, and before long, news came from the top leaders of Dragon Country. Mr. Shin? What's the matter? Nothing, I just separated Zhao Xingyan from Yinghua's divine remains. Now Zhao Xingyan has fully recovered, but his physical condition is very bad. He is now cursed by the gods and will die suddenly in 7 days. Can you see if there is any solution? Under Zhao Xingyan's shocked gaze, Shinwei began to explain the current situation, and the Dragon Country's top brass seemed somewhat shocked when they heard it. What? They actually separated successfully? That's great! After that, Shinwei handed over the contact authority to Zhao Xingyan, turned around and left, leaving Zhao Xingyan with an excited face and the equally excited senior officials of Longhua. After a long time, Zhao Xingyan contacted Shinwei, who was undergoing genetic transformation of the insect saint through the shadow soul-devouring spider. The first time he saw Shinwei, Zhao Xingyan spoke in a serious tone. Mr. Shin, do you want to have a mythical army? Chapter 42, Nuclear Explosion of Sakura. Arrived at the secret place. Shinwei became a little interested after hearing this and spoke. Mythical level troops? But isn't the highest level troop on the panel a legendary level 1? Zhao Xingyan nodded, then explained with a serious and somewhat fearful expression. Yes and no. At present, the highest level troops on the panel are indeed legendary, but it will be different in the future. The reason why the highest level troops are legendary is that the forces on our Aquamarine planet are too weak. The Mythology Continent that is presented to us is just a tiny corner. Afterwards, Zhao Xingyan revealed more shocking information. In fact, the Eagle Sauce and Bear Alliance should have some mythical troops now. As early as the last official competition, the Eagle Sauce had already come into contact with mythical intelligence. It was precisely because of this mythical intelligence that our Dragon Country suffered heavy losses. Hearing that Eagle Sauce actually had mythical level troops, Shinwei thought of his own mythical level forces and quickly spoke up. If that's the case, then what's the difference between this mythical level troop and the legendary level 1? This, based on the information I know so far, the biggest difference between mythical and legendary soldiers is that each soldier has a unique ability, with 10 levels as a level. In addition, mythical soldiers have many more abilities than legendary soldiers. As many as 7. After hearing the information Zhao Xingyan said, Shinwei immediately believed it most of the time. The characteristics of this mythical level military force are almost exactly the same as those of the mythical level forces. The most urgent task now is to find this mythical level military force. Even if Shinwei can't use it, he can't let it fall into the hands of the Russian Bear Alliance, or the Eagle Sauce. So where is this mythical soldier now? Here it is? Shinwei thought about it, and then called up the intelligence that Dragon Country had previously sent over. Through the powerful information processing capabilities and space construction capabilities of the insect nest, Shinwei came to a rough inference. The area for the preliminaries seems to be set in the coastal area. According to the information sent to me by the country, it should be in the Xinghui Plain area. To be more specific, it should be near the Dark Forest. The mythological continent is very large, so large that even the areas inhabited by dominant creatures are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Therefore, Shinwei could only explain a general and well-known area and provide Zhao Xingyan with a reference. Dark Forest? That's great! It seems that this mythical troop is tailor-made for you. Haha! The secret realm where this mythical troop is located is here. It's about 7,000 kilometers away from us. Hearing Shinwei's estimate, Zhao Xingyan said excitedly, and at the same time took the map handed over by Shinwei, and after searching according to his memory, he finally determined the location of the secret realm and gave Shinwei the way. Quickly send some forces to explore the way over there. Shinwei took over the marked map, feeling equally excited, and then, an announcement came from the panel. Dragon Nation player, Chen Wei, killed Shadow Overlord Knight Shadow Wolf, and received a reward. Dragon Nation's national fortune value increased by 2,000 points. Your legendary hero unit, Yoming's level is increased, current level, LV14. By the way, how is the curse on you? Is there anything in the country that can remove the curse you have cast? Ignoring the announcement on the panel, Shinwei's expectation that Yumeng would be able to kill the Knight Shadow Wolf was completely within his expectations. No, the current foundation of the country is still too weak. Although there are things in the National Fortune Mall that can touch the curse, the national fortune value consumed is too high, a full 700,000 points. Instead of using these 700,000 points on a useless person like me, it would be better to use them on you and Yang Weigua. It's a pity. I really want to see the beautiful mountains and rivers of our motherland again. My mission now is to take you to search for as many secret places as possible in the qualifying area. This will lay the foundation for you to compete with the old guys, like the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance after you enter the official competition. Zhao Xingyan shook his head and said nonchalantly, his eyes full of indifference to his own life. Shinwei was shocked by this. He could not face death so calmly. Shinwei asked himself if he could do it. Seemingly realizing that he had caused a great shock to Shinwei, Zhao Xingyan quickly changed the subject and spoke. Don't think about it anymore. Show me the map you explored so I can see if I can find some secret places. If there are really some undiscovered secret places, we will be rich. As he spoke, Zhao Xingyan came behind Shinwei and flipped through the paper maps piled on the ground. Looking at the extremely detailed map in front of him, as if it was made step by step by a cartographer, Zhao Xingyan sighed. Hiss! You are worthy of being the Zerg. Your map opening ability is so strong. If only you could have come earlier. If we had your powerful intelligence gathering ability, we wouldn't have been tricked by the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance. Hey! Found it! Look! This is an epic secret place. Here. There's more here. It looks like this is an undeveloped area. Looking at Zhao Xingyan, who was working hard in front of him, Shinwei looked at the legendary set of treasures in his treasure house, the Spiritual Wisdom Immortal Fate set. Spiritual Wisdom Immortal Fate Set 6/6 unlocks the unique attribute of the set, Immortal Fate. Immortal Fate, at the cost of consuming 50% of the suit's durability, it exempts you from all current curses and restores your ability to repair injuries, covering the body, blood, soul, and genes. Reborn from the ashes. Build the Immortal Fate again. Afterwards, he put the Linghui Xianyuan set back into the treasury and decided to give Zhao Xingyan a surprise. Outside world. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command post. I never thought Mr. Shen was so powerful. He was able to separate Zhao Xingyan and Sakura's thing. Yes. This force is truly omnipotent. If only Mr. Shen had been selected earlier. This first place will definitely belong to our dragon country. Yes, the Zerg are strong in the early stages. The immortal cultivators are strong in the late stages. They are completely complementary. A group of Dragon Country high-level officials were impressed by Shenwei's strength, and he was able to do something that they could not do in the preliminaries. It's a pity that Zhao Xingyan is unwilling to receive treatment, alas. There's nothing we can do about it. He kept insisting, and you all heard the death in his tone. Respect his wishes. Maybe he is tired. That's all we can do. Also, how are the preparations for the nuclear weapons department going? Everyone was silent for a moment, and then the vice president of Longhua looked at the minister of nuclear weapons and asked. Everything is ready. We can nuke the cherry blossoms as early as midnight tonight. Avenge Zhao Xingyan. Well, let's make the arrangements. Remember to shoot a video. We must not let Zhao Xingyan die with regrets. Also, have someone compile a book based on Zhao Xingyan's deeds. 7 days later, bury him with state honors. Yes. Inside Shenwei's insect nest base. Just as Shenwei and Zhao Xingyan were discussing exploring the secret realm in the qualifying area, Shenwei suddenly received information from Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan, report to the master. We have arrived at our destination. Now blocked by a barrier. Please advise. Huh? So fast? What's wrong? Nothing, my troops have already arrived at the secret place where the mythical level troops you mentioned are located. Chapter 43. Yu Meng is promoted to Overlord. That's great. Do your Zerg soldiers have the ability to share vision? Let me take a look at the situation in this secret realm. After all, it has been a while, and I can hardly guarantee that the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance will not find this secret realm. Zhao Xingyan was very excited when he heard that Shenwei's insect swarm had arrived at the destination. He quickly put down the map he was marking and asked. Yes. Let this bug attach to your temple. It can release a specific electric current, and then feed the image back to your brain through your optic nerve. In this way, you can share vision with us. Shenwei nodded, raised his hand and handed a thumb-sized bug to Zhao Xingyan, explaining. What a powerful force! It can mobilize troops and conduct reconnaissance. It's truly almighty. Zhao Xingyan sighed, then took the insect without hesitation and placed it on his temple. Along with a tingling sensation, the perspective of the nest in front of Zhao Xingyan changed to a mythical secret realm more than 7,000 kilometers away from Shenwei's base. I will now give you control of this Zerg's body. Please observe the environment outside this secret realm for yourself. After that, Shenwei transferred the control authority of the green shadow insect strategy that Zhao Xingyan possessed to Zhao Xingyan. After Zhao Xingyan took over, after a brief familiarization, he began to lead the team to check the situation outside the secret realm. After a careful inspection, Zhao Xingyan, who is experienced and has experience in exploring many secret realms, came to a conclusion. Great! This secret place has not been discovered yet. Let's go! Hearing the affirmative answer, Shenwei was very happy, and quickly used the power of the Tyranid Zerg network, to mobilize hundreds of millions of corpse-rot Zerg swarms. The secret place where the mythical troops are located. Buzz buzz buzz! What's that sound? Don't worry, I have mobilized some troops to help us explore this secret place. Let me also introduce you to my hero-level unit Bai Yuan. He has the genes of the Western White Dragon. He will be the main force of the exploration. Shenwei controlled a green shadow insect strategy, and brought Bai Yuan to Zhao Xingyan's side and began to explain. Zhao Xingyan, who was also possessed by green shadow insect strategy, was looking at the horde of insects that appeared around him like a tide, feeling deeply moved. Really, does our dragon country have such an almighty legendary force? Although he was full of doubts, Zhao Xingyan knew that this involved personal secrets, and it was not a good idea to delve into it further, so he led the team to explore and spoke at the same time. This secret place is very large, and my energy is limited. I may not be able to find anything useful in a short time. You can go and do your work first. I will call you when I find something. Well, in that case, you can search first. I'll go take care of some other things. Bai Yuan, fully cooperate with this person's orders. Yes, Master. Afterwards, Shenwei withdrew his consciousness from being insect strategy and returned to the insect nest base. What Zhao Xingyan said was right. The area of the secret realm was indeed too huge, so much so that Shenwei's hundreds of millions of insect swarm troops entered without causing any trouble. This also indirectly confirmed the authenticity of the possible existence of mythical level troops. As for whether Zhao Xingyan might rebel, Shenwei was not worried at all. After all, Zhao Xingyan's body and consciousness were all under Shenwei's control. Shenwei could detect any slight disturbance. When Shenwei's consciousness returned to the insect nest base and he was about to check the current distribution of troops, new news suddenly came from the panel that Yu Meng had killed another Overlord creature. Your subordinate, Shadow of the Wraith Phantom, killed Wasteland Overlord Fierce Wind Leopard and received a reward. Your legendary hero unit, Yoming's level is increased, current level, LV16. I didn't expect that killing the Overlord would not even give me any national fortune points. No wonder the national fortune points of the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance have been fluctuating around 1 million. It seems that the harder it is to obtain national fortune points, the more time passes. After all, it is a legendary hero unit. Under the cover of the insect swarm, its level is promoted very quickly. How long will it take this time? It has already become a dominant creature. It won't be long before we can return to the poisonous miasma swamp and try to hunt down the LV-19 Black Snake leader. Mumbling a few words, Shenwei looked at the biological map made up of the insect nest fungus blanket in front of him. This map has all kinds of mountains, rivers, plains and deserts, and its area is even much larger than that of the Dragon Kingdom in the outside world. On the biological map, almost all of Shenwei's Zerg forces were distributed in a radial shape, spreading out in all directions with Shenwei's 7 Zerg nest bases as the core. It's time. The biomass reserves and manpower of each hive have reached their limit. It's impossible to keep a low profile any longer. It's time to let the world know about the Zerg Scourge. Outside world. Due to Shenwei's low-key development during this period, the outside world's attention has shifted to Alexander Romanov, a contestant from the Bear Alliance, and William James, a contestant from the Eagle Sauce Alliance. Oh my God! I never thought the Bear Alliance was so wealthy. They even have a treasure that can transform the environment on a large scale. Watching the plain in front of them being covered with thick snow at a speed visible to the naked eye, the originally clear sky suddenly became filled with snow clouds and heavy snow fell. The onlookers outside could not help but sigh. That's nothing! Look at William from the Eagle Sauce. He has already built a stable nuclear bomb production line. He even has a launch pad. He has all kinds of factories. All of this was completed in just a few months. It's much better than that treasure that can transform the environment. Soon, the citizens of Sakura and South Korea who immigrated to Eagle Sauce spoke out on the internet. At the same time, the Tiantian Circle also took advantage of this trend, and once again pointed the finger at Shenwei and Longhua. Dear viewers! Welcome to our show, Eagle Sauce Judgment Zone. I'm the host Tian Quan. Did you miss me? On the big screen, Tiantianquan appeared in a funny way, and at the same time, barrage of comments began to appear in the lower left corner of the screen. Tiantianquan! When are you going to die? I miss you so much! Looking at the screen full of comments insulting him, Tiantianquan smiled and then spoke again. I can already feel your enthusiasm. Let's not waste any more time talking and get straight to the point. You all have seen it. For some reason, the contestant from Dragon Country who was supposed to compete with Alexander Romanov and his team has suddenly disappeared. Based on my always accurate intuition, there must be something wrong with my forces. Oh my, what a pity! Alexander Romanov, a contestant from the Bear Alliance, is in the same area as him. If they run into each other, won't they end up in a miserable defeat? After all, Alexander Romanov has received strong support from the Mao Bear Alliance. Even the treasure that can change the environment on a large scale was given to Alexander Romanov. If this encounters the contestants from Dragon Country, won't Shinwei's insect swarm be frozen into ice sculptures? Hey! Let's wait and see. Looking at Tiantianquin with a sly smile on the screen, the people of Longhua angrily retorted. Bullshit! Mr. Shin is definitely accumulating strength to overthrow everything. That's right. You are a dog slave who knows nothing but kneeling and licking the human skin of the eagle sauce swallow. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly? Tomorrow I'll hire a nigger to go to your house and buy things for free. Just wait. Oh my God! Look! Alexander Romanov's troops have collided with Mr. Shin's Zerg horde? What? Chapter 44. The entire army was wiped out. Strike hard. The danger level of the Great Snow Mountain area has risen to LV-13 due to Alexander Romanov's continuous expansion. At this moment, Alexander Romanov looked at the Ice Clan signalman who came to report in front of him and asked nervously. What did you say? The frontline troops encountered Zerg? Yes. But according to the report from the frontline troops, these Zerg seem to have a weak ability to resist our attacks. We only lost a small number of troops to wipe them out. The Ice Clan signalman spoke with pride. Alexander Romanov was a little surprised when he heard it, and asked for the broadcast ice crystal on the scene. As a contestant of the Bear Alliance, Alexander Romanov's power level this time is naturally at the legendary level. One of the abilities of the Ice Clan is to record everything around them through their crystallized bodies, and then spread it among the same clan. To some extent, it is equivalent to the Shui Tyrant Zerg, a lower version of the Zerg network. Hiss! It seems that the contestants from the Dragon Country are just SOSO. With such a weak army, they can only rely on their numerical advantage to bully epic forces and lone dominant creatures. Once you encounter an evenly matched opponent, you will immediately reveal your weakness. Looking at the swarm of insects in the ice crystals that were constantly being strangled by the freezing rays and sharp ice knives, Alexander Romanov's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, and then he stood up and gave an order. Order all reserve troops. Move out. Expand the snowy area. Yes, sir. Inside the insect nest base, Shinwei also received news that the troops he sent to explore the snowy area were annihilated. Your Unit 117 has been completely wiped out. Oh? 117, it seems that these are the troops that are going to be eliminated. Let's take a look at the last video that was sent back. Shinwei called up the scene that Unit 117 transmitted back to the mother nest before dying. Just as the troop was approaching the snowy area, tens of thousands of extremely sharp ice knives suddenly shot out from under the originally calm and peaceful snow. Along with the ice blade, there is also a dazzling freezing light. All Zerg soldiers exposed to the light were, without exception, frozen into ice sculptures. Buzz buzz buzz! The attacked insect swarm also launched a counterattack, and all kinds of poisonous spores and the blood-winged cicadas that were about to be eliminated were killed towards the attacking enemy. But they were outnumbered, and the average level of these troops that were about to be eliminated was only LV8, and they hadn't even broken through the Tianu Wong level. The average strength of the enemy troops on the opposite side was mostly around LV12, and Shinwei even saw quite a few at the LV14 level. Only one step away from breaking through to the Overlord level. In the end, the entire army was wiped out as expected. This level of power is obviously not indigenous. It seems to be Alexander Romanov from the Bear Alliance. Let's start with him. Order troops number 50 to 100 to assemble in the direction of the snow region. Try to capture the entire snow region tonight. Yes, sir. Seeing that his exploration team was wiped out for the first time, even though it was a waste recycling team, Shinwei still felt a little angry. He immediately ordered a swarm of insects numbering as many as 3.5 billion, all of which were the main combat team, to go to the snowy area to launch a siege operation. Outside world. Seeing that Shinwei's insect swarm troops were completely wiped out, the happiest person was Tianu Wong. He immediately spoke to the camera in front of him. Did everyone see this? It seems that the contestant from Dragon Country, Shinwei, has reached the end of his rope. Even the troops used for fighting are so old, weak and sick. It seems that it is only a matter of time before he is caught by Alexander Romanov of the Bear Alliance. Now the Dragon Nation has completely lost hope. Ha! Just when Tiantianquan was feeling proud and the people of Longwa were protecting Shinwei, the originally peaceful snowy area suddenly became stormy. Suddenly, a large patch of dark clouds appeared in the snowy border area, and when the puzzled crowd zoomed in to take a look, a sudden discovery. What is that dark cloud? That was clearly Shinwei's insect swarm army. It turns out that the troops that were annihilated before were just Shinwei's exploration troops. And what appears now, swallowing up the snowy area like a black wave, is Shinwei's true strength. Ha! Damn Tiantianquan! A frog in a well who sees the big picture from the small. Now you see the true strength of your Grandpa Shin, right? With the limited military strength of the Bear Alliance, there will be very few left after a wave of insects. Haha! The final victory will belong to our Dragon Nation. Shinwei, if you are not in the Asian division, seeing me is like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. If you are in the Asian division, seeing me is like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Haha! Mr. Shin is so strong! Snowy area. At this moment, Alexander Romanov was not aware that he was surrounded by as many as 3.5 billion Zerg. At this time, Alexander Romanov was immersed in the dream of annihilating Shinwei's Zerg swarm troops and unifying the entire Asian region in one fell swoop. Alexander Romanov! Alexander Romanov! Wake up! Suddenly, the voice of the Mao Bear Emperor reached the ears of Alexander Romanov, and Alexander Romanov quickly stood up and spoke. Yes. Listen! Immediately select the troops that are about to be eliminated and send them all out. See if you can find out the details of Shinwei. Ah? The sudden order made Alexander Romanov confused and puzzled for a moment. What? We have observed that the outer area of the snowy region is full of Shinwei's insect swarms. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 2 billion. With your current strength, it is impossible to defeat them. The treasure for evacuation has been issued to you. If the situation is not right, just retreat. After all, your Bingling tribe is more suitable for rear operations and battlefield support than frontal combat. No wonder you are the one. Your current mission is to return safely while retaining your power. Yes. Alexander Romanov said quickly, looking at the retreating treasure in his hand in a daze. In just a moment, your number one position flew away? Forget it. My original mission was to operate and develop. The current situation is worthy of the cultivation of my motherland. Alexander Romanov shook his head, putting his previous dream behind him, then looked at the console beside him and spoke. Pass the order. Order all troops after number 100 to go to the front line to resist the enemy. Yes. Immediately, Alexander Romanov picked up the mirror on the side of the throne and checked the situation at the border through the ice mirror, muttering to himself. I want to see how strong this Shinwei is. Chapter 45, Defeating the Russian Contestant. Mythical Troops. At the snowy border, the cannon fodder troops sent by Alexander Romanov took the lead in coming into contact with Shinwei's Zerg army. Thanks to the snowy environment, even Alexander Romanov's cannon fodder troops are on par with the main combat teams of epic forces in terms of attributes and capabilities in all aspects. While in a snowy environment, these cannon fodder troops have gained the ability to blend into the surrounding environment by virtue of their elemental bodies. For a time, Shinwei's insect army was unable to discover it. Brush! As the Zerg swarm continued to advance, these cannon fodder troops also completed the setting of traps. After letting more than a dozen waves of Zerg swarm troops escape, Alexander Romanov's ice troops looked at the seemingly endless Zerg swarm before them. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and chose to release the trap. The next moment, a blue light column with a diameter of more than 10 meters rose from the ground. Just a moment of contact. Tens of thousands of Zerg were frozen into solid ice. If it were any other force with such casualties, they would have already fled. But for Shinwei, who now has billions of troops, it is a piece of cake. The next moment, tens of millions of Zergs around launched an attack on these cannon fodder troops like a storm. Boom! Just one round. Alexander Romanov's cannon fodder troops were torn to pieces by the insect swarm like a flood. I can't die anymore. Hiss! Run! Alexander Romanov, who was far away in the core area of the snow region, was horrified when he saw this. He quickly took out something that looked like a fishing float and crushed it. Space-time fishing float. Level requirement, none. Usage restrictions, crushed. Durability, one-time use. Effect of noble phantasm. Emergency evacuation, draw a magic circle for 30 seconds, then take the user and all his forces out of the current game. The next moment, mysterious magic runes appeared around Alexander Romanov. Taking advantage of the gaps in the magic runes, Alexander Romanov used the ice crystal prism to form a phantom as high as 100 meters above the snow. Looking at the swarm of insects that was devouring the snowy area like an abyss in front of him, Alexander Romanov's eyes were full of fear, and he immediately spoke. "Mr. Shinwei, since you are here, why don't you come out and meet me?" Alexander Romanov waited for a long time, but Shinwei still didn't show up, and he felt a little embarrassed. He spoke in a cold voice. "To hide one's head and show one's tail, isn't that too unmanly?" Hiss. "You." It was not Shinwei who responded to Alexander Romanov, but a huge group of poisonous spores. In an instant, the shadow of Alexander Romanov was destroyed, and Shinwei also expressed his meaning. "Damn it! He didn't even want to show up." After the circle was drawn, Alexander Romanov shouted angrily, and immediately all his forces were taken away from the preliminaries. Inside the insect nest base. "Only a fool would show up. If he gets cursed, it will be troublesome." Looking at the images sent back by the Zerg, Shinwei smiled disdainfully, and then rushed to where Zhao Xingyan was. At the same time, Zhao Xingyan sent the latest information. "Mr. Shin, we found clues to the mythical level troops." "Yes. I'll be there soon." Shinwei responded, then quickened his pace and rushed to the nest of the shadow soul-devouring spider. The first time he saw Zhao Xingyan couldn't wait to speak. "There's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Bad news." Shinwei was stunned. He obviously did not expect Zhao Xingyan to be able to make a joke about his current physical condition. He was a little surprised by Zhao Xingyan's optimism. "The bad news is that the speed of time in the secret realm seems to be different from that in the outside world. Now all the corpses of the original mythical level soldiers in the secret realm have been severely decayed due to the passage of time, causing their internal genes to decay severely, making it very difficult to extract them." "What about the good news?" "The good news is that this mythical troop seems to be some kind of insect-type troop. It fits perfectly with your forces. In addition, I see that your troop types seem to involve genes as well." Zhao Xingyan looked at the genestealer lying on an almost calcified corpse, and asked Shinwei. "Well, this type of soldier is called the gene stealer. It can extract the target's genes. The Baiyuan you saw is the gene extracted from the dominant creature, the black snake." Shinwei did not hide anything and explained. Zhao Xingyan was delighted when he heard it and spoke. "That's great. Once this gene stealer finishes extracting the genes from this corpse, you should get a progress notification. After that, you can build a gene library and conduct an exhaustive comparison to restore the genes of this mythical soldier. I guess you don't have this technology yet? I'll write it out for you and you can learn it when you have time." After saying that, Zhao Xingyan withdrew his consciousness, returned to the insect nest, and began to write the next genetic control template for Shinwei. At the same time explained. "This thing was originally developed by the Eagle Sauce. My forces spent a lot of money to get it in the last official competition. I originally planned to send it back to China, but it was suddenly besieged by contestants from the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance and other countries. You know what happened next. This time, you can bring this technology back to China. To put it simply, this thing can restore ancient genes that are too old but extremely powerful, but it requires an extremely powerful gene library as support, otherwise it will be like a castle in the air, just a fantasy that cannot be realized. By the way, you should know how to build a gene bank, right?" Shinwei nodded. "Yes, since I got the gene stealer, my gene bank has been built. Now there are probably at least 1 million genes in the gene bank. When my insect tide devours this qualifying area, the number of genes in the gene bank will rise to tens of millions. Too few. When you return home this time, remember to ask Yang Weigua for more genes. The main team of our dragon country in the last qualifying tournament also has some reserves of genes." Zhao Xingyan shook his head and spoke. Obtained the genes of mythical soldiers, Xinyuan Void Zerg Xinyuan Void Blade Guard, currently extracted genes, 0.004%, estimated completion time? Hiss! Seeing the ridiculously low genetic values on the panel, Shenwei couldn't help but take a breath, and Zhao Xingyan, who was standing beside him, smiled when he saw this. Haha, what do you think? The value is very low, right? That's normal, but with this template, the extraction speed can be much faster in the future. If it's even faster, we may even be able to extract it before the official competition starts. Alas, it's a pity that we won't see the day when our dragon nation can also possess mythical-level troops. Who said that? Chapter 46 Gift of Treasure, Level 17. Mr. Shun, what do you mean? Zhao Xingyan looked at Shenwei beside him with a puzzled look in his eyes, and a thought that he dared not even think about suddenly emerged in his mind. Could it be that Shenwei has a way to resolve this curse on himself that even the Dragon Nation cannot resolve with its entire national strength? No, it seems that I was just daydreaming. The Dragon country couldn't find a suitable solution even with the whole country's strength. How could Shenwei, who had participated in the qualifiers for the first time and hadn't even experienced the official competition, have a solution? Zhao Xingyan smiled self-deprecatingly in his heart. But then, Shenwei's next words and what he took out shocked Zhao Xingyan. Of course, the solution to your death curse is this set of Spiritual Wisdom Immortal Fates set. This set is of legendary level. When I chose it, I specifically chose the growth type. I checked its ability, and it happens to be able to remove all curses. You try it. As he spoke, Shenwei handed the Spiritual Wisdom Immortal Fate set in his hand, which was shining with dazzling golden light, to Zhao Xingyan, who had a stunned look on his face. Zhao Xingyan took it with both hands, and instinctively looked at the related attributes and abilities of the Spiritual Wisdom Fairyland set, and then he couldn't take his eyes off it. Immortal Fate, at the cost of consuming 50% of the suit's durability, it exempts you from all current curses and restores your ability to repair injuries, covering the body, blood, soul, and genes. Reborn from the ashes. Build the immortal fate again. This thing can really solve my curse. I don't have to sacrifice my life for my country. At this moment, Zhao Xingyan's desire to survive immediately surged. His eyes were full of greed for the Spiritual Wisdom Fairyland set in his hand. But then, Zhao Xingyan suppressed the desire in his heart, returned the Spiritual Wisdom Immortal Fate set to Shenwei with difficulty, and spoke. This, Mr. Shen, to be honest, this set of legendary treasures can indeed remove the curse on me, but... But what? But you can say it. But I am now a useless person whose godhood has been severely damaged. To be honest, even if the curse on me is lifted, it is difficult to guarantee that I can return to my peak. This should be given to those in need. Looking at Zhao Xingyan, who was declining, Shenwei was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Haha, so that's just the problem. This is easy. As long as you survive, there is hope of regaining your strength. What's more, you are now a hero of our dragon country, and I have something that can save you. How could I stand by and watch someone die? What's more, the mythical troop you brought me is worth 100 times the value of this set of legendary treasures. Consider this as your reward for bringing me to this secret place. Zhao Xingyan brought Shenwei to this secret place, and Shenwei had taken a rough look at it before. Finalized. Even if he mobilized the entire Hive army and launched a carpet search, it would be impossible to find this secret place. He must have a guide who knows the intelligence. In other words, without Zhao Xingyan's guidance, Shenwei would never have discovered this secret place that contained mythical-level soldiers. For Shenwei, it is worth it to exchange a set of useless legendary treasures for a mythical troop. This? Zhao Xingyan looked at the legendary set of treasures in his hand, a little dazed. As someone who had participated in official competitions, he knew very well the value of the legendary set of treasures. Just a single incomplete set of legendary treasures can be exchanged for an entire real estate worth hundreds of billions in the top city of Dragon Country. And there is still no demand for it. A complete set of legendary treasures can be called priceless. Even in the alliance between the United States and Russia, There are only a dozen or so sets of legendary treasures available. Just accept it. If you really feel bad about it, just find me a few more legendary secret realms, and we'll be even. Seeing this, Xinwei turned and left, not giving Zhao Xingyan a chance to hesitate. After this experience of exploring the mythical secret realm, Xinwei deeply understood the truth that an old man in the family is like a treasure. Although Zhao Xingyan is not much older than Xinwei. He looked to be in his 30s at most, but he was an old man who had participated in the last preliminaries and official competitions. His understanding of the Myth continent was incomparable to Xinwei. Okay. It just so happens that I know a few legendary secret realms. On the way back to the Hive command center, Xinwei was planning to see how fast the Zerg army was advancing. New news came from the panel again. Your subordinate, Shadow of the Wraith Phantom, killed Desert Overlord Sandstorm Giant Scorpion and received a reward. Your legendary hero unit, Yoming's level is increased, current level, LV-17. At the same time, Xinwei also sent a contact to Yumeng upon seeing this. Master! Well, the development of the Hive has almost reached its limit recently, and now we are planning to expand outward. How is the progress on your side? Report to the Lord. With the help of the insect swarm, I have hunted down 3 Overlord creatures. They are now LV-17. I expect to be able to advance to LV-19 after hunting down 3 more Overlord creatures. After hearing Yumeng's report, Xinwei was very satisfied, and then asked about the recent movements of the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake. How is the Black Snake doing lately? Due to my recent hunting of Overlord creatures, the leader of the Black Water Snake has now regained his composure, according to the news sent back by the Zerg troops I sent out. That Black Water Snake leader seems to have sent a team of 3 Overlord-level Black Water Snakes towards me. I plan to eat them. After eating a team, I can at least be promoted to LV-18. Well, that's great. Now that Bai Yuan has become a dominant creature, let him assist you. You don't need to help with the expansion of the insect swarm. Just focus on upgrading. In addition, I will send another 400 million troops to support you. Hearing that Yumeng would soon be promoted to LV-18, Xinwei was overjoyed and spoke immediately. Yes. Also, Lord Overlord, after I hunted down these Overlord creatures, they dropped some golden treasure chests. How do I deal with them? Most of these treasure chests contain some treasures, which are of no use to us at this stage. Let's save them and sell them after we return home. Yes. Outside world. The bear contestant, Alexander Romanov, used the disengagement phantasm and has now been eliminated. Seeing that Xinwei eliminated the contestants of the Bear Alliance with ease, the Eagle Sauce and the people of the Western Alliance who were watching the live broadcast were in disbelief. There was a sudden uproar on the internet. How is this possible? He is a contestant of the Bear Alliance. And he is a legendary force. How could he be eliminated so easily? That's right. You didn't even have a proper fight. Are you worthy of us? Alexander Romanov. Fuck you, give me your money back. My entire fortune. This damn Xinwei. Ha 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 ha. The odds are 10 to 1. I'm rich this time. I'm rich. Wake up. The people upstairs. This situation is too outrageous. The dealer can't afford to pay the money and has run away with the money. Cool. Chapter 47. Preparing for the official competition. Capture the target. Alas, it seems that the people in the Mao Xiong Alliance think that if Alexander Romanov and Xinwei fight seriously, both will suffer losses, so they choose to save their strength for the official competition. Yes, after all, the forces chosen by the contestants of this competition are very good at management and support, which is much more useful in the official competition than in the preliminaries. Choosing to use the disengagement noble phantasm is barely reasonable. But what surprised me was that Alexander Romanov only sent some cannon fodder troops to test Xinwei's Zerg tide. Not only did he not find out anything, but he also lost face for nothing. He really just pulled it into his trouser pocket. Do you think Fukusaki Kanzuya and his gang can come up with something? Now there are only 5 of them and Xinwei left in the Asian qualifiers. Once Xinwei finds and eliminates the 5 of them, the qualifiers will be over. What the hell, 5 useless people without any power, what can they do? Hey, you're wrong. There must be work. Oh? Have you forgotten the trouble these 5 guys caused Shinwei? The Shadow Tomb Tiger, the mysterious water black snake, the Yin Yang curse, which one is not meant to kill Shinwei? Shinwei is the only one in power now. Once these 5 guys are captured alive, hee. Hey. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command post. A group of Dragon Nation high-ranking officials looked at the tyrannid insect swarm devouring the world before them, and were stunned for a moment. After a long while, Dragon Country President Li Jinhua spoke. It's really unbelievable. Yes, I originally thought that Mr. Shin would be successful if he could hold on until the end of the preliminaries. I didn't expect that after 1 preliminaries, not only did our national fortune soar, but the Greater East Asia Alliance, which was once a formidable enemy, also collapsed. Now, the contestants of the Bear Alliance have been eliminated. The senior officials looked at the Dragon Country, which had returned to the top 10 in the national fortune rankings, and it seemed like a dream, so unreal. By the way, have the players for the official competition been selected? It's settled. Except for Mr. Shin and Yan Weigua, the top 10 forces in our Dragon Country will all be on the field, but is it because Mr. Shin's power does not conform to the mainstream of our power, so he cannot benefit from the benefits of our country? The president of Longwa spoke as expected, and the vice president of Longwa, who was responsible for arranging the contestants for the official competition, nodded and explained. Yes, the answer given by Myth National War is that Mr. Shin's forces belong to the Zerg, which does not match our cultivation sequence, so he cannot enjoy the corresponding increase. This may cause Mr. Shin's development speed to lag behind the contestants from other countries at the beginning of the official competition. Well, it looks like we have to find a way to make up for it. Just as everyone was thinking over and planning to make up for Shinwei's gains, the vice president of Longwa, who was also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, noticed the Eagle Sauce program, and Eagle Sauce Judgment Zone was broadcast again. Tianchuan's mocking face appeared on the screen again, and the vice president of Longwa snorted coldly when he saw it. Humph, look, that grandstanding clown appears again. These guys won't be able to stay so arrogant for long. We must avenge our previous humiliation in this official competition. Yes. Let these trolls shut their stinky mouths forever. Eagle Sauce Judgment Zone. Everyone has seen it. Our Eagle Sauce contestant this time has built the North American region into an energy development zone. It has all kinds of advanced electromagnetic weapons and fearless clone soldiers. What's even more shocking is that our Eagle Sauce contestant, William James, has actually developed a mechanical titan. Oh my god! This is a mechanical construct that is powerful enough to rival LV-19 Overlord creature. Also, I have good news for you all. Our Eagle Sauce government has now issued the latest reward announcement. Mr. William James has been promoted to the rank of Eagle Sauce Army General for mining oil worth 100 billion yuan. Everyone has seen it. We, the Eagle Sauce, will not miss any meritorious person. Welcome all people with lofty ideals to join us. The contestant from Dragon Country should be thankful this time. If he were in the same competition area as our Admiral William James, his weak insect swarm would have been blown to ashes by laser cannons and nuclear bombs. Ha ha! As soon as the show started, Tianchuan's dramatic and sarcastic face appeared on the screen, and he recited the manuscript in his hand with excitement. William James's record and achievements obviously aroused the pride of the Americans, and a large number of them began to provoke other countries on the internet. Ha ha! This is our great Eagle Sauce. Let Eagle Sauce be great forever. Great! Now we can finally use 1-cent gasoline. Long live William James! The Bear Alliance is really becoming more and more corrupt. In this official competition, we will destroy them along with the Dragon Nation. Yes. They are no longer eligible to use the resources on planet Aquamarine. Let the beacon of civilization, the Eagle Sauce, take over the world. The Eagle Sauce will lead you to greatness. In response to the provocation of the Eagle Sauce people, the Russian Bear Alliance and the Dragon people launched an active counterattack. So Kabuli! Fuck you! Have you smoked too much? You want to rule the world with your level? Has William James ever killed a dominant creature? How dare you call yourself civilized when you can only run factories and scalp people? You guys are lucky this time. If you run into Mr. Shen, I'll scalp you. We found it, guys. This William James hasn't even killed a level 16 Overlord creature. Their mechanical titan is just a bluff. The published parameters on paper show that it can only compete with a level 19 Overlord creature. If we really run into a level 19 Overlord creature, let alone killing it, it will be difficult to escape. Even 10 mechanical titans will be useless. Ha! Turns out he's just an idiot. Are you bragging? Have you ever killed an Overlord? This is called a level 16 Overlord creature. What's wrong with the Eagle Sauce people? Eagle Sauce people, you can only watch your Master Shin kill. Ha ha. Oh my god! Look everyone! Mr. Shin's insect swarm has captured Fukuzaki Kanzuya and his gang of bastards. Ha ha. The preliminaries are over. Now that the preliminaries are over, you just have to wait for the final cross-region power evaluation. We in Dragon Country will definitely slap you in the face when the time comes. We will scalp you. Shinwei's Hive base. Shinwei, who was planning to organize his resources and send out one last wave of troops in an effort to increase his military strength to the 5 billion level, suddenly received news from the Zerg soldiers on the front line. Report to the Lord, the target has been captured, please give instructions. Oh? Shinwei put down the treasure chest in his hand, looking a little surprised. Chapter 48 Revenge. Cross-Regional Assessment. Previously, Shinwei had ordered a large army of insect swarms to go out on a mopping-up mission to collect traces of Fukuzaki Kanzuya and his gang, but in the end nothing came of it. Fukuzaki Kanzuya and his gang were indeed very good at hiding. Shinwei conducted a carpet search for quite some time but could not find any traces. In the end, Shinwei planned to use the Red Earth plan to force out Fukuzaki Kanzuya and others. The Red Earth plan is a plan tailored by Shinwei based on the powerful devouring ability of the Tyranids. The ultimate effect is that in the entire Asian competition area, both organic and inorganic matter will be converted into biomass by Shinwei's insect swarm army and fungal mats. In the end, all that will be left is the red soil, which has no use value at all. I didn't expect that these guys can hide any longer. It's just right, I'll let you guys be tortured to death in front of everyone outside. Thinking this in his mind, Shinwei focused his attention on the insect swarm that captured Fukuzaki Kanzuya and others. At this time, Fukuzaki Kanzuya and others were tied up by the spider silk of the shadow soul-eating spider, with disheveled hair and dirty faces, looking in a miserable state. Even so, North Korean player Kim Won-young still spoke out. Hurry up and let us go! Do you want to destroy the friendship between North Korea and Dragon Country? Don't forget. It was you Dragon Country that came to us North Korea to form an alliance. That's right. Your own government officials promised our students to go study abroad. And they even provided us with female companions. If you don't want to be disgraced in your Dragon Country, then let us go immediately. South Korean contestant Park Il-ryong then spoke hysterically. As for the contestants from Mingyu, Yuen and Sakura, they all had dead silence on their faces and were deeply regretting their previous actions. Let you go! Looking at the two hysterical people in front of him, Shinwei inexplicably had some playful thoughts in his mind. He immediately controlled the Zerg to vibrate the surrounding air and spoke. Yes. Yes. Please let us go. We promise not to go against you again. We promise. We promise to be your subordinates. Promote everything about the Greater East Asia Alliance. Park Il-young, who was still roaring, was obviously stunned when he heard the sound of the Zerg in front of him, and then he quickly begged for mercy. Jin Yuanjing on the side also followed suit and expressed his loyalty. Yes. I am willing to be your most loyal subordinate. My position in Northern Bang is second only to the leader of Northern Bang. As long as you allow me to mobilize the people of Northern Bang, I am absolutely sure to overthrow that fat man. Let you be the only son on the peninsula. The three people who were originally desperate also looked over at the right time, even if there was a 1% chance that Shinwei would let them go. At this point, they are willing to bet everything on that 1%. Outside world. Ha! This Jin Yuan just wants to eat purple eggs. Northern leader, 7.62 mm copper injection. Do you think Mr. Shin will let them go? I feel a little unwilling just thinking about it. Are you questioning Mr. Shin's temper? Hee hee. Wait. The best is yet to come. Just as the dragon people outside had guessed, Shin Wei, who was far away in the insect nest base, smiled contemptuously. I felt very disdainful in my heart. Idiot, even if I need a subordinate, I'd look for an SSR like Zhao Xingyan. How could I possibly look for a piece of trash who's not even as good as an SR? Then Shin Wei controlled the Zerg in the distance and vibrated the air. You can ask me to let you go, but you have too many people now. I only need one person to help me. What should I do? I'm a little confused. My lord, choose me. I can take you to the ruins of the greenhouse to find the last treasure of South Korea. Choose me. Sir, I can help you overthrow that fat pig. Help you conquer the 3,000 miles of territory. The stupid people are busy promoting themselves at this time, while the smart people have silently taken out sharp knives and stabbed their colleagues around them. Puff! Puff! Ah! After 4 consecutive screams, Shin Wei looked at the final winner who was gasping for breath in front of him with interest. Fukuzaki Kanzuya. Puff! Pucci! I swear with this ear. I swear to be loyal to you forever. Lord Shin Wei. Regardless of the physical exhaustion, Fukuzaki Kanzuya quickly knelt on his knees, grabbed the dagger on the ground and cut off his left ear without hesitation. Then, holding his left ear and the blood-soaked dagger, he spoke to the Zerg soldier possessed by Shin Wei. Outside world. Wow! How cruel! He cut off his own left ear without hesitation. Will Mr. Shin let him go? This is hard to say. Look, this guy obviously wants to be Mr. Shin's dog, and he even comes with his own dog food. It's hard to say. At this time, Shin Wei tried hard to suppress the smile in his heart, looked at Fukuzaki Kanzuya who had a sincere face in front of him, and spoke. In that case, since you are so sincere. Just when Fukuzaki Kanzuya thought that Shin Wei was going to let him go, and keep him as a dog, Shin Wei changed the subject. It made Fukuzaki Kanzuya feel like he was falling into the abyss. But, don't you have any idea about the stupid things you did? You still want me to spare your life? Maybe in the next life. Lingchi death. Bakayalo. The next moment, the group of blood-winged cicadas surrounding Fukuzaki Kanzuya cut off pieces of his skin and flesh like extremely sharp knives. Suffering such torture, Fukuzaki Kanzuya immediately let out violent howls. Ah! Ha! With the sudden death of Fukuzaki Kanzuya, Shin Wei is the only one left in the entire Asian qualifiers region. At the same time, an announcement came from the panel. Currently, there is only one contestant left in the Asian division, Chun Wei, and the settlement will be conducted soon. Cross-region power evaluation will be carried out soon. Evaluation of power value in progress. Evaluation completed. There are currently 47 contestants. This evaluation will be conducted in 3 days. During this period, killing Overlord-level creatures can increase your score. Oh? Killing an Overlord can increase your score? It seems that those Overlords that Yu Meng hunted before were a bit wasted. But it doesn't matter. I don't believe that after killing a LV-19 Overlord creature there are still people who can get a higher score than me. Chen Wei thought to himself as he watched the announcement, and then he saw through the panel that Yu Meng was only one step away from LV-19. He couldn't help but have some thoughts about the previously arrogant and domineering head of the mysterious water black snake. Outside world. Oh my God! Isn't Mr. Shin at a disadvantage now? Yes. Mr. Shin has killed a lot of dominant creatures before. This time he didn't get any benefits at all. It's bad. Hasn't the contestant Yin Jiang rarely killed Overlord creatures so far? With his current strength, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to hunt down ordinary Overlords? Yeah. Did he get the news in advance? He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to increase his score by killing the Overlord creatures, and rely on hunting Overlord creatures to narrow the score gap with Mr. Shin. The Eagle Country player, William James, killed Thunder Overlord Lightning Dragon, and received a reward, and the Eagle Country's national fortune value increased by 100 points. Chapter 49 I by 30 million, Longwa wins. Good, you have guts. Damn it! This William James really knew something in advance. What can we do? The dominant creatures in each participating region are all about the same. The number of dominant creatures in the Asian region is currently far less than that in the North American region. Now we can only hope that Mr. Shin can preserve as many troops as possible and gather resources to launch another wave of troops. Are you going to explode again? I think Mr. Shin's current Zerg army has at least 5 billion, if not 10 billion. The current Zerg army has reached its current size at the cost of predatory exploitation of all the resources in the Asian region. Yeah, I think if we want to increase our troops, I'm afraid that the current resources in the Asian division may not be enough. Damn eagles! If they had a real fight with Mr. Shin would definitely be able to crush them. Now they have overtaken us in this way. It's so fucking frustrating. But even so, Mr. Shin is not without a chance of winning. Oh? What is it? It was Mr. Shin who was able to rely on the power of the insect swarm army to kill the LV-19 black water snake leader summoned by Sakura. That was a LV-19 Overlord. It was only one step away from the LV-20 domain Lord realm. Yes, if we can kill the leader of the mysterious water black snake, we will definitely get more points than all the other dominant creatures combined. That being said, you all have seen that the strength of LV-19 cannot be defeated by the Zerg swarm tactics alone. With at least 5 billion Zerg swarms, there is little hope. Look! That William James seems to be interested in the LV-19 Overlord creature in the North American division. He sent out the mechanical titans that Eagle Sauce has been bragging about. He dispatched more than 20 of them. Hiss! Then, the attention of all the people on planet Aquamarine turned to William James of the North American division. William James was seen wearing a suit of high-tech armor, suspended in the air through the jet port on his back. Under its feet, a tidal wave of mechanical armies and clone troopers were marching towards the Mediterranean Sea in the distance. Serving as the spearhead are 27 mechanical titans whose strength is comparable to that of Overlord-level creatures. The information has been debugged and the route is being planned. The planning is complete, and it is expected that a head-on battle with the LV-19, Kraken, will begin in 3 minutes. It is expected that 4 defensive, mechanical titans will bear the first wave of attacks from Kraken, with a 70% chance of 3 mechanical titans being paralyzed, a 50% chance of 2 being paralyzed, and a 20% chance of all being paralyzed. This is the best solution at the moment. If you want to optimize, please increase the computing power or provide intelligence information. Who attack? William James let out a long sigh and looked at the calm sea in the distance with firm and sharp eyes. Insect nest base. At this moment, Shinwei looked at the information on the panel about William James starting to efficiently hunt Overlord creatures and William James's continuous scoring. Chuckling. I never thought that Eagle Sauce could actually obtain information about the Mythology National War. But even so, hunting down a LV-19 Overlord creature is enough to surpass the North American Division's score, right? All troops, head towards the Xianshui Black Snake Station area. Yes. My lord. Yu Meng and Bai Yuan, who were standing beside Shinwei, took the order and left. At the same time, a sea of insects like black waves rose from the ground. They gathered into a sea of insects and surged towards the area where the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake was. The momentum is as great as that of William James's mechanical army. It may even be more powerful. Outside world. I didn't expect that the contestants from Eagle Country and Dragon Country would both choose to attack the LV-19 Overlord creatures. That's for sure. They both know now that the other party is no weakling. If they want to secure the first place, they must kill this LV-19 Overlord creature first. Now it all depends on who can kill the Overlord creature first. Whoever kills the LV-19 Overlord creature first, even if he or she is lying flat on the ground, will be the first place for sure. I bet on the Eagle to win. The Eagle is a wealthy family. And they are the winner of the first Mythology National War. I think William James has a sure win for this, Kraken. I'm also betting on Eagle to win. You know, he holds the pinnacle of our human killing power in his hands. Nuclear weapons. Dozens or even hundreds of nuclear bombs. As long as this Kraken has not advanced to LV-20, it will definitely not be able to withstand it. I bet on Eagle to win too. Come on, come on. The dealer has set up the market. Buy and leave. Buy and leave. Now the odds for Eagle Sauce are 3-1. The odds for Dragon Country are 35-1. Please place your bets. Regarding this world-class competition, some quick-witted people smelled a business opportunity and set up venues of all sizes overnight. It's just like gambling on football, or even worse than gambling on football. Internet users from all over the world flock to these venues. Most of the netizens naturally place their bets on William James, the Eagle Sauce contestant who has a better chance of winning. Apart from the people of Longwa, few people put pressure on Chunwei. Even though Chunwei eliminated the contestants from the Bear Alliance, the foundation of Dragon Country is still far behind that of Eagle Sauce. At this point, netizens believe more in the country behind the contestants than in their abilities. Believe in the invisible hands. I'll bet 10 million. Eagle Sauce wins. I'll buy 10 million too. Eagle Sauce wins. I'll buy 10 million Eagle Sauce too. I bet 30 million. Longwa wins. Okay, you have guts. North American Division, Mediterranean. Crash! An extremely large tentacle broke through the sea surface, like a giant blade falling from the sky, smashing the mechanical titan that was in the front into pieces. The energy shield originally used for defense and the high-strength alloy that could withstand temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees were smashed to pieces by this huge force like scrap copper and iron. Just a moment of contact. The strength of the LV-19 Overlord creature is revealed at a glance. Don't eat the sour radish! How can this Clark Kent be so strong? William James, who was watching from a distance, was shocked and angry when he saw that his proud, mechanical titan could not even last one round and was blown up by Clark Kent. He immediately communicated with the supercomputing platform inside the armor and inquired about the detailed parameters of the Clark Kent in front of him. Jarvis! What on earth is going on? Data collection in progress. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected. Intelligence information related to Kraken is being collected. Collection completed. The probability of Kraken successfully breaking through to LV-20 is 5%. The probability of being in the breakthrough stage, resulting in the energy saturation state, is 80%. The probability of mastering the ability to double one's physical fitness in the water environment is 14%. The other probabilities are 1%. In conclusion, this Kraken is likely in the breakthrough stage. It is recommended to use an atomic bomb to consume it, but the subsequent residual radiation may cause Kraken to undergo unknown mutations. It is recommended to contact the headquarters for support. Shit! Chapter 50, Killing LV-19 Overlord Creature. Upon seeing this, William James cursed inwardly, thinking that he was unlucky to have happened to encounter the North Sea giant Kraken who was about to break through, and his own combat power increased several times. Then he quickly contacted the top management of the United States through the panel. We have seen your situation. What assistance do you need? Hearing these words from the top Eagle Sauce officials, William James was delighted and spoke. You all have seen that Kraken is in the breakthrough stage. If I want to break through its defense with my current mechanical troops, I will have to pay a very painful price. Even if I can finally break through Kraken's defense, I will lose the qualification to compete with Shinwei due to the severe loss of power. We understand. What do you want? I want you to give me controlled nuclear fusion. With it, I can use the supercomputing platform to immediately produce a hydrogen bomb that is far more powerful than an atomic bomb. By then, I will definitely be able to kill the Kraken. After hearing William James's big words, the Eagle Sauce top brass were silent for a moment, while William James was not in a hurry. Just treat this as a business. If the Eagle Sauce senior management can offer satisfactory compensation, it may not be impossible for William James to capture the Kraken. But if the Eagle Sauce top management is unwilling to pay the price, then there is no need for William James to persist any longer, just turn around and develop. After all, the Eagle Sauce's political system is a federal system, composed of multiple large interest groups, and its sense of collective honor is actually not as high as that of the middle and lower level Eagle Sauce people. After a long time, the top management of the Eagle Sauce gave a reply. William James was delighted to see this, and the panel also received the news. The faction, Villager, has shared a technology with you, controlled nuclear fusion, please check it out. I received the stuff. I will bomb Kraken with a hydrogen bomb tonight at the latest. William James' eyes were filled with joy after receiving the technology he had coveted for so long, and he quickly spoke up to make the promise. Retreat! William James then hung up the call and, through the supercomputing platform, ordered a retreat to the mechanical army that was trying to confront the Kraken in the distance. Boom, 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 boom! Accompanied by the roar of machinery, the mechanical army began to retreat in full swing. At the same time, a group of gamblers outside also howled. Fuck you! You didn't even fight back! You just ran away! Are you worthy of us? Damn you, William James! If you have the guts, commit suicide in the Mythology Continent. Otherwise, I will make sure you never see the sun tomorrow. Gah! My $10 million is so happy! Ha! This time we're sure to win. Even if Mr. Shen can't beat the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake, it's still a sure win. We have received the latest notification that the contestant William James's retreat is just a strategic transfer. The outcome will be determined by the final battle later. Phew, your dad is scared to death. It's okay. It's okay. It's better to prepare a little more. With this experience, I will definitely be able to kill this squid next time. Fuck you. You are cheating. Shameless. Wow. Look at the Asian division. Chen Wei is fighting the black water snake. Oh my god! Where did he get a LV-18 Overlord creature as his subordinate? Damn! There's even a LV-17 one assisting him? Haha! This time it's stable. It's stable. The original poisonous miasma swamp was transformed into a polar ice field by the leader of the Black Snake of Black Water. Hiss! The Xianshui Black Snake leader, who was originally so majestic and domineering, now had a look of fear in his cold snake eyes, staring straight at Yumeng, who was looking for his own flaws in the air. Yumeng, who has reached LV-18 at this time, is no match for the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake, who has already advanced to LV-19, in terms of hard power. However, he has the support of billions of insect swarms and Baiyuan, who is at LV-17. It is enough to pose a fatal threat to the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake. My lord, this Black Snake leader is extremely experienced. The battle has been going on for more than 2 hours, but he still hasn't revealed a single flaw. Yumeng looked at the Black Snake in front of him, which was tense all over and dared not relax for a moment, and was connected with Shen Wei through the Zerg network. At the same time, Bai Yuan on the side spoke. How about using me as a sacrifice to force the Black Snake leader to attack proactively and expose its weakness? I am currently at level 17. Although I cannot defeat the Black Snake leader, I can still fight it for a short time. No, you can't go up. The leader of the mysterious water Black Snake has an ability that can cause multiple damage to enemies below its own level. If you force yourself to go up, you will be killed instantly. Including Yumeng too. Now Yumeng has a killer move that can temporarily raise her level, which gives her the confidence to challenge the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake. How about this? I will use 1.5 billion carrion cicada swarms and 500 million flaming beetle vanguards to break through the Black Water Snake's joint defense in one fell swoop. Bai Yuan, you take this opportunity to cut off the connection between the remaining Black Water Snakes and their leader. After that, I will control the insect tied to consume the Black Water Snake leader. Yumeng, you act according to the situation. Good. Yes, sir. Seeing that Yumeng and Bai Yuan agreed to the battle plan, Shen Wei nodded, then connected his consciousness to the core of the hive, using the power of the core of the hive to remotely control the insect tide. The next moment, the swarm of insects that had been surrounding the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake without attacking, instantly split into 2 groups. Flood! 500 million flame beetle vanguards released extremely fierce and scorching flames at the cost of burning their lifespans. Like the falling of the scorching sun. The scorching sun formed by 500 million flame beetle vanguards slammed into the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake. Upon seeing this, the other black snakes immediately tried their best to spit out icy breath in an attempt to extinguish the scorching sun. Squeak, squeak, squeak! But even if more than a dozen Overlord-level black water snakes worked together, it would still be difficult to extinguish the scorching sun in a short time. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake suddenly exerted his strength, and the surging icy breath was like an invisible giant hand, suddenly grabbing and extinguishing the scorching sun. But the swarm of carrion cicadas that follow closely behind are the real killer move. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The swarm of corpse cicadas took advantage of the gap opened by the scorching sun and swarmed in, separating the leader of the black water snake from the other black water snakes like a gate. Flood! The rest of the insect swarm rushed towards the leader of the Xianshui black snake. Even though they were shattered halfway by its powerful aura, they still rushed forward one after another, unafraid of death. The brutal tug-of-war has begun. After only 10 minutes, the leader of the black snake of Xianshui slaughtered nearly 1 billion insect swarms with his own powerful strength. But with such a high-intensity fight, even the Xianshui black snake leader with LV-19 endurance could not hide his weakness. Finally, Yu Meng found a flaw and launched a fatal attack. Brush! Hiss! Bang! A dark light flashed, and the huge headless body of the Xianshui black snake leader slowly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Bai Yuan on the side quickly dealt with the black snake in front of him, after getting Shunwei's permission. It turned into an afterimage and rushed into the body of the Xianshui black snake leader. Dragon Country player, Chun Wei, killed Xianshui Black Emperor Xianshui Black Snake, and received a reward. Dragon Country's national fortune value increased by 20,000 points. Chapter 51, First place in the preliminaries. 9 Dragon Cauldron guarding the nation. Outside world. Oh my god! He actually killed me! Damn it! My money! Haha! I got it! Now I got it! Where's the money? Give it to me now! Mr. Shin killed the LV-19 Overlord before that William James. Announcement. Since the Dragon Country contestant killed the LV-19 Overlord creature first, we have decided to wait for the result of the Eagle Sauce contestant William James. If William James also kills the LV-19 Overlord, the compensation will be 113. If William James does not kill the LV-19 Overlord, the full amount will be paid. Fuck your mother! North America Division. The Asian Division has successfully killed the LV-19 Black Water Snake Overlord, but the forces suffered heavy losses. At least several billion insects died. You should hurry up, the evaluation time will soon be up. Got it. This time I prepared 3 hydrogen bombs with a TNT equivalent of 20 million tons. I guarantee that the Kraken will be blown to death. William James assured, and then spoke to the electronic shadow created by the artificial intelligence Jarvis beside him. Launch the hydrogen bomb. Received. 3, 2, 1. Launch successful. Immediately afterwards, 3 hydrogen bombs, with long flames trailing from their tails, flew straight towards the Mediterranean Sea. William James' base was still some distance away from the Mediterranean Sea, but the speed of the hydrogen bomb was much faster than that of the mechanical army. In a short while, it had already flown above the Kraken's head. Boom! 3 fireballs that were far more dazzling than the sun rose from the ground, evaporating hundreds of billions of tons of seawater in an instant. The heaven and earth lost their voices, everything was silent, and 3 mushroom clouds were announcing their arrival with shock waves that swept across everything. Under such a terrifying bombardment, even the roar of the Kraken, which was only 1 step away from a breakthrough, was so small. A moment later, the world announcement sounded. England player, William James, killed Kraken, and received a reward, adding 5,000 points to the Eagle Country's national fortune. Cross-region evaluation will begin in 10 minutes. Outside world. Gah! It's my money! What a damn place! Hiss! How could this William James from Eagle Sauce possibly make a hydrogen bomb? Can the resources of the qualifying area support him to conduct hydrogen bomb research that consumes so much energy? It must be those damn Eagles again. They must be using up their resources to secretly deliver supplies to William James. It's my money! Stop arguing, the panel has started evaluating. Asia Division. Shunwei put his consciousness on the flying Zerg unit and controlled it to fly to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters to overlook the entire competition area. The entire competition area had been eaten up by Shinwei's Tyranids, leaving only the red soil, of no value. Even William James, who opened factories everywhere, could not match such an exhausting exploitation of resources. Use all the stored biomass and send me troops with all your strength. Bring me 2 billion of each type of troops. Bring me 5 billion of the Zerg type. Looking at the amount of biomass on the panel, Shinwei was full of enthusiasm and gave the order. So far, Shinwei has vigorously cultivated the Zerg fungal blanket and pushed it to the LV-19 level. However, the price is that the fungal blanket has no means of attack and is just a purely auxiliary unit. But giving up all attacks will bring great rewards. Extreme Arsenal. In each qualifying stage, you can consume all of your own biomass to produce full health soldiers in a short period of time. As Shinwei's order was given, the fungal blanket throughout the Asian region began to show some ripples, followed by a massive influx of Zerg. 100 million. 1 billion. 3 billion. 7 billion. 10 billion. In a short while, Shinwei's Zerg army, which had originally dropped to less than 500 million due to the battle with the Xianshui Black Snake, immediately recovered to over 10 billion. More ferocious than before. Even more terrifying than before. If the leader of the Black Snake of Xianshui were to be resurrected, facing the current Zerg army of Shinwei, he would only end up being exhausted to death. Cross-region power assessment in progress. The 37th place is the hurdle contestant Aramicus, with a score of 1432 points, and he won the reward. The 36th name is. The third place is Alexander Romanov, the Russian contestant, with a score of 42,553 points. The rewards are 1 of 3 mythical level soldiers, an increase of 20,000 in national fortune, and 5 more places in the official competition. Outside world. When they saw that the third place was Alexander Romanov from the Bear Alliance, everyone was impressed by the Bear Alliance's profound foundation. A person who was eliminated by Shinwei halfway had a higher power score than all the other contestants combined. But when everyone saw the reward for third place, they were all shocked. What is this? Mythical level troop? No! Could it be a type of soldier that is even more powerful than the legendary type? Hiss! Isn't this reward too generous? This is just the third place. How amazing would the rewards for the second and first place be? Keep watching. Keep watching. I guess the second place will be the contestant from Dragon Country. I guess so. Although he also killed the LV-19 Overlord, compared to William James who used a hydrogen bomb to kill the Kraken, the loss of his forces is still too much. That's already pretty impressive. That was a level 19 Overlord creature. He was able to kill it with his own strength. That's not something that William James, that opportunistic guy, can compare to. What's the point of saying more? Who made Long would not have the foundation to give better support to Shinwei's Hang. Don't forget. The country behind is also part of the strength. The second place is William James, the Eagle Sauce contestant, with a score of 82,553 points. The rewards are random mythical forces, mythical arms, 2 out of 4, plus 30,000 national fortune points, and 15 more places for the official competition. Oh my god! It's true! It seems that there are mythical forces above the legendary forces. Why is Eagle Sauce the second? Shouldn't it be Dragon Country? Not good! Ha 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 ha! The reward for the second place is so generous. The reward for Mr. Shin, the first place winner of our Dragon Country, must be even greater. The first place is Shinwei, a contestant from Dragon Country, with a score of 222,553 points. The rewards are, choose 3 out of 6 mythical level soldiers, increase the national fortune by 80,000, increase the number of participants in the official competition by 20, a mythical level treasure, 9 dragon tripod, 2 sets of mythical level treasure sets, and 2 mythical level forces. Oh my god! This is going to be unbelievable! Mythical Noble Phantasm? And there's a Noble Phantasm set? My goodness, while others are still fighting for legendary Noble Phantasms, Mr. Shin is wearing a mythical Noble Phantasm set directly. Cross-region evaluation completed. The preliminaries are over and the evacuation will be carried out in 6 hours. Please be prepared, contestants. The official competition will be held on Aquamarine Day. 3 days later, all participating countries are requested to prepare their entry lists. The upper limit of the official competition is raised to LV40, and the quality level is raised to mythical. Chapter 52, Unique System. The Founder. Looking at the prompt messages coming out one after another on the panel, Shinwei felt relieved and contacted the top leaders of Longhua. Mr. Shin. As soon as the call was connected, greetings came from the other end from the president of Long Country, which could not hide his joy and shock. Well, what do you think about the upcoming official competition? Shinwei nodded, without much greeting, and got straight to the point. The president of Dragon Country on the other end readily followed suit and spoke. With the experience of previous official competitions, we plan to adopt a tactic of focusing on development this time. In addition, you won the championship of this qualifying tournament, which allowed our Dragon Country to return to the top 5 of the national fortune rankings and also made a lot of headlines. I think that in this official competition, the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance will join forces with the Western Alliance to launch a joint attack against us. After hearing the explanation from the president of Longhua, Shinwei nodded. He still knew the principle that a man is innocent but guilty if he possesses a treasure. Although the Dragon Kingdom is no ordinary country now, it is an indisputable fact that its national fortune value is as high as 1 million and its combat power is relatively inferior to that of the Eagle Sauce, the Bear Alliance, and even the Western Alliance. In order to ensure that there will not be another extremely terrifying competitor in the future, it is not impossible for the Eagle Sauce, the Bear Alliance, and the Western Alliance to join forces to besiege the Dragon Kingdom again. Well, besides, my power system is somewhat inconsistent with the current mainstream power system of Dragon Country, right? Yes, the mainstream systems that Dragon Country has certified in the Mythology National War are cultivation and martial arts. Your Zerg seems to be a separate mainstream power system at the same level as cultivation and martial arts. It's really strange, but this also means that after you enter the official competition, you will not be able to benefit from the power increase effect of our Dragon Country. We have been looking for a solution. Now the only feasible way is to consume 300,000 national luck points and add a mainstream system of Zerg to Dragon Country alone. This is not unique. The Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance seem to be preparing plans in this regard. However, you are the only one in the Zerg power system. If you are willing to help the younger generation, it is worth spending 300,000 national fortune points. Hearing the words of implicit expectation from the Dragon Country president, Shinwei pondered for a moment, thinking about the compatibility of the Zerg with the current Dragon Country. The Dragon Kingdom is currently in an extreme state, that is, the strong are really strong, and can even be compared with the top strong men of the Eagle Sauce with the current Dragon Kingdom's foundation, but the weak are also really weak. Since the early development stage of the Xiuxian power system was too long, a fault appeared in the entire Dragon Kingdom system. There is an extreme lack of backbone forces. In order to make up for this shortcoming, apart from relying on the strong national destiny and its own strength, it also seizes the resources for cultivating immortals on the mythical continent. The only way is to develop a power system that is strong in the early stage and not outdated in the middle and late stages. And Shinwei thought about it, and the characteristics of Zerg were surprisingly compatible, so he agreed. Okay, when the official competition comes, you guys can find a few suitable candidates, and I'll see if I can lead them. Also, the development speed of my faction, Zerg, is too different from your cultivation, so it's not suitable for us to act together. After the official competition, we can split up into 2 groups. I'll also assist you in secret. That would be great. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Shin. Do you have any requirements for the candidate? Hearing that Shinwei was willing to take an apprentice, the president of Longhua was overjoyed and quickly asked. Be steady, be obedient, talent or anything like that doesn't matter. Okay. We'll go and select now. You can choose for yourself then. Just as Shinwei was about to end the contact, the president of Longhua suddenly spoke. Our dragon nation has a legendary territory on the Mythology Continent called the Valley of 10,000 Insects. There are all kinds of rare and exotic animals growing in it, and insects account for more than 70%, which is exactly in line with your insect tribe forces. When the official competition begins, you can choose the 10,000 Insects Valley as your landing location. Good. Shinwei was stunned when he heard this. He was a little surprised that the Dragon Kingdom would give him a legendary territory, but then he realized that this was a normal exchange of gifts. Shinwei agreed to train strong men from the Zerg power system for Longhua, so Longhua naturally had to express its appreciation. Also, when we return home, we will choose to land at our highest command post in the Gobi Desert to prevent attacks by spies from other countries. Shinwei nodded in agreement, hung up the call, and then checked the championship-level rewards he had received and the rewards for killing the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake. First is the reward for killing the leader of the Xianshui Black Snake, including the one given by the panel and the one Shinwei looted himself. Xianshui Black Snake brought Shinwei a complete set of legendary treasures and 3 legendary soldiers, as well as 2 disposable ice treasures. If there hadn't been the prize for the qualifying championship, Shinwei might have been happy for a while. But compared with the rewards for the qualifying champion, the rewards for the Black Water Snake seem a little overshadowed. Legendary. Looks like it's time to eliminate a group of legendary troops to make way for mythical troops. Let's give these to future apprentices. After making up his mind, Shinwei began to select the types of legendary troops. As the main combat force of the Zerg army, the 3 types of soldiers that focus on melee, ranged, and auxiliary must be replaced with stronger mythical levels. Therefore, Shinwei intends to focus these 3 legendary arms on reconnaissance, reinforcement, and suicide. Currently displayed arms: Scout, Ghost Mantis Scout, Wind Blade Locust Scout, Phantom Cicada Scout, Thunder Shadow Thorn Locust Scout, Golden Horn Beetle Scout. Ghost Mantis Scout. Selection completed. Currently displayed arms: reinforcements, Flame Tail Scorpion Guards, Shadow Wing Locust Soldier, Phantom Cicada Detective, Thunder Cicada Envoy, Lightning Butterfly Guards. Flame Tail Scorpion Guard. Selection completed. Currently displayed arms: Suicide, Lightning Cicada Swarm, Flame Moth, Wind Ant, Swift Bee Scorpion, Red Flame Spider. Thunder Cicada Swarm. Selection completed. Looking at the legendary troops in front of him, Shinwei carefully selected 3 types of troops that were suitable for forming a system. Compared to himself, who possesses the mythical force, Tyranids, most of the contestants who want to follow the Zerg force system will probably be at the epic level. At this time, if you have several legendary soldiers, it is equivalent to equipping yourself with 6 pieces of equipment in advance. Let's look at the Noble Phantasm set next. I'd better choose defense. It just so happens that the Overlord of the Zerg faction system itself is not very powerful, so it's good to have more life-saving trump cards. Chapter 53, Return of Glory. Selection of legendary treasure sets, focus on defense. Obtain Dawnbreaker Overlord set. Dawnbreaker Shield. Attributes: defense increased by 120%, magic resistance increased by 80%. When attacked, there is a 20% chance of rebounding the damage, no cooldown. Active: Dawn Guardian. Actively raise the shield for defense, sacrificing 5% of the suit's overall durability to temporarily increase your own defense by 1200%. Armor of Dawn. Attributes: defense increased by 80%, HP increased by 160%. When attacked, the armor releases a Dawn Halo, healing 5% of the user's HP. The additional healing can be converted into a shield to resist damage. The healing intensity is determined by the user's forces. Twilight Boots. Attributes: defense increased by 30%, strength increased by 20%, agility increased by 80%. After wearing it, you can enter the shadow state and be immune to damage from traps, environment, etc. Flowing Light Wristband. Attributes: defense increased by 70%, HP increased by 100%, can rebound once per second in attack whose damage is not greater than the current HP. If attacked by a fatal attack, consume the overall durability of the suit to rebound the fatal attack, with a maximum consumption of no more than 20%. Dawnbreaker Helmet. Attributes: defense increased by 60%, HP increased by 150%, triggering Group Phantom, when attacked, doubling the number of forces in combat, generating a phantom with combat power equivalent to 50%, which lasts for 1 minute. Sky Cape. Attributes: defense increased by 60%, agility increased by 120%. In combat, if the player is stationary, the current agility will be accumulated, up to 300%. At the same time, Sky Defense will be generated, which will be immune to 20% of damage each time. Current number of sets, 6 out of 6, attributes obtained, Legend, Dawn, Morning Light, Twilight. Legend, the attribute bonus of the suit can be stacked. The current attribute bonus is, Defense increased by 420%, Agility increased by 190%, Health increased by 410%, Magic resistance increased by 80%. Dawn, when receiving a fatal attack, consume 20% of the suit's durability and bounce the attack back to the enemy. Morning Light, when the suit's durability is reduced to 0, the suit will be transformed into a legendary material, Morning Light. Twilight, based on the current power, the suit can consume 10% durability and enter an overload state, causing the soldiers under its command to collectively enter the Twilight state. The Twilight state can resist a fatal attack and at the same time strengthen the next attack, increasing the attack power by 100%. After actively attacking, the Twilight state will be exited. Looking at the legendary treasure set in front of him, Shinwei put it away, intending to give it together with the Dragon Soul Overlord set on his body to his 2 future true disciples. After dealing with the reward for the Black Water Snake, Shinwei turned his attention to the reward for the champion of this qualifying tournament. Choose 3 out of 6 mythical level soldiers, increase the national fortune by 80,000, increase the number of participants in the official competition by 20, mythical level treasure, 9 dragon tripod, 2 sets of mythical level treasure sets, and mythical level forces 2. Mythical force. I didn't expect a mythical force to appear so soon. I wonder if there will be a higher level above the mythical level? As I was thinking this, the panel had already given the answer. A quota for the mythical force has been detected. Do you want to draw the Zerg mythical force? Detected the mythical force, Tyranids, special hidden ability, devouring evolution. If it devours a mythical force of the same system, it can be upgraded to a god-level force, Void Zerg. Void Zerg? Okay. Extract! Seeing that the Tyranid Zerg could actually devour Zerg forces of the same level to advance, Shinwei was delighted and quickly spoke. Mythical forces are being extracted. Extraction completed. Mythical force, Shadow Zerg, obtained. Mythical force, Shadow Zerg, detected. Devouring completed. Mythical force, Tyranids, completes advancement. Current level is God level, obtains Zerg God quota 1. The poor, Shadow Zerg, was pulled out by Shinwei and was swallowed by the Tyranid Zerg before it could even warm up. If it were other countries, if they obtained a mythical level force, they would probably praise it to the sky. Seeing the Zerg God quota he had just obtained on the panel, Shinwei thought of the trump card he had previously discussed with Sakura, Izanami Divine Corpse. It seems to have something to do with gods. A quota for a deity? The Izanami skeleton from Sakura. It seems I need to go to Sakura after I return home. The preparation time has ended, and the transmission is about to begin. Please select the landing location. Note: you can bring 2 hero units with you when you return to planet Aquamarine. The strength of the hero units will be suppressed to level 9. Can you bring someone? Great! Please select the location where you want to land and the hero unit you want to bring. Descend, Dragon Nation's highest command post. Bring the hero unit, Yu Meng. Bai Yuan. Select complete, to transfer. The next moment, dazzling white light appeared on the bodies of Chunwei, Yu Meng, and Bai Yuan, and then they disappeared from the mythical continent together with everyone else. Dragon Kingdom, the highest command post. Here he comes! Mr. Shin is back! A flash of white light flashed, and then Shinwei and the other 2, as well as Zhao Xingyan, appeared in the meeting room that had been prepared in advance by the Dragon Country's top brass. Looking at the excited people in front of him, as well as the president of Longwa and Yan Weiwa and others in the lead, Shinwei was the first to greet them. Hello, everyone. Welcome back, Mr. Shin. Welcome back, huh? Zhao Xingyan? Oh my god! Lao Zhao, you're not dead. Just in time. Come here quickly. We're preparing to nuke the cherry blossoms. That's right. Come on. We can't let you leave with regrets. The brothers spent a lot of time preparing for this nuclear explosion of Sakura. In addition to Shinwei, Yan Weigui and others also noticed Zhao Xingyan behind Shinwei. When old acquaintances met, the scene suddenly became lively. Some contestants who were on good terms with Zhao Xingyan even ran up to him, looked him around, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. Go, go, go! Who's going to die? The curse on me has been lifted. Thanks to Mr. Shin. Hiss! Can you solve a curse involving the soul? Mr. Shin is really awesome. He is simply a genius born for the national war. How amazing! It seems that Lao Yang's title of Dragon Country's #1 will now change hands. Ha ha! Ha ha! I wish I could give this thing to someone else. Yan Weigui smiled, and the president of Longhua on the side looked at Shinwei and spoke. It's almost noon now. Mr. Shin, why don't you come over here? We have prepared a state banquet to entertain you. We can eat and talk at the same time. I'm hungry too, let's go. This way, please. The president of Dragon Country took the lead, followed closely by Shinwei and Yu Meng, and behind them was a huge group of Dragon Country high-level officials. Chapter 54. A huge sum of money for horse bones. True disciple. Cheers! Cheers! This time, Longhua was able to survive the desperate situation, thanks to your efforts to turn the tide, Shinwei. Come! I, Li Jinghua, would like to toast you. At the banquet, the president of Dragon Country, Li Jinghua, who was sitting in the main seat, raised his glass to Shinwei Jing. Shinwei also toasted, and then started to eat the banquet as if no one was around, and Zhao Xingyan, who followed closely behind, did the same. The senior officials of the Dragon Kingdom did not take it to heart when they saw this. Instead, they smiled and started talking about other things. After all, there are no such conditions to enjoy delicious delicacies in the mythical continent. After a while of eating, Shinwei looked at Zhao Xingyan, who was eating even more than him, and spoke. What are your plans next, brother Zhao? Zhao Xingyan was drunk at this time, as if he was paralyzing himself. When he heard Shinwei's question, he immediately became a little confused. Yes, do you want to participate in the official competition? The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation who were listening attentively around him all felt nervous when they heard what was said. Li Jinghua and Yan Weigui, who had some guesses about this, looked at each other, seemingly having some guesses but also somewhat uncertain. I did think about it, of course I did, but it's a pity that my current power has been destroyed. The power that was originally at the legendary level is now just a facade. To be honest, it's actually not even comparable to a commander-level power. How can you possibly participate in the official competition like this? But fortunately, before leaving the mythological continent, I have already summarized everything I know and transmitted it to your core. When you enter the official competition, just follow the clues I left for you one by one. It's time for me to step back. At this point, Zhao Xingyan looked a little lonely, and then raised the liquor in his hand and toasted Shinwei. I have a spot for a mythical force here, maybe you can give it a try. Shinwei took a sip of the liquor in his glass and said lightly. During this time in the Mythology Continent, Shinwei also took the time to consider Zhao Xingyan's character, and found that Zhao Xingyan was indeed sincerely helping Shinwei and was a good man who knew how to repay kindness. It just so happened that Shinwei had a quota for a mythical faction left in his hands. It would be better to give it to Zhao Xingyan, who knew him well, so that he could train members of his own faction. At the banquet, a group of Dragon Country high-ranking officials were extremely shocked to hear that Shinwei was willing to use mythical power to buy horse bones for a huge sum of money. At the same time, they were sincerely shocked by Shinwei's generosity. At the same time, his eyes were full of envy when he looked at Zhao Xingyan. After all, if we talk about which countries in the world have mythical power, there are only 2 countries. Even someone as strong as Eagle Sauce can only end up as a random mythical force. Shinwei chose this one himself. This. Zhao Xingyan was speechless for a moment, his cheeks flushed red and he didn't know what to say. Li Jinghua and Yan Weigui on the side also showed an expression of, as expected, and then did not intervene. Although according to common sense, Shinwei's behavior is naked gang building, the reality is that the country is in crisis. Now Dragon Country is facing the huge mountains of Eagle Sauce, the Bear Alliance, and the Western Alliance. Under such high pressure, some non-principal issues no longer seem to be a problem. What's more, the current national fortune of Dragon Country depends entirely on Shenwei. Li Jingwei and Yan Weiwei were eager for Shenwei to form a clique so as to bring Shenwei closer to Longhua. You take it first. As he spoke, Shenwei transferred the authority of the mythical force to Zhao Xingyan through the panel. Dragon Country, Shenwei, transfers authority to you, mythical force of your choice. Do you accept? This. Seeing that Shenwei really gave him the opportunity to become a mythical force, Zhao Xingyan felt like something was stuck in his throat. His brain started thinking quickly, and he suddenly remembered that there was something similar to a contract in the mythical continent. He quickly looked at the contestant from Longhua who was responsible for drawing up the contract and spoke. Old Li, quickly give me a contract with the highest restriction level. I want to sign a contract with Mr. Shin. Ah? Oh. Here you go. This is the highest quality contract I have. The old Li mentioned by Zhao Xingyan was stunned when he heard this, then took out a piece of parchment from the space and handed it to Zhao Xingyan. Zhao Xingyan decisively signed his name in the column of those restricted by the contract and bit his finger, dripping blood on the parchment. Then he stood up, handed it to Shenwei with both hands and spoke. Mr. Shin, first you saved my life. You have already given me a second chance. Now you have given me a chance to go one step further. I, Zhao Xingyan, have nothing now. I can only put my life and property on this contract. From now on I, Zhao Xingyan, will command you. I will never have second thoughts. If you break this oath, you will be punished by heaven and earth, and your soul will be shattered. The next moment, the contract in Zhao Xingyan's hand lit up with dazzling golden light, which meant that Mythology National War had backed up this contract. If Zhao Xingyan really broke his oath, he would be sanctioned by Mythology National War. Please stand up quickly. Let's put it this way, I accept this contract. You should quickly use this mythical level authority to restore your strength, and I will give you a set of mythical level treasure suits later. Hey! Don't refuse. Now you and I are one. I feel at ease with this mythical set of treasures protecting you. Shenwei quickly did not give Zhao Xingyan a chance to refuse, and transmitted a mythical level treasure set through the panel. After all, Zhao Xingyan has entrusted his life and property to him, so Shenwei naturally has to take out some insurance on this precious property to prevent the previous investment from going down the drain. Dragon Country, Shenwei, transfers the authority to you, mythical grade treasure set of your own choice. Do you accept? And when everyone present heard that Shenwei actually gave Zhao Xingyan a mythical treasure set, they were immediately envious beyond recognition. He stared at Zhao Xingyan with extremely hot eyes, wishing he could replace him. After all, at this stage, a set of legendary treasures is enough to make the world's top masters beat their brains out. Not to mention the more powerful mythical level Noble Phantasm set. In addition, I also plan to accept 2 personal disciples. The return gifts for the apprenticeship ceremony are 2 sets of legendary treasure sets and several legendary soldiers. Does anyone have any recommendations? When they heard that Shenwei was planning to accept a personal disciple, and even the return gift for the apprenticeship was 2 sets of legendary treasures, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom immediately became excited. Recruiting disciples is not a new thing in Longhua. After all, in Longhua's mainstream power system, cultivation of immortality, and martial arts, accepting disciples and becoming masters to inherit the knowledge accounts for a considerable proportion. If it weren't for the fact that Shenwei was too young, I'm afraid quite a few people present would have planned to recommend themselves. Mr. Shin, I have a candidate. That kid has always admired your name. He wants to follow your path. I have a few here too. Take your pick. For a while, the voices of recommendation in the banquet hall came one after another, and every faction within the Dragon Kingdom wanted to win over Shenwei, the rising sun. Chapter 55. Huge differences in territories. After an intense exchange, Shenwei and a group of Dragon Country senior officials agreed to hold the apprentice selection tomorrow morning. By then, Shenwei will accept 10 inner disciples and 2 true disciples. After receiving the clear news that Shenwei would accept disciples, the senior officials of Dragon Country were satisfied, and at the same time, they warmly conducted some business dealings with Shenwei. After having a good meal and a good drink, Shenwei, together with Zhao Xingyan, Dragon Country President Li Jinghua and former Dragon Country No. 1 Yang Weigua came to a secret meeting room to discuss the most core strategic plan. Needless to say, Xin Wei is currently the No. 1 in Dragon Country, and will next serve as the leader of Dragon Countries, Zerg. And Zhao Xingyan was the second in the original Dragon Kingdom. Although his power is now abolished, with Xin Wei's mythical power quota, he can definitely become the strongest person second only to Xin Wei. There is nothing wrong with attending this meeting. As for Yang Weigua, he will need to lead the leading figures of the Dragon Kingdom's Xian power system in the upcoming official competition, so it is natural for him to attend this meeting. Xin Wei looked at the three people in front of him, then asked in confusion. Is there no representative from the martial arts department? Li Jinghua sighed when he heard this and began to explain. Originally, there were some, but unfortunately, in the last official competition, the leader of the martial arts department, Zhou Yuni, led the top leaders of the martial arts department to engage in a melee with the Eagle Sauce and the Western Alliance in order to protect our main force, and ultimately died for his country. We are now planning to develop the martial arts department in this official competition. I see. Then how do you plan to deploy your forces for this official competition? For this official competition, we plan to divide it into two strategic deployments, one open and one hidden. Yang Weigua will lead the Xiaoxian power system, which has already taken shape, in the open to attract enemy fire attacks, while Xin Wei will lead the martial arts and Zerg power systems, which are not yet fully developed, to develop in secret. Of course, Xin Wei, we have all witnessed the power of your Zerg, and this time you have gained a mythical force, which is even more powerful. If you are capable of fighting against the Eagle Sauce and the others, you can wait until the official competition to discuss with us. In addition, Xin Wei, how many forces do you have now? What are your areas of expertise? What is the average level? Of course, you can also make appropriate reservations. This inquiry is just to facilitate us to build a detailed combat system and plan. Hearing Xin Wei asking about the strategic deployment, Li Jinghua handed a well-wrapped paper envelope to Xin Wei, and at the same time spread out an exploration map of the Myth continent on the table. It details the current territory of the Dragon Kingdom and its troop deployment, as well as the approximate locations of countries such as the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance, as well as troop estimates and garrison personnel. Xin Wei took a look at the exploration map and felt it was a bit tricky. He immediately gave up the idea of playing the pig and eating the tiger, and decided to reveal 80% of his strength. This is because the current situation of the Dragon Kingdom on the mythological continent is really not good. After experiencing a disastrous defeat in the last official competition, the territory of the Dragon Kingdom on the mythological continent is now less than 800,000 square kilometers. You know, the actual territory of Dragon Kingdom has reached 11 million square kilometers. The territory of this mythical continent is not even 1/10 of the outside world. And when Xin Wei saw the territorial area of countries like Eagle Sauce, he suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Eagle Sauce, 27 million square kilometers. The Russian Bear Alliance, 37 million square kilometers. Western Alliance, 23 million square kilometers. The territory of Dragon Kingdom in the mythological continent is not even a fraction of these countries. And territory often represents resources. Resources for the development of power. With such a huge gap, I'm afraid that the power of countries like the United States on the mythological continent will be extremely terrifying. Hiss! Well, to be honest, I now have nearly 10 billion Zerg swarms in my hands. The levels of these Zerg swarms have all broken through the Tianu Wong level, and are on average at LV12 to LV13. Some elite troops can reach LV14. If necessary, these troops can be expanded to about 30 billion. This is an ability I gained after my faction advanced to the mythical level. However, the price is that the expanded troops are only about 80% of the full-blooded version in terms of strength. The number of elite troops is about 2 billion. If we forcefully expand it, it can reach more than 6 billion. We have more areas of expertise, including attack, defense, lurking, assassination, suicide, and support. Previously, considering that my power system is not compatible with our Dragon country's power system, I planned to fight alone in the official competition. Xin Wei took a breath, then revealed 80% of his force's strength, and also revealed some of his trump cards. But even so, Li Jinghua and others couldn't help but gasp and exclaimed. So many? Hundreds of billions? Well, the Zerg develops faster than normal forces. In addition, the Zerg army can be adjusted to a low-energy storage state. I also had a relatively smooth time in the preliminaries, so I have accumulated some energy. This is not just a few, it is more than the total population of our dragon country's cultivation power system. Ah? Xunwei couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard Yang Weigu's sigh, while Li Jingwei explained. Don't be surprised. This is indeed the case. In fact, it's not just us. The forces of other countries are also like this. The cultivation force system is similar to us Adventers in all aspects. They are all able to wear and use treasures. I guess your Zerg doesn't have this ability except for the hero units? After hearing Li Jingguo's explanation, Xunwei remembered that his insect army did not seem to have the ability to wear and use treasures. Well, my insect army does not have the ability to use treasures, but isn't it difficult to obtain treasures? Do you have the ability to equip all the Xiao forces with treasures or even treasure sets? Li Jingguo chuckled and shook his head, explaining. Yes and no. It is indeed difficult to obtain treasures, but there are various branches in the Xiao power system, which we summarize as Xiao 100 arts. Among them, weapon refiner, talisman master, alchemist, and other secondary professions have the ability to refine treasures and treasure sets. It's just that with the current development level of our dragon country, it is impossible to forge epic or even legendary treasures. I see. Also, you guys plan to nuke Sakura? When? After hearing this, Xunwei had a general understanding of the Xiao power system, and then he remembered the previous things about the gods, and thought of the cherry blossoms that were about to be nuclear exploded, and asked. Yes, we do have this plan. Our dragon nation has been bullied for too long. It's time to use the sinking of the cherry blossoms to wash away the shame of our dragon nation. Announce our rise to the world. As for the time, we plan to set it for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Do you have any plans? Chapter 56, The Powerful, 9-Dragon Cauldron Guarding the Nation. Nothing. I was interested in the divine remains that Sakura used on Brother Zhao. I wanted to see if I could combine them with my suicide Zerg units. I plan to go to Sakura for a field trip this time and see if I can find any clues about Sakura's technology regarding the god's remains. Hearing Xunwei's explanation, Li Jingguo waved his hand and explained. No need for that. Now several countries in the world have moved most of their research on supernatural powers to the Mythology Continent. Sakura's master is Eagle-chan, so all research in this area must have been ordered to move to the Mythology Continent. Yang Weiguo also nodded. Yes, it's embarrassing to say that even though Sakura and South Korea have almost perished in the real world, on the mythological continent, with the support of Eagle Sauce, these two countries still occupy a considerable territory, 7.8 million square kilometers and 6.2 million square kilometers respectively. It's just that due to the destruction of the country in the real world, the contestants from Sakura country cannot gain the country's benefits in the Mythology Continent. The research on the divine remains that you mentioned about Sakura is mostly now on the Mythology Continent. They are both destroyed. How can these two countries still participate in the competition? Xunwei was a little surprised. Now both Sakura and South Korea have essentially perished, with all kinds of natural disasters wreaking havoc on their territories. The only reason they haven't disappeared from the map is because of the Sakura and South Korea government's stubborn insistence. Yes, but we will participate in the competition as a vassal state of Eagle Sauce. All the rewards will go to Eagle Sauce. Basically, we have to live by Eagle Sauce's mood. So I helped In-chan? I gave him 2 good dogs for free? Ha ha. It seems that's indeed the case. I guess the top leaders of Sakura and South Korea hate you Xunwei so much now. You beat them like a dog with 1 blow. Ha! Yang Weiguo and the others laughed when they heard this. Then, while Yang Weiguo and the others were deploying the battle plan, Xunwei checked the mythical treasure, 9-Dragon Cauldron, that he had obtained earlier. It's not that Xunwei's level is not high enough to participate in the deployment of the combat plan, but Xunwei has never experienced a formal competition and has no understanding of the troop deployment and power distribution of Longhua and other countries. Adhering to the principle of leaving professional matters to professionals, Xunwei simply chose to withdraw and just give Xunwei the plan and precautions afterwards. Mythical treasure, 9 dragon cauldron. There are 9 tripods in total, namely, Qinglong Ding, White Tiger Ding, Suzaku Ding, Xuanwu Ding, Jinda Ding, Wood Da Ding, Shuai Ding, Fire Da Ding, and Earth Da Ding. Each single one is of legendary quality, and all 9 tripods combined are of mythical quality. Special Entry 1, 9 Cauldrons of Fortune. By placing the 9 cauldrons at 9 locations in the territory, the 9 Cauldrons Jinyunqitian array can be automatically cast. Friendly units in the territory will recover 5% of their health and 5% of their energy per second, and while in the 9 Cauldrons Jinyunqitian array, they can curb the curse on themselves. The curse level is lower than the mythical level and will be automatically lifted after 9 hours. At the same time, the development speed of the territory within the Jioding Jinyunqitian array will be doubled, including but not limited to accelerated growth of power and accelerated maturity of livestock. Special Entry 2, 9 Cauldrons Seize Luck. After setting up the 9 Cauldrons Jinyunqitian array, when this force goes on external expeditions, it can consume luck to perform large-scale environmental change spells, transforming the surrounding environment into one that is beneficial to this force. Luck can be obtained for each enemy territory conquered. Luck has many uses. It can be attached to a single individual to grant it status such as strong luck. It can also be transformed into bad luck and attached to an enemy unit to grant it status such as disaster. It can also be used to repair the durability of the 9 Dragon Cauldron. Special Entry 3, Power to Protect the Country. It can consume the overall durability of 9 Dragon Cauldron at one time and summon National Guardian Divine Beasts of level LV30, LV40, and LV60, with corresponding durability consumption of 30%, 60%, and 100% respectively. Special Entry 4, World in the Tripod. After setting up the 9 cauldrons suppressing the heavens array, the scattered 9 cauldrons will enter a high-dimensional state to avoid external attacks, while creating a world in the cauldron of 9.99 million square kilometers. The flow of time in the world in the cauldron is different from that in the mythological continent. One day is equivalent to 100 years in the mythological continent. Practicing in the world in the cauldron can achieve twice the result with half the effort and quickly realize potential. Note: as time passes faster, lifespan also increases. Well, it seems that this mythical treasure is not suitable for my own personal use. Looking at the heaven-defying entry ability of 9 Dragon Cauldrons of the Nation, Shenwei sighed in his heart. At the same time, Li Jinghua and others also completed the detailed deployment of the plan and the summary of precautions. They handed a stack of information to Shenwei, and Li Jinghua began to explain. These are some things we have summarized about the Myth Continent. It details the current situation on the Myth Continent, our strengths and weaknesses, allies and hostile forces, including the relationship between NPC allies and hostile forces. If you have any questions, please ask us. Shenwei took the information and nodded, and then Yan Weigui handed Shenwei a stack of battle plans and specific terrain drawings. These are detailed battle plans and explanations of what you, Dark Forces, need to do as much as possible at each stage, and what we, Light Forces, are likely to do at the same stage. If there is anything above that conflicts with your plan, please tell me and we will make some changes. Well, while you were organizing your plans, I took a look at the mythical treasure I got earlier, the 9 Dragon Cauldron. This thing is not suitable for me, so you can use it. As he spoke, Shenwei transferred the 9 Dragon Cauldron that guards the country to Yan Weigui through the panel. Dragon Country, Shenwei is handing you a mythical treasure, 9 Dragon Cauldron. Do you accept it? Ah? Yan Weigui and Li Jinghua were shocked when they heard this, and then quickly checked the relevant attributes of the 9 Dragon Cauldron that guards the country on the panel. After all, even for them, it was the first time they came into contact with a mythical level treasure. This time, I must take a close look no matter what. Hiss! After checking it out, they both gasped at the same time, and were shocked by the special entry of 9 Dragon Cauldron, the Nation Guardian. Then Li Jinghua and the others also understood the meaning of what Shenwei had just said. Compared to individuals, the 9 Dragon Cauldron that guards the nation is undoubtedly more suitable for wars based on countries. Seeing this, Li Jinghua no longer made any further excuses and spoke immediately. Shenwei, this is what Longwa owes you. From now on, You can do anything in Longwa that does not violate basic morality. Chapter 57. The conspiracy is brewing. Incite the Zerg to rebel. Haha, it doesn't matter if you owe me anything. Just consider it as helping the Dragon Nation to rise. Shinwei waved his hand and spoke, then looked at the battle plan in his hand, and after confirming that it did not conflict with his own plan, he nodded. Well, this battle plan does not conflict with my plan. In the first phase, I need to capture the Green Shadow Forest? Yes. Green Shadow Forest is now an important strategic partner of Sakura. It is also a springboard for Sakura to attack us. There are a total of 12 dominant creatures at around LV-17 in this force. You need to eliminate them all within 1 day to make enough space for our large army. At this stage, apart from a few cultivators in the Xiaoxian system who have advanced to the nascent soul stage and are at around LV-23, only your insect swarm army can do it. Yan Weigua pulled out the information about Green Shadow Forest from the stack of information in Shinwei's hand and introduced it. Around LV-23? So there are heroes in our dragon country with a level higher than LV-20? What will happen after the level exceeds LV-20? Shinwei was very surprised to hear that there were heroes with levels above LV-20 in the Xiaoxian system, and he asked. Well, in fact, these cultivators above LV-20 do not belong to our dragon country, but are local forces of the Myth Continent. The relationship between us is more like offering sacrifices. We pay them some cultivation resources and help them resist the crusade of Eagle Sauce and others. They are our trump cards. As for what will happen after the level exceeds LV-20, I'm actually not sure. After all, the highest level of the troops under my command is LV-19, which is about the same level as your hero. It all depends on this official competition to see who can break through to level 20 first. After hearing Yan Weigua's explanation, Shinwei was a little disappointed. He took the information about Green Shadow Forest and looked through it for a while before nodding. No problem. These Overlord creatures aren't difficult to deal with. I can handle them. Maybe after the first phase, I can even get a few more hero units. At this time, with the return of contestants from the regional qualifiers, all countries turned their attention to the Dragon Country, which was celebrating Shinwei's return with singing and dancing. After all, this time, Shinwei not only turned the tide and pulled the Dragon Kingdom out of the quagmire of natural disasters, but also defeated the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance in one fell swoop and won the championship of the preliminaries. In addition, there is the deliberate operation of the Dragon Country's top management. Shinwei's name instantly swept the world, and everyone in the world knew about Shinwei, a dark horse. Eagle Sauce, in the highest conference hall of the Grey Palace. You have all seen this Shinwei, how do you deal with it? The representative of the highest judge of the Eagle Sauce was the first to ask about Shinwei. Didn't you say that it would be handed over to Bernard Kennedy? How is the progress of Bernard Kennedy's gene transformation project? Yes, we must find this Shinwei as soon as the official competition begins and conduct gene transformation on his Zerg horde to persuade them to rebel. You have all seen Shinwei's Zerg horde, which is no less than tens of billions. And each of them is of a high level, having broken through the Tianyuan realm. If used on the battlefield, it will definitely be an extremely deadly knife. Then everyone turned their attention to the strongest person in the Myth Continent, Bernard Kennedy. The first and currently the only person in the world with LV-20 combat power. In response to this, the highly anticipated Bernard Kennedy spoke calmly and leisurely. The gene transformation project has been developed. Now we only need samples of the various types of soldiers in the Zerg swarm under Shinwei, and we can carry out genetic rebellion in a short period of time. I have figured out the plan. Now I need you to find Shinwei and get samples of Shinwei's Zerg-tied troops as soon as the official competition starts. That's easy. William James has collected some samples of Shinwei's troops before. I'll ask him to send them to you later. 30,000 points of national fortune mobilization quota. William James on the side said lightly, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the senior officials of the Eagle Sauce. 30,000 points? Humph! You didn't even earn 3,000 points in this qualifying match? And you still have the nerve to ask for a transfer quota for the national fortune value? That's right. We used up our trump card to pass on the controlled nuclear fusion technology to you, but you didn't even win the qualifying championship. You let that Shinwei take away so many rewards for nothing. Dragon Country has 2 more mythical forces. You are simply a sinner of eagle sauce. How shameless! Allowing you to come to this meeting is already the greatest tolerance. Now that I asked you to hand over some samples, you are making excuses. And you want to increase the quota? Impossible! Facing the criticism from a group of senior American officials around him, William James chuckled and spoke. No matter what, even if I am the sinner of the eagle sauce, you must give me these 30,000 points of national destiny mobilization quota. Otherwise, go and collect them yourself. You! The senior executives around him couldn't help but feel angry when they saw William James, who was not afraid of boiling water, and glared at him. At their level, so-called money has become a string of useless numbers. 99% of the problems in the world can be solved with money, but to them, the 1% that money cannot solve is extremely important. And this 1%, the national destiny value can solve 0.9%. In other words, a country's national destiny has replaced any currency in the world and become a hard currency. Give it to him, but you have to be the main force against Shinwei. That won't do. This amount of national fortune is not enough. We need to pay more. Upon hearing this, William James refused repeatedly, and the American president said coldly, This is a necessary condition. Otherwise, we can solve the problem of which military samples we need ourselves. Okay, give me the national fortune points. William James stared at the American president for a moment, feeling increasingly unsure, and immediately compromised. The next morning, in the capital of Dragon Kingdom, Shinwei stood in front of a one-way mirror, with Yang Weigui and Zhao Xingyan beside him, while Yu Meng and Bai Yuan stood firmly beside Shinwei. Aren't you going out to pick some candidates? Zhao Xingyan looked at the huge crowd of young people waiting in line in front of him, hoping to become Shinwei's disciples, and asked Shinwei. No need. I don't know anything about them. Everything is just one-sided words from their recommenders. So I plan to explain the advantages and disadvantages of the Zerg and my requirements. Those who can stay will follow us into the official competition. The outcome will be clear on the battlefield. After all, didn't Brother Yang say that in the official competition, there will be no limit on the number of contestants entering the Myth Continent for the first time, and they can freely choose to leave the Myth Continent before reaching level 10? Shinwei shook his head and explained. After all, the information he received now was all about the good side. Shinwei really couldn't tell at once if there were any flaws in character or other aspects. Rashly accepting a disciple would only ruin his reputation. Yes, that's true. In fact, we also follow this process when recruiting disciples. We roughly screen a group of people first, and then arrange the selection after entering the Mythology Continent. This is the only way to ensure that we receive satisfactory disciples. But after entering the Mythology Continent, Shinwei, you must ensure their safety. Of course I know this, Bai Yuan. Go and announce my demands and the advantages and disadvantages of the Zerg. Yes. Chapter 58. Bai Yuan's Advancement Route. The official competition begins. Bai Yuan nodded, and then went outside. With his unique Zerg appearance and domineering body, Bai Yuan attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared, and then caused a sensation. Oh my god! What a domineering kite in armor! And this weapon also looks better than those cultivators. How terrifying! Can this be achieved in a qualifying match? This is already a hero-level unit, right? I want to follow the Zerg faction system. So handsome. So strong. I must become Master Shin's disciple. Bai Yuan saw that the candidates participating in the selection were discussing heatedly. After getting Shinwei's consent, he instantly released his new ability, Dragon Power, that he gained due to the increased blood concentration. Boom! An overwhelming momentum instantly swept the entire venue. Even though his level was suppressed to LV9, Bai Yuan's momentum as he fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses was not weakened at all. The moment the momentum appeared, everyone who was still discussing Shinwei and the Zerg fiercely suddenly felt as if they were walking on thin ice, and shadows of mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to appear around them. Fortunately, those who were able to participate in the selection had all undergone a brief training in advance, and because of their identities, they also had a certain understanding of the mythological continent. Although everyone was shocked by Bai Yuan's terror, no one was frightened to the point of wetting their pants. At this moment, everyone remained silent and persevered. Seeing that his purpose of suppressing the situation had been achieved, Bai Yuan withdrew dragon power and read out the relevant conditions of Shenwei and the advantages and disadvantages of the Zerg. In the observation room, Yang Wei saw the dragon power released by Bai Yuan. His eyes were a little surprised, and he asked, "Legendary level?" "Well, Bai Yuan's Western White Dragon bloodline was obtained from the Xianshui Black Snake clan. After killing the Xianshui Black Snake, Bai Yuan's bloodline concentration increased again, and the quality level was also promoted to the legendary level. However, the bloodline concentration was also stuck at 40%. Do you know what happened?" Shenwei nodded in acknowledgement, and at the same time took out a bottle of Western White Dragon bloodline that had been refined to a concentration of 5% from the space, and shook it in front of Yang Weigua. "I know. It just so happens that the Green Shadow Forest has some connection with the Western White Dragon bloodline. Your legendary hero might be able to make another breakthrough. To put it simply, the Western White Dragon is actually a branch of the five-colored evil dragon. The five-colored dragons include the Red Dragon, Blue Dragon, Green Dragon, Black Dragon, and White Dragon. The quality level of each of these five-colored evil dragons is at least legendary. As for the blood concentration you mentioned being stuck at 40%, it probably requires the fusion of the blood of the other four-colored dragons to get one step closer. There happens to be a 19-level juvenile green dragon in the Green Shadow Forest. If you have a chance, you can give it a try. I'll send you the information about the green dragon later." "Yes, thanks." After hearing Yang Weigua's explanation, Shenwei nodded in understanding, and then handed the Western White Dragon bloodline in his hand to Yang Weigua. "You're welcome." Yang Weigua was not overly polite. Although the 5% concentration of Western White Dragon bloodline was precious to him, it was not something out of reach. It just took a lot of time to collect. This thing is perfect for rewarding subordinates and taking care of younger generations. At the same time, Bai Yuan also announced Shenwei's requirements for accepting disciples as well as the advantages and disadvantages of the Zerg. All the contestants present looked at each other, but in the end no one left. After all, Shenwei is now in his heyday, and he can be said to be leading the entire dragon country on his own. If you can hold on to such a big support, you can walk sideways in dragon country and even the whole world. Moreover, they all heard from their respective recommenders that anyone who was accepted as a true disciple by Shenwei would be able to obtain a complete set of legendary treasures. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only Yang Weigua has a set of legendary suits. Shenwei took out 2 sets at once. You can imagine how rich Shenwei is. Following a master like this, at least there will be no shortage of resources for future development. At this point, anyone who quits would be a fool. Seeing this, Bai Yuan turned back to the observation room and reported to Shenwei. "Report to the master. There are 34 people in total. No one has left. Please give instructions." "Well, tell them that the formal assessment will be held in the Mythology Continent, so they should be prepared. Also, for those who are not selected, I will also give them 2 epic-level troops as compensation, and provide a plan for the epic troops to advance to the legendary level." "Yes." Bai Yuan took the order and left, while Yang Weigua on the side spoke. "Is it easy for the Zerg to obtain high-quality troops? This time you will have to send out at least a dozen epic-level troops, and even include a plan to upgrade the quality of troops to the legendary level." Shenwei nodded and explained. "After my faction advanced to the mythical level, I unlocked the ability to change the genes of soldiers for optimization. At this stage, with my gene pool, it is not too difficult to create several epic-quality soldiers according to needs. By the way, Brother Zhao said that our dragon country has also set up a gene pool. I plan to communicate with each other. Is it convenient?" "Of course it's convenient. You said you would give us a mythical treasure, so we can't be stingy. Once we enter the mythological continent, I will take you to the gene bank set up by our dragon country. It stores the genes of almost all the contestants from our dragon country." Upon hearing this, Yang Weigua spoke up immediately. 3 days later, everything was calm. Countries around the world have not publicized the contestants who will be participating in this official competition. After all, this is a battle that determines the fate of the country, and the safety of the contestants comes first. It is also for this reason that when the official Myth National War begins, each country will know who the contestants from their country are. You are on the list of participants from the country, Dragon Country. Do you want to participate in the Mythology Country War official competition as a Dragon Country contestant? Yes. You will be teleported to Mythology Continent in 3 minutes. Please prepare in advance. After hearing the familiar selection prompt tone, Xinwei entered the preparation stage. At the same time, Zhao Xingyan, Yan Weigui and others beside him also entered the preparation stage one after another. Yang Weigui sighed. Time flies so fast. The official competition is here in the blink of an eye. Yes, if it weren't for Mr. Xin, our Dragon Country probably wouldn't even be able to gather all the participants this time. Chen Haoren, the third best expert of Dragon Country, said with emotion. Can't get it together? Not really? Xinwei was a little confused about this, and Yang Weigui explained. You're right. It's really possible. After all, you saw the state of our Dragon Nation's national fortune at that time. We almost lost our rank. If you performed mediocrely in the preliminaries and barely allowed Dragon Nation to advance to the official competition, then we would have to face the Greater East Asia Alliance and even Eagle Sauce, which have the support of National Fortune. We don't want to have the National Fortune as a solid backing like we do now. If we enter the official competition in that state, to put it bluntly, it will be no different from committing suicide. It's nothing like now, with a National Fortune value of up to 1 million as a trump card. Chapter 59. Justice falls from the sky at the beginning. Annihilate the South Korean base. I see. Just as Xinwei and the others were chatting, the countdown for the official competition slowly ended. Xinwei and the others were instantly enveloped by countless white fluorescent lights, and the next moment they were brought into a huge mysterious altar standing in the universe. Unlike the previous qualifiers, the privacy of the altar this time was obviously much stronger. There was nothing outside Xinwei's altar. Xinwei could not see what others chose, and others could not see what Xinwei chose. The next moment, a ball of light appeared in front of Xinwei, and a female voice that sounded somewhat pleasant spoke. The official Mythology National War competition, Mythology Continent, is about to begin. Next, we will complete the pre-guidance for this preliminaries. Before you start, you can ask questions or make arrangements for the landing site in advance based on your current authority and the country's fortune. Current Dragon Nation's national fortune value, 1,255,000 points. The available landing locations are as follows. The capital of Dragon Country, Longqing, the core city of the northern border of Dragon Country, Longyuan City, the city of the southern border of Dragon Country, Longpu City. Please make your choice. Xinwei looked at the thousands of cities in front of him, and was in a dilemma for a moment. After thinking and searching for a while, he finally decided to deploy the landing site in Longrong City, the city closest to Chuaying Dense Forest. The landing location has been selected as Longrong City. Due to the current large number of forces, they will be divided into 3 batches for fixed point delivery. It is estimated that the time consumed will not exceed 3 minutes. Enter the next stage, pre-guidance. This is the official competition mode, which will send contestants from all over the world to the Mythology Continent, where multiple forces will compete and fight. The mode will be switched every month, and random events will occur, such as natural disasters, airdrops, or specific race status upgrades. Next, we will proceed to the self-selection stage. Participants who have not drawn a force or want to obtain a new force can randomly draw a force. Currently selectable forces: God level, Void Zerg; Legendary level, Tianshui Royal Family, No Curse. Without any hesitation, Xinwei directly chose the Void Zerg that had been promoted to the God level quality. Just as Xinwei was about to descend on Longrong City, new news suddenly came from Mythical National War. It is detected that your current power quality is God level, and you have a chance to descend upon the enemy power. Do you choose to descend upon the enemy's territory? Yes. Seeing this, Xinwei immediately thought of the South Korean forces stationed less than 300 kilometers away from Longrong City on the map. The location chosen by this part of the South Korean forces for their base is very tricky, very close to the Green Shadow Forest, and there are guards arranged in the sky, underground, and in the water, so the defense is very tight. The Dragon Kingdom has always wanted to eradicate it but has never found a chance. Once it sends troops, it will surely be discovered. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom troops will not be facing simple South Korean forces, but also the forces of a dozen Overlord creatures in the Green Shadow Forest. Please select the landing location. Found it! Hee, since the arrangement is so perfect, I will send a surprise attack from the sky. In one fell swoop, I will kill all the Koreans in this station. Looking at the base of the South Korean forces in front of him, Shinwei chuckled, and then chose to descend without hesitation. In the mythological continent, the Nanbang base near the Green Shadow Forest. Due to their current status as a vassal state of the United States, all configurations of the contestants from South Korea and Sakura are dominated by the United States. For this reason, the contestants from South Korea and Sakura will arrive much faster than those from other countries. However, this is their only advantage. They cannot trigger tasks or obtain treasure chests. Now they are no different from the natives of the mythological continent. Shit! What are we doing? We get nothing, and instead we have to work ourselves to death to defend the position for the eagle sauce. It's all that damn Shinwei's fault. Wouldn't it be better if he just quietly accepted being swallowed up by our great universe, South Korea? He even dared to resist. And that Pui Liang is also a good-for-nothing. He didn't even kill Shinwei the first time. If it were me, I would definitely have my civil engineering masters bury those bugs alive. Li Jian suddenly threw the empty bowl that she had been licking to the ground, looked at her subordinates who were working hard around her, and complained casually. Stop talking nonsense! Hurry up and finish setting up the defense line. If the inspectors sent by Eagle Sauce find any loopholes, everyone will be punished. Hurry up and work. Bang! The next moment, a whip hit Li Jian's back fiercely, almost making Li Jian spit out the food in her mouth due to the pain. Without delaying for a moment, Li Jian quickly picked up the bowl on the ground and put it in her arms, preparing to give birth to the surrounding land and turn it into a civil elf. Ayu suddenly noticed that the sky above her head suddenly darkened. Huh! Why is it dark? With trust in the base's security system, Li Jian did not think of it as an enemy attack at first. When the group of corpse-rotting cicadas flew to a distance of less than 1,000 meters away from Li Jian and others, the strong and pungent stench made Li Jian and others suddenly realize what was going on. It turned out to be an enemy attack. Buzz buzz buzz! Puff puff puff! Squeak! The swarm of corpse-rotting cicadas, which served as the vanguard, began to self-destruct when they flew 500 or 600 meters above the South Korean base. In an instant, a rain of corpse poison broke out throughout the entire base. All the South Korean contestants and their forces who were exposed to the corpse poison rain would instantly develop various colorful poisonous sores on their bodies. In an instant, no less than 1,000 people died from corpse poison. There were also some who were more nimble and chose to cut off one of their arms to curb the spread of the corpse poison, but they were then strangled by the subsequent insect swarms. Due to the suddenness of the incident, and the fact that Shinwei had leaked the explosive information, a huge army of 6 billion insects was dispatched, and a bloody massacre quietly unfolded in the South Korean base. The massacre lasted for 10 minutes. During this period, in addition to killing the South Korean forces, Shinwei also found the warehouse of this base. Looking at the dazzling array of treasure sets, magic scrolls, skill reels, treasures, etc. in the warehouse, Shinwei waved his hand and put them all in his pocket, prepared to take it back and give it to Zhao Xingyan for use. Oh, there are also pets and mounts. Take them all away! Soon Shinwei discovered various pets and mounts that were trapped in a corner by the insect swarm and trembling. He immediately ordered a troop to be dispatched to take them away. After a search, Shinwei left, leaving behind an empty base filled with a strong stench, and flew towards Longrong City, 300 kilometers away. On the way, I also opened the map to see if there were any Overlord creatures that I could easily deal with. There really is one, Forest Power Overlord Golden Horn Giant Ape, strong single-target attack, but lacks AoE attack? Haha! It's you! Chapter 60. Kill the Overlord on the way. Take control of Longrong City. Laughing wildly, Shinwei was like a villain boss in a novel, laughing strangely and flying towards the habitat of Forest Overlord Golden Horn Giant Ape, with a tidal wave of insects. He did not conceal his momentum, and the huge swarm of insects along the way. Roar! In response to Qinwei's rampant behavior, the Golden Horn Giant Ape discovered Qinwei and the insect army at the first moment, and immediately used his unparalleled strength to pull up a towering tree next to him that was hugged by more than a dozen people. Throw it straight in the direction of Qinwei. So fast. So powerful. He even used the strong winds he created to tear a gap in the group of corpse cicadas. In an instant, the casualties among the carrion cicadas reached hundreds of thousands. Rip! Bai Yuan, who was guarding Qinwei, saw the flying giant tree and immediately revealed his true form of a giant dragon. His extremely sharp claws immediately smashed the giant tree into pieces. Then he took the lead and killed the Golden Horn Giant Ape. Bump! When the dragon claw and the giant fist came into contact, the positions of the two immediately collapsed horribly, and the strong wind that was stirred up made it difficult for the swarm of corpse cicadas to get close and interfere. Buzz, buzz, buzz! However, the inability of the carrion cicadas to interfere does not mean that Qinwei does not have other troops. Immediately, troops such as the golden horn beetles and the shadow soul-eating spiders rushed forward one after another. The spider webs all over the sky and the impact shadows of the golden horn beetles that appeared one after another around him shocked the golden horn giant ape. This is not a fair duel. This is a despicable group fight. Realizing this, the golden horn giant ape ignored Bai Yuan's attack, shook its giant arms, and forcibly broke free from Bai Yuan's entanglement. At the same time, the golden horn on its forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and at the same time, the golden horn giant ape roared at the swarm of insects that were rushing towards it. Roar! Bang, bang, bang! The next moment, the roar of the golden horn giant ape seemed to be assisted by a god. The sound waves it emitted not only caused the swarm of insects in front of them to explode and die, but even Bai Yuan was knocked back several steps. There was blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and a slight stinging pain in his internal organs. It seems that the golden horn on the forehead of this golden horn giant ape is a treasure. Yu Meng, try to dig it out for me intact. Yes. Qinwei, who was watching the battle, keenly discovered that the golden horn giant ape's horn was emitting golden light, and the golden horn giant ape roared. The power will also become dozens of times stronger. Realizing that it was the essence of the golden horn giant ape, Qinwei immediately ordered Yu Meng to act quickly and decisively. The conversation between Qinwei and Yu Meng was also synchronized with Bai Yuan and the entire insect tide. Bai Yuan once again gathered his strength and pounced on the golden horn giant ape, while Yu Meng disappeared into the void. Roar! Roar! It seemed that the roar just now consumed some of Jin Xiao's energy. This time, the golden horn giant ape did not use that powerful roar again. Instead, it poured part of Jin Xiao's power into its own arms and rushed towards Bai Yuan. Bump! As soon as the two giant beasts fought, Bai Yuan felt a tremendous force coming, pressing on his dragon claws. This force was even several times stronger than before. However, just when Bai Yuan was about to withdraw, the army of golden horn beetles rushed into the battlefield again. Relying on their coordinated ability, the army of golden horn beetles managed to condense into a phantom comparable to the golden horn giant ape. Bump! With a dull thud, the golden horn giant ape was caught off guard and was hit hard by the golden horn beetle's phantom. Its body suddenly became unstable and swayed. Yu Meng, who was lurking nearby, seized the opportunity, transformed into an extremely sharp ray of light, and cut towards the head of the golden horn giant ape. Poochie! Roar! The huge golden horn flew out and was immediately caught by the insect swarm controlled by Qinwei. The golden horn giant ape, which had lost its golden horn, was now as panicked as a castrated male cat. The next moment, he was knocked down by Bai Yuan and the golden horn beetle. Bite and gnaw! Let out a shrill wail. Just as Qinwei was planning to collect the treasure of the golden horn giant ape, the reconnaissance team sent back news that more than a dozen overlord creatures were heading their way. Further away, there are beings above LV-20 heading here. Upon seeing this, Qinwei's eyes fixed, and he decisively gave up the treasure of the golden horn giant ape and led the team to retreat to Longrong City. Qinwei was not worried about more than a dozen dominant creatures. As long as he had enough time, he could consume them to death. The only thing that Shinwei fears is the existence above LV-20. For an enemy of this magnitude, Shinwei can only save his life now, but if he really encounters one now, it will definitely be 100 harms and no benefit. Retreat! The enemy is coming this way. Yes. Finally, Shinwei relied on the acceleration of the reconnaissance troops in the insect swarm to return to Longrong City, one step ahead of time. When he flew over Longrong City, Shinwei saw Zhao Xingyan, whose temperament had changed drastically at first sight. When Zhao Xingyan saw Shinwei returning, he quickly led the team to greet him and asked at the same time, "Sir, didn't we agree to land in Longrong City? Where have you been?" "Because I won the preliminaries, the Mythology National War gave me a chance to descend on the enemy base, and I took the opportunity to descend on the South Korean base near the Green Shadow Forest. We wiped them out and looted all their supplies. We also killed a giant golden-horned ape on the way. This is the golden horn of that monkey." As he spoke, Shinwei took out the golden horn of the golden-horned giant ape and showed it to Zhao Xingyan and others. The contestants following behind Zhao Xingyan exclaimed in amazement, shocked at how powerful Shinwei was. "Oh my God! This is the horn of the golden-horned giant ape! The boss is the boss! Killing the Overlord creature is like a piece of cake! So strong! Great! With the support of Lord Shin, we will definitely be able to conquer the Green Shadow Forest and reclaim our territory." Ahem, okay, everyone, be quiet for a moment. This is not the place for idle chat. Let's go back and talk. Sir, please follow me. After that, Zhao Xingyan spoke to Shinwei with a grateful look on his face. Seeing this, Shinwei knew that it was the power of the mythical force that impressed Zhao Xingyan, and then followed Zhao Xingyan's footsteps. Everyone came to the core building, Longrong Mansion, in Longrong City, to make the next combat deployment. This meeting is mainly to discuss the next battle plan, as well as the development and strength of your forces, so as to formulate a reasonable deployment for the next battle. Let's start with you, Wu Tianqing. Entering the conference hall, Zhao Xingyan presided over the meeting. It was not that Zhao Xingyan became arrogant after obtaining the mythical power, but Shinwei had negotiated with Zhao Xingyan in advance that Zhao Xingyan would handle internal affairs, while Shinwei would be responsible for combat power matters. After all, Shinwei is now dealing with the problem of the insect nest, and it is really difficult for him to spare the time to handle government affairs. Yes. Wu Tianqing looked at Shinwei after hearing this, and after getting the affirmation, he stood up and introduced himself. My faction is the epic level, Spiritual Mountain Palace. My main ability is more of an auxiliary one. I can provide a large amount of spiritual energy to my allies, and I can also use a large amount of spiritual energy to set up large-scale formations. As for my current combat power, I can probably fight a LV-17 Overlord creature to the death if I risk my life. Chapter 61 Mythical Force. The Underworld. Qinsiyuan, the faction is the epic level, Xiantian Immortal Palace, and they are mainly sword cultivators. They are good at one-on-one assassination, or performing joint formations and releasing sword formations. However, releasing a top-level sword formation requires a large amount of spiritual energy to support it, so someone is needed to assist. In addition, you can also make the Magic Sword Talisman. The Magic Sword Talisman is extremely powerful, equivalent to the full-force attack of the Overlord creature, but it is extremely difficult to make. Currently, there are only a dozen of them. If you fully produce the Magic Sword Talisman, you can probably make about 3 per week. As for my current combat power, I can fight against 5 LV-17 Overlord creatures head-on even if I try my best and use up all my resources. If I only encounter one Overlord creature, give me 12 hours and I can guarantee to kill it. Then Qinsiyuan, dressed as a sword cultivator, stood up and began to introduce himself. With Qinsiyuan and Wu Tianqing taking the lead, the others also introduced their own forces. After the final introduction, Shinwei discovered that, apart from Qinsiyuan and a few demon cultivation forces, the entire Longrong City did not seem to have a strong frontal combat force. Almost all of them are used for rear-line support and assistance. How did you block the impact of Green Shadow Forest before? Shinwei looked at Zhao Xingyan with a puzzled expression, and Zhao Xingyan explained after hearing this. Longrong City is currently only facing attacks from Chueying Jungle. The intensity of the battlefield can only be considered as upper middle level in our dragon country. In addition, Longrong City is located in a dangerous place, which is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Therefore, it serves as a pass to prevent enemy forces from entering the territory of dragon country. Most of our dragon nation's forces that are good at frontal combat have been deployed to the north and east regions where the intensity of the war is higher. The intensity of the war there is extremely exaggerated, and Overlord creatures die suddenly every day. Well, if that's the case, leave it to me to deal with the dominant creatures in the Green Shadow Forest, and you guys stay in Longrong City to develop. Those who can produce spirit stones should produce spirit stones, and those who can produce magic sword talismans should produce magic sword talismans. Chenwei nodded when he heard this. Everyone present looked at each other in bewilderment, looked at Yu Meng, who was at level 19 beside Chenwei, and wisely shut their mouths, deciding to cling to Chenwei's thigh tightly. Since no one has any objections, let's just leave it like this for now. Lord Shen will contact you if he needs anything later. Zhao Xingyan had received the news in advance that the operation to wipe out the Green Shadow Forest would be entirely under the command of Shenwei. Yes. No problem. If you can help me, just tell me. After the meeting, Shenwei and Zhao Xingyan came to the most core and secret meeting room of Longrong City to discuss the core plan. Master Shen, this is the mythical power I just obtained, take a look. Zhao Xingyan spoke in a humble tone, showing Shenwei all the attribute panels of his forces without any hesitation. The ruler of the underworld, Hades. Faction Dongwang. Current level, mythical level. Initial forces, 5 netherworld beasts, 30.7 meters tall, 287 tons in weight, covered in black scales, eyes like 2 burning rubies, able to spit out netherworld fire, 230 Yin soldiers, 79 ghost messengers, 30 vacancies for the ox-headed and horse-faced gods, 7,000 square meters of the River of Oblivion. Special Entry 1. Underworld will, individual consciousness and will are integrated into a larger collective consciousness. Loyalty is constant at 100% and cannot be subverted. Special Entry 2. Soul Devouring. Facing different enemies and environments, members of the Netherworld can quickly devour the enemy's soul and transform it into their own soul power. At the same time, the special god, Oxhead and Horseface, can draw out the enemy's soul and use it, including but not limited to refining elixirs, making weapons, and shaping the core building, Netherworld. Special Entry 3. Transformation of Yin soldiers. Yin Chao Difu can transform creatures killed on the battlefield into Yin soldiers, ghost messengers, ox-headed and horse-faced soldiers, etc. Note, as long as the creatures can be transformed. Special Entry 4. The Underworld Network. The network runs through the Yin and Yang worlds, connecting the 18 palaces of the Underworld with the various corners of the Yang world. Through the Underworld Network, rapid material transportation and troop mobilization can be achieved. Whether it is transporting the Yin evil spirit and the power of the dead souls from the Underworld to the Yang world, or bringing the resources of the Yang world back to the Underworld for storage, it can be completed in a short time. Special Item 5. Netherworld Ghost Domain. The Netherworld soldiers are proficient in Netherworld illusions. They can use the Yin energy and the power of the dead souls in the Netherworld to create various illusions, which can make the enemy fall into fear, confusion, or kill each other. They can also disguise themselves as the enemy's companions or allies and sneak into the enemy camp to spy or sabotage. When the dead energy and Yin energy on the battlefield reach a certain concentration, the Netherworld illusion can complete the transformation from virtual to real, making the inorganic matter created by the illusion come true. Special Item 6. Power of Reincarnation. With the help of the secret of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the core members of the Netherworld can linger on the edge of life and death and have the ability to resurrect. When a member dies in battle, the power of reincarnation can be used to recall his soul, recondense his form, and return to the battlefield in full condition. Special Entry 7. 18 Layers of Hell. Consume a large amount of resources to build a special building. 18 Layers of Hell. 18 Layers of Hell has the functions of imprisonment, torture, extraction, torment, suppression of luck, and production of Yin Qi. Current level LV1. 1 special entry is added every 10 levels, no upper limit. Looking at the attribute panel of Zhao Xingyan's mythical force, Underworld, in front of him, Shinwei's eyes finally locked on the special entry 3, Yin Bing transformation. Can this Yin Bing transformation use my Zerg corpses? Shinwei immediately thought of the plan of reusing the Zerg. In this way, even if Shinwei encountered enemies from the spiritual side, he could use Zhao Xingyan's ghost soldiers and ghost messengers to deal with them. This, I haven't tested it yet. After receiving the advice, Zhao Xingyan began to yearn for this bold plan. After all, Shinwei's Zerg army is counted in the billions. If the corpses of the Zerg can really be transformed into ghost soldiers and ghost messengers, then even hundreds or thousands of Zerg can only be transformed into one ghost soldier or ghost messenger. Then Zhao Xingyan will be able to quickly get out of the development stage. Back to the top. Let's try it. As he spoke, Shinwei released the few remaining blood-winged cicadas and ordered them to attack each other. Soon, the bodies of the blood-winged cicadas fell to the ground one after another. Seeing this, Zhao Xingyan suppressed his excitement and released the ghost soldiers and the underworld ghosts, intending to transform the corpse of the blood-winged cicada in front of him. The next moment, the netherworld ghost den swallowed up the blood-winged cicada corpses scattered on the ground. A moment later, several balls of ghost fire appeared in front of the two people, and in an instant, the ghost fire became intense. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed from a fist-sized ball of ghost fire into a skinny ghost soldier with green eyes, holding a dark iron spear and wearing tattered dark clothes. It's done! It's done! Lord Shin! We did it! Ha ha! Chapter 62, God-Level Power. Void Zerg. Zhao Xingyan was extremely excited at this time, and spoke to Shinwei with a cheerful look on his face. Since this kind of assistance in combat can be achieved, Zhao Xingyan will soon be able to return to his peak. Unleash the potential of this mythical force. Well, in that case, you will arrange a few troops to target enemy forces below level 15. I will send Bai Yuan and 100 million elite troops at around level 14 to help you level up. See if you can train your forces to level 15 before the end of the first stage. Shinwei was also happy when he saw this. After all, Zhao Xingyan was now his confidant. The sooner he could realize the potential of a mythical force, the sooner he could help him. He immediately sent Bai Yuan, who was at level 18, and an elite Zerg troop to take Zhao Xingyan to level up. Thank you, sir. Well, I have something else to do. Just give it to Bai Yuan after you finish your plan. Shinwei ordered Bai Yuan to protect Zhao Xingyan's safety, then turned and left, returning to the insect nest base below Longrong City. After the quality was upgraded to the god level, the capabilities of the soldiers under Shinwei also increased, which naturally included the Zerg fungal blanket that had always accompanied Shinwei and never fell behind. I didn't expect that after advancing to the god level, the Zerg fungal blanket was also strengthened. In less than an hour, the foundation under Longrong City was replaced with fungal blanket. Now we can arrange for the fungal blanket to expand outward. Please plan the range of fungal blanket engulfment. The next moment, a map with Longrong City as the center appeared in front of Shinwei, which detailed the topographical features of the surrounding area within a radius of 100 kilometers. After observing for a moment, Shinwei decisively increased the range of the fungal blanket to its upper limit, which is a radius of 100 kilometers. Next engulfment range, 100 kilometers in radius with Longrong City as the center, engulfment area, underground. Estimated time, 24 hours, estimated biomass obtained, 17.6 billion points to 24.5 billion points. Seeing that a large amount of biomass would be deposited in 24 hours, Shinwei was even more impatient to check the relevant entry capabilities of the god level, Void Zerg. Call up the attributes of the current faction. The Great Devourer, Void Zerg. Newly added soldier, Void Devourer, Legendary. Current level, God level. Faction Dongwang. Special Item 1, Absolute Loyalty Will. Individual consciousness and will are integrated into a larger collective consciousness. Loyalty is constant at 100% and cannot be subverted. More efficient coordinated combat can be achieved through collective consciousness. The cooperation between Zerg units is more tacit, and combat efficiency is increased by 100%. Special Entry 2, Adaptive Evolution. Facing different enemies and environments, the Void Zerg can instantly evolve a variety of resistances and combat characteristics, not only maintaining an advantage on any battlefield, but also retaining the excellent characteristics previously evolved during the evolution process, forming a more powerful comprehensive combat capability. At the same time, it can use the gene pool inside the hive according to changes in the combat environment to deduce the emergence of new arms. Special Entry 3: Biomass Conversion. Void Zerg can convert captured organisms into their own biomass at a higher efficiency, with the conversion rate increased to 200%. At the same time, they can also feed back the energy generated during the conversion process to the Zerg to accelerate reproduction and strengthen the existing Zerg. The resource utilization efficiency is extremely amazing. Special Entry 4: Feast of Death. Whenever the Void Zerg defeat an enemy, they can not only quickly decompose the remains of the deceased, but also release a powerful energy shock wave during the decomposition process, causing additional damage to surrounding enemies. At the same time, the speed of extracting their excellent genes, combat memories, etc. is doubled. After one-click extraction and learning, the learned knowledge can be quickly shared with the entire Zerg swarm. Special Item 5: Endless Plague. The reproduction capacity of the Void Zerg is further enhanced, and they can gather a large-scale army in a short period of time, forming an even more unstoppable Zerg tide that overwhelms all enemies. In the Zerg tide, the movement speed and attack power of Zerg units will be temporarily increased. The current increase limit is 400%. Special Item 6: Mind Control. The mind control ability of some advanced Zergs has been expanded to a radius of 1,000 meters, and a large number of enemies can be controlled at the same time. The controlled enemies will not only be used for their own purposes, but will also retain their original combat skills and tactical awareness for a certain period of time, adding more variables to Zerg combat. Special Item 7: Zerg Network. The Zerg network constructed by a specific Void Zerg is more stable and efficient. The material transportation speed is increased by 50%, the troop mobilization time is shortened to 1/3 of the original, and the network range is expanded to cover the entire battlefield, achieving full control of the battlefield. Newly added Special Entry 8: Void Power, can draw energy from the almost endless void and utilize it, and use the purified void power to refine the Zerg to improve its quality. Note: after being tempered and transformed by Power of the Void, the Zerg's abilities will change towards the Void, and at the same time they will gain a unique hierarchy in the Void. When the party with a weaker Power of the Void faces a party with a stronger Power of the Void, it will lose all its offensive and defensive capabilities and be at the mercy of the other side. Note: high purity, Power of the Void, can not only refine the Zerg, but also be effective for other forces, but the purity must reach 85% or above. Newly added Special Entry 9: Void Zerg Divine Power, can absorb Faith Power from Zerg and use it. Faith Power is of extremely high status and has many effects, including but not limited to resurrection, soul binding, blessing, promotion of forces and troop level, condensation of divine position, and contact with the power of law. Current God status: Semi-Divine Power, Zerg Will. The level of divine power can be increased according to the current strength. The current power level is LV12, and 2 special entries are added every 10 levels, with no upper limit. The Power of the Void, the Power of the Void Zerg. I guess I need to find a chance to experiment with it. Brush. Master, this is Zhao Xingyan's plan, please take a look. Just as Shinwei was thinking about how to experiment with Power of the Void and Void Zerg Divine Power, Baiyuan came to Shinwei through the Zerg network, knelt on one knee and spoke. Well, alright. Tomorrow morning, you will take Zhao Xingyan and the elite troops assigned to you and execute the plan. Yes. Also, you can use this thing on the swarm of carrion cicadas. This is 67% of the Power of the Void, which can strengthen the swarm of carrion cicadas. Let's see what kind of swarms can be born in the end. The swarm of carrion cicadas has become increasingly powerless in the face of the current intensity of the war. Shinwei noticed this when he was killing the golden horned giant ape on the way, but he has never had a good solution. There are plans to strengthen the carrion cicada population. Although the Dragon Kingdom is weak, it is not to the point where it cannot provide any help at all. However, after Shinwei's careful selection, he finally gave up because the cost of strengthening the swarm of corpse cicadas was too high and it was contrary to the original design. Chapter 63: The Hope of Advancing from Legendary Level to Mythical Level. However, now that the Tyranids have advanced to the god-level Void Zerg, the new entries obtained happen to contain energy that can improve the quality of the troops. Shinwei would naturally take advantage of it. Watching Bai Yuan leave through the Zerg network, Shinwei immediately released the newly produced new soldier type, Void Devourer, and checked the related attributes. Name, Void Devourer. Level, LV6, Zerg gene implantation in progress, expected final level to be LV9. Faction, Great Devourer Void Zerg Shinwei. Health, 200,000/20,000, 100%. Strength 42, normal. Stamina, 94, legendary. Intelligence, Gestalt, cannot be controlled. Agility, 20, normal. Void Power, 94, legendary. Loyalty, 100 maximum. Special Ability 1, Energy Concentrator, huge size, health increased by 200%, stamina increased by 40. Special Ability 2, Void Power Collection, Void Devourer can slowly collect Void Power from the Void. Currently, 10 units of Void Power are collected every day and stored in the body. When the Void Power reaches a certain amount, it can be compressed and purified. The initial purity of Void Power is 20% to 24%. The first purification takes 1 day, and the purity increases by 24%. The second purification takes 1 week, and the purity increases by 18%. The third purification takes 1 month, and the purity increases by 12%. The fourth purification takes 3 months, and the purity increases by 8%. The fifth purification takes 6 months, and the purity increases by 6%. The sixth purification takes 14 months, and the purity increases by 5%. The seventh purification takes 24 months, and the purity increases by 4%. Note: you can speed up the purification process by paying the Void Devourer's physical strength or a large amount of biomass. Special Ability 3, Void Enhancement Field, it can consume the Void Power in the body to activate the Void Enhancement Field. The duration is determined by the purity of Void Power, which increases the attack power of friendly forces by 20%, defense power by 15%, and agility by 60%. Special Ability 5, Zerg Network Amplification, consume Void Power to amplify the Zerg network, increasing the material transportation speed within the network by 50%, the troop mobilization speed by 40%, and at the same time improving the concealment and strength of the Zerg network. Special Ability 6, Void Summoning, can activate all the Void Power in the body, summon a Void Teleport at the specified location, lasting 20 seconds, summon Zerg troops from any location, and restore 5% of health per second for friendly troops within the range. Each one head/300,000 biomass points. The panel attributes are pretty good. In addition to being used to collect Void Power, it can also be used as a troop transport tool to ambush the enemy. Shinwei was very satisfied when he looked at the attribute ability panel of Void Devourer in front of him, and then checked the genetic progress of the mythical level soldiers that he had extracted from the secret realm before. Obtained the gene of a mythical soldier, Xinyuan Void Zerg Xinyuan Void Blade Guard, currently extracted genes, 17.2%, estimated completion time, 37 months. It seems that I need to meet up with Yang Weigui and his team as soon as possible to get the gene bank of Dragon Country. With my current gene bank reserves, I don't know how long it will take to deduce the Xinyuan Void Blade Guard. Looking at the slow progress of Xinyuan Void Blade Guard on the panel, Shinwei became a little impatient, and then took out the golden horn he had previously obtained from the golden horn giant ape. Because Yu Ming's attack was extremely sharp and swift, the energy circuits inside the golden horn were well preserved, and it even emitted a faint golden light when it fell in front of Shinwei. Golden horn giant ape, golden horn beetle, give it a try. Recalling the extraordinary performance of the golden horn beetles in the previous battle, Shinwei seemed to realize something and controlled the Zerg network to summon a group of elite golden horn beetles that had been stuck at level LV14 for a long time. As soon as the golden horn beetle appeared, it showed an abnormal enthusiasm for the golden horn. If it weren't for Shinwei's power as the master, the golden horn beetle would have already pounced on the golden horn. Go! Seeing that the panel had not responded, Shinwei pondered for a moment, loosened the restraints on the golden horn beetle, and allowed it to gnaw on the golden horn. Caw 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 caw! The next moment, the golden horn beetle instantly covered the golden horn, making a harsh gnawing sound. At the same time, a faint golden light began to flash on the body of the golden horn beetle, and then it became more and more intense. Legendary Soldier, Golden Horn Beetle, devours the legendary material, Giant Ape Golden Horn, and increases the perfection of its own genes by 20%. It has been detected that the soldier type, Golden Horn Beetle, has entered the stage of gene improvement. The mythical long stage is now activated. By devouring relevant materials, its own genes will be improved. When the degree of gene improvement reaches 100%, the quality of the soldier type can be promoted to mythical level. As expected. Seeing that the golden horn beetle successfully advanced to the mythical level, Shenwei was delighted, and at the same time analyzed why the golden horn of the golden horn giant ape was so special. Shenwei had killed at least 7 or 8 Overlord class creatures, including a LV-19 black water snake. However, even the various materials on the black water snake did not cause any reaction from Shenwei's Zerg swarms. However, the golden horn giant ape, which was only LV-17, had a material that could make the golden horn beetle react, which really puzzled Shenwei. Could it be that the golden horn of the golden horn giant ape has gathered the essence of the golden horn giant ape's entire body, which caused the golden horn beetle to react? Recalling the scene where the golden horn giant ape lost its golden horn and was like a waste, its strength dropped greatly. Even if Bai Yuan had not taken action at that time, the remaining golden horn beetles would have piled it to death alive. Shenwei had some vague speculations, and at the same time he retrieved Dragon Country's intelligence on the Green Shadow Forest, intending to select some dominant creatures similar to the golden horn giant ape to further test his speculations. Found it! Giant Spider of the Dark Forest, Giant Python of the Deep Forest, King of Darkness Butterfly, their fangs, scales, and butterfly wings correspond exactly to the legendary level troops, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, Insect Saint, Ghost Light Butterfly Healer. After some searching, Shenwei finally found his desired target. After retrieving the specific information, he handed it to Yu Meng beside him and said, "This is the Overlord we are going to assassinate tomorrow. Look, the habitats of the giant spider of the nether forest and the giant python of the forest abyss are close to each other, but the habitat of the netherworld butterfly is far away from these two guys. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you will lead an elite force to kill the netherworld butterfly. The abilities of the netherworld butterfly are more inclined towards illusion and healing, and its level is only LV-16. You are fully capable of killing it quickly. As for the giant spider of the dark forest and giant python of the deep forest, leave them to me." Shenwei looked at the information in his hand and gave the order, while Yu Meng nodded and spoke. "Yes." The next day. Since the official competition will not be broadcast live to the outside world until a week after the start of the competition, Shenwei can only stay in Longrong City, for the time being, waiting for contact from Yang Weigua and others. Arriving at the outskirts of Longrong City, Shenwei looked at the real-time biological map made up of fungal blankets in his hand and saw that Void Devourer had arrived at its destination. He turned his head to look at Yu Meng beside him and spoke. "The Void Devourer has arrived. Get ready. We will split into 2 groups and try to gather at Longrong City at noon." "Yes." Action. Swish. Chapter 64. Quickly kill the dominant creature. Famous in Longrong City. At Shenwei's command, Yu Meng and others entered the Zerg network one after another. Looking at the time on his hand, Shenwei also entered the network and headed towards the location of the giant spider of the dark forest and giant python of the forest abyss. At the edge of the dense green forest, 10,000 meters above the ground, a miniature Zerg black hole slowly appeared, and a horde of Zerg gushed out of it like a tide. Shenwei looked down, looking for traces of the giant spider of the dark forest and the giant python of the forest abyss. After some searching, Shenwei locked onto the target. "In the caves, we can use the red flame beetles and the fiery flame beetle vanguard to trap and kill the forest giant spiders by burning them. In the swamps, we can use the shadow soul devouring spiders, hydralisks, and golden horn beetles. If we run out of time, we can use the insect saints to hold off the local support troops." Looking at the traces of the giant spider and the giant python on the ground, Shinwei analyzed them. Then an explosion in the distance surprised him a little. Have you already started? Then let's start this side as well. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The direction of the explosion happened to be where the Nether Butterfly King was. Seeing this, Shinwei no longer improved the plan and immediately ordered the billions of insect swarms around to split into two groups to attack and kill the Nether Forest Giant Spider and the Forest Abyss Giant Python. At this moment, a large number of red flame beetles and flame beetle vanguards rushed into the giant forest spider's nest like a giant dragon burning with blazing flames. The scorching flames illuminated and burned the nest that had been dark for decades. In an instant, thousands of forest spiders that had no time to dodge were burned to ashes. Tens of millions of tons of spider silk were ignited. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Deep inside the nest, the sleeping giant forest spider suddenly woke up after feeling the scorching heat source, and tried to spray out a stream of highly poisonous mucus in an attempt to extinguish the red flame beetle and the flame beetle vanguard. But even if the thousands of flame beetle vanguards heading towards them are poisoned to death, tens of thousands of flame beetle vanguards behind them will fill the gap without fear, igniting flames and killing the giant forest spider. Hiss! The giant spider in the dark forest was horrified upon seeing this, without any trace of the dominance it had, and quickly used its abilities to enter the netherworld to avoid the attack. Huh! You're hiding in the netherworld so soon? The netherworld soul-devouring spider is taking action! Through the perspective of the shadow soul-eating spider, Shinwei suddenly discovered that the trembling giant spider of the dark forest had hidden in the underworld. While sighing, he hurriedly ordered the shadow soul-eating spider lurking in the underworld to spit spider silk and tried to capture the giant spider of the dark forest alive. Hiss! Hiss! Swish, swish! Millions of dark shadow spider silks attacked the dark forest giant spider from all directions. Upon seeing this, the dark forest giant spider quickly swung its more than 10 extremely sharp spider legs to cut off the spider silks that were attacking it. Bang, bang, bang! After cutting off tens of thousands of spider silks in succession, the giant forest spider saw that the spider silks attacking it were still surging like waves. It immediately decided to retreat, and hurriedly left the underworld without caring about the danger. But once you leave the underworld, what greets the giant forest spider is an endless sea of raging fire. This puts the giant spider in the dark forest in a dilemma. It will take at most 10 minutes to force out the hidden card of this giant spider. Let's see what the situation is with the giant python. Seeing that the giant spider in the dark forest had completely fallen into his trap and couldn't extricate itself, Shinwei turned his attention to the giant python in the distant forest. The Linyuan python does not have the ability of the Yulin giant spider to cut off the shadow soul-eating spider. Now it is surrounded by the golden horn beetles and has been tied up by the shadow soul-eating spiders into a silkworm. It can only rely on its strange strength to prevent the golden horn beetles and hydralisk from attacking. The signs of defeat are far more obvious than those of the giant forest spider. Hiss! Bump! With a heavy roar, the giant spider of the dark forest fell to the ground, and next to it was the giant python of the forest abyss that had been dead for a long time. Drag into the Zerg network! Retreat! Buzz, buzz, buzz! Looking at the spoils in front of him, Shinwei nodded with satisfaction. This battle consumed more than 100 million Zerg soldiers of Shinwei, but the results were remarkable. Not only did he kill LV-15 and LV-16 giant forest spiders and forest pythons, but he also looted all their accumulated treasures. Compared with the previous performance in the preliminaries, where they could only repel the Shadow Tiger with all their might, the strength of the Zerg army has undoubtedly increased by several levels. I didn't expect the gap between LV-14 and LV-15 to be so huge. It took hundreds of millions of Zerg soldiers to kill them. It seems that we need to find a way to advance the soldiers to LV-15 as soon as possible. Go back and ask Zhao Xingyan and the others if they have any solution. They all participated in the last Mythology National War and probably also encountered the problem of the troops being stuck at level 14. Looking at the giant spider of the dark forest and the giant python of the forest abyss being swallowed by the Zerg network, Shinwei thought to himself, and then he received a call from Yu Meng. Master Overlord, the Nether Butterfly King, has been dealt with and has been dragged into the Zerg network. Well, let's go back to Longrong City. Yes. After hanging up the call, Shinwei was planning to return to the Zerg nest base below Longrong City, through the Zerg network, but then he remembered that Longrong City had been under siege for a long time and could only passively defend, which led to its lifelessness. Then he decided to carry the giant spider of the dark forest and the giant python of the deep forest back himself to boost their morale and show his strength. After all, Zhao Xingyan had previously relied on his accumulated prestige and the appointment letter drawn up by the Dragon Country's top leaders to suppress the voices in Longrong City that opposed Shinwei taking the lead alone. But blindly forcing pressure would only lead to louder and louder voices against Shinwei, and eventually Shinwei would have to take time out to resolve the issue. Moreover, after Shinwei's commotion, he killed 4 Overlord-level creatures in a row. Even if the Overlord forces in Green Shadow Forest were divided, they would temporarily unite for warmth for the sake of their own lives to prevent Shinwei from defeating them one by one. Longrong City Wall and Sentry Tower. You said that the few remaining forces in Longrong City that are good at fighting have now turned to the rear to engage in production. Is Longrong City giving up? What nonsense are you talking about? Longrong City is an important pass. How can we give it up so easily? I heard that a big shot has come. I heard that the task of eliminating the Overlord of Chuaying Jungle has been shouldered by this big shot. Hiss. Is it reliable? There are more than a dozen dominant creatures. There is even a LV-19, Green Dragon, among them, which is only one step away from breaking through to LV-20. Is it possible? Who knows? We, the little soldiers, should just stand guard and do our duty. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall enough to hold it up. Oh my God! Look over there. Why does it look so much like an insect swarm? Originally still chatting, the heroic units defending the city immediately noticed the overwhelming insect swarm that Shinwei had deliberately created, and they immediately sounded the alarm in shock. Whoa! It's me. Bump! Shinwei looked at the people in front of him who were on the verge of a fight and called out, while at the same time throwing 2 recently dead giant spiders and giant pythons of the deep forest to the ground, which still exuded the aura of dominance. Chapter 65, Card LV-14. Break through the secret of the Overlord. As soon as the 2 ferocious corpses of the Overlords appeared, they caused a sensation, and the onlookers sighed. Oh my God! That's the giant forest spider, right? Oh my God! That's the Lin Yuan python! These 2 guys died at almost the same time. He actually killed 2 Overlord-level creatures at once. Is this the strength of the qualifiers champion? Hee, this is awesome! I actually got to hold on to such a big guy. It must be the blessing of my ancestors. Yeah, I originally thought that being sent to this place would most likely lead to my death. I even wrote a suicide note. This time I don't have to die, Mr. Shin, please bless me. Shinwei walked straight to the gate of Longrong City, and Zhao Xingyan's deputy, Sunny Chen, who possessed the epic power, Blood Demon Sect, took the initiative to step forward to greet him. Lord Shin. Well, Zhao Xingyan hasn't come back yet. Seeing that there was no sign of Zhao Xingyan's forces around, Shinwei immediately asked, and Sunny Chen hurriedly explained. Lord Zhao is leveling up. Do you need me to send a message to him to call him back? No need. These 2 are the Dark Forest Giant Spider and the Abyss Forest Python. I have already taken away the materials I needed. The rest is for you. Divide them among yourselves. Don't take more than you want. Shinwei waved his hand. Zhao Xingyan was determined to fight, so Shinwei would not stop him. Then Shinwei thought of the giant spider in the dark forest and the giant python in the deep forest whose fangs he had pulled out and whose skin he had peeled off, and then he spoke. After all, he had occupied all the dominant biological resources as soon as he arrived. Since he ate the meat, he had to let his subordinates have a sip of soup. Otherwise, those contestants who were originally responsible for logistics might not have any objections, but those contestants who were originally able to go on the field to kill the enemy would have conflicts. Yes. I promise to make full use of these materials. Sunny Chen was delighted when he heard this, and at the same time, his admiration for Shinwei grew. It is not scary to have high talent. After all, the thing the world lacks most is genius. What is scary is that a genius also understands the ways of the world, although for Shinwei these things are just dregs that leak out from between his fingernails. But for Sunny Chen and his friends, it is a rare treasure. Every day, they can follow Shinwei and have a bite of soup without risking their lives. When the time comes that Shinwei really needs Sunny Chen and others will definitely not hesitate. Well, I'll have the insect swarm move the stuff to Longrong City Square. You can deal with it as you please. Yes. After Shinwei finished speaking, he walked into the Zerg network in full view of everyone and disappeared. This time, everyone realized that Shinwei was just going through the motions to calm people's hearts, and their admiration for Shinwei became even stronger. Back at the Hive base, Shinwei contacted Bai Yuan to inquire about Zhao Xingyan's condition. After a moment, Bai Yuan spoke. Dominate! Bang! Boom! Are you fighting over there? Shinwei asked as he heard the loud roar coming from the other end. Yes, Zhao Xingyan's forces are currently fighting with the LV-16 Ancient Wood Overlord. It will be over soon, and I am here to help him. Bai Yuan looked at the Ancient Wood Overlord who was surrounded and exhausted by numerous ghosts and monsters, and began to explain. Well, how is his leveling going now? So far, 5 LV-15 hero units and a large number of ghost soldiers and ghost messengers have been trained. He has finished the battle. Do we need to let him speak? Let him talk to me. I have something to ask. Yes. After a moment, Zhao Xingyan's voice came from the other end of the Zerg network. Lord Shin. Well, how's the leveling going? Very good. I have to thank you, Lord Shin, for giving me the mythical power. If it weren't for it, I would never have been able to recover to my prime in such a short time. Even give me some more time, I will surpass Yang Weigua. Haha. By the way, I'll send you my attribute panel right now. At this moment, Zhao Xingyan felt extremely happy. The psychological shadow caused by the torture of cherry blossoms gradually faded away. The rapid improvement in strength could bring Zhao Xingyan immense satisfaction and joy. Shinwei responded, and then checked the attribute panel sent by Zhao Xingyan. Lord of the Underworld Hades. LV-15, 5 hero level units, LV-14, 35,547, LV-13, LV-10, 417,463, LV-9, 14,536,558. Shinwei was not surprised to see that Zhao Xingyan had 5 LV-15 hero units. After all, Zhao Xingyan had a LV-18 Bai Yuan as a bodyguard. As long as you don't encounter a LV-19 Overlord creature, it basically gives Zhao Xingyan experience. If Shinwei had a heroic unit like Bai Yuan as a bodyguard, given the characteristics of the Zerg, he would be even more exaggerated than Zhao Xingyan. And when Shinwei saw that Zhao Xingyan's troops were stuck at LV-14 and LV-9 respectively, he couldn't help but feel strange. I can understand that your troop type is stuck at level 14, but why are some of them stuck at level 9? Zhao Xingyan explained after hearing this. It's like this. Legendary units will be stuck at level 14 to 15. Because level 15 is the Overlord level, it is very difficult for ordinary units to upgrade. Only heroic units can be promoted to level 15 at a lower cost. And epic level troops will be stuck at level 9. Isn't there a way to take a more appropriate approach to break through the LV-15 limit? Shinwei asked after hearing this. Yes, but the relevant resources are all with Yang Weigua. We can't implement it now. Let me briefly tell you the effect and cost. In fact, the legendary troops would get stuck at level 15. We discovered this in the last official competition, and the first one to develop a solution was Eagle Sauce. Their solution is to combine multiple LV-14 soldiers into one LV-15 soldier through sacrificial fusion. However, the cost of this is just to add an unnecessary attribute to the soldier, and improve some basic abilities. It is impossible to produce the life transition of the dominant creatures that are promoted from LV-14 to LV-15. Then there are the bears. The forces over there are in the popular elemental state. So the way to advance is also simple and crude, which is to simply rely on the number of piles. Thousands of LV-14 soldiers can be piled into a LV-15, and the price of this is that they can produce Overlord-level creatures. So strictly speaking, the Russian bear has the most Overlord-level creatures. The Eagle Sauce is mostly level 19. After hearing Zhao Xingyan's explanation, Xinwei was somewhat puzzled about the Dragon Kingdom's advancement method, and spoke. What about Dragon Country? Does it also rely on numbers? We are not. Our soldiers are actually living people, but their talent in cultivating immortals is a bit low. Most of them have 3 spiritual roots or mixed spiritual roots, so they are stuck at the LV-14 peak of Qi training to the LV-15 foundation building stage. Our plan is to help them break through formations, elixirs, secret techniques, etc. The benefit of this is that the advanced soldiers will automatically turn into hero units and gain a hegemon level life transition. The downside is that it consumes more resources. It's not as easy to stack as the bear and the hawk. Chapter 66 Mythical Troops. Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug. However, our forces are somewhat different from the immortal cultivation system, and the breakthrough method may not be applicable to the Zerg. Because I am a spirit, I plan to follow the breakthrough path of the Russian bear and rely on a large number of low-level soldiers to pile up Overlord-level creatures. After all, my forces are capable of quickly replenishing their forces, but your Zerg does not seem to have this condition. I see. So, I have to create my own path to advancement? Xinwei felt a bit of a headache when he heard this. He originally thought that he could find a solution from Zhao Xingyan and others, but he didn't expect that in the end he still had to find a solution himself. Yes, but I have the advanced paths of the United States, Russia, and several other countries, plus our own. You can take them for reference. I will send them to you through the Zerg network. Well, besides, I just killed 3 Overlord creatures. The Green Shadow Forest will be in trouble from now on. Let Bai Yuan take you to a safe place to level up. If there is any situation, contact me in time. I will support you through the Zerg network. Hiss! Lord Shin is so amazing! He actually killed 3 more Overlord creatures. I admire you so much! Even if I have 5 Overlord creatures now, it is difficult to guarantee that I can kill 3 Overlords in one morning. You are too modest. You should level up first. Yes. After hanging up the call, Xinwei exhaled a breath of foul air, and then took out the legendary materials obtained from Giant Spider of the Dark Forest, Giant Python of the Deep Forest, and Lord of the Dark Butterfly. At the same time, the Shadow Soul-Eating Spider, the Insect Saint, and the Phantom Butterfly Healer were released. The space in the insect nest base is very large, and even the Insect Saint can be easily accommodated. As soon as the 3-headed Zerg troops appeared, they showed a strong desire just like the golden horn beetles before. Xinwei released the restrictions and allowed them to devour their respective materials at will. The next moment, a message prompt came from the panel. Legendary Soldier, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, devours the legendary material, Forest Venom Fang, and increases the perfection of its own genes by 30%. It has been detected that the soldier type, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, has entered the stage of genetic improvement. The long myth stage is now activated. It can improve its own genes by devouring relevant materials. When the degree of genetic improvement reaches 100%, the quality of the soldier can be promoted to mythical level. Legendary Soldier, Insect Saint, devouring legendary material, Linyuan Scale Armor, the degree of perfection of own genes is increased by 40%. It has been detected that the soldier, Insect Saint, has entered the stage of genetic perfection. Now the myth-long stage is opened. By devouring related materials, its own genes will be improved. When the degree of genetic perfection reaches 100%, the quality of the soldier can be promoted to myth grade. Legendary Soldier, Ghost Butterfly Healer, devouring legendary material, Ghost Butterfly Wings, the degree of perfection of own genes is increased by 30%. It has been detected that the soldier, Glow Butterfly Therapist, has entered the stage of genetic perfection. The mythical long stage is now open. By devouring relevant materials to perfect its own genes, when the degree of genetic perfection reaches 100%, the quality of the soldier can be promoted to mythical grade. Sure enough, specific legendary materials can enable legendary soldiers to enter the Mythology Advanced state. The next step is to find a suitable Overlord creature to hunt. I just don't know if this method is applicable to other forces. Xinwei was delighted to see that the materials worked, and then he took out the information given by Zhao Xingyan, intending to study how to make his Zerg troops break through the LV-14 limit. Currently, Zhao Xingyan has more than 30,000 troops stuck at level 14, and Shinwei, who owns the insect nest, will have even more. Currently, Shinwei has a force of 470 million soldiers stuck at level 14. If this group of troops could be transformed into elite troops with Overlord level strength, even if the conversion efficiency was only 1% or 1/1000, there would still be a total of 470,000 troops. After some searching, Shinwei suddenly recalled the 3 reward places for mythical level troops that he had obtained previously, and decided to look at the specific differences between mythical level troops and legendary level troops before making a decision. Do you want to exchange for mythical level troops? Current reward amount 3 types. Yes. Selection successful. Mythical level arms are on display. It is expected that the types of arms on display will cover melee, ranged, reconnaissance, support, healing, reinforcement, suicide, logistics, a total of 8 categories. Please select the type. Go, long range, support, suicide. Selection successful. Next we will show you long range mythical troops. Shinwei pondered for a moment, thinking of the previous mythical level troops, Xinyuan Void Zerg, Xinyuan Void Blade Guard. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is a troop that focuses on close combat. Considering the scarcity of mythical level troops nowadays, Shinwei did not intend to cause unnecessary waste. After all, it was too extravagant to support 2 mythical level troops at the same time at this stage. Remote, Wind and Thunder Black Beetle, Flame Sun Burning Heart Bug, Frost Nether Bug, Meteoric Star Breaking Array Bug. Looking at the dazzling array of Zerg troops in front of him, Shinwei was dazzled for a moment. After a period of careful selection, he decisively chose the Flame Sun Burning Heart Bug. In addition to its powerful attributes, it is also because of its ability to form a linkage relationship with Shinwei's current legendary troops. Sunburn Heartworm. Level LV1. Faction: Great Devourer Void Zerg Shinwei. Health: 15,000/15,000, 100%. Strength: 96 Mythic. Stamina: 98 Mythical. Intelligence: Absolute Loyalty, cannot be controlled. Agility: 96 Mythic. Sunfire Power: 100 Mythic. Loyalty: 100, Absolute Loyalty. Special Ability 1, Heart of the Flaming Sun. The body contains powerful flaming sun energy. In long-range cannon form, the damage of the shells is increased by 240%. In short-range cannon form, the range of the flame wave is expanded by 350%. Special Ability 2, Heartburning Flame. The fire contains the heart-burning flame. Targets hit by long-range fire will be ignited by the heart-burning flame and receive 5% of their current maximum health and fire damage per second. In the short-range artillery form, enemies caught in the flames will have their energy consumption increased, consuming 5% of their current energy per second. Special Ability 3, Blazing Armor. The body is covered with a layer of blazing chitinous shell, which greatly improves its own defense. When attacked, there is a 50% chance to counterattack, causing 100% fire damage to the attacker. Special Ability 4, Flame Energy Condensation. When on the ground, it can consume its own sun flame power to absorb the geothermal energy in the area, increasing the range of long-range artillery fire by 125% and the damage of artillery shells in short-range artillery form by 180%. Special Ability 5, Purgatory Realm. It can consume its own Yang-Yen power to open a miniature world rift, allowing the Yang-Yen heartworm to attack and dodge at any angle and direction on the battlefield, making it easier to quickly adjust its position to attack. Special Ability 6, Sunburn Heart Awakening. When the Sunburn Heartworm's health is less than 30%, it triggers the Awakening state. In the Awakening state, its long-range artillery and short-range artillery damage increases by 50%, and its attack speed increases by 30%. Special Ability 7, Sunburst. The Sunburst Heartworm condenses the sunburst power of its entire body and explodes, causing a large amount of fire damage to enemy units within the range and forming a continuously burning sunburst area. Enemies in the area receive a certain amount of damage per second. Mythical Domain 1, Flame Domain Fiery Soul. The Sunfire Heartburner can open a flame domain with a radius of 30 meters centered on itself. Friendly Zerg units in this domain will be strengthened by the Sunfire Heartburner's Fiery Soul, gaining multiple attribute improvements. Enhancement effect. Strength enhancement. The strength attribute of friendly fire and gold Zerg units in the area is increased by 50%, causing higher physical damage during melee attacks. Agility increase. The agility attribute of friendly fire and gold Zerg units in the area is increased by 20%. Flame resonance. Friendly fire and gold Zerg units in the area can absorb the flames in the environment and restore their own status. Defense enhancement. The defense of friendly fire and gold Zerg units in the area is increased by 40%, reducing the physical and magical damage received and enhancing the survivability of the units. Fire affinity. Friendly Zerg units in the area have their resistance to fire damage increased by 80%. Chapter 67 High Cost. Recover Lost Territory Plan. Fear. Not only does it excel in long-range attacks, it can also perform close-range attacks. Even more rare. The most important thing is that the Yang Burning Heart bug can also form a linkage relationship with the Golden Horn Beetle, Red Flame Beetle, and Flame Beetle Vanguard that Xinwei is currently mainly responsible for blocking and attacking. It can do range combat, close combat, and can even heal or self-destruct at critical moments. Moreover, its performance in all aspects is quite good among the mythical level troops. Xinwei was now looking at the attribute panel of the Yang Burning Heart bug in front of him with increasing satisfaction, and then without hesitation he used the quota of the long-range mythical level troop on the Yang Burning Heart bug. The type of soldier has been selected, Yang Heartburner. This list is the cost materials of Yang Burning Heartworm. The unit is the price per head. Yang Burning Heartworm, 100 million units of biomass, 100 units of red sun heart, legendary material, 200 units of exploding fire scales, legendary material, 50 units of exploding fire essence, legendary material, 10 units of lava crystal essence, legendary material. Note: Yang Heartburner needs to consume 100 units of red flame heartburner grass, epic material, every day to maintain its status. If this is not enough, you can throw it into a volcano with a temperature of 1300 degrees Celsius. Yang Heartburner can automatically absorb the energy in the volcano to maintain its status. Note: long-term or large-scale, Yang Burning Heartworms, absorbing volcanic energy will cause the volcano to gradually become quiet and extinguished, and it is necessary to find another place. Hiss! Looking at the several precautions and costs of Yang Burning Heart bug on the panel, Xinwei couldn't help but feel a sore tooth, and then he felt relieved. After all, it is a mythical troop. It is completely reasonable that the cost is higher than that of a legendary troop. After all, the value is there. For a mythical troop of the same level, Xinwei estimates that he can fight against thousands of legendary troop alone. And when the number of Sunflame Burning Heartworms increases, the clustering effect produced will far exceed that of legendary troops. With so many legendary fire materials, do we need to take some time to go to the volcanic area or the fire element world? Oh, Yang Weigui and his team might have some in stock, asked Zhao Xingyan. Looking at the 4 legendary materials of Yang Burning Heartworm, 100 million units of biomass has become the simplest item. Xinwei pondered for a moment, and instantly thought of the existence of a fire element world within the territory of Dragon Country, and there might be reserves. He then contacted Zhao Xingyan, who was still concentrating on leveling up. Master Xin. Well, I used the quota of mythical troops from the previous qualifiers. The mythical troops are indeed extraordinary. Both the stats and mechanisms are far superior to the legendary ones. It's no exaggeration to say that they are a crushing defeat. Hiss. Then the cost will probably be very high, right? Zhao Xingyan took a deep breath when he heard that, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little yearning for the mythical level soldiers. He secretly made up his mind that during this period of time, he would risk his life to level up and strive to bring himself to the same level as Yang Weigui. Well, the cost is very high. In addition to some resources that are unique to me, I also need some legendary materials: Heart of the Red Sun, Pyro Explosion Fire Scales, Pyro Explosion Fire Spirit, Lava Crystal Marrow. This time I contacted you to ask if Dragon Country has the corresponding reserves. I want to buy it for a long time and in large quantities, at a price 20% higher than the market price. Hearing the list of materials provided by Xinwei, Zhao Xingyan thought for a moment and spoke. Sir Shin, we have reserves of the materials you mentioned in Dragon Country. In addition, since there are not many fire-related forces in Dragon Country that can use these legendary materials, most of them are handed over to the forging department to be smelted into treasures or mechanisms. We still have quite a bit of reserves, but in the last official competition, the resource base where our Dragon Country produced these resources was occupied by the Western Alliance. I don't know if Yang Weigui and his team fought back afterwards. Also, I remember that Longrong City has some reserves. I'll ask Sunny Chen to take you to the treasury to see if there are enough materials. If not, we can only wait a week until the area is open, and then contact Yang Weigui and the others to have them deliver them. After hearing Zhao Xingyan's explanation, Shinwei was delighted and asked immediately. Great! As long as there is a resource land, I will lead the team to recapture it later. Well, I suggest that if you have the ability, you can directly recover the resource lands without informing Yang Weigui and the others. This way, you can ask for a share of these resource lands and an internal price. We can make arrangements internally. If we tell Yang Weigui and the others, your actions will be regarded as recovering lost territory in the name of our Dragon Country. We can't give you a share even if we want to. After all, this is a mission that is covered by our Dragon Country. So I suggest that if you can be sure of winning, you should recapture it yourself and then sell it to Longwa. It seems that the competition for resources will become more intense in the future. Zhao Xingyan hesitated for a moment, and then told Shinwei how to maximize Shinwei's interests. Shinwei was a little surprised when he heard this, and spoke. Isn't this like disobeying orders and acting on your own during war? Is it feasible? Of course, the situation you described was in the past, but now you can see that we are more like small warlords who can produce and sell our own products. The restraint of the top leaders is not as strong as before. Now we urgently need a leader who can subdue everyone and coordinate the forces of all parties, so that we can form combat effectiveness. In fact, the Eagle Sauce and the Bear Alliance have already begun to split. On the surface, they are united against the outside world, but in private, they are factionalized and their cohesion is far inferior to ours. Otherwise, they would not be unable to destroy us even though they have a huge advantage. So we still hope that you can do more of this kind of thing. After all, in the entire Dragon Country, only your forces can single-handedly overthrow a stronghold. After all, not only are your troops comprehensive, but your combat power is also ridiculously strong. I see. How many legendary troops do you have now? After hearing Zhao Xingyan's explanation, Shinwei nodded in understanding, and then asked. Now, including the ones given by the faction and some triggered by tasks, there are 5 in total. I have sent you the details. Afterwards, Shinwei received the legendary troops sent by Zhao Xingyan. Guardians of the Underworld, ghosts that catch souls, ox-headed and horse-faced guards, soul-ferrying envoys of the River of Oblivion, blood-cursed underworld soldiers. They are all spirit systems. Found it. You are now in the Black Soul Swamp, near the Dead Soul Ghost Den, right? Shinwei looked at the arms, then looked at Zhao Xingyan's current position, and decided to tell Zhao Xingyan the method he had figured out to advance the legendary arms to the mythical arms. Yes. What do you want? Nothing, I just figured out a way to upgrade legendary troops to mythical troops, and I want to see if it has any effect on your forces. I will give you 300 million shadow soul devouring spiders now, and let Bai Yuan take you to Dead Souls to hunt Nether Flame Overlord Netherlord. The relevant procedures and experimental methods have been sent to you, so take a look at them yourself. Yes. Thank you, Master Shin. Chapter 68, Sharing of Intelligence. Open up another mythical troop. Zhao Xingyan was extremely excited when he heard Shinwei's explanation. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for the contract he signed with Shinwei at that time. Otherwise, Shinwei would not have given both the mythical force and the mythical treasure set. Now, even the top-level information about the advancement of legendary troops to mythical troops is given to him, Zhao Xingyan. Although my life is no longer in my hands after signing the contract, but who can blame Shinwei for offering me such a high salary? You know, the equipment that Zhao Xingyan has is probably unmatched even by the Russian Alliance and the Eagle Sauce. Afterwards, Zhao Xingyan suppressed his excitement and opened the information sent by Shinwei. Legendary Soldier, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, devours the legendary material, Forest Venom Fong, and increases the perfection of its own genes by 30%. It has been detected that the soldier type, Shadow Soul Devouring Spider, has entered the stage of genetic improvement. The Long Myth stage is now activated. It can improve its own genes by devouring relevant materials. When the degree of genetic improvement reaches 100%, the quality of the soldier can be promoted to mythical level. Choose a dominant creature with concentrated essence to hunt, and obtain the essence of the dominant creature completely, and give it to a suitable soldier to devour, and you can unlock the Mythology Long stage. Note: the essential part needs to be preserved completely. Ask Bai Yuan to cut the essential part for you. For example, the golden horn giant ape, its essence is the golden horn, and after taking it out with its roots and giving it to the corresponding soldiers to devour, the Mythology Long stage can be unlocked. Hiss! Zhao Xingyan's hands trembled when he saw this. His eyes were filled with the fire of progress. He then bowed deeply to Bai Yuan beside him and spoke. Please help me, sir. Don't worry. This is an order from the Lord himself. I will naturally do my best to help you. Who should we kill first? I think Underworld Overlord Lord of the Netherworld is a good choice. Its beat seems to be very suitable for your Guardian of the Underworld. Let's try it. Bai Yuan nodded upon seeing this, and then asked, although it was Bai Yuan's job to help Zhao Xingyan level up recently, Zhao Xingyan did not act recklessly because of this, but instead asked Bai Yuan's opinion on everything and also specially arranged for a chef to cook delicious food for Bai Yuan. Therefore, Bai Yuan had a good impression of Zhao Xingyan. Okay. Then I'll have to trouble Master Bai Yuan. After giving Zhao Xingyan the method of upgrading legendary troops to mythical troops, Shen Wei did not choose mythical troops again. Instead, he found Sunny Chen and entered the treasure house of Longrong City to select legendary materials for producing Yang Burning Heartworm. Master Shen, the materials you mentioned are all in the treasure house. Please follow me. Sunny Chen brought Shen Wei to the core treasure house of Longrong City. After unlocking the heavy blockades, Shen Wei was able to see the whole picture of the treasure house. I saw rare treasures being classified onto shelves and covered by a transparent cover to prevent their energy from leaking out. At the same time, some larger materials were piled in the corner and labeled. Master Shen, this is the Heart of the Red Sun. There are 200 units in the treasury. Please keep them. Shen Wei nodded, raised his hand and put the Red Sun heart, which was like a burning miniature sun and emitting blazing light, into the Zerg network. Then Sunny Chen brought Shen Wei to the flame explosion fire scale and introduced them. After a long search, Shen Wei finally gathered all the materials to produce 2 Yang burning heart bugs, and returned to the insect nest base. Produce mythical soldiers, Yang burning heartworm, 2, estimated consumption of 200 million biomass, 200 units of red sun heart, legendary material, 400 units of explosive fire scales, legendary material, 100 units of explosive fire spirit, legendary material, 20 units of lava crystal marrow, legendary material. Production time, 24 hours, whether to consume extra biomass to speed up production time. Consume. Compress the time to 10 minutes. Estimated consumption of biomass 50 million points, whether to consume. Consume. Shen Wei looked at the 50 million points of biomass on the panel, gritted his teeth, and chose to consume it. Reduce 50 million biomass points. In production. Looking at the legendary materials being fused in front of him, Shen Wei took advantage of this gap to open the panel to check the core differences between mythical and legendary troops. For example, is there a limit to LV-14? Current unit, Yang Heartburner, quality, mythic, can be freely upgraded to Overlord level creatures without restrictions, but requires the consumption of materials when upgrading. Overlord essence, used to strengthen the cooperation strength between mythic level units. Sure enough. Bring up the introduction of Essence of Overlord. Shen Wei saw that the panel did not restrict mythical troops at LV-14, but when he saw that the material, Overlord essence, was consumed when advancing, he felt a little confused and immediately called up the introduction of Overlord essence. Overlord essence, automatically unlock after obtaining mythical level troops. You can extract by hunting Overlord creatures. The current extraction amount is LV-15, 10 units. LV16, 30 units. LV17, 100 units. LV18, 350 units. LV19, 1150 units. Overlord Essence can be used to upgrade mythical soldiers to Overlord creatures. Each upgrade consumes 10 units of Overlord Essence. The strength of the soldiers that consume Overlord Essence is equivalent to that of the Overlord creature. Detected that the advanced route, Mythic Long Stage, is currently unlocked, and the quota is now open. Legendary troops can also use Overlord Essence to advance, but the consumption will be 5 times that of mythical troops. Hiss! It seems that this is the Mythology National War, trying to intensify the conflict and eliminate a group of small countries that are trying to take advantage of the situation. From now on, dominant creatures and resource production areas will be the focus of everyone's competition. After seeing the introduction of Essence of Overlord, Shinwei immediately understood the upcoming official competition. This official competition will be more brutal and intense than the last one. I must improve my power system as soon as possible and develop a large army of insects. Call out the quota for mythical level military rewards. Do you want to exchange for mythical troops? Current reward amount, 2 types. Yes. Selection successful. Mythical level arms are on display. It is expected that the types of arms on display will cover melee, ranged, reconnaissance, support, healing, reinforcement, suicide, logistics, a total of 8 categories. Please select the type. Assistance, fire and gold. Selection successful. The following will show auxiliary type mythical soldiers, focusing on attributes, fire and gold. Shinwei thought about it and decided to go all the way. After all, he now has 3 legendary soldiers on hand: Golden Horn Beetle, Flame Beetle, and Flame Beetle Vanguard. Among them, Golden Horn Beetle has even unlocked the Mythology Advanced level, and it won't take long to advance to the Mythology level. As long as Flame Beetle and Flame Beetle Vanguard find suitable Overlord level creatures, they may be able to activate the Mythology Long Stage. By then, Shinwei will have a complete army of fire insects in his hands. Although a single attribute is easy to be targeted, it cannot withstand the mythical troops. The bonus and combination between the same series are really strong. It's totally worth Shinwei's risk. After all, as long as he seizes the advantage in strength, Shinwei can definitely recruit a few second teams from other departments afterwards. Team 1. Assistance: Golden Spirit Breaking Array B, Hellfire Burning Sky Worm, Red Flame Burning Sky Centipede, Leaving Fire Refining Soul Worm. Chapter 69, Golden Spirit Breaking B Formation. Gather materials to synthesize arms. After careful selection, Shinwei finally chose Golden Spirit Breaking Array B as the auxiliary type of mythical level soldier. In addition to being a gold element, it can benefit from the buff bonus of Yan Yan Burning Hard Bug, also because the ability of Golden Spirit Breaking Array B is extremely compatible with Yan Yan Burning Hard Bug. Golden Spirit Breaking B. Level LV1. Faction: Great Devourer Void Zerg Shinwei. Health: 17500/17500, 100%. Strength: 96 Mythic. Stamina: 97 Mythical. Intelligence: Absolute Loyalty, cannot be controlled. Agility: 99 Mythic. Gold Spirit Power: 100 Mythical. Loyalty: 100, Absolute Loyalty. Special Ability 1, Golden Sharp Armor, Golden Spirit Breaker B releases Golden Spirit Power, which is integrated into itself and the surrounding friendly fire and gold Zerg. When attacking, it adds additional damage that ignores a certain percentage of the enemy's armor, which is 10% of its own Golden Spirit Power. At the same time, it increases the armor penetration ability of friendly fire and gold Zerg units within a radius of 20 meters by 15%, effectively improving the overall attack capability against enemy high armor targets. Special Ability 2, Vibranium Speed. The Gold Spirit Breaker B vibrates its wings, emitting high-frequency, gold spirit waves, instantly increasing its own attack speed by 60%. At the same time, it also increases the attack speed of friendly fire and gold Zergs within 200 meters by 35%. At the same time, depending on the attack frequency of friendly fire and gold Zergs, the attack speed bonus will increase by 20% to 60%. Special Ability 3, Armor Erosion Curse Gold, the attack carries Armor Erosion Power. Each time an enemy is hit, the target's physical and psychic defenses are reduced by 5%. This can be stacked up to 10 times until the battle ends or the enemy is purified. As the battle progresses, the enemy's defenses are continuously weakened. If the enemy is in a field, the upper limit of this effect is increased to 20 layers, and the weakening effect is more significant. Special Ability 4, Breaking Array Impact. When the health of the Golden Spirit Breaking Array B is less than 30%, it triggers the Breaking Array Impact state, instantly rushing towards the enemy's most threatening target, and causing gold damage based on 100% of its own attack power to all enemy units on the path, and reducing the armor of these enemies by 15% in the next 5 seconds. After reaching the target, it triggers a gold energy explosion, causing 30% damage based on its maximum health to the target and enemies within a radius of 1,000 meters around it, and at the same time it enters a short, fearless state, increasing its attack speed and movement speed by 50% for 5 seconds. Special Ability 5, Armor Breaking Chain. When the Gold Spirit Breaking B uses Erosion Armor Curse Gold to stack the enemy's armor breaking effect to 100%, the enemy unit enters the damage increase state. If the enemy unit is hit by a critical hit from a friendly fire or gold Zerg, a chain reaction will be triggered. With the enemy as the center, other enemies within a radius of 100 meters will be splashed with damage equivalent to 50% of the critical hit damage, and the defense of these splashed enemies will be reduced by 20%. Special Ability 6, Golden Spirit Blessing. When attacked, there is a 50% chance to release a circle of golden light composed of Golden Spirit Power, which can rebound 30% of the damage taken to the attacker. At the same time, the player and friendly fire and gold Zergs within 180 meters gain a layer of Golden Shield, which can absorb damage equivalent to 10% of the player's maximum health. Special Ability 7, Telepathic Resonance. The Gold Spirit Breaking Array B establishes telepathic resonance with the surrounding friendly fire and gold Zergs. When the friendly fire and gold Zergs are fatally damaged, the Gold Spirit Breaking Array B can consume 20% of its current health to resist the damage, and increase the attack power of the friendly fire and gold Zerg by 50% in the next 5 seconds. At the same time, it enters the resonance stimulation state, and its attack speed increases by 40% for 10 seconds. Mythology Realm 1, Golden Glory Skybreaking Realm. Golden Spirit Breaking Array B opens a Golden Glory Skybreaking Realm with itself as the center and a radius of 60 meters. Within this realm, Armor Penetration Improvement. The armor penetration effect of friendly fire and gold Zerg units is increased by an additional 20%, greatly enhancing the ability to strike enemy high defense targets. Attack Speed Bonus. Friendly fire and gold Zerg units' attack speed is increased by 20%, allowing them to attack more frequently in battle. Defense Reduction. Enemy units lose 1% of physical and psychic defense per second, which can be stacked up to 30 times, greatly reducing the enemy's defense capabilities. Critical Hit Enhancement. Friendly fire and gold Zerg units' critical hit chance increases by 30%, and critical hit damage increases by 50%. Survival Enhancement. The health limit of friendly fire and gold Zerg units is increased by 30%, and the treatment effect they receive is increased by 50%. Powerful. The power of the Golden Spirit Breaking B is not only reflected in its extremely strong personal ability, but also in the buff that can be added to teammates. The most important thing is the various bonuses of the Golden Spirit Breaking Array B, which can be eaten by the Yang Yang Burning Heart Bug. It can also form a linkage relationship with the Golden Horn Beetle, Red Flame Beetle, and Flame Beetle Vanguard that Xinwei is currently responsible for blocking and attacking. Anyone who has played team games knows how terrifying this kind of linkage is. What's more, the horrific damage of Yang Yang Burning Heart Bug. Now with the armor breaking and attack speed bonus of Golden Spirit Breaking B, it is like adding wings to a tiger. As the shells are fired one after another, the damage becomes real damage. Even if there is a boss unit with thick skin and flesh, the damage increase effect will take effect over time. One shot is better than the other. Xinwei was looking at the panel of Golden Spirit Breaking Array B in front of him at this time. He was extremely satisfied and used the quota without hesitation to exchange for Golden Spirit Breaking Array B. Soldier type selected, Golden Spirit Breaking Array B. This list is the cost materials of Golden Spirit Breaking Array B. The unit is the price per head. Golden Spirit Breaking Array B, 100 million units of biomass, 100 units of Genjin Spirit Crystal, legendary material, 200 units of red gold flame marrow, legendary material, 50 units of 9 yang golden silkworm cocoon, legendary material, 10 units of gilded spirit amber, legendary material. Note: Golden Spirit Breaking Array B needs to consume 100 units of golden spirit spider silk, epic material, every day to maintain its status. If this is not enough, you can put it into a metal mine with a status of rich mine and a level of epic. Golden Spirit Breaking Array B can automatically absorb the power of the gold spirit in the mine to maintain its status. Note: long-term or large-scale, Golden Spirit Breaking B, absorbing the power of the golden spirit will cause the minerals in the mine to gradually disappear, and you need to find another place to find them. TSK, here comes another great man. Hey, let's put this last mythical troop aside for now. We can't afford to replace it, but we can afford to support it. It's time to conquer some territory. Looking at the panel attributes of Golden Spirit Breaking Array B, Shinwei sighed, and then recalled the Longrong City treasure house material catalog that he had read before, and found that there was no trace of gilded spirit amber in the catalog, so he simply gave up the search. It just so happens that Green Shadow Forest is a forest environment, which is perfect for Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug to show its prowess. Mythical level troops, Yang Yan Burning Heartworm, has been produced. Do you want to extract it? Extract! Extraction successful. Due to the large size of the soldier, the current environment is not suitable for release. Please release it in a wide space or release it by force. Chapter 70, The Terrifying Cannon. Kill the Overlord. Is the size of the Yang Yan Heartworm very large? Shinwei looked around. The area where Shinwei was currently located was 5 meters high and 6 meters wide. In such a large area, except for the insect saint, Shinwei's other troops could basically move freely. Although he was confused, Shinwei still found a larger venue and released the Yang Yan Heart Devouring Bug. As soon as Yang Yan Heart Eating Bug appeared, Shinwei immediately understood what was happening. He looked at the creature in front of him, which was about 7 meters tall and covered with a layer of red chitinous shell that looked like flowing magma. The shell seemed to be condensed from countless concentrated scorching sun forces, and it was spewing out blazing tongues of fire all the time, emitting terrifying high temperatures. Its head is shaped like a ferocious triangle, and in its 2 eyes as deep as the abyss, there is a violent scorching sun fire, as if it can burn everything in the world to ashes. Its mouthparts are like sharp saw teeth, and between its opening and closing, there are faint wisps of burning heart flames overflowing. The breath alone is enough to tremble the soul of anyone who approaches. 6 thick limbs stretched out from both sides of the body, each segment was covered with sharp barbs, and these barbs were also wrapped with the power of Yang Yan, just like small flaming spears. The most eye-catching thing is the row of chitinous ridges growing on its back that look like the muzzles of a gun. They are all made of thick fire crystals and are engraved with mysterious runes. The tail is the strangest part, where a Yang Yan core flashing with strange light is looming, and strands of Yang Yan power are constantly escaping from it. No wonder he was able to break through to the LV-15 Overlord level without any restrictions. Just looking at his appearance, he is dozens of blocks ahead of the legendary troops. While marveling at the extraordinariness of the Yang Yan Heart-Eating Bug, Shinwei opened the gene bank of the insect nest, which stored all of Shinwei's battle memories from the time he obtained the insect nest to the present, including those of the insect tide and the enemies. At the same time, the improvement to Zerg soldiers is also huge, and legendary soldiers can be instantly upgraded to level 12. Quickly become Tianu Wong. However, the higher the quality level, the higher the requirements for the quality of combat memory. Shinwei did not dare to guarantee that his current memory could allow Yang Yan Heart Devouring Bug to break through Tianu Wong. Whether to infuse combat memory into the mythical soldier, Yang Yan Heartworm, estimated time is 3 seconds, and the expected level is raised to LV9. Really? Instill! While feeling impressed by the special features of the mythical level troops, Shinwei ordered gene infusion, and the 2 Yang Yan Heart-Eating Bugs in front of him instantly became manic. However, even in his frenzy, his loyalty to Qinwei was unquestionable. The two Yan heart-eating bugs forcibly controlled his restless body. Upon seeing this, Qinwei immediately possessed his consciousness into the two Yan heart-eating bugs. Controlling the Yan heart-eating bug to activate Heart of the Flame Sun long-range cannon mode and Flame Domain Fiery Soul, the situation changed suddenly. A hot and violent aura suddenly rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. At the same time, Qinwei also controlled the two Yan heart-eating bugs to accumulate strength, and aimed the hot muzzles directly at the green shadow forest in the distance to accumulate strength. 50%. 125%. 175%. 225%. Promotion completed, current military level, LV9. Emission! Boom! Seeing that Yan heart-eating bug had completed its promotion, Qinwei immediately released the restrictions, and the long-accumulated magma-heavy artillery immediately blasted out of the barrel. Shoot towards the green shadow forest in the distance. A moment later, two mushroom clouds of the same size rose from the ground, carrying a sky full of fire and smoke. Their power was no less than that of a small-yield nuclear bomb. The terrifying power is enough to severely damage the dominant creatures. The power of mythical troops. It's obvious. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Great! Let me see if there are any suitable dominant creatures around here that I can hunt. Qinwei was overjoyed to see that the Yan burning heart bug was so powerful, and immediately took out the biological map to check the dominant creatures in the green shadow forest that were suitable for hunting. Now, with the motivation of mythical troops and essence of Overlord, Qinwei has decided to wipe out green shadow forest within a week. Kill all the dominant creatures in green shadow forest. But after some searching, Qinwei was extremely disappointed. Looking at the piles of dominant creatures huddled together for warmth on the map in his hand, he became furious and started cursing. Damn it, since you like to cuddle together so much, I'll let you cuddle as much as you want. Found it, 3 level 15 dominant creatures, just right. Yan Heartburner. Let's go! After searching for a while, Qinwei finally found a suitable target. In a remote corner of the green shadow forest, 3 LV-15 Overlord creatures were huddling together for warmth, thinking that Qinwei had not been discovered. Little did they know that except for the core area, everything in the entire green shadow forest was under the surveillance of Qinwei's fungus blanket. Green shadow forest, at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the ground, Qinwei arrived here through the Zerg network and green shadow insect strategy. And a platform was built in the air through a huge number of green shadow insect strategy. Seeing that the platform under his feet was strong enough to bear the weight of the Yan burning heart bug, Qinwei raised his hand and released the 2 Yan burning heart bugs. At the same time, he took out some epic Yan red crystals and fed them into the mouthparts of the 2 Yan burning heart bugs. Although materials of this quality cannot make the Yan burning heart bug stronger, it is a very cost-effective way to replenish energy. It can provide the Yan burning heart bug with a large amount of fire energy in a short period of time. Ka. Looking at the 2 Yan burning heart bugs feasting on the food, Qinwei once again released 5,000 shadow soul devouring spiders. With the ability to freely enter and exit the soul realm, the shadow soul-eating spider can construct a spider web in midair. In just a moment, under the instruction of Qinwei, the shadow soul-eating spider built a semicircular spider web with a radius of 500 meters in the air to cover the roof. Boom! 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 Just in time, the Sunfire Heartburner is almost ready. Let's put down the spider web to cover the roof. Qinwei turned around and saw that the 2 Yan burning heart bugs that had eaten the epic Yan red crystal had now entered the long-range cannon form. At the same time, the energy columns all over their bodies were overflowing, and the power had accumulated to the limit. He immediately ordered the shadow soul-eating spider to cut off the connection with the spider web covering the roof, and the spider web below covered the roof. Pa! Ho! There was a series of sounds of spider silk breaking, and the huge spider web covering the roof was now dropping down like a fishing net. Bump! With a muffled sound, the spider web covered the top of the roof, just covering the hiding place of the 3 Overlord creatures. Only a round hole with a diameter of 10 meters was left on the top. Lava cannon fire! Bang! Bang! Brush! 2 giant lava cannons with a diameter of 10 meters were fired rapidly and fell perfectly into the spiderweb roof. The next moment, everything was silent, and the magma cannon exploded. The spiderweb roof was expanded by more than 10 times. After forcibly restraining this energy for a few seconds, it finally couldn't bear it and exploded. Boom! Chapter 71. The Master of the Green Shadow Forest. The Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast. In an instant, a mushroom cloud thousands of meters high rose up right below Shenwei. The scale is so spectacular that it can be seen clearly from more than 10 kilometers away. At this moment, people inside and outside Longrong City could see this terrifying mushroom cloud very clearly. Looking at the dust all over the sky, various forces in the city began to discuss. What happened? How could such a violent explosion suddenly occur in Green Shadow Forest? Oh my God! Could it be that someone attacked the dominant creature in the Green Shadow Forest? It would be great if that were the case. Yeah. With such great power, it can probably kill a dominant creature, right? 1. 5. These are the discussions among forces and troops who are unaware of the truth, while the contestants from the Dragon Nation in the city naturally know some of the inside story. Now that this area is blocked, how is it possible for an outside force to attack and kill the Overlord of the Green Shadow Forest? There is only one possibility. That means Shenwei was responsible for the explosion. The contestant from Dragon Country in the city was looking at the rising mushroom cloud in front of them with a look of shock on his face, muttering to himself. Damn this, is this still a newcomer? If he had participated in the first Mythology National War, wouldn't our Dragon Nation have been able to unify the Blue Sea planet a long time ago? Oh my God! It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. I remember when I first participated in the official competition, I had to hide from the Overlord creatures everywhere. The newcomers this time are really fierce. Green Shadow Forest, right above the explosion, Shenwei was about to order Yang Yang Burning Hard Bug to gather strength again and blast out the lava-heavy artillery. But unexpectedly a message came from the control panel, causing Shenwei to stop the feeding action. Mythical level soldier, Yang Yang Heartburner, enters the overload state due to excessive activation of Yang Yang power. Overload attack efficiency is halved, power is reduced by 20%, consumption is increased by 20%, and forced overdraft is available. Forced overdraft, forcefully stimulate your own potential, temporarily suppress your own negative effects, but increase the loss of life energy, reduce the upper limit of health. Hiss! Damn it! Don't fire anymore, these two are my treasures! I've been relying on them to do damage this week, don't let them be destroyed in one go. Upon seeing this, Shenwei quickly took back the Flame Sun Red Crystal in his hand, and took the 2 Flame Sun Heart Devouring Bugs back to the insect nest base to rest. Then he controlled the insect swarm army that had been prepared for a long time, and under the cover of the explosion, rushed down to look for the 3 Overlord creatures. Through the perception of the Zerg fungal blanket, Shenwei clearly sensed that the 3 Overlord-level creatures did not die suddenly because of the lava cannon, but they were also seriously injured at this time. Sending a large Zerg army to hunt them down would surely be more effective. Buzz buzz buzz! A large number of golden horn beetles, flame beetles, and flame beetle vanguards poured out from the Zerg network. Flame beetles and flame beetle vanguards acted as the vanguard of the team, absorbing the fire energy dissipated after the explosion. There are as many as tens of billions of them, and at this moment, it seems as if a pair of God's hands surrounded by flames and flashing golden light have condensed in the sky. He slapped the 3-headed Overlord creature that was struggling hard below. Roar! Bang! After letting out a final unwilling roar, the weakest, vine-thorn poisoned spider, was the first to suffer internal injuries from the strong gale, and then died with its internal organs shattered. Unfortunately, the weakest, vine-thorn poisoned spider, was forcibly held hostage by the other 2 Overlords when facing the magma artillery bombardment of the Yang Yang Heartworm at the beginning, and took most of the damage. Being able to stay alive was a matter of chance, and the strong wind brought up by the swarm of insects was just the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ah! Roar! Immediately afterwards, two powerful beast roars were heard from the deep pit, and then the two surviving dominant creatures, the iron-horned bull and the green shadow viper, rushed out of the deep pit one after another and fought with the swarm of insects. Flood! Pucci! After a fierce battle, Shenwei's Zerg army won the victory after suffering 4,500 casualties. The corpses of the three Overlord creatures were neatly piled in the deep pit, being slowly devoured by the Zerg network, while Shenwei was counting the resources accumulated by the three Overlords. Although they were banding together to resist Shenwei, in fact the three Overlord creatures were only brothers on the surface. Their own private coffers were fatter than the others. Shenwei had spent a lot of effort to find these treasures. The support is pretty fast. Fortunately, I let Sun Flame Heart Devourer fire the magma heavy artillery first, otherwise I really can't take down these Overlords. Let's run! Sensing that multiple auras at levels LV18 to LV19 were rushing here at a rapid speed, Shenwei hurriedly took the Overlord's corpse into the Zerg network and returned to Longrong City. When the real owner of the Green Shadow Forest, a level 19 Greenwood spiritual beast, arrived with his army, he only saw devastation and burning forest fires everywhere. Upon seeing this, Qingmu Beast's face turned pale, and he used his ability to evolve clouds and rain to extinguish the forest fire. At the same time, he led the other Overlords to the deep pit blasted by Yanyan Heart-Eating Bug. Looking at the deep pit in front of it, Greenwood spiritual beast revealed a strong fear in his eyes, and the LV-18, green-feathered spiritual bird, next to it exclaimed, "Damn it! How come the Adventists this time are so strong? Did the Dragon Nation bring their strongest people here? Damn it! We need to demand an explanation from those guys." No, these three attacks were clearly carried out by one person. Judging from the traces of the attacker, this attacker has a clear curve of increasing strength. Although this curve is exaggerated, it is indeed from weak to strong. The LV-17, green glazed wooden puppet, at the side stretched out a few vines, searched for a while, and analyzed. "Yes, Master Aoki, you have seen it too. This guy seems to be a freak. He has made such incredible progress in such a short period of time. In my opinion, we should just kill him." Yes. Yes. With such terrifying mobility, even grouping up is useless now. Please help, sir. It seems that we need more people to form a group. If I remember correctly, there are 3 Overlords in this area. That guy killed 3 Overlords at once. There was an uproar around the Qingmu Lingwei beast. The Overlord creatures that were once so majestic and powerful were now frightened by Shenwei and lost their courage. Start to tremble. No need. That Longrong City has a city defense formation. The previous attacks were useless. This time, a forced attack will only give the enemy more resources to become stronger. How about this? All Overlord-level creatures, take refuge in the Green Shadow Forest. I will personally protect you all. The Qingmu Lingwei beast looked at the Longrong City, beating drums and gongs in the distance, but ultimately could not make up its mind to lead the team to attack. Great! Long live Lord Aoki! Great! With the protection of Master Aoki! Now that guy can't come and go as he pleases even if he has great abilities. Come and go as you please? Humph! If anyone attacks us, we will defeat him. Chapter 72, Pay the Debt. Reward. When the low-level overlords heard that the Qingmu Lingwei beast actually agreed to let them enter the core area of the Chuiying dense forest, they couldn't help but feel overjoyed and extremely supportive. After all, in the Green Shadow Forest, the core area is the most suitable for survival and advancement, both in terms of resources and environment. Originally, with their status, they could not enter the core area of Green Shadow Forest at all. Now, with this opportunity, naturally there is no resistance. After all, no matter how strong Shenwei is, can he hunt himself and others in front of the Qingmu Lingwei beast? No! We don't agree! Lord Aoki! The resources in the core area are already scarce, and now we are letting this bunch of rubbish in. It is very likely to directly lead to the ecological collapse of the core area. Yes. Lord Aoki! Are you going to watch the core area of Green Shadow Forest being destroyed? Let these guys whose levels are lower than LV-17 fend for themselves on the periphery. Although the low-level overlords are happy to see themselves and others enter the core area of Green Shadow Forest, the high-level overlords who originally enjoyed privileges and resource treatment in the core area naturally cannot sit idly by and watch their interests being damaged. The previous, green-feathered spirit bird, even rudely belittled a group of low-level overlords in person. Faced with the huge gap in strength, the low-level overlords dared to be angry but not to say anything. They could only look at the greenwood spirit beast, with hope, hoping that it could solve their safety problems. How about Master Qingmu let us leave the Green Shadow Forest, and let us escape on our own? This will also distract the attention of that descender and buy you some time. Yeah. Among the low-level overlords, LV-15, Thorny Flower Poison Toad, was the first to speak up and make a proposal, and the other low-level overlords agreed one after another after hearing it. After all, with their current strength, even if the Qingmu Lingwei beast overcomes all objections and allows them to enter the core area of the Chuiying Mist Forest, by chance, they will still be excluded by other high-level overlords. It would be better to pack up and run away from this place of trouble. After all, it is a hegemon. After leaving Green Shadow Forest, there are so many places in the mythical continent that we can't go. Why should we stay here and suffer this bully? Upon hearing this, the eyes of Qingmu Lingwei beast flashed, and the next moment, several thorny vines broke through the ground at a speed that was unpredictable for the overlords present. Bang, bang, bang! Quack! When all the overlords came to their senses, the thorny flower poisonous toad, who had previously suggested to pack up and run away and look for a way out, had been tied up. The sharp thorns dug deeply into the flesh of the spiny flower poison toad, causing it unbearable pain. Afterwards, Qingmu Lingwei beast said in a cold voice in front of everyone, "From now on, no one is allowed to leave the Green Shadow Forest. Anyone who dares to leave without permission will be transformed into a toad. Ga! Pa!" The next moment, the vines exerted force, and the thorny flower poison toad was instantly squeezed alive into a handful of blood mist. The other overlords were all frightened upon seeing this, and regardless of whether they were high or low level, they all knelt on the ground and swore an oath to the Qingmu Lingwei beast. "We swear to serve you till death. We will never leave the Green Shadow Forest." Humph! Everyone enter the core area. Upon seeing this, Qingmu Lingwei beast snorted coldly, turned around and spoke. "Yes." Shinwei carried the corpses of the three overlords and flew over Longrong City, with a large army of insects, heading towards the Longrong City treasury. The vast swarm of insects, and the still warm corpses of the three overlords immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside and outside the city. Hiss! He actually killed 3 more overlord creatures. Lord Shin is really so terrifying. Even Lord Yang, the #1 person in our dragon country, is no more than this, right? Who said it wasn't true? Don't forget, with such a big commotion just now, the greenwood spiritual mountain beast in the Green Shadow Forest couldn't have been unaware of it. Lord Shin managed to escape unscathed from the hands of a LV-19 overlord creature and a group of LV-18 and LV-17 overlord creatures. Even Lord Yang probably doesn't have this ability. He can fight and run, he's simply invincible. Yes. And Lord Shin is famous for his generosity. He even gave away the 2 dominant creatures from last time. This treatment is incredible. Longrong City, Treasure House. Sunny-chen, who had received the news, had been waiting for Shinwei at the treasury early in the morning. When he saw Shinwei's overwhelming army of insects, he was so excited that he could not speak, and muttered to himself. "This is what a man should do." What? Just as Sunny-chen was mumbling, Shinwei appeared next to Sunny-chen through the Zerg network and asked after hearing his mumbling. "No, nothing. I just admire how powerful you are, Lord Shin. You can kill 3 overlord creatures so easily even when they are in a group. I'm afraid even Marshal Yang can't do it." Sunny-chen waved his hands awkwardly, then looked at the 3 overlord creatures neatly placed on the ground not far away, and spoke. "What is your plan, Lord Shin? Didn't I take some legendary materials from the treasury earlier? Can these overlords make up for it?" Shinwei pointed at the 3-headed overlord creature and asked, and Sunny-chen hurriedly explained after hearing it. Yes. Yes. Lord Shin, you may not know that the legendary materials you mentioned can actually be mined. Although they are of legendary quality, in fact, a LV-15 Overlord creature corpse can buy hundreds or even thousands of them. So, one Overlord creature is more than enough. You can just take back the other two. I see. You can use these two Overlords. How many people have reached level 14 now? Upon hearing this, Shinwei inquired about the garrison strength of Longrong City. For Shinwei, the LV-15 Overlord creature now only provides Overlord essence and some biomass, and has no other use. But for Sunny Chen and others, it is a rare treasure and a great tonic. In addition, since Shinwei took over Longrong City, Sunny Chen and others have been assisting Shinwei wholeheartedly, and nothing has happened. Shinwei is still willing to give some advice to his subordinates, who are sensible. Report to the Lord, there are currently 4 people with a power level of LV-14, 15 people with a power level of LV-13, and 32 people with a power level of LV-12. When Sunny Chen heard that Shinwei had thrown out 2 more Overlord creatures, he was shocked and excited, and even his voice trembled with excitement when he reported. What level are you? Report to the Lord, since my power is more inclined to the rear, I am currently at level 13. Well, these 2 Overlords should be upgraded to LV-13 first. You should train to LV-14 as soon as possible. It won't be long before the problem of you being stuck at LV-14 can be solved. Shinwei nodded, and while giving the order, he turned and entered the Zerg network. Yes. Thank you, sir. Sunny Chen was very excited when he heard this. If the contestants also had loyalty, Sunny Chen's loyalty to Shinwei would now reach 90 points. The kind who can use all his strength to work for Shinwei. Chapter 73. Willing to fight to the death. The Underworld Soul Refining Array. Returning to the insect nest base, Shinwei took out the biological map to check the situation in the Green Shadow Forest. When he saw that there was no dominant creature on the periphery of Green Shadow Forest, and that all of them were concentrated in the core area, Shinwei smiled contemptuously. You think you can survive a week of lockdown by hiding in the core area? You're just dreaming. Then Shinwei opened the panel and called up the news that Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug had broken through Tianyuan. Your mythical troop, Yang Yan Burning Heartworm, assisted in killing 3 LV-15 level Overlord creatures, advanced to LV-10, and broke through Tianyuan. Mythical level soldier, Yang Yan Heartburner, attributes increased by 50%, endurance increased by 75%, overload, state duration increased to 2 minutes. Now the Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug has successfully broken through the Tianyuan. At the cost of the 2 Yang Yan Burning Heart Bugs, overloading, I assisted Yumeng in killing the Qingmu Lingwed Beast. With the experience provided by the Aoki Lingwed Beast, Yumeng will definitely be able to advance to LV-19 this time. When the blockade is over, we will lead the insect swarm to attack the Western Alliance's base. Seize the materials for producing Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug. Shinwei looked at the attributes of Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug on the panel, thinking in his mind, and then contacted Zhao Xingyan to inquire about his leveling situation. Master Shin. Well, how's the leveling going? It went very smoothly. In addition, the information you provided, Lord Shin, is universal. I am in the meeting room of Longrong City now. On the other end of the line, Zhao Xingyan's excited voice came out. Apparently, the information that Shinwei had given him earlier about legendary troops advancing to mythical troops had worked, and his troops had already reached the mythical advanced stage. That's great. I'll come find you now. Yes. After hanging up the call, Shinwei came to the conference room where Zhao Xingyan was through the Zerg network throughout Longrong City, and asked as soon as they met. How is the progress of your troops? Does the Ghost Den of the Dead have an overlord that can advance your troops to the mythical level? Zhao Xingyan then stood up and opened a chair for Shinwei Lai, and explained. Yes. But now the leader-level overlord of the Ghost Den of the Dead seems to have received some news, and has summoned all the overlords in the Ghost Den of the Dead to the core area and hid them. In my opinion, at least until the blockade is lifted, those overlords will not appear again. What are your plans? Because his legendary troops successfully opened a mythical long stage, Zhao Xingyan now admired Shinwei even more, and unconsciously used honorifics without realizing it. Wow! Shinwei spread out a map and pointed at the green shadow forest on the map and spoke. I plan to eradicate this green shadow forest before the blockade is lifted, and then lead the insect army to march north to attack the Red Flame Volcano Group and Scorching Sun Valley, occupied by the Western Alliance. I have just tested the power of the mythical level troops. It will definitely be an important force for all parties in the future. We must obtain a stable production channel as soon as possible. Listening to Shinwei's plan, Zhao Xingyan nodded repeatedly and asked, That earth-shattering explosion in the green shadow forest was the power of the Sunfire Heartburner, right? Was it a one-time thing? No, it's just a charged attack. If it costs your life, that attack can be released continuously for 2 minutes. Hiss! We really have to take down the green shadow forest before the blockade is lifted. With such a terrifying force, we can't let the eagle sauce and the bear get ahead of us. Zhao Xingyan took a deep breath when he heard this, and quickly supported it. At the same time, he felt a strong yearning for his own soldiers who had entered the Mythology Advanced level. He couldn't hold back his desire like a cat scratching or a dog licking, and then he took out the detailed information about the Qingmu Lingwei beast, and handed it to Shinwei, and explained. This is what Sunny Chen and his team just found in the treasury of Longrong City. We did this to prevent the Eagle Sauce, whose technology is far more advanced than ours, from stealing information through the internet. So all important information is recorded on paper, so it's very troublesome to find. I don't know what Sunny Chen and his team are up to this time. In the past, we could only find things after the blockade was over. It wasn't long after these orders were issued that they were all found. Shinwei took the information and flipped through it while Zhao Xingyan was observing the terrain on the map. The conference room suddenly became much quieter, with only the sounds of papers being turned and people marking things. Aoki Spiritual Beast. Level, LV-19, close to breakthrough. Appearance description. Size. Under normal circumstances, it has a shoulder height of 5 to 6 meters, a slender body, and extremely strong mobility. In turret mode, its size increases by more than 10 times, and its defense level soars to the point where it is unbreakable by attacks other than level 18. It can absorb energy from the surrounding environment to replenish itself, and can carry out a bombardment for at least 1 minute. Body features. The whole body is covered with scales that sparkle with emerald green light. Each scale is shaped like a giant leaf, with clear veins and flowing mysterious runes. The defensibility is extremely exaggerated. At the same time, the scales are suspected to have penetrating and armor-breaking effects, and can freely detach from the body to attack. Head features. Its head resembles that of a qilin, with a pair of giant horns that spiral upward like the branches of towering ancient trees. The horns are surrounded by the energy of jiawood, and its attack power is extremely strong. However, it was severely injured by Marshal Yang's hero, Flame Prison Dragon Guard Ao Lai, and its attack ability was greatly reduced. Tail features. It has a long and thick tail behind it, with a forked tail tip covered with scales. When in combat, the tail will swell several times, with the scales on the tail tip standing upright and forming sharp thorns. It can launch AoE attacks, and the attack target will self-destruct, releasing a highly toxic mist. Danger level, special. Note, this information is only the information displayed when the Qingmu Lingwei beast attacked the Longrong City defense formation. There is still a lot of information that is unknown. Please deal with it with caution. Good at AoE attacks? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I plan to let Yu Ming take the lead and Sunfire Heartworm assist. The rest of the insect swarm will deal with other dominant creatures. Looking at the information about the Qingmu Lingwei beast in his hand, Shinwei arranged a battle plan. At the same time, Zhao Xingyan also roughly arranged the battle deployment and began to introduce it. Sir Shin, there are only 4 Overlord-level units in Longrong City, including me, and most of the other contestants do not have the means to deal with Overlords, so I suggest that they be stationed in the city. In addition, we will offer generous rewards to the other 3 Overlord-class fighters to join our team. When the time comes, you will deal with the Aoki Lingwei beast, and we will see if we can hold back the other Overlord-class creatures and prevent them from interfering with the battle between you and the Aoki Lingwei beast. Can you deal with the rest of the Overlord creatures? There's a level 18 Overlord creature in there. Shinwei was somewhat surprised when he heard Zhao Xingyan's arrangement. He did not expect that Zhao Xingyan was confident enough to deal with the LV-18 Overlord creature. To be honest, I currently have a total of 7 Overlord-level hero units under my command, 4 of which are LV-15 and 3 are LV-16. I am planning to annihilate the entire army and use a large formation, which can indeed hold back a LV-18 Overlord. Zhao Xingyan gritted his teeth and explained, while sending the information of the formation to Shenwei to show that what he said was true. Dragon Country Contestant, Zhao Xingyan, sent you a legendary formation, Yin Soul Refining Formation. Chapter 74, Stuck at Level 20, Loyalty. Open the formation. Composition of the Yin Soul Refining Formation. Array base. Select 7 places with strong Yin energy, such as ancient tombs, the source of the Yin River, abandoned Yin temples, etc. as the array bases. Each array base needs to be arranged with a Ghost King statue made of obsidian. The statue has a ferocious face and holds a soul-calling banner in his hand, which is engraved with Yin runes. Eye of the formation. A huge ancient bronze tripod is placed in the center of the formation. The body of the tripod is engraved with patterns of evil spirits from hell and scenes of punishment from the underworld. Inside the tripod burns an eternal Yin fire, which is fueled by the Yin lifespans of 7 Ghost Kings or Yin messengers with a level of at least LV-15. It emits strange black smoke when burning. Connecting veins. Use the hair of each eye to weave into silk threads, and connect the 7 array bases with the array center. 2. Conditions for execution. Sacrifice. 7 Ghost Kings are required to voluntarily offer their entire lifespan, as well as the lifespan of 49 level 14 Ghost Generals as sacrifices. These 7 Ghost Kings must possess powerful soul power and resentment, and the Ghost Messengers must accumulate a large amount of Yin energy. 3. Effect of the Grand Array. Soul Confinement. After the formation is activated, all creature souls within a radius of 100 miles with the formation center as the center will be subject to a powerful confinement force. The action ability of enemy units below LV-15 will be reduced by 99%, and the action ability will increase by 10% for each higher level. Yin fire burns the soul. A large amount of Yin fire spurts out from the ancient bronze tripod. The Yin fire is black in color and has an extremely low temperature that can directly burn the soul. The souls of creatures hit by the Yin fire will suffer severe pain, and every second is like being punished in the underworld hell, and they continue to suffer huge soul damage. Erosion of resentment. The resentment of the 7-headed Ghost King will be released as the formation operates, forming a storm of resentment. Creatures within the range of the formation will be eroded by the resentment, their minds will gradually be swallowed by darkness, and they will fall into a state of madness, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, and killing each other. Space blockade. The formation will block the surrounding space, forming an independent Yin prison space. In this space, the passage of time will become slow, and rescue from the outside world will not arrive in time, and it will also prevent the creatures in the formation from escaping. It is a very powerful formation. Even against the LV-19, Qingmu beast, it can delay for a while and buy time to escape. But for Zhao Xingyan now, sacrificing 7 Overlord-level heroes at once is still too much of a price to pay. At the very least, it will cause Zhao Xingyan to miss the next battle for resources. Even more seriously, Qingmu beast breaks through on the battlefield and advances to LV-20, causing Shenwei to die on the spot, resulting in him being slow at every step. It is possible that Zhao Xingyan will be relegated to the T1 echelon, or even the T2 echelon is not impossible. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Xingyan has bet his entire future on Shenwei, truly achieving the goal of prosperity for all and loss for all. In this regard, Shenwei was very satisfied with Zhao Xingyan's attitude, and then spoke. No need for that. I now have tens of billions of insect swarms under my command, which is more than enough to deal with a dozen Overlord creatures. You don't have to worry about the Overlord problem. You should mainly take the other 3 contestants with Overlord-level combat power to guard the periphery of Green Shadow Forest. If you see an Overlord breaking through the insect swarm encirclement, just go up and delay it. I can deal with the Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast and the Overlord of Green Shadow Forest by myself. Now that Zhao Xingyan is in a stage of rapid development, Shenwei naturally cannot ruin the future of this loyal subordinate in vain. When Zhao Xingyan heard this, he was shocked and spoke with some stammering. This, Lord Shen, Don't you need to add a few more layers of insurance? Don't worry, a few Overlord-level hero units, if they are gone, they are gone. I can just ask Lord Bai Yuan to help me train a few more levels. Don't fool me. Your current power level is LV16. How high can you level up? If your level doesn't increase, how can the panel give you the opportunity to obtain a hero-level unit? Zhao Xingyan felt a little embarrassed after his lie was exposed by Shen Wei. He was about to continue to advise him, but was rejected by Shen Wei with a wave of his hand. The plan is set. Go call all the contestants in the city and assign them the battle deployment. Yes. Zhao Xingyan hesitated for a moment, but seeing Shen Wei's firm attitude, he had to obey the order and turned away. Looking at Zhao Xingyan's leaving back, Shen Wei called out the Yan Yan Burning Heart Bug, after breaking through Tianu Wong, and thought to himself. The Inu Soul Refining Formation is indeed powerful, but it is still slightly inferior to my Yan Yan Burning Heart Bug. It takes 7 Overlords to perform this formation. In terms of attack, it may not be able to beat the Yan Yan Burning Heart Bug in an overloaded state. Master! At the same time, Yuming appeared next to Shen Wei through the Zerg network, and Shen Wei called up Yuming's level. Legendary Hero Unit, Shadow of the Wraith, current level LV18. Do you think you will get stuck at level 20? Shen Wei was very confident about this operation. Currently, Yuming was already level 18, and had the battle memory training of the insect nest. He had rich experience in fighting, and he would not necessarily be at a disadvantage against the Qingmu Lingwei beast in a short period of time. What's more, there is the fire type, Yan Yan Burning Heart Bug, providing cover on the side, and the fire type can just restrain the wood type, Qingmu Lingwei beast. If it were to be hit by a few molten lava cannon shots, even the Qingmu Lingwei beast might not be able to withstand it. In this case, we need to consider the issues after LV19, for example, whether Yuming, whose quality is only legendary, will be stuck at LV20. There's a high chance that it will get stuck. I can clearly feel the bottleneck now. After I advance to level 19, the bottleneck will probably become even more obvious. Yuming thought for a moment, then answered. Shen Wei rubbed his chin and muttered when he heard it. It seems that I have to find a way to improve your quality, but how come there is a LV20 in Eagle Sauce? Just as Shen Wei was thinking about how to upgrade Yuming's quality to the mythical level, Zhao Xingyan had already arrived with Sunny Chen and others. Seeing this, Shen Wei put the matter of promotion on hold for the time being and went straight to the point. I called you here this time because I plan to take over the Green Shadow Forest before the blockade ends. What do you think? After Shen Wei finished speaking, he was a little surprised at the reactions of the people in front of him. There was no shock or disbelief, only absolute trust in Shen Wei's ability. All right. With Lord Shen's strength, we could have wiped out the Green Shadow Forest long ago. Lord Shen, we support you. Yes. Lord Shen, just give your orders. We will definitely follow them. How about this? We will help you, Lord Shen, to hold back the other dominant creatures and prevent them from interfering with the decisive battle between you and the Qingmu Lingwei beast. Yes. We'll risk it all. Even if all our forces are wiped out, if we still can't stop them, we'll do it ourselves. Yes. Go ahead yourself. Looking at the people in front of him who were so loyal, Shen Wei was very surprised. He looked at Zhao Xingyan, asking if it was Zhao Xingyan's instruction. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xingyan repeatedly said that it was not his intention. This made Shen Wei even more confused. Ahem, everyone, don't be so excited. The gap between LV14 and LV15 is huge. It's tantamount to sending you to death. I certainly can't let you die in vain. Don't worry, I can kill the Overlord in the Green Shadow Forest, and the Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast, all by myself. Most of you only need to be responsible for maintaining stability in the city. Among you, 3 who have the strength of a hegemon can follow Zhao Xingyan and guard the periphery of the Green Shadow Forest when the war starts. If you encounter an escaping Overlord, intercept 1 or 2, but don't force it. Protecting your own life is the most important thing. Unexpectedly, Shen Wei's words made everyone present even more excited, and they only heard Sunny Chen speak. Chapter 75, Assault on Green Shadow Forest. In the past, no one above us cared about our lives. We had to hand over 70% of the spoils after each battle. That's right. Now that Lord Shin has finally arrived, we must do our best to serve him. Yes. If I don't contribute this time, I will feel embarrassed to continue to use your resources, Lord Shin. Why don't we follow and intercept them outside the Green Shadow Forest? Led by Sunny-chin, all contestants whose power level reached LV14 expressed their willingness to follow Chen-wei to attack Green Shadow Forest. Chen-wei was quite shocked when he saw this. Then he spoke. Well, in that case, you should stay outside the Green Shadow Forest with Zhao Xingyan and the others. Yes. Tomorrow morning I will take the lead in launching an attack on the core area of the Green Shadow Forest. You can take action after I officially fight the Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast. Yes. In the early morning of the next day, Chen-wei appeared in the sky above the periphery of the Green Shadow Forest through the Zerg network that he had arranged in advance, and then took out the epic Flame Sun Red Crystal and fed it to the Flame Heart Devouring Bug beside him, letting it feast on it. Crunch, crunch, crunch! After devouring 300 units of Flame Sun Red Crystal in a row, the Flame Sun Burning Heart Bug still did not feel the slightest discomfort, but the energy column on its back became increasingly dazzling. Carrying the Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug, whose energy had been accumulated to the extreme, Shin-wei flew to the sky above the Green Shadow Forest. As soon as he approached, a large number of vines quickly rushed into the sky and grabbed towards Shin-wei. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Chen-wei had anticipated this. While controlling the insect swarm to provide cover, he also controlled the Green Shadow Insect strategy to increase the flight altitude. In just a blink of an eye, the flying platform formed by the Green Shadow Insect strategy carried Chen-wei to an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Looking at the sea of vines that were gradually retracting below, Chen-wei sighed. I never thought that this Qingmu beast would have such ability. Its vines can actually extend to a height of tens of thousands of meters. Hee, but unfortunately the vines also have their limits. Now it's my turn to fight back. Yu Meng! Yes, master. Yu Meng beside Chen-wei sneaked into the underworld and waited for the opportunity, while the Yang Yan Burning Heart Bugs, beside Chen-wei, which were like two little suns, had already switched to long-range cannon form. The hot gun barrel was pointed straight downwards, and the Qingmu beast below was obviously aware of the threat from the Yang Yan Burning Heart Bug in its extreme state. At this moment, the surrounding trees are growing wildly. In an instant, a primeval forest rises from the core area of Green Shadow Forest. Just like the mysterious water black snake that previously froze the entire poisonous swamp, the ability of the LV-19 Overlord creature to transform the surrounding environment is as powerful and terrifying as ever. Humph, it's useless even if you create 10 forests. Lava cannon! Fire! Upon seeing this, Shin-wei snorted coldly and immediately issued an order. The two Yang Yan Burning Heart Bugs suddenly fired the first shot on the battlefield. Boom! Boom boom! Two giant shells with a diameter of 15 meters fell from the sky, and in midair, they suddenly disintegrated into hundreds of small lava shells about 1 meter in size. In an instant, the sky above Green Shadow Forest was suddenly illuminated by flames, and the falling lava shells were like fire meteors. Gorgeous and deadly. Bang! Boom! Pa pa pa! As soon as the lava shells came into contact with the forest, they suddenly exploded, spreading the fire to the maximum extent. In a moment, most of the primeval forest will be set on fire. The entire Green Shadow Forest is now illuminated by the fire, just like daytime. Roar! Hold head high! Hiss! For a moment, the dominant creatures in the core area of Green Shadow Forest were in chaos. Except for a few dominant creatures whose strength was second only to Greenwood Spiritual Beast, who could barely keep their bodies stable, the rest of the dominant creatures immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in panic. Boom boom boom! At this moment, even a strong man like the Qingmu beast was unable to maintain order. He was facing the most dangerous enemy in his life. Lava-heavy artillery with a diameter of about 10 meters fell from the sky one after another. Damn it! How could he use such a terrifying move so easily? Damn it! being besieged by dozens of lava artillery shells, the Qingmulingwa beast was furious and hurriedly mobilized the Jiamu energy in its body and the Chuiying dense forest under its feet to fight the enemy, with no time to take care of anything else. In the air, Xinwei was very satisfied to see that the Qingmulingwa beast had entered the fierce battle stage and controlled the Chuiying dense forest below to create hundreds of Zerg network channels. The number is as high as tens of billions. The horde of insects that benefited from the status bonus of the Sunflame Burning Heart bug descended on the ground like a red tide. Like a wolf or a tiger, it pounces towards the dominant creatures around it. The trees were on fire, and the wind fanned the flames. In an instant, the entire green shadow forest was reduced to a sea of fire except for the area around the Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast, where the fire could be barely contained. The dominant creatures that had originally adapted to the forest environment immediately became much weaker when encountering this situation, with their strength reduced by more than half. The horde of insects released by Qinwei are all golden horn beetles, flame beetles, and flame beetle vanguards. It's like a duck in water when encountering such an environment. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Qinwei's insect swarm army gained the upper hand. The original home advantage suddenly became an offensive and defensive anomaly. Outside of Green Shadow Forest, Zhao Xinyan and others looked at the sea of fire in front of them, as well as the painful wails and fierce fighting sounds of the dominant creatures in the sea of fire. They were immediately shocked by Xinwei's strength. I never thought that Lord Xin would be so powerful. Yeah, is this really the strength that can be accumulated in the preliminaries? The champion of the last preliminaries was not this exaggerated. Alright, stop sighing. Since Lord Xin is so powerful, there's nothing for us to do next. Let's just guard our respective strongholds. Hold head high. There's one coming over here. Come and support me. Here it comes. The battle did not last long when a giant lizard covered in blazing flames jumped out from the sea of fire behind it in the southeast corner of the Green Shadow Forest and ran out of the forest in panic. Upon seeing this, the contestant from Dragon Country in the southeast corner quickly called on his forces to form a formation to block the attack, but the difference in strength was too great. The formation that seemed as stable as a rock could not withstand the impact of the giant lizard and fell apart. I am coming! Soon after, other contestants also arrived. Various forces gathered together, and thousands of people worked together to barely stop the giant lizard's charge, but it took all their efforts just to stop it. With the power of the giant lizard, it will break free from its restraints soon. Everyone, use your strength. Anyone who has a trump card should use it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What? Just when everyone was preparing to use their trump cards to delay time, the pursuing horde of insects arrived. With a deafening buzzing sound, the swarm of insects was like a sharp razor, just a touch. The monitor lizard that was struggling hard immediately stopped struggling and froze in place. Bang! The huge body fell to the ground with a thud, and the monitor lizard died. Chapter 76. Kill the Aoki Lingwa Beast. The green dragon appears. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The Lord has given it to you. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The insect tide retreated, leaving behind only the corpse of the Overlord whose might and body temperature were still intact. After a long while, everyone came back to their senses from the shock, and one of them muttered softly. What did that insect swarm say just now? Okay, it seems that Lord Xin has given us the corpse of the Overlord as a reward. Hiss! The next moment, everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the raging sea of fire that was devouring lives, as if they were looking at a vault that was constantly spewing out treasures. Everyone wished that a few more Overlord creatures would run out of the sea of fire. Just by delaying the attack for a while, he could earn an Overlord. It's hard to find such a profitable business in the world, right? Roar! Oh my God! 2 of them ran out from the south. Come and give them support. Qua! Here it comes! Everyone looked at each other and rushed to the south. Finally, the people responsible for guarding the southeast corner dispatched 3 members to provide support, although they were jealous of the Overlord's corpse. But guarding the perimeter of Green Shadow Forest is the most important thing, and we can't be careless. Hey! Why are you here so soon? How can it not be fast? Hurry up and hold them back. These escaped overlords will eventually be killed by Lord Shin's insect swarm. But Lord Shin gave us the overlord's corpse as a reward. Yeah. Don't mention how much we envy you right now. Hiss. Brothers. Use your trump cards. Don't let Lord Shin down. Green Shadow Forest, above the core area. The Yan heart-eating bug, beside Shinwei, was in overload state and continued to bombard for more than a minute, firing dozens of lava-heavy artillery shells, if not hundreds. In the face of such fierce artillery bombardment, the Qingmulingwe beast managed to hold on by forcefully absorbing the Jiamu Qi of the Chuiying Mist Forest. However, the price to pay is that Green Shadow Forest lost a large amount of Jia wood energy in a short period of time, causing a large number of trees to die suddenly and water to be lost, which in turn caused the fire to intensify. The raging flames shot up into the sky and were even hundreds of meters high. However, Chenwei was not in a hurry about this. Now the Jiamu Qi of the entire Chuiying dense forest had been almost drained by the Qingmulingyu beast. In the next battle, the Qingmulingyu beast could only rely on itself. What Shenwei has to pay most attention to now is whether the Qingmulingwe beast will become desperate and rush up to fight with him regardless of its home advantage. Hold head high! As expected by Shenwei, the Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast had anticipated that the Green Shadow Forest would be drained by itself, so it accumulated strength early in the morning and stomped its hind hooves hard on the ground. The whole body was like a soaring dragon, rushing straight towards Shenwei, who was tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Brush! What? While concentrating on avoiding the attacks of the Yan heart-eating bug, the Qingmulingwe beast was also looking for possible flaws in Shenwei. For a moment, he was a little careless and revealed a flaw. And this flaw was also caught by Yu Meng, who had been lurking in the dark. An extremely sharp blade light suddenly appeared and forcibly split through the defense of the Qingmulingwe beast. Bang! Bang! Upon seeing this, the Qingmulingwe beast quickly activated its Jiamu Qi and protective scales to block, but unexpectedly several lava artillery came one after another. It hit the Qingmulingwe beast hard. The two attacked together, and the defense of the Qingmulingwe beast was instantly broken. The soaring momentum that had been built up with great difficulty disappeared in an instant like a passing meteor. Puchi! Ah! The long sword made of the power of the underworld soul in Yoming's hand pierced into the body of Qingmulingwe beast. As soon as the power of the underworld soul entered the body, it ran around like a loach sprinkled with salt. The internal organs of the Aoki-Lingwe beast were destroyed wantonly. The internal organs were damaged, causing the Aoki-Lingwe beast to let out a miserable wail. The wailing echoed throughout the Green Shadow Forest, shocking the high-level overlord who was still struggling and fighting. What did you do? No way? Damn it! Aoki-Lingwe beast actually lost! When the high-level overlords saw the dying struggle of the Qingmulingwe beast, they suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies, and their legs trembled. If it weren't for the seemingly endless swarm of insects besieging it, I'm afraid he would have run away long ago. Roar! In shock, some high-level overlords revealed some flaws for a moment, and were seized by the surrounding ferocious insect swarms and piled to death. The group of high-level overlords, which had originally been able to share the pressure, suddenly had a loophole. The sudden deaths of several high-level overlords in succession made the already fragile alliance even worse. The remaining surviving high-level overlords suddenly felt the pressure doubled. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Buzz, buzz, buzz! In an instant, the surviving high-level overlords were killed by the insect swarm. Just a few minutes after the battle started, in the entire Green Shadow Forest, that had caused the entire Dragon Kingdom a lot of headaches, only one overlord, the Greenwood Spiritual Mountain Beast, was left. Just as Yu Meng was about to kill the Greenwood Spiritual Beast, the center of the core area of the Green Shadow Forest suddenly began to crack, and then a pair of winding and ferocious dragon horns emerged. The next moment, a teasing voice reached the ears of Qingmulingwe beast. I never thought you would end up like this. What? Are you willing to submit to me now? I surrender! I surrender! Save me! The Qingmulingwei beast, which was still struggling hard, struggled even harder after hearing this, and spoke quickly. Haha, don't worry. The owner of the voice smiled, and then a huge black shadow rushed out, spewing the unique power of the dragon clan towards the raging sea of fire around it. Dragon breath. Hulu! The next moment, the dark green dragon breath enveloped the entire core area of Green Shadow Forest, and the flames that were still burning were immediately extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shinwei, who was far in the sky, felt something was wrong when he saw this. Just when the green dragon, Dusk Shadow Poison Wing, was about to accept Greenwood Spiritual Beast as his subordinate, Yu Meng suddenly exerted all his strength and killed the unsuspecting Greenwood Spiritual Beast with one blow. No! Ahem! Your hero unit, Yu Meng, killed the LV-19 Overlord creature, Qingmulingwei Beast, and the current level is promoted to LV-19. Who told you to do that? When Dusk Poison Wings saw that Yu Meng actually killed Greenwood Spiritual Beast directly, it immediately became furious and spewed out deadly dragon breath towards Yu Meng. At the same time, it flapped its wings and rushed towards the corpse of Greenwood Spiritual Beast. Unexpectedly, Yu Meng opened the Zerg network extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, she entered the Zerg network with the corpse of Qingmulingwei Beast, leaving Dusk Shadow Poison Wing empty-handed. Hold head high! Having lost its target, Dusk Poison Wing let out a roar, and then used its emerald-like scales to withstand the lava artillery of Yang Heart-Devouring Bug, and rushed towards Shinwei. The lava artillery used to block the attack couldn't do anything to Dusk Poison Wings. Before it could make contact, it was bounced away by the scales on its body. Seeing this, Shinwei took out the remaining Yin-Yang red crystal, and fed them all to the two Yin-Yen burning heart bugs that were in their limit. He then notified Sunny-chan and others through the insect tide to evacuate Chuaying Jungle immediately. Chapter 77 By Yuan's Bloodline Advances. Five-Colored Dragon Clan. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Retreat, retreat from the Green Shadow Forest! Shinwei's insect swarm was spreading outward in a circular shape at this time, and orders to retreat were constantly issued along the way. The contestants who were originally stationed nearby were shocked when they heard this. The situation was obviously very good now, so why would they retreat? But out of trust in Shinwei, everyone chose to obey orders and began to retreat with their respective forces. The leaders of each region gradually gathered together and started discussing. Lord Shin asked us to retreat. Look! The fire in the core area is out. Oh my God! What was that? It looks like a giant dragon. Could it be that Lord Shin encountered a sudden attack? Hiss! How about the four of us with Overlord level combat power go and support Lord Shin? Yeah, what do you think, Mr. Zhao? Discussing, the contestants who were originally guarding the four positions of Green Shadow Forest and possessed dominant level combat power discussed whether Shinwei had encountered sudden danger and how they and others could go to support him. Seeing this, Zhao Xingyan decisively asked the Zerg soldiers nearby. Master Shin! Master Shin! We found a giant dragon soaring upwards. The target is you. Do you need our support? Buzz, buzz, buzz. No need for that. I have a way to deal with this green dragon. All you have to do is get out of the Green Shadow Forest. My next attack will be very powerful, and it's hard to guarantee that I won't hurt you by mistake. Hiss! Yes! Retreat quickly! Zhao Xingyan took a deep breath when he heard this, then shouted to the people around him, releasing his power at the same time, carrying some of the slower runners and their forces along with him. With emergency acceleration, Zhao Xingyan and his group crossed the 20-kilometer-long outer periphery of the Green Shadow Forest in less than 5 minutes, and looked from afar at the green dragon gradually approaching Shinwei in the sky. Hold head high! Squeak, squeak, squeak! A breath of dragon's breath corroded all the annoying insect swarms around it. Dusk Poison Wings looked at Shinwei not far away with murderous eyes, and at the same time spoke seductively. Your two bugs have reached their limit, right? Now I'm giving you a chance. Sign a contract with me. Become a dragon slave. I can let you take the place that should have belonged to Aoki Lingwei Beast. Stop struggling. My attack is not comparable to that of the severely injured Aoki Lingua beast. You'd better give up struggling. Looking at the dusk poison wings approaching under his feet, Shinwei looked at Zhao Xingyan and others who had already run to a safe area, and then did not respond to the dusk poison wings, but just kept stuffing Yanyan red crystal into the mouthparts of the Yanyan heart-devouring bug. At this time, the size of the Yanyan heart-eating bug has increased several times. Its original red flame chitinous shell seems to be injected with endless true fire of the sun, burning even more fiercely. The outer shell was no longer simply the red flame color of flowing magma, but turned into an almost transparent incandescent color. It seemed as if countless small suns and flames were erupting at the same time inside. The light was so blinding that it was impossible to look directly at it. Even the air was distorted by the burning. The terrifying energy naturally aroused the vigilance and fear of Dusk Poison Wing. Instead of rushing forward recklessly, Dusk Poison Wing planned to use dragon breath kiting from a distance first. Unexpectedly, Shinwei had no moral principles. When he saw Dusk Shadow Poison Wing ready to release its dragon breath, he immediately ordered two Yanyan heart-devouring bugs to leap up and pounce on Dusk Shadow Poison Wing. And Shinwei himself hid in the Zerg network and disappeared. Upon seeing this scene, Dusk Poison Wings bared its eyes and was about to stop its dragon breath and flap its wings to escape, but the Yanyan heart-eating bug in front of it exploded. Boom! The platinum flames around the Yanyan burning heart bug expanded wildly and out of control. It was already extremely hot, and now it shone even brighter. Even people who were hundreds of kilometers away felt pain in their eyes. The purple-black flame stored in the core of the sun on the back broke free from its restraints like an angry dragon, surging and roaring wildly, injecting the most terrifying power into this destruction. A destructive energy storm, centered in the core area of Green Shadow Forest, instantly spread out in all directions. The trees were instantly ignited by the high temperature, and the raging fire spread into the depths of the dense forest at an extremely fast speed like a surging tide. The thick tree trunks were instantly turned into charcoal under the high temperature, and then broke into countless tiny fragments and drifted away with the wind. The explosion range was extremely wide, much larger than Shinwei had expected. The energy storm engulfed the entire core area of Green Shadow Forest in just an instant, and the raging flames continued to devour the entire Green Shadow Forest with unabated force. In just a few breaths, the once lush and vibrant Green Shadow Forest had disappeared, replaced by a scorched earth and ruins. A circular pit with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers appeared on the earth. The land at the edge of the pit was still melting and flowing, as if the earth was groaning in pain in this horrific self-explosion. Struggling to get up from the pit, Zhao Xingyan and the others were speechless. They just stared blankly at the scene before them that seemed like a natural disaster, immersed in the horror of the Yanyan burning heart bug, and unable to extricate themselves. It was not until now that Zhao Xingyan understood what Shinwei had said before, that the future would be a contest between mythical arms and a war for resources and territory. Goo, oh, how scary! This power, I'm afraid even our Longrong city defense formation can't withstand it. So scary! Is this the power of a mythical level troop? After a long time, everyone slowly woke up and cried out in surprise because of the high temperature of 200 or 300 degrees around them. In the core area of Green Shadow Forest, the once invincible and powerful Dusk Shadow Poison Wing was lying on a scorched earth, dying. The scales that once shone like emeralds have now all fallen off. Pungent green smoke continues to come out of the charred wounds, emitting the stench of burnt flesh. The broad dragon wings covered with mysterious veins have now been completely burned to ashes. The dragon's originally sharp eyes lost their activity due to the high temperature, and were burned into a glass state, causing the dragon to lose its vision. The whole dragon looked like a skinned rabbit at this moment, completely lifeless. Bai Yuan, go kill it! What is your current quality? After the self-destruction, Shinwei walked out of the Zerg network with Bai Yuan and Yu Ming. Looking at the Dusk Poison Wing, whose life was entering the countdown, Shinwei looked at Bai Yuan, who was at level 17 beside him. Epic plus! I guess I can advance to legend after consuming the blood of this green dragon. Bai Yuan looked at the Dusk Poison Wings in front of him hungrily, suppressed the desire to devour it, and answered respectfully. Well, swallow it and see if I can upgrade you to level 19. Yes. Bai Yuan followed the order and, without caring about the stench of burning keratin, displayed his true form as a white dragon, pounced on the dying, dusk poison wing, and swallowed it up in big gulps. Crunch! Crunch! You dared to steal the bloodline of my clan. We will hunt you down, to the ends of the earth. Your hero unit, Bai Yuan, successfully devoured the LV-19 Overlord creature, Dusk Poison Wing, detected the blood of 5-colored dragon Western Green Dragon, with a purity of 90%, and is completing the bloodline. Completion completed, new abilities acquired, quality upgraded to Legend, current bloodline upgraded to 5-colored dragon, current concentration 25%, level upgraded to LV-18. Chapter 78, Destroy Green Shadow Forest. Reward your subordinates. Great! Now we have 2 legendary heroes. By the way, Yu Ming, after killing the Aoki Lingweb beast, have you advanced to LV-19? Where is the corpse of the Aoki Lingweb beast? Seeing that Bai Yuan's quality was successfully upgraded to the Legend level, Shenwei was very happy. After all, compared with Legend and Epic, both are stuck at LV-20. But the upgrade gap between the two is not a little bit. Just talking about the previous Swamp Tree Spirit King, the reason why it was stuck at a certain level for such a long time was largely because its quality level was not high enough. Shenwei estimated that at most he was in Epic, or maybe even in Epic minus Advanced. But I have a feeling that if I want to reach the limit of LV-19, I will have to fight with at least one more LV-19 Overlord creature. I have already stored the corpse of the Qingmu Lingweb beast into the Zerg network in advance, but the Qingmu Lingweb beast seems to be an essence Overlord. Yu Ming at the side replied, hearing that the Qingmu Lingweb beast was actually the essence Overlord. Shenwei couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart, and his heartbeat quickened. He immediately took Yu Ming into the Zerg network to look for the body of the Qingmu Lingweb beast, and said excitedly, "That's great! Haha! This is a triple blessing! Let's go!" The title of Essence Overlord is not given by the panel, but summarized by Shenwei. Generally speaking, an organ in the body that condenses the essence of the whole body is the Essence Overlord. The Essence Overlord has an important ability, which is to enable legendary troops to open the Mythology Long stage. The Qingmu Lingweb beast, which is at level 19, can provide at least 30% of progress. But when Shenwei saw the corpse of Qingmu Lingweb beast, he was greatly disappointed. It was not that Yu Ming did not take out the essence part in time, but... Damn it! How come the horns are the most essential part? Yan Weiwu didn't know how to be gentler when he attacked, and the value has been greatly reduced. Shenwei looked at the giant horn in his hand and spoke speechlessly. The giant horn that was supposed to be filled with Jiaowood energy now contains some Li fire energy inside, making it look weird, and its potential is greatly reduced. The effect naturally fell sharply. Forget it, inform Zhao Xingyan and the others to return to Longrong City. Divide the Overlord. Yes. Fortunately, Shenwei gained a lot this time. He threw the giant horn in his hand and walked towards the meeting room of Longrong City. Longrong City, inside the conference room. Zhao Xingyan and the others all sat in their seats, waiting for Shenwei's arrival. Before the division of the spoils began, everyone started discussing. How many Overlords did you intercept in the north? This time we intercepted 3 LV-15 Overlords. Lord Shen gave them all to us. You guys can't do that. We have stopped 4 of them. We have even used up all our trump cards. But fortunately, we have the Overlord's corpse as a reward. Now our power can rise to a higher level. Yes. Lord Shen is so generous. He gave away nearly a dozen Overlords just like that. I will follow Lord Shen for the rest of my life. Even if we have enough resources now, we still can't find a way to break through to level 15. We can't do anything about it. Our forces are all at the epic level, and there is no way for an epic force to break through a legendary force. Why not? It depends on resources. Haven't you seen that several high-ranking officials in our Southwest Territory have raised their sons from legendary level to legendary level? Damn it, I get angry when I hear that. These bastards! They keep talking about loyalty all day long, but they just want to give resources to that useless loser who can't help. They used resources to raise the quality of the faction from legendary to legendary. In the end, they didn't even go to the front line. When the Dragon Nation is about to be destroyed, can we expect these guys who have never been on the front line for a day to take over? That's right. A bunch of bastards, worse than the fucking radicals. The radicals at least know to feed the horses so they have the strength to work. These loyalists only know how to levy heavy taxes. They even give us the most basic resources at the lowest standard. What fucking beasts! The damn loyalists lost the most territory. If these damn guys didn't have some of the top 10 Dragon Nation officials as their backers, they would have been slaughtered long ago. Seeing that Zhao Xingyan, who was sitting on the right side of the main seat, had no objection, everyone simply began to curse the higher-ups of the garrison, causing complaints from those at the front, and the situation was tight both at the front and in the rear. What beast? Master Shin? Shinwei asked casually as he walked out of the Zerg network with a few stacks of information. Seeing this, everyone quickly stood up and saluted respectfully to Shinwei, their eyes filled with loyalty. If you compare people, you will die. If you compare goods, you will throw them away. After what they just witnessed, everyone deeply realized the difference between Shinwei and the previous group of insect officers. Shinwei has only been here for a few days. Everyone present was allocated half the resources of an overlord on average. You know, these resources would be equivalent to 3 or 4 months' salary in the past. Thinking of this, the loyalty in everyone's hearts became stronger. If Shinwei had a loyalty quantifier, he would be able to see it. The loyalty of everyone present was not lower than 85 points at this moment. Sit down, everyone, don't be restrained. This time, we were able to destroy the Green Shadow Forest without letting a single overlord escape. This is the result of our concerted efforts. I will not enjoy this honor alone. So this meeting won't discuss anything else, and won't discuss anything else. The main purpose is to divide the bodies of the overlords killed this time. Hiss! When everyone heard this, their eyes widened in disbelief, their hearts pounding. They couldn't believe that Shinwei wanted to divide the resources. Zhao Xingyan, who was beside Shinwei, spoke up when he saw this. Sir Shin, we didn't help you much this time. The overlord you gave us earlier was already a huge windfall. If we divide it up again now, it will be a bit. Yes. Lord Shin, we are not greedy people. The overlords you gave us on the battlefield before were enough. Yes. Lord Shin focuses on your improvement in strength. After all, only when you become stronger can we follow you and drink soup. With Zhao Xingyan taking the lead, everyone expressed their refusal. After all, Shinwei had already distributed enough overlords before, and taking more would seem a bit greedy. What's the point of drinking soup? I can be full by eating meat. What's more, the ones I give you are all overlords that are of no use to me. Just take them. Let me first talk about the gains. A total of 12 LV-15 overlords were killed, 7 LV-16 overlords were killed, 4 LV-17 overlords were killed, and 2 LV-18 overlords were killed. This is the overlord in my hand. As for the overlord given to you during the war, you can divide it among yourselves. Among them, the LV-15 and LV-16 overlords are all given to you, a total of 19. Except for Zhao Xingyan, it's just right, each of you can get one. Shinwei waved his hand and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Chapter 79. Hand over 60% of the gains? Not a penny. Hiss. Sir, you won't hand over your spoils? Yes, sir. According to the regulations, 60% of the spoils must be handed over. You gave it all to us, what will you do? Huh? 60%? This operation didn't use a single cent of the country's money. Which bastard made that rule? Shinwei was puzzled when he heard this, and looked at the shocked people in front of him, and asked. Yes. It was formulated by the Southwest War Zone headquarters. Any war launched in the name of the country must hand over 80% of the spoils. For individuals acting privately, if the circumstances are not serious, they must hand over 60%. If the circumstances are serious, they must hand over 90%. Fuck it. Is this the rule set by that beast? Zhao Xingyan, explain it to me. Shinwei was furious when he heard this. He had killed the enemy in private without damaging any national interests, and the spoils were captured. Not only was there no reward, but he also had to hand over 60%. Isn't this a disincentive? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xingyan began to explain. That's indeed the rule. According to the loyalists in charge of the Southwest Theater, these captured items are to be provided to contestants loyal to Dragon Country to improve their strength. Bullshit. Damn it, people who are not loyal to the Dragon Nation will go to the front line. Shinwei retorted, and Zhao Xingyan knew it was not directed at him, so he agreed with a wry smile, and then explained. Indeed, he is loyal even if he is not loyal, as he is willing to risk his life to come to the front line. But the senior leaders of the Loyalists do not think so, and, to be honest, at least 30% of the resources that were handed over were provided by these guys to people who were related to them by blood. As for the remaining 70%, after all the losses, only 30% to 40% can actually be put into practice. After hearing Zhao Xingyan's explanation, Shinwei stood up angrily and slammed the table in front of him with such force that a hole as big as the mouth of a cauldron was created. Rebellion against these bastards! You can divide yourselves among them. As soon as the blockade is over, I will personally go to the headquarters of the Southwest War Zone. I want to see what kind of loyal fighters these soldiers who were forged with the blood of the frontline soldiers are. I threw it into the treasure house, Overlord, Sunny Chen. Exist. Take your men to the treasury and divide up the items. If anyone gives you a hard time, just fight them. I'll take all the blame for you. If you meet someone you can't beat, just push it onto me. Dismiss. Zhao Xingyan, follow me. Shinwei finished speaking, then turned around and entered the Zerg network with Zhao Xingyan, leaving everyone present stunned. Yi Chen, this. After a long time, a contestant with dominant level combat power looked at Sunny Chen and spoke tentatively. What's this? Listen to Lord Shin. Let me ask you one question. Do you want to follow Lord Shin all the way to the end? Sunny Chen's eyes were filled with tears at this moment. He looked at the stunned people around him, gritted his teeth and asked. I want to. Is there any need to say that? Damn it, even if I die, I want to die at the hands of Lord Shin. At least someone will remember me. That's right. Think back to the first official competition. We were so high-spirited. We were an epic force per capita. Second only to the legendary force. It's no exaggeration to say that we have a bright future. But what about now? With resources that can only sustain their power, they are doing head-losing work. Their power has not advanced even an inch. On the contrary, those bastards have grown stronger by eating the hard-earned money of our brothers. Yes. If I hadn't been worried that leaving here without permission would lead to a large-scale invasion by the Eagle Sauce Gang, occupying the territory and becoming a sinner for all eternity, I would have given up on this bully a long time ago. Today, Lord Shin really helped us brothers to vent our anger. Moreover, Lord Shin was willing to risk his own future to give us the resources to become stronger. From now on, my life, Li Mingyu, will be handed over to Lord Shin. Right. Seeing the excitement of the crowd in front of him, Sunny Chen nodded, then took out a stack of contracts from the space and spoke. Okay. I won't waste any more words. Here are some life and death contracts. Once signed, your life and property will be under the control of the host. My meaning is very simple. We all signed this contract with Lord Shin. From now on, we are all in the same boat. We are in the same boat. We share the good times and the bad times together. Don't think the conditions are harsh. Let me be frank. Lord Zhao Xingyan signed this kind of contract with Lord Shin. Do you know what reward Lord Shin gave Lord Zhao? In the conference room, everyone was stunned when they saw Sunny Chen take out the life and death contract, and then they all stepped forward to take the contract and spoke at the same time. Signed. With Lord Shin's character, it's worth it. Yes. Besides, even Mr. Zhao Xingyan has signed it. What right do we have to be picky? That's right. Verbal loyalty is the least valuable. Without a contract, I'm embarrassed to take Lord Shin's things. Sign quickly. Lord Shin will definitely take off in the future. By then, we will work so hard that we may not even be able to get a number. By the way, what reward did Lord Shini Chen give to Lord Zhao? Don't keep us in suspense. Yeah. Sunny Chen looked at his empty left hand in a daze. He obviously didn't realize that these guys in front of him would have such high awareness and such high enthusiasm to sign the indentures. I couldn't help but laugh and scold. Damn it, you didn't even leave me a copy! You still need this? Tell me now! Tell me now! Stop wasting time! Ahem, you all saw how Lord Shin performed in the preliminaries before the official competition began. He simply turned the tide. After returning from the competition, a banquet was naturally held in the capital. I was fortunate enough to attend this banquet. At the banquet, Lord Zhao Xingyan was captured due to the mistakes made by the top management of the previous official competition. He was tortured. The most important thing is, Master Zhao Xingyan was crippled by those Sakura devils. Hiss! Everyone was in disbelief when they heard this. They couldn't believe that the current Zhao Xingyan had been abandoned. This is impossible. Lord Zhao's current strength can be said to be second to none in the entire Longrong city except for Lord Shin, who dares to say that they can beat Lord Zhao. Yeah. How could it be possible to be abandoned? Don't tell me. Maybe he was really destroyed before. I heard that Lord Zhao's previous power was the legendary Incense and Fire Immortal Sect, a power that relied on the power of incense and fire, not the underworld of today. Hiss! Isn't this speed too fast? How many days will it take this time? He just dispersed his energy and started over again. Seeing this, Sunny Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a boastful voice. That's right. It's a reconstruction. Lord Zhao's power now is not just legendary. It's mythical. Oh my god! I just remembered. The reward for the champion of the qualifying round is 3 mythical forces. Could it be? Could it be?